Almost ready, guys. All right, here we go. Here we go. Good to have you all here. Welcome. It is going to be a great time. It is currently 7 a.m. for me, but we are here to bring you the Pro Play Summit in Orlando, and an exciting game it's gonna be. Now, of course, the stream hasn't yet started, which is why we're a little bit later now. The big reason for that is they are currently having a team meeting essentially at 9, and then they will be starting said tournament. So we're keeping an eye on that to make sure that everything is going to be going smoothly, and to also make sure when the stream starts that we can bring it to you. It's so great to have you guys here. We will see how it all goes, and we'll bring you broadcasts as long as we can today. So should be really exciting. So don't worry, though, not going to be leaving you guys hanging necessarily. We got a lot of cool things to go over in the meantime in case they did this. It's just normal, you know, team meetings and stuff. So, with that being said, last night, for those of you who didn't know, we had a 5K that was actually being watched. The top 8 players ended up splitting that evenly and each getting $650 in prize ticket support. So you'd be able to go over to the prize wall and pick stuff out. Some people were able to go ahead and pick out boxes and things of that nature and call it good. So pretty cool there. And today, of course, is going to be the cash prize tournament. So this is going to be for a 10K split in this case. And I believe it was like 2,000 or 3,000, something like that. That is going to be in first. So also with that, though, and what's going to be making this so interesting is that these are the top 8 decks of yesterday. Now, this was a really interesting event, and I don't know if that's going to be a reflection on what we saw or what we're going to see today. First off, Aurora is back, but it's a hybrid version where we're going to be seeing Aurora Game 1, and then it could be Aurora Game 2, or it might just be switching everything out for all the 2-drops. Kind of crazy, but that's how it is. So that we saw a ton of that yesterday, and then not only that, we also saw even like an MF Aurora. We saw some Kaisas and things of that nature. 2 Darius hook rounds from different competitors in this case as well. So something really interesting to be able to see on how everything is going to be headed into this. Now, with that, we did see a lot of Kaisa, but not necessarily as much Annie as we might expect. I mean, we still have Prismaticism piloting Teemo, and he was able to do fairly well with that. He was in 12th place going into the final round, and I don't believe he broke into the top 8, but he was on the cusp there and doing incredibly well at that. So Teemo's definitely one to keep an eye on. It's a very cheap deck to be able to build as well, so kind of cool to be able to see. Now, with that, of course, first place is going to be Kaisa. Nothing necessarily new there. Nothing that we aren't used to seeing, but it is a really interesting thing. Yeah, a lot of removal, gotta say. Biggest thing is, yeah, you got 1 Singularity, 2 Acathian Reigns, and 1 Time Warp. So a lot of the upper lore. And the biggest thing that we are seeing is that it is just becoming absolutely standard that you are just going to be running 3 retreats. You need the mana curve a little bit. Essentially, you need that little bit of ramp to be able to get to that in-game that much quicker and be able to get that going. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of that ends up playing out for us as well. But this is going to be interesting to see because, yeah, Kai'Sa was still everywhere. So going to be curious to see how that ends up playing out today. Then, of course, second place, Daniel Zittenberg. So with this, of course, we have the 1 Sabotage that is in hand. And then same thing, you know, you see no 2-drops. We see the ramp. I love also the 2 Room Prisons being main deck. I think that is absolutely crucial here, but way great to be able to see. And then not only that, you have the in-game hits with the Auroras. Now, of course, Mountain Drake can sometimes feel like a dead card in your hand, but still, even after the fact of getting that 10 might unit out onto the battlefield, it can be such a pivotal moment for you to be able to do so. Likewise, again, this is going to be the deck where you don't necessarily know if your opponent is going to be switching in and out. Now, of course, as you guys know, your side deck is the same color as your main deck. So when you're going through and, you know, siding out, you can take out 4 cards, put them in a pile. You can take out 4 cards of your side deck, put them in a pile. You can even shuffle them up and then really try to mess with your opponent on what cards you take out and what cards you keep in. So there's that viable strategy as well. So people won't even necessarily know. You can even fake a side out if you really want to. And with this deck, it's definitely needed. And so it's interesting because even when Top 64 at Houston was happening and it was open deck list for the Top 64, he was still able to go, or not him in particular, but this deck in particular, Challenger TCG was the one who got second at the Houston Regional. He was still able to climb all the way up to second place, even with open deck knowledge. So very powerful there and something to keep in mind. Love also keeping the second Sabotage and the Wind Wall in there. So definitely something to watch out for, something to prepare for. Now, of course, third place again was Randy. We've seen Randy be able to actually do pretty well. Very big proponent on the online community. Really nice guy. Just overall, very skilled player. Great job with what he is able to do as a competitor. And here it is. I mean, this is his deck. A little bit different from what we normally see. 3 Cleaves instead of normally 2. 2 Darius, though, which is also an interesting add there with 1 Kai'Sa. But, I mean, again, was able to go ahead and move all the way up to 3rd place. Believe he only dropped 1 game and did 1 intentional draw to be able to reach that 3rd. Pretty much all the top 4 tables did intentionally draw there. So, interesting strategy there, but especially after 9 rounds and then you have a big major 10K today, makes a lot of sense. So with that, of course, 2 Void Seekers, 3 Lecturing Yordles, and, you know, some people do decide to keep the Lecturing Yordle in, and some people decide to keep it out. That's just kind of how it is. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that ends up going. But then again, we have 3 Cathian Reigns, 1 Singularity, and 2 Time Warp. So, I mean, is that overhead maybe something that this Kai'Sa deck is now going to start shifting to? I personally run 2 Cathian Reigns and 1 Time Warp. And when I ran my 1 Singularity because I didn't have 2 Icathian Reigns, it still made a really big impact. Now, of course, that can be something that you can swap out at that point as well, even in the side decking. And one proponent that I am a huge fan of as well is going to be the Sprite Mothers there. Just an absolutely great card to be able to play. Can move in really fast with creating a ready 3 Sprite that you can go ahead and attack in with, while also keeping a 3 Might in the backfield for you on the following turn. So just an all-in-all really good deck. A really good showing from Kai'Sa, and this is different than what we necessarily saw with the Houston Regional, where we only had 1 Kai'Sa in the top 8. Or did we have? No, top 4. Or we had 5th. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, it's early. But we had only a few Kai'Sas and all Annies. And in this case, we only have 1 Annie and a decent amount of Kai'Sas. So 4th place here as well. We're going into this, and it is going to be 4th place, Annie. Now, Annie had a little bit of a struggle yesterday from the looks of it. Wasn't necessarily performing as well as what we were used to seeing, and that is something that can definitely be making an impact. You know, Annie is a very difficult deck to pilot. More importantly, though, you do rely on going first. If you're able to go first, your impact is so much stronger. If you end up going second, though, that little bit of a disadvantage can be the big difference maker on whether or not you're able to get these games. Still, though, game 1 is going to be very good for you because you are going to be playing Zonwarrens with Scrap Heap. So if you also even happen to go ahead and play with a Traveling Merchant, you're able to discard a card, draw a card. Awesome. That's great to be able to see. And we'll see how that's going to be able to impact the meta as well. This is going to be really interesting. Now, here we go also, another Kaisa. This one, of course, is running 2 in this case, and 3 Cleaves, 3 Hextech Rays. Now, of course, then in this side, we see that we have no Yordles in this case. Again, that's going to be the big decision maker. Do I run Yordle? Do I not? So with that, though, they are still going with the 2 Acathian Rain, 1 Time Warp, 1 Time Warp in the side, 2 Sprite Mothers, 3 Smokescreens. And I am a huge proponent for Smokescreen in the side deck. The big reason why is because if you go ahead and are going against Master Yi, if you're going against Set even, you can go ahead and play Smokescreen and then Falling Star Set to completely wipe him out. And that's something that's really interesting as well, because you can just go ahead and completely decimate the board. I also even ended up taking out a guy because he had his 2 Might unit out with 2 Zonia's Hourglasses. And I ended up going ahead and doing a Falling Star and was able to go ahead and take out the Hourglass and the unit as well. It's a great play to be able to clear out those boards. So, and then, of course, 6th place, same idea. 3 Aurora. And then, you know, you side out. You have 3 Poros, 3 Clockworks. Yeah, pretty much people are copying the same exact deck that got 2nd place. Same exact build. And then, of course, we even had a set. Now, you might recognize this name. This is the guy who ended up taking Atlanta. He is here in Orlando, and he is coming with a vengeance. So definitely something to watch out for. Checking if the stream is up yet. But yeah, Set is definitely one that is needing to be played a little bit more. It's really interesting because with that, we're seeing some interesting things where, like in Houston, the best one, I think, got 103rd. That is really surprising, especially with the showing that it had in Vegas and then also in Atlanta being able to win the tournament. That's a really big deal, and so it'll be fun to see if Set, especially with the winner of it all in Atlanta, is then going to be able to come in and say, I have what it takes, and I'm going to take the game to you. 7th place. This was a 220-something player tournament, if I recall correctly. So, I mean, we might see. And then last of the top 8, at least, is going to be Matthew. So the stream has officially started. We are going to be checking in on that once the games end up going. They are just doing the opening conversation with Max. Go ahead and check out the main stream if you so choose. It is going to be really awesome to be able to see that. And then let's go ahead and get the stream up for you guys. It should be a really good time.
We don't see a repeat.
So here we go. I'm going to be waking up soon, I promise. Let me actually go get some caffeine real quick. We will be right back. I'll leave this turned up for you guys for the moment while I go ahead and make some caffeine.
I'm not going to lose to Aurora. I'm not going to lose to your Time Warp or whatever power spell you may be holding back over there. I like that. I think Sabotage is one of the best cards in Orange, and so being able to utilize it maximum capacity makes a lot of sense to me. Makes a lot of sense. And I do think the Vengeance is really cool. Have you played with that card much yourself?
Yep. Yes, I main deck Vengeance in Darius. I'm more on like a yellow heavy Darius than I am red. And you already have access to like your yellow seals because you want to trigger all your Legion stuff. So having multiple seals out helps with the cost of Vengeance, which is really good. It's basically obviously the Darius signature spell is like Legion, kill any unit. Vengeance, you just don't need Legion. You can just play it outright. That way, if you're a little bit behind and you need to play catch up, you can just kill a unit. It feels really
that
good.
Seems incredible. It also seems really good against like some of the go bigger decks that may spend their entire turn
Exactly.
on something.
Exactly.
And like you said, with those seals, that seems really nice, actually.
Yep, for sure, absolutely. But something that's really nice is obviously, how do I say this? Obviously, we're casting here for PPG today. I know there are a lot of people who are kind of bummed that they couldn't be here just because obviously the turnout is phenomenal, pricing is phenomenal. We are giving away, or not giving away, we are selling a absolutely beautiful cloth playmat to celebrate the weekend. But don't be sad, everybody. We will be announcing throughout the duration of the stream more stops on the Pro Play Tour for tournaments in the future for the next year. So if you were not able to make it to Orlando and you're enjoying watching the stream, you're enjoying hanging out, and you want to get in on the action, we will be making the announcement for the next few summits this year. So you can definitely come hang out with us, see us in person, run some Riftbound games, so you guys will not be missing out on the action. And as you can see on the screen now, the exclusive playmat is currently on sale. It is selling out quick, so definitely scan the QR code. You're going to want to get this playmat. It is very, very nice, good quality. Keegan and I have both already got ours, so definitely cop that for sure. Ooh, Keegan, I can't hear you.
Can't hear. Am I back? Am I back?
Oh, there we go. Yep, now I can hear you. I
That's
can hear you.
weird.
Yep,
I
you're
get
good.
muted somehow. Anyway, basically what I was saying was, it has all the different games around the map, and you can rotate it based off which game you're playing. Plus the colorway, I'm a big fan of the green and yellow. I think it looks fantastic.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Huge fan.
So yeah.
So the top 8 lists from yesterday have been posted.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Here we go again. Welcome, welcome. Now, let me know, of course, if the music is too loud or if it is too distracting. Either way, trying it today just to see how it actually goes. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. We are going to be waiting for round 1 to start. Now, of course, if you do want to go ahead and check out the main stream, we can go ahead and post the links for you guys as well. So something to definitely be able to check out there and see how it goes. So we should be starting round 1 anytime now. We do also have, looks like pairings are, or let me see. I should be able to pull up the... So, yeah, let's see. We're going to be trying to pull up the leaderboards as well to be able to post to you guys. It should be starting any time now, Javi. Yeah, so we'll see how it ends up going. They are doing, like I said, a team meeting starting at 9 a.m., so that was about 19 minutes ago. And then they should be getting the pairings up and going for everyone, and then, of course, probably starting 5 minutes after that. And, of course, I'll probably make one final announcement to the competitors right before the round starts, and then just saying, hey, you may begin, you know, once everyone gets seated. So, yeah, John, I can definitely look at doing some medalists again soon. That'll be really fun to see. Still, though, it looks like that Yasuo is still the cheapest deck, then probably Teemo. Yasuo's one to not sleep on. It's one that I'm bringing to my Nexus nights again on Monday. It's going to be really interesting to see how that ends up actually playing out. I've taken it to another Nexus night. I took down Yi, Annie, and what was the first match? The first round. What was the first round? Something like that. Anyway, I was able to go 3-0. That was a big deal. It was 2 packs per win. And also everyone was like, Yasuo? And then it's like, oh, Yasuo. He's able, yeah, you know. And so really fun to be able to see that. Yasuo is really good. And I copied Galewin's list straight across. Very cheap deck. Very cheap deck. And was still able to go ahead and do that. So the biggest thing with Yasuo, though, is you are very matchup dependent in the sense of you need to know your matchups that you're going into. You need to know the deck list, you know, and know how to basically how your deck can then counter that deck and what to prepare for. Mind Splitter is one of the most pivotal cards in that case. Except when I was playing online and practicing on TCG Arena, where you can play online for those of you who don't know, it sucked. Because I went ahead and played my Mind Splitter. He had 3 cards in hand and revealed 3 Dead Blooms. And I was like... Yeah, even the Alt-Art Yasuo that I end up running, it ends up actually being, you know, $8 for Alt-Art Yasuo with a full textured card kind of thing. Really cool to be able to have that. So, yeah, I'll start doing another budget video again. It'll be really cool to see. We're right at the cusp of Wave 2. It should be coming anytime now, so it'll be cool to see how that ends up going. But thank you guys so much for being here. It means the world to me. We are going to be here for as long as we can. I got up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday. Ugh. But we'll see how it goes, and we'll have a good time doing it, guys. So, again, though, they are still talking. They have not yet brought up the stream just yet, but again, it should be any time now. So, with that being said, guys, let me know in the comments this way on who you think is going, what deck is going to be taking that first place. Is Kaisa going to finally be getting another win? Or is Annie going to be able to sneak in? We also have the Atlanta set winner who was able to go ahead and take the 12K. Is he going to be able to come in and show the meta, hey, you better watch out for Set because he means business? Go ahead and let me know. Hopefully the caffeine hits soon. Yeah, you know, the big thing is you can fake it till you make it. And with me talking to you guys, I got to really fake it. No. No, luckily we are still moderately awake. I'm just worried. I feel like the headache coming on, you know, like the sleep headache. So we just got to be a little bit careful about that. But anyway, guys, again, we are going to be here for a good time. We also have Jacob from Rift Labs, who is currently working, and he will be joining us a little bit later down the line in these later rounds. Also, knowing my wife, she might also come in and join us. Though she doesn't know how to play the game, she just wants to hang out with me. Totally get it. But with that, that'll be really fun to be able to have her on as well. You might have seen her if you watched my Vegas video, but a lot of you probably haven't, knowing the subscriber count and everything. But that's okay. Okay, so here we go, guys. Now, personally, I think we are going to be seeing Kaisa have a really good showing. Now, the reason why I don't think Kaisa necessarily had a great showing in Houston was because the Kaisa players were not ready for the meta change. That's going to be the big thing. Everyone was ready for Kaisa. They've been playing against her and things of that nature. And Kaisa, a lot of the time, was, okay, I need to know the Kaisa mirror match, and I need to know the Master Yi kind of mirror match, and then I think I'm actually pretty good in all the others. I'm only going to see them maybe once, maybe twice throughout the day. Not anymore. And then you found out at Houston, at Vegas especially, yeah, there were still a lot of Kaisa mirror matches that were going on. It's still been a third of the board, but then you ended up going against a lot of Annies, a lot of Sets, a lot of Teemos, a lot of other just jank in general as well. Yasuo even was a big surprise there. And then you're sitting there as a Kaisa and you're like, well, what do I do in this case? And Annie just comes in and swings. That's going to be the biggest thing. When Annie just goes ahead and runs, she runs hard. And so that's going to be the thing. And now we're even seeing now a meta shift as well for Kaisa, where 2 weeks ago, we didn't see necessarily, well, we did in Vegas. We saw a list that had like 3 Icathian Reigns and 1 Time Warp and whatnot. Now we're starting to see that be in every single deck. So something really interesting to see there and note there. And so, again, this is kind of the cool part about the meta and how it's shifting. At the very beginning of the game, when it first came out, we saw a very heavy Kaisa and Yi kind of division, and that was about it. And now we're starting to see how wide this meta is, but not only that, now Kaisa is starting to adapt to the changes in this current meta. So is that going to be something to really keep an eye on? And that, you know, now that we have people running 2 Acathian Reigns, 1 Singularity, 1 or 2 Time Warps, is that going to be something to really change up this meta? And then after that as well, if Kai'Sa ends up having another really strong showing with those said decks, how is the meta then going to respond? That is a lot of removal, and something that the meta might have a hard time keeping up with. Now, of course, it is still also really interesting that Yi has finally changed. And I mean, I gotta say, I absolutely love the Houston list that we were able to see, where you do switch out on your opponent and you are either playing you are playing Aurora, and then you just switch it out and you play regular Yi. Now, of course, knowing what we've seen yesterday and how literally everyone has switched to those decks, it's going to be really interesting to see, because even if you do know that it's coming, your opponent who is playing the Yi Aurora has the choice on, do I side it out, do I not? And now you as the competitor has to also consider, is he switching out Aurora or is he not? And so something really interesting to keep in mind with that. Because, yeah, that mind game alone, if you do end up going in for gear destruction, especially with Kai'Sa, their gear destruction is 5 cost, 2 power in this case. And, you know, if you end up subbing that out for something that you would rather have, like big removal or things of that nature, well, what do? Then you have basically 2 dead cards. You might be able to go ahead and target the Hourglass. But even then, the Hourglass is starting to be hidden on a regular basis as well, instead of being played out, which is a big difference maker too, because we now understand the ruling. For those of you who don't know, Zhonya's Hourglass is a gear. Gear is not allowed to be played in the battlefield. And yet in set 1, they made a gear that can be played hidden. So a little bit of a contradiction there. So the biggest thing is, as soon as the gear is revealed in a battlefield, it immediately goes back to the base on activation and then resolves, which then allows Zhonya's Hourglass to apply to the entire board state, not just to the battlefield that it's activated in, like how most hidden cards end up going. So really interesting to be able to see here. And I'm going to be curious to see how this tournament is going to go. Who do you think we're going to be seeing? Now, I mean, we saw yesterday even 2 Darius Hook matches, and that's something that is really interesting. I have a Darius Hook deck built right now. I've taken it to my Nexus Knights and things, and that's the hard part, is it's a very high-rolly deck. You definitely need to know your matchups, because if you end up and knowing just your deck in general, because if you end up missing on Hook, well, you still need to figure out what to do to be able to get around it. And that can be a challenge in and of itself, but it is such a powerful deck. And when you hit Baited Hook, especially in the early game, you can quickly become the most powerful deck in the format. And it doesn't matter if your opponent has 3 Acathian Reigns. You're going to be able to completely rebuild and just show, hey, you're not going to be able to take it down. And then even on top of that, you are going to also be able to see, you know, with Trifarian War Camp, for example, the fact that you are then able to add +1 might to where your hooks are going to be able to go for 4 or 5 even. And if you hit another Darius, well, you get a Darius out onto the board, and just some really crazy things to be able to see there. So the Victor deck did go 7-2 yesterday. Yeah, you are correct. And I believe it was 14 or 16. But yeah, I do think he did finish 14 if I saw correctly. Let me actually see. I think I still actually have it pulled up. Let me see real quick. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let me go ahead and let you guys see. So, here we go, guys. We have first place. And then, do you know the Victor deck name? Oh, here's deck list. Did they really attach deck lists? No. That's really sad. So, anyway, but yeah, this is the deck list and whatnot. I don't think they necessarily attached a deck list. Oh, they did. Interesting. So they did for top 8? Okay, there we go. So let's go ahead and see 14th then. Bryce Godar. Or Godar. Yep, there we go. 14th place. Good job. Yeah, way to go, Keldor. Yeah, so here's the Victor list that went 7-2. And again, Victor, I think, is also really slept on and a very cheap deck, all things considered. Now, one thing that's really interesting about this build that's interesting is I usually run in my Victor list. I took that to a skirmish. I usually do 2 Imperial Decrees and 1 Grand Stratagem, and he's side decking that. So really interesting on game 1 instead, going strictly for just pure momentum. Also love the 1 Echo. So really interesting there. I'm still watching the stream, guys, so I think we are getting close to getting started. In fact, I think we might be starting. There we are. Okay. We'll see how it ends up going. So here we go, round number 1. George versus Tyler. Now, in this case, it looks like we are going to actually be seeing a victor going into game number 1 versus a Kaisa, and already hitting the ground running, going in with 2 points quickly scored with a Sprite Mother and a Assault Poro. So this is going to be interesting because, again, Kaisa's going to need to be able to rely on the removal, but also Victor is a little janky in the sense that you need to be able to continue not just card draw, but to be able to also continue to create your tokens as you need. And so I absolutely love playing Victor, especially because Kaisa players, they'll sit down with you and think that, oh, this is just a given win, you know, no big deal, I'm going to be fine. And Victor can really surprise here. So we already see a falling star coming out that is going to clear up the board. But then, you know, when you go up to that 5, you know, you might be able to play that 2-drop and then immediately go into playing out a Vanguard Captain as well. And then immediately your board is just built right back up. Not only that, Singularity absolutely shuts down Kaisa. Singularity shuts down Kaisa. When I was going against Kaisa, I played a Singularity, I hit a Darius, I hit a Kaisa, and that was a huge loss for him there. Now, of course, we see on the Kaisa side 2 Darius in the hand, so going to still be able to go out aggressive. But with only going in with 6 in this next turn, he might have to hardcast or go for Kaisa in this case, to be able to do so on getting a point and a card drawn. Now, of course, with Dreaming Tree coming in first, that is going to be an interesting play on getting things going. Now, here we go with the Evangel. This is going to be a really good one because when it dies, you create 3 tokens. So, really cool to be able to see how all of that is going to play out as well. You get rid of it, 3 more are able to come in. That also can be really dangerous in the late game, because if you do have Grand Stratagem or even Imperial Decree, you can then take down your opponent. And so this is going to be interesting. Really, really fun to be able to see a victor in game 1. And so let's see how we are able to do. We very well could go ahead and be seeing the Kaisa being played out accelerated, and then you would see the Darius and potentially a 2-cost, but he doesn't have a 2-cost in his hand currently. So you're also wanting to necessarily save the Dariuses for that overhead. That +2 might is going to be something really helpful to get you there. But if you're unable to, you are just going to continue to struggle. So we'll see how we are able to go with that as well. So Tyler, though, still having a good start. But again, this is all going to hinge on the ability to go ahead and continue to take out the Kaisa threats while building up your board state. You need to be able to create those tokens, and if you are not able to, then Kaisa can just continue to overrun you and to decimate you. We have possibly an Acathian Rain that could be coming in here on this next turn. So again, just something you got to be very careful with. Now, going in, he is going to allow the Kaisa to live in this case. Now, that would be a trade, but instead, it is going to be an Evangel going into the Trifarian War Camp. So that is going to be a 5. Now, also one thing that is really good about the Trifarian War Camp against Kaisa is that a lot of her spells deal 3 or 4 damage. And here we go with the second Evangel. Really great play right there as well. Well, with that, yeah, when you're at 5, when you're at 4, you know, things like Hextech Ray and other things of that nature are not going to be able to answer you as easily. So you got to be careful about how you're going to go about doing that. And so we'll see if that's going to be able to make a difference here. So, with that being said, here we go with Tyler and seeing what he is going to be able to do. Currently, 4-3 right now. Tyler's a little bit behind. But here's also the interesting part, too, because going second for Victor doesn't usually ever feel bad. You could have a Faithful Manufactor and you're still getting 2 pieces out on your turn 1. You also could go ahead and play the Assault Poro, the Pouty Poro, or whatever else, you know, and play out a token as well with your final one. There's a lot of great options that you are able to have, and Victor really has one of the better turn 2s. You don't necessarily hate it, but sometimes you do have to play catch-up. So we'll see how it ends up going down. Again, still the 2 Dariuses in hand. There comes the Darius. That is going to be the recycle there. And an immediate trade. Now, of course, that is going to activate and create 3 tokens at that point. And again, we haven't seen any singularities. We don't have a chance for a Thousand Tail yet. I do see a Rex Tide. And so that could be something really interesting to be able to see as well. That could be a big hit where you could go ahead and target. And the most dangerous thing here, Kaisa is tapped out. So anything is up for grabs, and that is something that Victor can definitely capitalize on. So you got to keep a watch out on that. A tapped out Kaisa or a tapped out E is heaven, first and foremost, because I'm going to be able to answer this without any opposition, whether it's taking battlefields or taking out your enemy's units. So this is definitely something that Tyler needs to capitalize on here, because George being at 5, you do not want him to go to 7. 6 is manageable, but 6 is very dangerous here. And so hopefully Tyler's going to be able to get some responses here. We don't know his deck list in particular. Not yet. So we'll see. Okay, cool. I got the bracket. I'll be posting that over to you guys here pretty soon. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm getting you the matchups right now, Keldon. Or Keldor. I just got it sent to me, so we're going to be going ahead and getting that going. So let's go ahead and get it over to you guys. So there is the link for you right there. So yeah, now this is going to be a big turn. Here comes the Rex Tide. You are going to then be able to go ahead and take out, for example, the... yeah, you're going to be able to go ahead and take out the Darius, take over the battlefield at that point. It is still a little bit dangerous. I mean, do you go ahead and try to trade with the Kaisa? It is a tapped out. So if you go ahead and send the Evangel, you could go for that trade and get 3 additional tokens made for that. But it looks like instead everything is going to be going in to do an absolute overwhelm here and clear out the board state. Now, one thing that is scary about that I would have been asking for and checking is on this trade. Ooh, and there goes a Stupefy to be able to draw a card as well. So great play right there. One is at least going to be surviving and holding down that battlefield. And so that's going to be really nice. But at the same time, Oh, and it looks like he is going to be opting to keep the Evangel alive. Now, keep in mind, he still has the second Darius in hand that can be accelerated out. But then you also have the Riptide Rex that you're going to have to deal with after the fact. So even if you do deal with it, you're going to be dealing with 4 units that are going to be coming at you in this next turn. So that can be something absolutely scary to have to watch out for. So again, 40 minutes left in round 1. The big thing too also that I really love here is the fact that we have the Call to Glory that is in hand for the Victor player. That will cost 3. He has no buffed units to be able to spend to play it for free instead. That's the alternate cost. But if he's able to keep 3 up, not even a Darius, unless it is cleaved, would be able to take it out. So that could potentially be... I absolutely love Riptide Rex, and it's become more popular in the Victor build as well. So definitely something interesting to see. So we see a Yordle coming out that's going to immediately draw a card. Interesting. In the main deck. That's interesting. I like it. Let me go ahead and pull that card up for you guys real quick. Piltover. Cards. Card gallery. And I'll read the effect for you guys. Set 1. And blue. So what he just did is Portal Rescue, banish a friendly unit, then play it to base, ignoring its cost. You can play that as an action as well. So basically another way to go ahead and play a unit out and save them. So he is keeping 3 up, so this is really interesting to consider. Going up to 5 now, and soon 6 if the Riptide Rex ends up going in. Still not getting the 3 units, because again, if you did end up getting the 3 units, that wouldn't necessarily be a huge loss, but drawing the Hidden Blade is going to be really interesting here for our Victor competitor, because, you know, you could go ahead and just spend it on, if they play the Darius, well, too bad, you know, and that could be something really interesting to consider there as well. So, going to be curious to see how that's going to end up playing out, but we have a lot of removal and some exchange going, so it looks like the Riptide Rex is going to be moving into the battlefield. That is going to be a 7 might at that point. That's going to be something that George could possibly forget, but oh, that's going to be a Void Seeker that will then be going into the Evangel to create 3 tokens. Now, of course, that is still a full rune use, and then going with the Call to Glory to add +3, keeping it alive. Now, of course, it still has the damage on it until the showdown resolves over in the Trifarian War Camp, and then it completely heals. So in this case, now it is back to full health. And so right there, that was a big exchange there, and a great way to save your units. Now, we still do have the Hidden Blade that you could go ahead and utilize as well. So whether you do want to go ahead and use that on your opponent at this point, when you're already 5-5, it is something that you could very well be anticipating. And then going up to 5 as well. So if there is any more removal, well, you're still leaving that 1 might unit there. Then you're hiding the Hidden Blade, and you will go ahead and use it to basically sacrifice the 1 might unit. And you'll get 3 tokens from the Evangel, 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand from the Dreaming Tree, because the Dreaming Tree draws when you target a unit in that battlefield. So, yeah. And yeah, sorry about that. The main stream is currently being just a little bit laggy. They did have that issue yesterday as well. It cuts out. And so, yeah, we are going to be seeing some lag probably coming from them throughout the day, unfortunately. They are broadcasting also the Lorcana tournament and one other 10K today, if I recall correctly. Was it Pokemon or Magic? Something like that. So there's 3 different tournaments that are currently being casted from the same building. And then, of course, if anyone else is hooked up to the Wi-Fi as well via their phones, if they allowed such a thing. So... Who needs bandwidth? What's bandwidth ever done for streaming? So, yeah, there we go. With that being said as well, that is going to be interesting. That's a main deck. Now, that is Thundersong saying that you cannot play cards on your opponent's turn now. For this, at least, for the duration of the rest of this turn. Now, in reaction, he could have still played the Hidden Blade. And so I think that might have been a little bit of a misplay on Tyler's part. He still could have played the Hidden Blade to then go ahead and target his 1 might unit so that he still draws 3 in response to the unit being played. You can do so because it is at reaction speed. That's the big difference there. If he played it from his hand, he wouldn't be able to do so because that's at action speed. You can only do that in Showdown. So still, both are going to end up coming in. That is going to be a dead card, unfortunately. No +2 right there. And I think he needs to create 1 more token as well. I think he only created 2. He needs to create 3. Because that was the token from last turn that he made at the end. So I think he missed actually creating a 3rd token. So, yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a misplay there. That's the thing. If you do end up playing Thundersong, your opponent can still play reactions. So, Annie, if you're going against Annie, sometimes that's a card that you side in against Annie. Sometimes, I say, depending on the player. And your opponent can still react. Same with Teemo. If you're going against Teemo and you play that card, they can still play their hidden cards. The nice part is, though, that forces them to do so then you know exactly what you're going against. So, again, it can be a really good card in the matchup. And the fact that George is also main decking it is something to raise a brow to because, I mean, it could really start to pay off here. Still, though, we are at 5-5. Actually, I think George should be at 6 at this point. Yeah, he should 6-6 at this point. And there we go with the Singularity, a big shift there with taking out some major units, and especially when George only has 2 left. Now, of course, that could have been big. That very well probably stopped the Time Warp from coming in. And then, of course, can immediately just go right back into Dreaming Tree, even with 1 might unit, and continue to get there. Now, the big thing with this is George is anticipating, does he have the Grand Stratagem or the Imperial Decree? The big thing here, though, is because he went ahead and put everything... Oh, he did miss the Rex point, too. Yeah, he is at 7, though, so both battlefields do need to be taken. And an Acathian Rain will not do it. And another hidden card coming in. Oh, he probably did forget that. Yeah, you're right. Really interesting to see there, then. And so, yeah, this is going to be a big play right here. This very well could be sealing it up. Now, of course, there is still going to be, I believe, 10 or 11 runes that are all 12. Now, this is scary because if you have a Darius and Kaisa in hand, you can accelerate both. Still, though, that is not going to be enough to be able to deal with the Trifarian War Camp because everything gets +1. So both recruits are at 2, and the Riptide Rex is at 7. So trying to get around that is going to be very difficult. You have double Darius, and you could go double Darius at that point and go 14 into the battlefield, but then you still have Dreaming Tree that you need to also take out. And this is why Victor is slept on, in my opinion. He has a good matchup into everything, but not a great matchup into anything. You got to watch out for that. That's going to be the biggest thing. And this is also the consistency. When you are able to find the tokens, when you are able to continue to build up your board state, it doesn't matter how much you are able to remove. You are going to be able to take it against the best decks and show you cannot go ahead and sit on me here. I am going to be able to take it to you, and I might even defeat you. So there we go with Tyler being able to take game number 1. But there still is a lot to play. Now that Trifarian War Camp is away and done with, we are going to be going into the side deck. And if Victor is able to go ahead and move in and get this game number 2, it's going to be interesting to see. Not only that, Victor, again, like I've said, thrives on going turn 2. And it looks like we are going to actually be getting a obelisk of power. So potentially 4 that is going to be coming out on this turn. So with the side decking, it could be a really interesting choice on what they will do to be able to go into this. I'm going to be curious on what we will go ahead and side out here. And so, and Victor, I believe if Victor was a little bit better represented, we would start seeing a few more tops. Because especially, like, what does Annie do best? Well, Annie does a really good job at sending your units back to base. Well, when you have 15 units, what are you going to do about it? You know, that's going to be the big thing. And it's like, cool, I'll send 3 units in to take out your unit. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to go ahead and fight or flight that. Okay, cool. I send in 3 more units. You know, and that's going to be where Annie can really struggle. She's really great at conquering. She is absolutely horrible at holding, especially that's why Yasuo can be such a good counter to Annie, because you go ahead and you move in, they send it back with the fight or flight, then you just go ahead and activate your legend ability, you go right back in. You pay 2, you move him right back into the battlefield, and Annie only gets usually 2, maybe 3 if they don't play out all their runes on their turn. And it's like, cool, what are you going to be able to do about it? So that was a big game 1 win for Victor. 29 minutes left in round 1. And again, this is going to be tough because if it goes 1-1 and this only ends up being like maybe a 15-minute game, that's going to be 10 minutes for game number 3. Both these decks are both also really great at being aggressive. So it's going to be fun to see how that is going to be able to work out here. So we will see. Going to join the Discord voice just in case anyone jumps in with me. Batsu might join again. So here we go. This is going to be a big start. Is he able to find his 2-drop? He is going to be getting rid of, it looks like, a Thousand Tail and 1 other blank card in this case, and then drawing 2. And then again, don't forget to shuffle that rune deck. Been there, done that, and then all of a sudden you like realize, oops, my deck is actually kind of stacked. In the sense of I'm getting all blue or like all yellow and whatnot. But, you know, that's the hard part too, especially in the local scene. A lot of people don't generally cut the rune deck. You know, you offer it to them and a lot of times they'll just say no. And so kind of interesting to consider there. But especially when you have 2 decks already that need to be shuffled, it can sometimes be easy to forget. But Singularity, I think, was a big difference maker here in this last game. So a really good play to be able to see. We see a Ravenbloom student coming out, and then we have a Noxian Drummer. Now, of course, when Noxian Drummer goes in and attacks, you are able to create a unit to attack in with her, which means that is going to be a total of 3 coming in. So that could be an interesting start. Now, of course, going in for 1 point already, and I really do think that Reaver's Row is going to be benefiting the Kai'Sa a little bit more. For those of you who don't know, Reaver's Row says that when you start a showdown, you can choose to back out 1 of your units if you are defending. Essentially is what it says. And so you go ahead and you put a student in there. Well, Noxian Drummer moves in. Okay, I'm fine with that. And there we go with a falling start. Again, that is one of the biggest things that can shut down a Victor. And so at this point now, he has to rebuild at that point. And the Ravenbloom student, of course, is going to get the +1 for the spell being played. And then we also have a, wow, Noxus Hopeful coming in. So just really trying to lock down that battlefield and going to say, hey, how are you going to be able to deal with this? And that can be the hard thing. Call to Glory in hand would have been absolutely crucial at that point because Noxian Drummer would have added +3. You do have to be fearful of a Hextech Ray. There is 1 at the ready. And again, here's the thing. When you are playing Kai'Sa and you have a retreat in hand, it doesn't necessarily matter what you're going to be retreating. The fact is, I want to retreat. And so right there, we also have 2 Assault Poros coming in. They get +1 when attacking. And so that's going to be interesting to see how that might unravel, and then also creating a unit again for an additional might. And so, again, if there's a singularity potentially in hand, that could be a big difference maker. So, yeah, and with the Annies no longer running Falling Star, I do believe the big reason is you do not want to be recycling a lot as Annie. If you end up recycling too much, you shoot yourself in the foot. And so you're already going to be recycling with a lot of your other stuff, especially if you're accelerating or playing Darius out or things of that nature, and you do not want to be recycling more. And Falling Star, doesn't matter, you have to recycle 2 regardless as Annie. So here we go, though. Victor needs to be able to maintain card draw in hand. If he is unable to do so, he's going to begin to really struggle. And next turn, an Acathian Rain could be coming down. That's something that he definitely needs to be keeping an eye on. Even still, if he does go for a singularity, you could go ahead and take out the Noxus Hopeful and the Kaisa. He only has 1 up. Now, of course, he would probably be saving the Kaisa at that point. And so the retreat is going to have to be coming down here. Now, he only has 1 up. We also saw the 3-cost retreat too. And I like George's list. It's different. And one of the biggest things about it being different is if you do end up going ahead and playing that out of the ordinary card, it can make your opponent completely second guess things. So right there, here we go. Now Reaver's Row activates. Before any actions or reactions are played, George gets the choice. Do you want to pull out anything? Do you want to back away? He can back away the student or the Noxus Hopeful. Now, this is a great sequencing as well from Tyler here, because if the retreat is used to save the Hopeful, then Kaisa will be taken out. And so that's going to be a -1. That's already going to be good enough at that point to be able to take out the Hopeful and leave the student. So now the retreat has a choice on being utilized. There is a lot of runes up, and you can only imagine. I've seen a singularity in Tyler, so he is going to be saving the retreat for the Kaisa in this case. And it looks like potentially George didn't recycle either when accelerating Kaisa, so yeah, definitely maybe a misplay there. That's something that I definitely missed in that case. It's so easy to forget, and it's like you got to hope that people have good deck habits. We've been also seeing a lot of people who stack their entire rune deck where they're like, oh yeah, I tapped this many runes. And it's like, cool, well, how many is that? And you need to fan them out. If you don't, it's just bad habits. And one thing that I've gotten into the habit of doing is when I go ahead and pay the cost, if there is a recycle cost, I immediately flip that card upside down, so it's card side down. That way I know I have to recycle it. Even if I forget to put it at the bottom of my deck, because it is face down, I remember. And that can be a big difference maker there as well. So something to consider there. But yeah, it's tough because, again, if he gets closer to the Acathian Rain or even the Time Warp as well, that 1 rune can make a big difference. And so that's the hard part. A lot of people do end up playing so fast. But again, this is also why you need to watch your opponent. I put my cards completely face down. I have 4 cards in hand. Guess what? They're the same 4 cards. They're always going to be the same 4 cards. It doesn't change. I put them down and I watch my opponent. To make sure, one, that they're playing correctly. Not that they're trying to cheat or play dishonestly, but just because there is a lot to this game and it is easy to sometimes mix up and around in that case. But still, that is going to be scary here. We did get the Riptide Rex that is coming in. The Darius is going to be ready for 7 at that point. He is going to be going ahead and doing the Stupefy to be able to also draw a card. But that's going to be going ahead and having another Stupefy come in on the Poro. and that also will boost up the student for the spell being played. Yeah, and I do think that they do need to go to 60-minute round. Even 55 minutes would make a big difference too. So again, that is going to be going George up to 4 as the Kai'Sa player versus Tyler's 2 in that case. And so the Riptide Rex is going to be retreating with 6. Now that is going to be a good play there. There's only going to be 2 cards at the ready. Another retreat in hand, though. And again, this is why it can be so difficult to try to take down Kai'Sa. When you do have 3 retreats that you are running in your deck, there are a lot of options that you are able to then utilize. Singularity could very well be just a somewhat dead card at this point. So if you do end up deciding to move in to Reaver's Row, he doesn't even have to necessarily use the retreat in hand, which is also something interesting to consider due to the fact that you can just back right up. So Reaver's Row can be an incredibly powerful card there. Yeah, incredibly powerful battlefield to be able to utilize as the Kai'Sa player. Because, yeah, again, when you are running the 3 retreats, when you are running, I mean, in this case, he's running like probably 5 at this point with the 3 cost retreat as well. And so this is going to be interesting to see how this will continue to unravel here. Again, we are still in round number 1, but it looks like the Singularity is going to be at least forcing out the retreat. That does suck, though, because it is a 6 cost to recycle to literally just go ahead and say, you get to put a card back into your hand. And then, yeah, the Ravenbloom student is, of course, targeted and cleared out there as well. So the Riptide Rex will be able to at least move back in. But again, that is tough. Still 1 up at the ready. Though very few things that you do have to worry about. Going up to 4. Going to be creating a token to be able to use. Also, no Evangels either. And I find it interesting that he is continually putting the 1 token there, especially when he doesn't necessarily have a card to hide. He has 1 untapped. Can't play the Call to Glory. Nothing is buffed. And Call to Glory is a 3 cost. And so there goes a Kai'Sa down. That is going to be accelerated. You do have the 6 on top of that, so you could go Darius and even some removal as well. Again, though, because of Reaver's Row, ooh, and he topped decked the Thunder Song. So even if there were any responses, you could potentially go with that, but you do not want to give Tyler any more points than you need to. But this is looking very favorable into Kai'Sa. I just feel like you need to keep bringing the pressure down at this point. You go with the Darius. And you keep things going. So this is going to be an interesting sequence of events, something that you definitely need to be watching out for as well. Because, yeah, if you end up... It can sometimes feel like if you end up making the wrong play... Now, that's an interesting sequence as well. That's now 2 cards that are played. And I'm wondering, yeah, if he's just building up to keep the 3 going. Yep, he's going to keep the 3 up, so if there's a Hex Tech to be able to take out or deal 3 damage and potentially trade in the Obelisk. I do think Obelisk going second, though, still really benefits Victor more than anything else. Because at that point, you can play the 3 cost and still create a unit as well with the Victor Legend ability, which is why in one of the rare cases here, Victor is one of the only decks that is actually okay with going second with Obelisk of Power. You welcome almost that 4th rune. Then also you can even go on a turn 2 Singularity as well, going up to 6. So potentially taking out some big stuff if they play like an accelerated Kaisa or something like that. When they do go on the accelerated Kaisa route, they're not going to have one to be able to then retreat it back. And so you can immediately just take out 2 units. And there goes a Thousand Tail. That is going to be a great answer. So the Kaisa is going to be down to 1 to do 2 damage at that point. That is it. So at that point, a Time Warp is not a Time Warp. A Hextech Ray is not going to be enough to take it down. A Darius on the next turn with Cleave, though, is going to be able to. But still, again, you have the Riptide Rex to worry about in the other field. And so that is going to recall the Kaisa back to base, not back to hand. Not going to be able to channel the rune. Again, that is a big difference between retreat and whatever that card is called. I keep forgetting what that card's called. Portal Rescue. Thank you. And so going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out here. But right now, Tyler is falling behind. It is 5-6, and so he needs to be able to hold these battlefields. But the difficult part with that is I know he can probably hold down 1. But also, George is going to be at all of his runes. He's going to be at 12. And so this is going to be difficult because you can go ahead and do the Darius Cleave. And that would put you at 10. So we are going to do 3 damage to the Riptide Rex. Now, I do feel like this is a little weird sequencing. Oh, wait, no. That'll if he double Hextex, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so now Darius will come down. He will be seeing himself, so he is accelerated. You got to be careful, though, because if you did play both Hextech Rays, that would be the misplay there, of course. So we're lucky there. And then here we go again. That is going to be immediately recycled for another Hextech Ray to take out the Riptide Rex. Now, still also having enough to go ahead and do the Cleave. That is going to be something to make a big impact there. And something that you could potentially... Nope, he's not going to sneak it in. He's going to make it right out in the open. I get why he's doing that, though. The opponent is going to be tapped out. And that is going to be pretty much game number 2 going to George at that point. And that is going to be a scoop. And going into game number 3. So, I mean, right there, in that case, maybe Obelisk of Power ended up helping out the Kaisa a little bit more than it ended up helping out the Victor. That's going to be something interesting and something that you got to be careful about, too, when you do bring in a battlefield. You got to watch out for those kinds of matchups because you could be helping out your opponent even more than what you would mainly be helping yourself out. We've been seeing this with something like Candlelight Sanctum, where you can go ahead and look at the top 2 cards, and you can choose how you want to put them back on top or put them both on or one on bottom. You know, that could be a big difference maker there on how you go about that because, well, if your opponent ends up taking Candlelit Sanctum and they get rid of 2 trash cards that just isn't applicable to your situation, or they find the card that they really want to have and they put it on top and the other one's a junk card that they put onto bottom, it can really benefit them even more than what it would necessarily be benefiting you as the one playing that said battlefield. So again, you have to be so careful about how you go about with even just your battlefield choice. And that's the depth that Riftbound adds to this game. I mean, there is just such a deeper level of strategy that needs to be notated here and something to watch out for, because if you are not careful, that can really bite you in the back, because you play a card that goes ahead and says, hey, I'm going to really help out your opponent. That could be the thing that shifts the tide to give your opponent the win. So we are going into game number 3 now. Victor at 1. And then also we have Kaisa at 1. And with about 14 minutes left for game number 3, they could very well be going into turns. Now, how that necessarily works is the players whose current turn it is starts on turn 0. As soon as they pass, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time the 5th turn ends up resolving, whoever has more points ends up winning. If they have the same amount of points, it is a tie, and they will tie the round. So something to definitely keep in mind there. and we'll see how this ends up going. And so the big thing is, it looks like also the main room is about 4 minutes ahead of the broadcast as well. So those who are still competing in the spotlight are going to be getting a little bit additional time, at least compared to those who are already finishing up, which means that we should actually have a pretty quick round 2 coming to you. And so that's going to be the interesting thing is, again, battlefield choice is absolutely crucial. Now, again, you're assuming at least that these players have play tested their decks. They know their matchups here. This is a 10K. You are going for the prize money here. And he opted to bring Victor, which is a really interesting choice, especially since we haven't necessarily seen Victors get in the prize money. We have in, like, you know, the city skirmishes and things like that over in China, we've had Victors that have been able to win those. But when it comes to, like, the cash prize pool, we haven't necessarily seen Victor break into the top 8. We were close yesterday. We were very close, but we weren't quite there. And so I really want to see Victor be able to even make a top 8. I think that would just be an absolutely amazing feat to behold there and something to watch out for. And if Victor could, I mean, he has the ability. Like I said, he is pretty much one of the most consistent decks there and has great matchups into everything. You play Imperial Decrees and things of that nature, and you can just go ahead and completely shut down, you know, Master Yi's. You can shut down, you know, just those big walls that are built up from Aurora decks. You have 4 tokens out. You play Imperial Decree. Any damage kills a unit. You have a 1 might. They have 3 10 might units in a battlefield. You say, okay, my 1 might goes in, kills one of your 10 mites. My 1 might goes in, kills a 10 might. And you keep doing that till you clear out the battlefield. And that can absolutely devastate Aurora decks, which in general only will be running generally 8 to maybe 10 units total in that case. So if you're able to take out 6 of them, that can really slow them down. So this is going to be interesting. We're still waiting for the competitors to finish their side decking and going into game number 3. So right now, who do you think is going to be taking game 3, Victor or the Kai'Sa? Here we go. Let's go ahead and pull it out right now, just because it's fun. I enjoy polls. So now, I do think also one of the biggest things that did end up starting to shut down the Victor deck was that turn 1 Falling Star to take out Noxus and the 1 might unit. That can be something to really change the tide here. And Falling Star's early game can really hurt Victor. So if we can avoid the Falling Star, we might be able to have a chance. But here we go, guys. 7 minutes and 50 seconds left in game number 3. And we will see who is able to take it. Looks like the stream was actually... the commentators were slow to actually go back to gameplay, so really interesting there. It is already 2-1 at that point, and Call of Glory is coming down to take out the Yordle. Now, of course, game 3 is going to be Vilema's Lair, so really interesting choice of sequencing right there, and with a Hextech Ray to deal the final 3 damage potentially for the trade. Again, that looks like a lot of utility, though, that was used on the Kai'Sa side to be able to do so. Now, Vilema's Lair, for those of you who don't know, means that you cannot move back to base. If you end up having ganking, you will be able to, of course, because you're moving from one battlefield to another, but you cannot move back to base. Can't in Riftbound, overrules can. So if you do play a fight or flight, it's a dead card because you aren't going to be able to target your own unit or your opponent's unit and move them back to base because, again, can't overrules can. And so this is going to be really interesting to see how this goes. Right now, still 2-1, and a Darius is going to be coming in, and a Cleave. Kind of a wasted Cleave there, unfortunately. And luckily, he does have a second one in hand, but still, that could be something to really slow him down some, because if he starts getting in trouble, that can hurt. Now, still, we do see the Falling Star in hand. This can devastate the Victor player. And I'm really hoping that he didn't side out his Evangel. The Evangel was a very just intense card to make that impact in game 1. Because if you destroy it, you immediately make 3. And it's like, well, that's absolutely great, but, you know, And he's one away from Watcher. Dang it. If he could have played the Watcher right now, that would have been extremely good. Now, of course, he is going to be, oh my gosh, going in and sacking the Darius. I get why you would definitely do that. I 100% agree there. But giving your Kai'Sa opponent 2 cards to draw, that does not feel good at all. And so we will go ahead and wait till 4:30 on the round timer to go ahead and end the poll. So vote as you wish. And so, again, though, we still have the accelerated Kai'Sa that could go ahead and take back this next battlefield. And the hard part is, of course, if you do go ahead and build up your base as the victor player, you got to be so fearful about Falling Star. That absolutely devastates you. Not only that, there is also a Cathian Rain, which we have not seen in this matchup, but he would be at 7. At the same time, though, I don't necessarily know if George main decks a Cathian Rain. He very well might not, opting in to go more on the retreat and keep them alive route instead, which is also a really interesting thought process, but we have not seen an Cathian Rain in George's hand for the entire match. And so already right now we are going to be seeing a Call to Glory coming in to at least take out the Yordle. Now this is something that's interesting too, because then that very well could be forcing if I go ahead and play my Kai'Sa, it is trapped there. And so we are going to be going in with another unit, which is also interesting that it's in base. Oh, and that's why, because if he does have the Hex Tech, he won't be able to necessarily clear it out. But even then, even if you do go with the Hextech Ray, you can still activate in response to Hextech your hidden card. And if you also do force out the Falling Star, at this point, you wouldn't force out the Falling Star. You'd probably rush in with the Kai'Sa. It's not necessarily a horrible situation here. But the victor is moving a little bit too slow. He only has 3 cards in hand. Gonna need to be able to go ahead and move in. But looks like going over into the Void. Now, keep in mind, Void deals 1 additional damage there. So you got to be a little bit careful about how you go about that. But this is the tough part, though, because right now it feels like George just has the momentum. He has the cards in hand. He has the Falling Star. So if Tyler ends up putting out some really good cards here, it might not matter, because a Falling Star could very well just go ahead and take it out. And gosh, we had a lot of voters there. 27 votes and a 52% win on the Kai'Sa. So we'll see if that is going to be enough to impact here. I'm going to be curious, though. This is going to be difficult to see what Victor can do to get back into this game. If Kai'Sa's tapped out, I'm all for. I'm not sure if we got an actual count yet. Has anyone actually seen the leaderboard? Let me see. 399 entries, according to the leaderboard. Let me go ahead and post that again for you guys. So the Evangel backing up in the battlefield as well is going to be an interesting play. It is currently 5-4, but still with the Thousand Tail Watcher, that could be the final shift of the tide to get things going. And again, now it's like you have the Falling Star in hand. That is a tempting response. And you also have the Cleave to get up to 10, but that's not necessarily going to feel all that great either at that point, because if you do end up using it, you're creating 3 more units in the backfield. And then also drawing 2, which could be really affecting the battle here. So again, this could be a big turn here. We need to make sure that George is able to go ahead and get things moving. But if not, we're going to be in trouble for the Victor player here. And again, with another Noxus. So Darius is going to ready up, go to 7. He can move in, but if he passes priority, anything that is then played would not be able to be actioned on, at least till it fully resolves. So it looks like he is going to go with the cleave and move into the battlefield for the +3. That's going to be taking out the Darius, and I do think that is a good choice because the Darius is now tapped out. So even adding 2 more cards is going to be making a big difference here. That is going to be then readying up, going to 5. It is 5-5 currently. And with 8 seconds left, we are going to be going to turns right now. So Tyler is going to be turn 0. This top-down cam, I don't think was properly white balanced or color corrected. Especially just with the coloring of the main 2 cameras as well. I don't think they necessarily, well, I think they just set it up. They didn't add any color correction because they didn't turn up the hue and vibrancy either, which is something that we're also a little bit more used to on broadcasts. Like even me right here, I am color corrected. Now keep in mind, I'm also properly lit. There's a big difference there. I have an orange light right here on my side. And then I have a white light right here at about like a 5600. This is about at sunlight range, and this is about at even range or at orange range, which is more for indoor. And so you get that contrast of lighting on me. And then I also color corrected it, which I don't think they did over here on the main broadcast. Fun fact for you guys. So more than you need to know, but that's okay. So here we go, guys. Now we are moving into the end of round number 1. This is going to be a big turn here, and the Thousand Tail Watcher was able to go in, so both are going to need to be conquered here in order for George to stand a point. And again, this is the momentum shift that we were waiting for. I think he was holding on to Falling Star maybe a little bit too long, because if he would have taken out both units there, that could have been a big difference maker. Now, of course, that's going to be going in and taking out taking out the Thousand Tail Watcher, going up to 6 points himself. And Victor is completely tapped out. So that is going to be 3-4 at that point. And the Evangel is then going to be creating the 3 tokens. It's 3, right? Am I just wrong? Yep, there's the 3rd. So he did forget the 3rd on the first, or on the first game. And now here's the scary part. If there is a grand stratagem, he doesn't have enough to Falling Star. He does not have enough. So if there is a grand stratagem, this could be the cusp to be able to win the game. We have not seen it yet in this entire match. I don't think I see it in his hand, though, either. There we go with the Sprite Mother. That is going to at least be adding a +3 at that point. But that is not going to be enough, unfortunately. And we see that George is going to be able to walk away with the round 1 victory. And a well-played event there for him on being able to do so. Great job on getting that reported. And we'll see what that is going to be able to do from here on out. But great play from Tyler. Victor almost had it. Great job on being able to do so. We are going to be probably starting round 2 within about 10 minutes. So something to definitely keep an eye on here. We have a lot of competition coming to you today. 400 competitors, 399 in total. The bracket has been posted in the chat as well. We will be posting that on a regular basis for you guys to be able to follow your favorite competitors. It is an intense field of competition. We have the winner of Atlanta. We have Prismaticism. We have Randy as well, who is just a very dangerous online competitor as well. So many great people who are able to bring it to you. And I cannot wait to see what this day is going to bring. We are going to be here for as long as we can, hopefully to into the top cut and into the finals. We'll see how we hold up. We got up at 6 a.m. this morning after having a 10:30 soccer game at night. I know it's late. It's my men's league. That's how it is. But with that, we are going to be going in and seeing how everything is going to be carrying out. So with that, guys, I'm going to be taking a really quick break for about 2 minutes, and then we will bring right back and we will talk about even some deck lists. If you guys have any questions or anything that you want to ask, feel free to go ahead and comment in the comments themselves, and I will be happy to discuss with you. So go ahead and let me know, and I will be right back. Alrighty, here we go. Let's see, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me make sure that you guys can actually see me. Cool. Here we go. Okay. All right, so am I crazy or does the top 10? Okay, nope, we got that. And off topic, but what is your opinion on set 2 Teemo? Surprisingly, we got some support for it, but not like necessarily as much as what we would have thought, which is, you know, surprising. We didn't get a whole ton of hidden cards. Now, Switcheroo is still a really good card because you can stick a 1 might unit or a 2 might unit into the battlefield and then play Switcheroo. That's really probably the best card that they got support on. But the biggest thing is Teemo is always going to be at least up there in the meta at some point because you are going to then be able to get things going. And so that in and of itself can be a really big help for you on if your opponent can even accurately guess what is what, it is still really hard to work around. And so you got to be careful. I still think Teemo is going to be really good in set 2. Also might be interesting to run Ezreal. Because Ezreal, when he comes in, he draws, you discard a card and draw 2, so that already can help you, and it's only a 3 cost 1 power, so really interesting to be able to see that. But thank you guys so much for being here today. We are in the process of waiting for round number 2. Round 1 was Victor and Kaisa, and now we are going to be going in and seeing what is going to be brought to us. Again, the leaderboard bracket is going to be updated at the same time, and we are going to keep posting that for you. To check out the main stream, it is being broadcasted on Twitch and Twitch alone. This is, of course, a co-stream that is being brought to you at my own volition. So, with that being said, it's going to be interesting to see how all of this ends up playing out and who is going to take it. We are here for a long time. It is currently going in at 10:30 a.m. for those competitors there in Orlando. And, I mean, they very well could be playing till near 11 p.m. at night. Gonna have to DoorDash today, but that's okay. With that being said, it's gonna be an absolute blast to see how all of this is going to unravel. A lot of gameplay coming your way, and this is a big tournament. This is the first event that I actually heard of before the game was released. They announced the 20K, I think, like almost a month before it was going to come out. And that is something that is really interesting to consider, that they were already running a 20K. And everyone was, like, blown away by that. They're like, what? 20K? And like, flocked to it, like, already making plans before the game was even out that we were going to be going ahead and getting things going there. So really cool to be able to see how much that's been able to already make an impact. And then Prismaticism should be still playing Teemo. He's played it at Houston, Vegas, and all of that. He's played it in He's played it in 2 online tournaments at the same time as well. Would not surprise me if we see Teemo again. It would surprise me greatly if he switched. He does play Kaisa, but I'm still pretty sure that he is playing Teemo today. Odds are we're going to get him on the broadcast again, too. He is a very competitive player, one of the best players that I know of personally. I've played against him in online tournaments. I've played against him in Vegas. I went against him round 1. And he's the one that actually made Teemo big to begin with. We didn't necessarily think that Teemo was such a good deck, and he was able to tech it out and play it in the Rift Labs trials, the first one at least. There were 2 before the game released, and he was able to go ahead and do an absolutely great job at being able to show us that, hey, you can't sleep on Teemo. Now, with that, a lot of people thought that Kaisa actually is a deck that really shuts down Teemo, but what we're quickly finding out is that really, unless you have Hextech Ray in your opening hand, Teemo can thrive. Teemo can take it to you. Not only that, when you do put out that Mundo, red and blue doesn't necessarily have a whole lot to be able to take out big units. Now, purple definitely does, and that's why you might struggle a little bit with Annie, because, for example, you could then go ahead and rebuke it and just send it back to hand, and that alone could be sending your opponents a step behind in this case. So, and we are following, we do have a friend on the ground as well. For those of you guys who have been following yesterday and hearing me and Jacob talking about Jibs, he was able to go ahead and get a Kai'Sa deck. So instead of playing MF Aurora today, he is going to be playing Kai'Sa, which is what he played in Houston before his deck box was stolen with deck inside. So unfortunately, he did lose out on that. Very unfortunate. And just really awesome that, you know, big shout out to Randy on giving him a deck to be able to use on the 10K tournament, especially a deck that he is more used to. So great job there. Love how this community has come together. Just really cool to be able to see. And not only that, Jibs is currently 1-0. So that was what you heard on the pings there, if you guys heard that. So good to be able to see. Happy to see that he is doing well. And we will see what else is going to be in store for us as we get ever closer to round number 2. Now, with that as well, one thing to consider that is really interesting, we have set number 2 that has been released in China yesterday. Now, of course, it is still going to be until set 4 that we end up actually, you know, all being synced up worldwide on same release dates. In the meantime, unfortunately, China is going to be 2 months ahead of us on release. And so, yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. So as early as Monday, or as early as tonight, really, we could start seeing some set 2 deck lists, because a lot of people do release tournament events. You get all your packs on Friday and you try to build a meta deck, and then you immediately go and compete. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of evolves from there in this case, because it could be something to definitely keep an eye on as we get ever closer. Now, we still don't have any regionals that are actually announced for China yet. They got 4. And so I'm wondering if, like, hey, you know, Riftbound's like, sorry guys, you got to wait till the rest of the world catches up, because we had one in Houston, we have one in Italy, we have another one, and then we have one in Vegas that is going to be happening. Both Italy and Vegas is going to be happening right before, so, or right after set 2, which is really crazy to consider. So that is kind of the downside of a brand new game that gets released in October. Who's going to want to go ahead and, you know, run all of these regional events during, you know, during the holidays? And it is sad that they didn't necessarily do the Italy regionals in January, so that each continent could at least have a set 1 regionals. Unfortunately, Italy doesn't get that. Europe doesn't get that. And that's going to be a little disheartening there, unfortunately. But even still, we have a lot of exciting things coming for you. They are still talking, so the pairings are not yet up. We are almost going to be there for you guys. Again, if you do have any questions or anything that you want to shoot the breeze with me on, otherwise, I can talk out of my butt all I want. You guys are here. So, but no, I absolutely am passionate and love Riftbound here. We are going to be here pretty much for the duration of the entire tournament. Could be an over 12-hour broadcast, and if you guys are here for that entire time, I apologize in advance. Hopefully my voice is bearable, but it should be really good to see who is going to be making it. We are going to be looking at, actually, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. That could be something really interesting to consider here while we wait. Yes, it is round 1, but that is something that we will keep an eye on here. So first and foremost right here, looks like, I mean, he was able to be into top 8 yesterday as well. But if you guys see any names that you might know, go ahead and let me know. Yeah, I don't know why Yu-Gi-Oh! Hasn't done that either. It's kind of weird that they still have the Japan list. Well, and the thing that makes me really mad, too, about Konami is they'll make the card a, you know, super rare in Japan, and then they'll release the same meta-defining hand trap card as a secret rare in America. and stuff like that just really gets under my skin. So it looks like Randy also ended up winning his first round as well. He's going to be one that we keep an eye on. I really hope that we get a feature match watching him. That would be incredible to see. But with that being said, it looks like we are officially starting round number 2. So really fun to see there. So right now, right off the bat, we got a Dreaming Tree and an Ahri coming in versus a Master Yi. So a master of the counters we might very well be enduring here. So kind of cool to see. I can't wait to watch what might be happening here in this case as well. Brian is going to be playing out a Zhonya's Hourglass, a little bit of a miss in this case. And now running the blue Ahri is going to be interesting here as well, mainly due to the fact that the blue Ahri can be extremely powerful because when you attack or defend with Ahri, you can pick a unit and -2 from them. So already with Ahri's legend ability, which is also going to be -1, that can be a big difference maker. And then immediately coming out with the aggression to play the Sprite Mother with a accelerated Sprite to then go up to 2 points. And this is the kind of start that you want against Master Yi, especially because he can have a really hard time getting into the battlefields. He's hoping for Dead Bloom. He's hoping for those cards to be able to get things going. And this might even force out a Master Yi at this point. And so something that you definitely have to be careful about here. Already, we have an accelerated Tasty Faefolk. Now, again, one of the things that you got to be very careful about is the -1 legend ability is so easy to forget about. And if you happen to forget about it, I mean, it can really backfire on you. But still, the Unguard is going to be enough to trade at that point, and the Hourglass is going back. Now, at that point, I don't necessarily know what I would rather have. Because the Death Knell of the Tasty Faefolk is channeling 2 runes and drawing a card. I would almost rather just have that at that point. But then again, you would then be wasting your entire turn 1 with not being able to play anything out onto the battlefield. And already we see a deficit of 3-0 with Brian falling quickly behind. But keep in mind, Aspirant's Climb is the card out on the battlefield. So we are playing to 9 points. And again, this is sounding like it is the Aurora Yi deck. And it seems like every Yi player has now made that transition over. So really interesting to consider here that, you know, they have made said transition. Now, again, this is going to be going... Any way I can saturate the video? I can try. I'll try that in between. I'm losing my perception of color. Yeah. Imagine how people felt in the 50s with black and white TVs. No, but anyway, but with that, another Unguard is going to be coming out. So the -1, it is now going to be 5-5 at that point, and another trade with the Tasty Faefolk. And man, you just got to feel so good about that. Now, still, all the runes are at the ready here. And so it'll be interesting to see how that is going to be making an impact as well. So let's go ahead and see what they might be able to do. Because, yeah, this could be a big turn. Master Yi needs to be able to get in here. And I'm forced to play out the Dead Bloom Predator. Oh, no, that is not what you want to see here. Yeah, a little bit of contrast. A little bit of brightness. Not too much. Just enough. Just enough. Down 5. Okay. Let me know if this is too much. We'll go down to 0.3. Gamma down to contrast up to 0.3. To color correct to make it a little bit sharper. Let me know how this color correction looks. I sometimes overdo it. Oh, wow. Just looked at the standings. Prismat beat Tarek Patel in round 1. What a game. That would have been one to cast. Just saying. That would be really cool to be able to see how that would unravel here. Let's go up to 0.5 on brightness. I think that would look a little bit better. There we go. Okay, there we go. I have added my own color correction here as well. Let me know how you guys like it. I did it a little bit more subtly, but it should still have a bit more contrast than what is on the Twitch. Thank you. So, should be easier on the eyes. Again, the stream is still lagging on their side. So, unfortunately, we'll see how that ends up playing out. But it looks like a Discipline is going to be targeting the Deadbloom Predator. So, a lot to be able to be prepared for. But still, even with the one at the ready here for the Ahri player, this could be a big difference. Andrew, get your eyes checked. I'll give you a hard time. I know you, IRL. So, right now, that is going to be a 9 to an 8. But again, if you go ahead and play any spell at that point, then the student will go ahead and go up as well. But looks like going to be opting not to play anything at that point. And yeah, I should be streaming the entire event. So I am here for a long time. Yeah, we should be finishing the event today. So I don't see why I wouldn't. If I pass out, I might not be able to, but I'll find a way. So, like we said, we're in round 2 of 9 before the top cut. And last time they went until it was about 7 p.m. that they were about to start their top cut. But they were going to be doing top cut in day 2. And you were going to be getting a round 1 bye in order to compete. But unfortunately, that meant that if you made it to the very top, you were going to be missing out on the actual 10K because you were only getting a round 1 bye and could very well still be competing. So because of that, they all decided to split the top 8 prize pool, which is really interesting to consider there as well. And especially because the prize pool was literally money towards the prize wall. That was it. And so every competitor in the top 8 of the $5 prize pool ended up just getting $650 each to go towards the prize pool, buy a box or things of that nature, buy some merch if you so choose. So interesting to see there. So let's see. I'll have to actually think on that. My best pool would probably have to be the Time Warp from the Nexus Night packs. From the Nexus Night packs, I haven't pulled anything good in the Nexus Night packs. the Poros because I use them. So here we go, though. This is going to be a big wall that is being put up here. Now we get to see what Aurora is able to do. And at this point, as the Aurora player, you're more so just finding yourself being able to stack the deck or stack the battlefields you're not mindful of or really even caring for the... you're not caring for... the Master Yi Legend ability at this point of adding +2. Quite the opposite, actually. You're more so just saying, I have 16 might, I have 20 might in a battlefield. Can you deal with it? Yes or no? And so this is going to be interesting. Also with a Defy in hand, has a lot of utilization. Maybe not necessarily units to be able to play out to the battlefield, but we'll see if he will then go ahead and be able to answer this. Right now, though, it is looking incredibly difficult for the Ahri player to go ahead and play this. And the difficult part is, though, I don't know if he necessarily has any gear removal there. And just like that, the Volley Bear comes out. I've pulled 3 of him. And a hidden card, which is an Hourglass. But still, now Aurora will go ahead and activate. And with 2 Deadblooms, now a Protector is going to be played in base, and you can only imagine how the Ahri player is currently feeling. And so, gosh, we'll see. Oh, you got the Teemo last week. Dude, man, I'm jealous. Good for you. That's awesome. I would be playing it in my Teemo deck if I pulled it. So yeah, that's going to be the big thing right here, though, is as Ahri, you need to be able to find a way to get back in. Now, the scary part about Volley Bear, though, is if you move over to the adjacent battlefield, too bad. Volibear is going to draw a card for every unit that you move over to the other battlefield. But if you want to attack into Volibear, oh, fine, he just has shield 3. So he's a 13. It just gets absolutely crazy on what you're trying to deal with here. So he is going to be going a Stupefy, able to go ahead then and -1 at that point, targeting the Yi. This is going to be scary. This could backfire because if he doesn't necessarily realize that the Volibear gets shield 3 and +1 for each card that you draw, that could be dangerous. At the same time, though, it might not matter at this point. He might just be trying to go ahead and take a battlefield, and then if he's able to do so, just try to hold. And so this is a difficult situation. At least the Yi player is tapped out. That's a little bit better of a situation to find yourself in for sure. And we'll check out to see what's going to be happening here. So here we go. Everything is moving in, and again, ooh, that is a discipline from the Nexus Knight packs. You can tell just by the foiling. Looks incredibly good. Oh, I'm so jealous of that. Now, going to be adding it to the Tasty Feyfolk, apparently. Looks like he is going to be doing so. So that is going to be going up to 8. -2 from the Ahri as well. So that's going to be interesting. Now, the Volibear will activate because it's moved. 2 units have moved over. And I think right now the Ahri player is realizing what that necessarily means. And even still, the Hourglass will then be activated at reaction speed, and it immediately moves back to the base per the rules because a gear cannot be in a battlefield. The only exception, of course, will be equipment in Game 2, but that is only because they are equipped to a unit at that point. So that is going to be a trade. The Dead Bloom is going to be put back into base. That is going to be 2 channeled runes from the Tasty Feyfolk and a card drawn, moving up to 6 points. But at the same time, you need to figure out a way on how are you going to be able to deal with 16 might. Now, at the same time, that's going to become 14, which is helpful because of the Ahri -2 legend ability. Not only that, but the -2 from the Ahri that is currently in the Aspirant's Climb. But we have to get to 9 points. This is going to be one of the hardest parts about going against Yi. They found the Aurora. They found the way in, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this is going to be playing out. Keldor, thank you so much for joining and becoming a member. Really appreciate it. Congrats, my dude. You're my first member. Dude, thank you. That really means a lot to me. Seriously, that's awesome. Welcome, and great to have you be a part of the team. But yeah, so, I mean, again, though, this Ahri is just in a very tough situation. You're already going to be seeing, just the swing in to take out the student, and everything is literally going to be a battle here at this point. You're going to be finding yourself really trying to win here, and still going to be going ahead and hiding a card here as well. Could very well be an Hourglass, and then building up your backfield. Now, taking out the Dead Moon Predator, one of the best things that he could have done at this point, especially with a tapped out Yi. That still is a lot of runes. You can play a lot of cards. I mean, and then I think I saw, was that a Sabotage in hand potentially? No, that was the one. It's a 2-cost. You can bring a unit in readied and draw a card. So that's going to be a big difference maker here. Potentially, but again, his hand seems relatively empty, but you could still pay the 2 to be able to draw a card. But at the same time, you definitely don't want to necessarily go against this. Now, again, we are going to go ahead and pay 2. He is only going to be channeling 1, so he still will be able to draw off of that as well, because if you are not able to channel 2 like the card says, you get to do both. You get to channel 1 and draw a card, which is why it can be such a powerful thing at this point in the game. Great timing there in that case, and still will have I mean, 7 runes to be able to utilize for the rest of turn. Again, if he goes 2, he could then go ahead and just draw another card. I mean, heck, he could go with paying 4 again and drawing 2 cards, 1 for this and 1 for the one that comes in ready and draw a card. I forget the name of that one. I know most of them. I just don't play it a lot, so I'm still working on building a Yi deck. I paid for 1 Dead Bloom, but that was with store credit. So this is a very difficult situation, and you feel for the Ahri player. He still at least will be able to go ahead and get things back, but the charm is going to be moving it over, so he has a chance to go ahead and activate the at reaction speed. He can also defy it, but again, you're so fearful of the Yi player defying your defy and it going through anyway, and you just feel like you are going to be under at that point. So instead, though, Consult of the Past will be going out. We'll see if he actually has a response to it. If he wants to defy it, he has 2 defies in hand. So this is something that Ahri doesn't necessarily expect. But to defy a defy after that and stopping your opponent from drawing 2 cards can be such a difference maker. And again, you can only feel for the Ahri player. That isn't going to necessarily do too much in this case. That is going to be marked as an attack, so the legend ability of Ahri will not be utilized here, unfortunately. But the -2 will still make an impact, but it will not be enough to even take out a unit. Also because you have to get over 13 with tank and things of that nature too. So immediately after that, going to be ending his turn and then playing out a unit. Now, to base or to a battlefield at this point. The Protector is going to be at 10 with the legend ability, and it looks like just another Protector coming in. And we'll go ahead and shuffle. Now, every time that you do activate the Aurora or things of that nature that puts cards, multiple cards at the bottom of your deck, you can give it to your opponent to shuffle. And in this case, did opt into doing so. It is 6-6, though, but we need to get up to 9 points. Cannot stress that enough. The main reason why I stress that so much and repeat myself on that is because I forget that a lot. But it looks like that is just going to be a scoop with little to no options. And this is going to be going into game number 2. So, I mean, the Ahri had a really good start there in the beginning, but then wasn't able to necessarily keep a hold on things. That can be such a difficult aspect that when you go ahead and you play the Aurora deck, you can just overwhelm your opponent. And even with the Ahri -1 and potentially even -3 with the Ahri champion, excuse me, you are going to be potentially finding yourself in situations that are so difficult to get around, especially when the battlefields are going to be utilized. This is live right now. We are currently in round number 2. Game 1 has gone to Aurora Yi here. Now, the difficult thing is going to be the fact that do you go ahead then and you take out your Auroras, your Volley Baron, your things of that, and your Mountain Drakes, and switch those in for your regular Yi deck? And at this point, I don't think I necessarily would. When I'm going against green and blue has 1 gear destruction. And it is a unit that is a very weak unit. And the only way that you can destroy said gear is if you happen to take a battlefield. So already right there, that is going to be such a difficult thing to try to do. You are not going to be able to take a battlefield with a 2 might when all of a sudden you have a Dead Bloom Predator and a White Flame Protector in a battlefield. And so unfortunately, in the Aurora matchup, blue-green can just really struggle here. And that's something that you definitely need to keep in mind as we go about this, because yeah, that's going to be the biggest thing. Aurora is just so good into Ahri. And again, Ahri just needs that gear removal. Green-blue is going to be really struggling with gear removal. That's one thing that I'm a little bit worried about with Ornn coming into this next set, who is going to be very gear-driven. But if your opponent is able to play some gear better, you might be finding yourself able to fall behind because they might be able to destroy all your gear, and there's nothing that you are going to be able to do in response to that. Every other color, every other main deck at least, has some form of gear destruction, except for blue-green. It does not have a great one that even is like not necessarily worth side decking. So yeah, the main stream is over on Twitch. Let me actually go ahead. I need to copy the thing real quick, and then I will post it over to you guys as well. Go ahead and check it out as well. So, but yeah, you guys are definitely welcomed. I do also definitely figure... So we'll see how this ends up going. So this is going to be interesting as we go into now game number 2. This again could be a big deciding factor as we move in. And again, they're moving in kind of slow. They're still on the commentators after the game is already starting, which is kind of surprising. So it looks like, though, the ramp is going to continue to be utilized here. Again, this is the hard part because Ahri needs to be able to get onto the battlefields, and then at the same time, you're almost hoping that your opponent misses the Aurora. If he ends up missing the Aurora, it can be something to really help you out. If not, though, then this game is pretty much as good as done. And so immediately going to be moving in with the Sprite Mother. He has to play the Sprite Mother to base, though. There is not ganking there in the Aurora, so if he goes ahead, and it's where it's played. So you got to be very careful about how that wording is in. This might be something to call a judge on. Let me actually pull up the actual wording. Sorry, guys. On the Piltover. Because, yeah, if I remember correctly, he needs to play the Sprite Mother out to base. Really nice of the guy, actually, to allow him to pull that card back and allow him to play it into the base, because he technically did not have to do that. Because Sprite Mother specifically says, when you play me, play a readied 3 might Sprite unit token with temporary here. And because that battlefield doesn't have ganking, he is unable to do so. So very well, Brian could have said, you know what? Sorry, dude. That's a misplay, and you gotta live with that. So good on him for allowing that redo. That is something that you don't have to do, but nice of him to be able to do it. So... Also, he's like, yeah, you can do it anyway. Won't matter. I have Aurora in hand. You know, kind of thing. But, no, still, either way, really nice on Brian to be able to do that. And, you know, I love that. Again, we always have the precedence to set out the toxicity that we have in this game. Even though, technically, this isn't toxic. If you say, sorry, dude, you can't, that's a misplay. You know, that's not toxic by any means. I don't want to say that. This is a completely different subject line here. But it's like, you know, in this community, especially compared to the other gaming communities that I've been in, this has been such just a friendly one. There still are definitely the rule sharks and the people of that nature. But even still, this has just seemed like it's been a really friendly community. I've been really grateful on the people that I've met, just being super kind and inviting. We shoot the breeze, we play a competitive game, and we have fun doing it. And that's what really this is about. You know, it's a hobby. We do like the chance to be able to compete and see what we are able to do. But in the end, it's a game, you know? And so it needs to be treated as such. And I love that this community has been able to go together and be able to get this going. So let's see, though. Ahri is still having a pretty good start, but still the rune count is officially there. Aurora can come back, and you can only imagine that the Ahri player is holding his breath at this moment. I mean, this is something that you definitely don't want to worry about or want to see. And if he doesn't see it, it could be a good response here to have, because, I mean, you might be able to deal with the board at that point. A Deadbloom Predator is going to be coming out, so that will be a sigh of relief. But with 3 runes out, you got to be mindful of this. This is something that's pretty scary. Now, of course, going to need to go ahead and channel the 2 to be able to play out the Deadbloom. So far, only, I think, 1's been put back in this case, so needs to do 1 more. Did he forget to put back 2? I think he forgot to put back 2. Yeah, it can make a difference. Otherwise, like, if you do just want to be quiet and whatnot, nothing wrong with that. But here we go with the Discipline coming out, putting the Deadbloom back up to, that's going to be going down to 5 because of Ahri and the Legend ability, and then going up to 7 at that point. And so, again, he has the Defy in hand, so he can try to go for the Defy here. But again, his Defy got defied in game 1, so with 2 runes still up, that's a little scary. but I feel like you do have to pressure it here. But it looks like a smoke screen, and you also have to recycle for the deflect cost. So that's going to be 2 that ends up needing to be recycled at that point. And the defy of that is going to be shutting that down. But again, he can now defy the defy. And if we defy the defy, essentially, but it looks like that's not necessarily going to be happening here in this case, and still going to be an absolutely great answer on getting that and taking down the Deadbloom Predator again. This is something that you're definitely wanting to see here in this case, and so the Ahri is still going to be taken out. That sucks, but still the fact that you are going to be able to go up to 6 and Aspirant's Climb is no longer a worry of a battlefield. Now you can go ahead, pull them back, rebuild the battlefield, and if they have a Deadbloom, too bad. You know, they have to play that to pace. You move right back in for the final 8 points. And so, looks like, though, going to be just fully hammering down on getting the battlefield points here and then immediately passing. He did have to sacrifice a lot of runes, one because of the deflect cost and also because of the just the exchange of everything with the defy and things of that nature as well. And so you got to just be a little bit careful with that. Only able to play out a Poro, and with 1 at the ready, that's scary. Now, Deadbloom will be the only card able to be played at this point. And so that's going to be something to really help out. You also see a Rune Prison in the hand of Brian, which is going to be very helpful here. And a Deadbloom is going to be coming down. Now, again, that is going to be -1, going to 7. That is going to be up to 5 there in that case. So we can go ahead and force the trade potentially. And so, yeah, looks like, not necessarily going to be utilizing that. Going up to 7, but again, needs to be able to move around that here. Yeah, looks like both competitors have had a few misplays, because if I remember correctly, there was only 1 card when the Deadbloom was played that was put on bottom. I'm not sure if I just missaw that, but yeah, it seems like the biggest mistake that a lot of competitors are making here is the fact that they are miscounting their power costs. And that's something that we've seen very, very common. And that was a big issue in Vegas as well. I mean, there was even times when I was competing in Vegas, I had to call a couple people out. And again, that's why I say I put my cards completely down. They're the same cards that you have in hand. You know, they don't change. Put them down and just watch your opponent, because it is up to you as well to make sure that, one, that you're not misplaying, but also that your opponent is not misplaying, because it is so easy, especially the habits that people have as competitors, that they, just playing too fast or whatever it might be can cause them to not play correctly here. So that's going to be hard, but this is 7-2 with no Aurora. I think the Aurora was finally drawn at this point. So now he might just have to play out the Aurora and hope that he is able to hit the final Deadbloom. 1 is in the grave and 1 is out on the field. So he is going to be trying to roll. If he is able to roll, he will still have to go ahead and get over the numbers here. So he has to hit the Deadbloom, and it's a White Flame. That's not going to be enough, and it looks like the Ahri is going to be taking game number 2. And guys, we are going into game 3, so that's going to be interesting here. Now again, will Brian then decide to switch out the Auroras? This time he did not see it until the very end of the game, and it cost him. He lost that game because he wasn't able to find the Auroras, and the Ahri is just able to move so fast and aggressively that it can be a really hard choice to make. And so, again, this is also something that you can do as the Aurora player. You can go ahead and have your cards in hand on your side deck and create a stack, and then take your side deck and just completely stack it all together, shuffle it, and make it seem like you're siding things out. And in reality, you are not. So that's definitely something that you can do to even psych out your opponent. But again, that's the risk and reward. If he's able to go ahead and find Aurora by turn 4, then Ahri's pretty much done at that point. But you got to keep that eye out. This is really interesting and something fun to be able to see there. So, guys, here we go. Going into game number 3. Who do you think is going to win? Let's pull it up here. Who will win? Ahri or Yi? So let's go ahead and see. And here we go into game number 3. And again, 20 minutes left on the clock, so might be a little bit longer of a break this go around in this case. So we'll see who is able to then utilize that properly. Yeah, that was a recent errata. Riot personally purchased the DBZ trading card game and made sprites all become Goku at that point, so something to keep in mind with that errata. It's definitely an exclusive card. It's high valued, but you know, that's just how this Ahri player competitor is. He goes above and beyond with his deck lists. So here we go. Vilemaw's Lair also going to be locking down, and I love the Trifarian War Camp coming out from the Ahri player as well. That's going to be very difficult to try to deal with that extra might that will be added. You're going to be able to start holding that, and then on top of that, you're going to be minusing attack and everything, or might, from your opponent with your Ahri legend ability and things of that nature, to where they don't get to use the Trifarian ability necessarily, but you do. And that can be a big difference maker. Now, of course, we have seen the ramp coming from Brian here. Now, will he then go ahead and be able to utilize the Aurora? Even still, he's able to do so. He's able to at least play a Yi next turn if he so chooses. Goku coming out again. Got to watch out for that Spirit Bomb. It does take 5 turns to be able to do that Spirit Bomb, but if you are able to get that off, you automatically win the match, and the entire arena will just be decimated, and the tournament's over at that point. But you won, so that's what matters. So with that, though, this is going to be really interesting to see what we will be able to do and go into. He found the Aurora. I'm sorry for shouting there, but wow, he found the Aurora. And that's going to be a big find there. If he's able to hit a Dead Bloom, that is going to be more salt on the wound here. And there is the Dead Bloom. And that is going to be going over to the Aporo. That is going to be -1. And then the Poro is going to be at 6. So that is only 7 to 8. And he is completely tapped out. So if we go ahead and we have an Unguard here. Or wait, no. Because he is -1. He's getting the Trifarian add-on. So that cancels out. But yeah, looks like not going to play anything there. But still, that would have been 6 to 8. So you very well could have traded at that point, but opting not to. This is going to be able to now get in and utilize here. It's going to be tough. This is going to be something to really make a difference here. You got to watch out for that Aurora. Again, Ahri does not have answers for Aurora. There is no way to take out that gear, and he has found it on turn 3. So while Ahri is able to go up to 3 now, that's great, but this is going to be an uphill battle. Yeah, it's safe to say after finding that. So I'm ending the poll before you guys can switch your votes. Yeah, 1 Poro and Typhurian, no way to trade. Yeah, because, well, the Poro had shield, though, so it would be... Or, oh, that was me counting it as the Master Yi ability. Sorry. I'm so used to that Poro being in Yi, so I was counting it at 6. It's actually going up to 4 is all. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that is my fault. So, yeah. I was taking it as though it was Yi, because that's the only time I've played against the shield Poro is against Yi. So I always count it as like, oh yeah, it's at 5. So it's early. This is going to be a very difficult part. Great job on at least getting the Ahri out into the other battlefield. Now it is a landlocked here, though. It will not be able to move because of the Vilemaw's Lair unless you are somehow able to give it ganking, which is not possible in the Ahri deck. And so again, though, another Dead Bloom Predator. He won't be able to at least take down the he won't be able to take down the Ahri here. Yep, going to be sacrificing the 1 power to be able to bring in the Yi at the ready. That is going to be 6. That will go down to 3 at that point with the Ahri as well. So that's dangerous. That's difficult to try to take. But now the Aurora will go off, hitting the Dead Bloom. Probably not going to necessarily happen, but the Protector is going to be able to be hit here. And do you go ahead and reinforce? Yeah, can only not move to base with the Vilemaw's Lair, so that's something to keep in mind. If you do happen to get ganking, that is something. So you could go ahead and play the Yi. In fact, he probably should have played the Yi and the Trifarian War Camp, and then just ganked over to Vilemaw's Lair to protect the Trifarian, and then just move right over right after the fact. That could definitely be interesting. But yeah, you can still retreat the Ahri, but you cannot move it back to base. You can, though, with Zhonya's Hourglass, because the card specifically says this is not a move. And because it says it's not a move, Hourglass can also get around that. And so here we go. We are getting into the cusp of the end of this game. So we will see what is able to be done here and if this is going to be able to be answered properly. It might not. This could be something to really slow down the Ahri player, but if he's able to continue to hold, that might be enough to get things moving. Gosh, it's going to be such a difficult situation. What decks are you guys hoping to see broadcasted today? Any deck in particular you're hoping to take a look at? Let me know in the comments. Okay, here we go. Now, of course, the Yordle is coming out. They still do at least have 3 units. I almost would want to play the Yordle at this point in the zone as well, just because you're also going to be getting tank a part of that. So even if they are somehow able to get over things, well, cool. At that point, I am going to be able to then get in and you know, the Yordle might die, but everything else might be able to survive. So here we go. The Protector is going to be moving in, going in at 6 because of the Ahri. Now, of course, Consult of the Past is going to be going out. It will not be defied. That is a good tell, knowing that you might be able to play your final 4 cards. He might be still saving the Defy as Brian to be able to utilize if there is any disciplines or things coming in. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on here. So we'll see how that's going to be able to make an impact. And that is taken out. What answers did Ahri have in hand? I mean, so many cards in hand, but then opting not to go ahead and utilize them. But again, that is going to be 16 that is there for the White Flame Protector. And that is just so difficult to try to take down. And again, I mean, you just got to feel for that Ahri player. He is playing so well. But unfortunately, the deck is just decking here for the Master Yi and is so powerful, improving why Aurora Yi can be one of the top decks. This deck list got 2nd place in Houston, and it is proving I have what it takes. If you don't have the answers, I'm going to make you pay for it, and this is something that you got to watch out for. And it looks like this very well, still a lot of points left. It is 4-4 currently. But still, at this point, this game is pretty much as good as done. He is going to just be playing out a Tasty Feyfolk and saying pass. Another 2 points gained for Brian, going up to 6 at that point. You know, and it's like I definitely feel for it. I love seeing the Ahri because it's definitely not represented. It's probably one of the lowest represented decks currently, and the fact that it is so lowly represented and now able to, you know, go ahead and this guy was able to take it to the tournament, you know, great for him. And also there is even an advantage to not necessarily playing against Ahri. It's very easy to forget about the legend ability of the -1 that is applied to all units. And so But in this case, Aurora is just too overpowering. And unfortunately, from what we've seen yesterday as well, Aurora was a very, and I mean very, prominent deck. I think probably 4 of the 9 rounds casted were Aurora Yeez or MF Aurora. That's scary. That is something to watch out for. And now you're even seeing a volley bear being hit off of the Aurora as well. And that is pretty much going to seal up the game. So we'll see how this is able to get responded to at this point. This is going to be a difficult situation. There is no way to come back from this. He's going to be able to spend another round just absolutely bombarding the board with units. And that is going to be the scoop, saying, hey, dude, you got it. And, you know, Aurora Yi is going to be able to take down the Ahri, and a great job from Yi. You got to be so careful about how you go about that, because if you're not careful, it's going to be a GG at that point. So, great job there on being able to fight against your opponent and get those answers needed. The Ahri still being able to take a game is something to watch out for. I mean, it can take it to Yi. That minus ability pretty much negates the legend ability, but still, now it looks like pretty much all the Yis at this event are going Aurora Yi again. We saw this in the last regionals in China. And now that the second place regional winner of Houston was able to be an Aurora Yi, that switches everything out. Aurora Yi is back, and it is here to stay. So definitely something to keep in mind there. Anyway, guys, so it should be a quick break. It looks like, still 10 minutes on the clock, so it is going to be about a 20-minute break here. We're going to be keeping it here with you guys in the meantime and just see what we have in store for you. Thank you guys so much for being here. A great game to be seen, and that was round number 2. We still have 7 more rounds until the top cut. Currently, 11:22 in Orlando, 9:22 where I am at with you guys right here and right now. Great to have you all. Cannot get enough caffeine. It'll be really great to see how everything ends up unraveling as we get ever closer to that top cut. $10,000 up for grabs. And with that being said, that's going to be something to definitely watch out for, because tomorrow is going to be another 5K, but that is going to be more for the prize wall. Now, with that, this is going to be interesting because the prize wall, it looks like, or the $10,000 tournament, actually, the prize wall might actually be pricing in prize wall tickets as well, not a cash prize from what I am seeing. So let's see, because from the information that I was able to get from Jacob is specifically saying right here that the tournament details, format best of 3, entry fee $50, 9 rounds of Swiss, and then day 2 Sunday is going to be top 8 elimination. Oh, so we might not even get day 2 today either. That might be on Sunday, so we're going to be bringing that to you guys as well tomorrow. And so that'll be really interesting to see. So it looks like the 10K is not for the prize wall. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought. And so I really hope that it is in cash. The 5K was definitely for the prize wall. The 5K was for the prize wall. So we'll see how that ends up going here. Looks like we also potentially might have an interview here. So let's go ahead and turn that up. I'm not sure if they're quite cutting to that just yet, but we'll see. Yep, looks like they are.
Here live after round number 2. I am joined by the winner of round number 2 in our feature match, Mr. Brian. Brian, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good after that game.
I would think so.
Yeah.
When you signed up this morning and you were putting your deck together, were you thinking, oh, Ahri, I'm going to be playing a lot of Ahri today?
No, absolutely not. No, and I was so scared of like time warps and everything else because that deck can get a little scary. So
Absolutely. Do you have a lot of reps on Ahri? I'm guessing that's not a deck that a lot of people play test against.
I have a local that plays it,
Okay.
but that's about my extent. It's a couple of games here and there, not a whole lot. So.
Nice. Well, it worked out for you. You got a little still scary there for a moment, but game 3 looked like everything went pretty smooth for you, so that's great to see. Why Master Yi today? Obviously, a lot of people talking about Annie, a lot of people talking about Kaisa. What made you decide, other than the fact that maybe you got those cards first? Because I know right now it's hard to build multiple decks. But what made you decide to go with the Aurora E deck today?
Yeah, so I've been playing mid-range E for a while.
Okay.
And so we were kind of thinking about, okay, mid-range E is really good into Annie. Annie's going to have a high representation, but the highest representation overall was still Kaisa.
Sure.
And I want to have the best matchup into that, which
For
Aurora
sure.
does.
For sure.
And then I can tech for the Annie matchup. So that was kind of my thought there.
Awesome. Yeah. So you're just looking to play against some Kaisas today, which most people are probably not looking for that, but yeah, you're looking to be the Kaisa killer today. So wishing you luck on the rest of the event. I'm sure we'll probably be seeing you later if you keep it up, and I appreciate you taking the time for the interview.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited.
Thank you so much. Keep an eye on Brian. He's coming for you guys.
All right. So with that being said, we are going to be starting round 3 here pretty soon. And Max Tapra is, or however you say his last name. I always say his last name wrong, but is currently MIA, unfortunately. Probably doing a quick bathroom break. But with that being said, you can check out the live stream over on their Twitch channel. Going ahead and going to be posting that here for you guys. Let me see if I still have the Control V. I do. Yep. And then let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. That's also going to be a great window into seeing what is what we are going to be going against here and seeing. So with that being said, current leaderboards right now, we are looking at, let me actually F5 that just in case. Okay, it is live update. So they are now at time, 1 minute past time at that point. So everyone is currently in turns. And so with that, this is going to be interesting to see. Going to refresh just in case. Okay, looks like not a lot of them have been reported at this point. So definitely makes sense. So yeah, it looks like we are just going to be going ahead and doing the mainstream of the tournament. They are not doing Top Cut today. They will be doing the final tournament tomorrow, and they or the Top Cut of the tournament tomorrow. So definitely stay tuned for that. We'll see how much we are able to get done of that. But definitely something to keep an eye on. It's going to be fun to see what that is going to entail. But this is the leaderboard currently. If you see anyone that you know or who you are looking out for, definitely keep an eye on. Prismaticism currently in 14th place, though round 2 hasn't necessarily been reported just yet. So we'll see how that is going to continue to unravel as things go. We'll take a look at it again right before the start of round number 2 to see where all the standings are, because that in and of itself can make a big difference. So we'll see what ends up happening. But no, this has been a really good tournament so far. The pairings are pretty much looking about good here. We do have one person who is waiting to finish, or a couple tables that are still waiting to finish. So some things to keep in mind as we go about that. Let's go ahead and see Priz. Yep, Prismaticism lost 1-2 in that point. Kind of sad to see. And let's see, who else did we want to see? Let me, oops. Actually, yeah, I do need to check the Discord. And, oh, 2-0 from Jibs. So Jibs is absolutely killing it right now. So let's see. Nope, wrong Alex. Oh, come on. Nope. Okay. Well, still, great job on being able to go 2-0 for him there. Jibs is doing absolutely great. One guy that we are following very closely here. So with that being said, let's go ahead and see how it is going. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, just super awesome to be able to have you all here. It is going to be an exciting day to see how this meta is going to be going about here. Again, this is going to be a long break because we are currently at time. Can only imagine how many tournaments are going on today as well. That's going to be something to definitely keep an eye on as we go about it. But I'm really excited to see what set 2 is going to bring our way. I know we are still 2 months away from that. It has been officially released in China. What decks are you guys hoping to play here in this case? Let me go ahead and post the bracket in chat again for you guys. So personally, Draven is looking really fun. Looking forward to that and seeing what is going to be there. Seems like he can be just an absolutely devastating deck. Renata's going to be really scary as well. That's one that I am definitely keeping an eye on. Renata Hook could be something that is very scary to try to endure. Jax is also looking really good. Ornn is going to be interesting. If Ornn can start strong and be able to get things done, it could be something to really keep an eye on. But again, come tonight and tomorrow as well, we very well might be seeing what all of that is going to have in store for us. A lot of really exciting stuff to be able to see. Set 1 has been really great. Unfortunately, the allocation hasn't been great. So people who have found out about this game after the fact, unfortunately, hasn't been able to do so. Now, here's the funny part. Let me see if they've actually fixed this. I want to scan this QR code because since yesterday, they have claimed that there is only one left in stock. Now, of course, that is a marketing ploy to just basically say, hey, there's pressure to buy. We're soon to run. Yeah, they're still saying brand new and one left in stock. So, yeah, it's to just create that urgency in that case. Like, I need to buy, kind of thing. And, rightfully so. But that, unfortunately, is sometimes how it is. So, kind of fun to see how all of this will be able to unravel. Going to be curious on how the rest of this game is going to go. There's a lot of game left to be had, and we will see. Gonna go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break to give my voice a little bit of a rest, and we will be right back in about 3 minutes. Alrighty, with that being said, we are almost back. 1 more minute. I was almost back. Gonna refill my drink real quick. All right. Welcome and good to have you guys back. We'll bring the music down a little bit just for you guys. Now, with that being said, we are about to start into round 3. Round number 1, we saw Victor versus Kaisa, a really cool matchup where Victor was able to go ahead and take down game number 2, or game number 1. But unfortunately, Kaisa was able to swing in and hit hard and was able to get a lot of removal to make it very difficult to try to keep that response hitting. And unfortunately, the Victor in game 3 had fallen to the Kaisa, but very well played by both competitors. Then at that point in game number 2, we saw an Aurora Yi that then decided to also be going against an Ahri, something that we didn't necessarily think that we would be seeing a lot of. And when the Aurora hit, it ran, and ran it did into Ahri and absolutely devastated that deck in round number 2, being able to take 2 games to 1. When the Aurora wasn't hit, Ahri was a pretty scary deck, but in game number 3, unfortunately, it was just too much to handle as Aurora was found on turn number 3, and that solidified everything. So, with that being said, we are still here for 3 more, or for round number 3, for 6 more rounds in total. That's a long day. We're excited, though, to be here, and thank you guys so much for being here. It has been an absolute treat to have you guys here, and can't wait to see, again, the main broadcast is currently going. They are on a break right now. They are past rounds, and we will see when they are able to then come back into this. But once this game starts, we will be happy to bring you round number 3. Now, one thing that I'm really hoping to see in this next round, we haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of Annie yet. We haven't seen any other, we've seen a lot of Aurora Yis. In both days of competition, we have seen a lot of Yis. And that's something to really, kind of keep an eye on. Everyone seems to have switched over to the Aurora Yi build that won the second place deck in Houston. Now, again, that is definitely going to be something difficult for you to go against when you are going against an Annie. Annie is doing a very good job on being able to counter Yi and Aurora Yi at that point, being able to bounce them back into the battlefield with things like Fight or Flight, or just making it very difficult for you to be able to, kill off the units. Yi is very good at trying to move units in and around and things of that nature to get them taken care of, but not able to do so with Annie. So, tough situation there for sure. But hopefully we get to see an Annie and a little bit less Aurora. Not gonna lie, after casting now five rounds of Aurora, it's like, come on, just give me something else, please. Every player is playing Aurora Yi. Let's just accept that and move on. But no, it's been a great time and so great to have you guys here. It is a Saturday morning. We are currently at 11:38 in Orlando. And round number 3 could be starting at any time. We are currently looking to see there are still... Oh, there was a draw that ended up happening. And then we have 2 games that are still currently going in round number 2. And then we should be getting the pair up. So we'll see how this is going to end up going. But yeah, it looks like 2 games at this point. Oh, 3 games. Okay. So nothing too serious there. 13 minutes past time, so it really should be any time now. The clock should be stopped, and we were going to go ahead and get that going. Really exciting stuff to see. Go ahead and check out the brackets for yourself here right now. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to make the top cut. And, I mean, is Master Yi just back in it? Are we going to be seeing Master Yi really break into this top cut where we're going to see maybe 3 going into the top 8 potentially? I mean, it's possible. Aurora Yi, like what we saw in the interview a couple minutes ago, he's saying, this is the Kaisa killer. You can't necessarily continue to deal with all of these threats. And, I mean, he's exactly right about that. The thing being, though, is that if you end up getting the gear destruction, well, what is he going to be able to do about that? You can't necessarily defy that, but again, you're going to be running the wind wall to anticipate that, because the wind wall will definitely counter that spell. Oh. So, okay, sorry, muted. I thought I was muted. Nope, okay, luckily not. So anyway, we'll see how the rest of this continues to go. We have been streaming currently for near 3 hours, waiting for round number 3 to start. So keep enduring, guys. We are almost there. So gonna see what ends up happening. I'm gonna be curious. Now, one deck that I've actually been having a lot of fun in set number 1 so far has been Yasuo. We have actually, let me go ahead and pull up Galewind's deck list. We got time, you know, why not? We're gonna be keeping an eye. I'm keeping an eye on the stream on my phone just so I don't end up missing anything on accident. And so that should help. And then let's go over some deck lists and see what we end up getting here. So, alrighty. So, I mean, we got time, and I'd rather entertain you guys than just have you sit on a waiting screen. So, let's go ahead and see. So, let's see. Jeff Jones regional Yi deck was really interesting too. So this is a iteration. Now that I finally got my 3rd Mind Splitter, I'm gonna take out the Tasty Fey Folk. I'm playing something different every single week. Just so you know, like I have Annie right here. For those of you who can see, I mean that's a traveling merchant. That doesn't help prove anything, but yeah, you know, here's the Vi at least, you know, kind of thing. I have the Annie right here that I've been shuffling just to pass the time. I have Yasuo built. I have Darius Hook built. I have Kaisa built. I have $30,000 of credit card debt, and I play this game way too much. But with that being said, guys, this is the deck that I've been taking, or going to be taking on Monday. I took it on Wednesday and ended up going 3-0 with it as well. Yasuo has been doing really good. Probably one of the best budget-friendly decks. I mean, right here we see that literally a $20 deck, essentially, for this entire one. And this is the one that Galewind's got top 64 in. Now, he could have gotten higher. He even said that he could have taken it as well. He feels like in his video when he was posting this. But the big thing about that is they actually made a mistake in Houston where a competitor was able to go ahead and see all of the decks in top 64. And because of that, they allowed everyone to get the deck lists at that point. And Galewind's Yasuo, what it thrives on here. Oh, whoops. Let me do the bouncing ball. Whoop. Okay. And what Galewind's thrives on is the surprise factor. You're not going to be seeing a lot of these things coming at you in this case. And so, for example, first off, Scrap Heap. You're going to be going turn 1, Zon Warrens, then Scrap Heap right there. To be able to discard and draw 2, always really good right there. You also have the Traveling Merchant to help out with that. Then come game 2, you're just going to take that out, easy sub out at that point. Then likewise, you have things like Tide Turner, which can really surprise your opponent. Rasha, the Sunderer, really good. Mind Splitter to be able to literally take out any card from your opponent. Just another great option there as well. So going to be interesting to see how that is going to continue to endure. But again, if you're looking to build a budget deck that can really take it to Kaisa and things of that nature, also Galewind's ended up uploading a video of his deep dive into the deck and how his regionals went, and even goes into each matchup as well. So he's like, hey, when you're going against Kaisa, if you have a Mind Splitter in hand, you keep it in hand, because that is going to take out the Acathian Rains, the Time Warps, and things of that nature that you are worried about in this case. So some really fun deck tech, some really cool stuff to be able to see there in that, and have absolutely loved what this deck has been able to do. And it really shuts down Annie too, which is something that a lot of people might not necessarily anticipate too. You see Yasuo as an Annie player and you're like, okay. And then it's like, well, you go ahead and you send it in Yasuo, and then they go ahead and they bounce it back with Fight or Flight. And then you use your legend ability to be like, no, sorry, he's moving back in, and Annie's tapped out. What are you going to do? Or you just go ahead and play Ride the Wind, and you go ahead and take both battlefields, and Annie's already pushed you back thinking that you're safe. So it can be an Annie killer as well, which is why Yasuo can be such a slept-on deck. And so this is going to be interesting, though, too. I'm really hopeful for Teemo. I'm really hoping that we are going to be able to get some good wins here. Teemo has had some really good showings, but unfortunately, when you are facing as many Kaisas as you are, even if you get a 2-drop out, there's not necessarily a whole lot that you can do about that if they have a Hex Tech Ray in hand. That's the hard part. If they don't have a Hextech Ray in hand, then your advantage, your win rate immediately skyrockets, and you can take it to Kai'Sa. That's going to be the big thing. Again, though, Teemo can also struggle into the Aurora E, which is what we're probably going to be seeing today. So we'll see what ends up happening. But it could be anyone's game. The prize pool is definitely going to be something to keep an eye on. Here we go again, guys. We are now 20 minutes past due. Everything should be pretty much reported at this point. Yep, there's the draw. Good. And yeah, looks like pretty much everything is reported. Come on. Give me good news. Yeah. Wow. Okay, everything is reported, so we should be starting round number 3 here any time now. So definitely good to keep an eye on. We'll keep watching on the standings here as well. Let's see what we currently have. Andrew Duvel going in at 6 points. Really well done there. Now, of course, this is still going to be a very tight field until round 5 or 6. Then it's really going to start thinning out here as well. Randy currently going at 6 points as well. Great to see him doing well. I'm not sure what he's playing. I know he allowed Jibs to play Kai'Sa, so I'm curious if he switched decks, but time will tell. Still, though, we're looking really good here. We'll see what is ending up being played. We'll hope the pairings are paired here soon. But still, this has been really cool to be able to see. If there's anyone that you are looking at following there, here again is going to be the list, and we are looking good. So, with that being said, we have a little bit more time that we are going to be waiting. Hopefully anytime now, we should be going ahead and moving in. Thank you guys again for being here. Great to have you all. This is going to be an exciting day. Round number 3. Now, of course, sometimes that is the hard part about in-person tournaments. We are going to be finding ourselves here on this screen a decent amount. They aren't staggering out or playing with a delay in this case. And so they are pretty much coming at us live. And so sometimes that can be a little difficult to try to play around. So we'll see. I'm going to keep refreshing until we definitely see the round 3s being paired. But this is going to be fun. So, and again, we should be having Jacob joining us here around round 4 or 5. I still wish that they were playing the tournament in the entire day. That would be really nice. Definitely would be here for that, but unfortunately that is not going to be the case. Also, if that's not the case, we probably will go ahead and get things going at that point and go to another Nexus night tonight because the wife is going to be nannying, so might as well. Anyway, with that being said, guys, this is going to be exciting. The meta is feeling wide open. I do have to say, this is going to be interesting because, again, this is very reassuring. We thought at the beginning that this was going to be a one-sided kind of meta where it's like, well, either you play Kai'Sa or the Kai'Sa killer. Kai'Sa's going to be 50% of the field. Oh, no, that really sucks. But even still, it's looking like that is not the case. And I mean, the first couple of regionals have been proving that it could be anyone's game at this point. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Set did not have a good showing whatsoever, though, in Vegas. It had a good showing in Vegas and Atlanta. Sorry, in Houston. Did not have a good showing. But yesterday in the 5K... we saw the winner of the Atlanta be able to go in and get top 8 of that 5K. So is that going to be something to keep an eye on? And is Set going to be able to make the top 8 here as well? Going to be something to watch out for as we continue to go into this meta. I'm going to be curious to see how it ends up going. This could be anyone's game. The field is wide open. Now, of course, I will say, though, that one of the biggest setbacks, though, feels like Annie sometimes really struggles with going second. Yes, you still have some certain gameplay that you are able to do. You're able to go aggressive and things of that nature. But Annie has sometimes one of the best turn 1, turn 2 starts when you are going first, because turn 1, you can go a traveling merchant, And then turn 2, you will immediately go ahead and play out like a sneaky deckhand or things of that nature. And you're essentially having a great chance of going up 3 points to 1. And that in and of itself can be a big deal. So guys, it looks like we are going to be starting round number 3 pretty much any time now. Thank you so much for being here. This is going to be exciting. Who are we going to be getting for our next event? Yeah, Emotional is going to be at this event. He actually had a pretty good showing yesterday as well. Been following him on X to see where he is at. But yeah, it looks like he should have a pretty good game today, and I'm curious to see what he might be able to do as well. So we'll keep an eye on that and keep following those competitors as this field is going to continue to get ever thinner. Round number 3, I mean, again, sometimes you go 2-0 and you're like, huh, I'm doing pretty good. And then you will go against a competitor who just absolutely steamrolls you. You got to be super careful about that in this case. But still, it's going to be fun to see how everything ends up unraveling as we go into round number 3. What did he go yesterday? I need to remember his real name. But if I remember correctly, he lost 2 yesterday. If I remember correctly. There was like 5 different competitors I was following. But no, if I remember right, he lost 2. So 7-2. Also, is the music at a good level where you can still hear it, but it's actually in the background? Not too distracting? Let me know. So round 3 is officially paired. We are going to be seeing who gets... Oh, is Mo on table 260? That might be Emotional. I could totally see table 260 being Mo. And currently at 6 points, so he is 2-0 right now. So good for him. Okay, good. Thank you. We will, of course, be turning that down. A smidge higher, you say? There we go. Smidge higher. Yeah, so... And would you guys prefer the music during the gameplay as well? It's going to be kind of the same instrumental, upbeat kind of stuff. Not necessarily to get in the way, so go ahead and let me know. About to start round number 3. So great to be able to see here. But yeah, let me know if you guys would like music to go. It'd be just like this, sometimes intense, sometimes uplifting. Go ahead and let me know. Thank you guys. So again, we are still waiting to see what this is going to bring for us. Thank you. All right. Now, one thing that I do like that they've been doing here at PPG rather well has been they've been playing a lot of different decks. Yes, we've seen a lot of, like, the Aurora Yi, but it's like, hey, it's Aurora Yi versus Ahri. Hey, this is Kai'Sa versus Victor. Yesterday, we also had a pretty diverse cast where we were getting, like, MF Aurora versus Kai'Sa and things of that nature. So it wasn't just the Kai'Sa mirror match and things of that nature that we were seeing time and time again. So a really good job on Pro Play for being able to do that here. And so we'll see how that ends up going. And if this is going to be something to keep in mind as we continue to unravel in these tournaments. This is going to be intense, and there is a lot to be seen here as we go into round number 3. They're probably waiting a little bit to maybe get a delay going now. So we'll see if that's going to be something that they are going to be anticipating, because last time we did end up having about a 30-minute break in between round 2 and 3 here. We're still waiting in this case, and that can be something to really slow things down. So, texting the wife, make sure she's alive. She might join us later today, too. I told her if she wants to come in and join and sit in. That'll basically be me explaining everything to her, but that's, perfectly fine. So. Here we go. Here we go. It looks like we are going to be starting the game. of round number 3. And here we go. It looks like we are going to be going a Kaisa versus a... Come on, what is that? Misfortune. So this is going to be an interesting one to move into as the competitors are looking to start and doing their mulligans. So we'll see how that ends up going out as we move into this next game. I'm going to be curious to see how all of this is going to unravel here. So, again, though, unfortunately, there still is a little bit of lag coming in from PPG on their stream. But again, they are streaming 3 different 10Ks going on today in the actual facility, so that can bog down the internet a little bit. But here we go into round number 3. Both competitors, of course, being 2-0, Kaisa versus MF Aurora. Now, again, the big thing with that is that a lot of competitors are going to be sighting in the destruction. And the dangerous part about going MF Aurora, I still feel like that MF Aurora is the better deck compared to the Yi, because you still get the Dead Bloom, but then you get Mind Splitters and things of that nature to really bombard your opponent with. But at the same time, you don't have to worry about the Defies and stuff that are going to be coming from the MF. So if you do get the gear destruction that destroys all gear, sorry MF, your Aurora is going to be destroyed. But again, that's going to be the big thing here for Michael. This game 1 is going to need to be settled fast. He's going to have to get that turn 2. He's going to have to go Sprite Mother if he's running it in the main deck, and not a lot are. Sprite Mother, and then immediately over into the Kaisa, into the other battlefield. But at the same time, you're looking at Sigil of the Storm, and anytime that you conquer Sigil of the Storm, you need to recycle 1 rune. So, and keep in mind, he got the 1 of 1 in Houston. So again, the Ahri, yeah. So he is the #1 Aurora player of Houston. That is something to definitely keep an eye on. Was able to perform really well, but if I remember correctly, that was... MF Aurora did make top 64, and I think got batted out at top 32, if I recall correctly. Let me know if I'm wrong, chat, on that. He lost his top 64 round 1. Okay, that's correct. Okay, cool. Thank you. So here we go again. This is going to be some very fast gameplay, and immediately a lot of red out into the battlefield, or into the rune zone, at least whatever that zone is actually called, but still more ramp. And again, this is going to be something to really help out. At least you got to be a little bit careful with going against the MF, because you can't... Ooh, the gust is going to be something to slow down too in that case. Now, the nice part about that, though, is that you can go ahead and accelerate out the Kaisa into the Reaver's Row. So if a Dead Bloom ends up hitting out into the battlefield, Reaver's Row can immediately just back them out and just go right back in on the following turn. And that's going to be the big thing. You need to be able to find the Aurora if you think that you can stand a chance, because there are a lot of finishes here that are going to be making this incredibly difficult for the Aurora if they end up missing some. And again, just going wide, so not going to be opting in for the Kaisa play, even though probably doing so because there is no retreat in hand. But even still, I do think the card draw would be important. And with Reaver's Row being available for the taking, would have been the play I made. But again, that's why I am the caster and not the player. So is going to be flipping cards face down and going with the Aurora out into the battlefield. This is going to be an intense hit as we continue to unravel the cards, as a Dead Bloom Predator is hit. So not going to be able to get that first point. Again, very good on trying to go ahead and make sure that you're not able to get those early points. Michael, of course, still has 1 point, if I recall correctly, because it was gusted. Was it gusted after the fact or on the move? Nope, I think it was gusted beforehand. So he never did score the point. So round 3 of 9 with a lot of gameplay still to come. This is going to be an exciting time as we move ever closer. But again, this is going to be the big thing. This is the hard thing about game 1 for Michael. He is going against MF Aurora and not going to be able to necessarily get things moving. You need to get those responses. And with Dead Blooms, Kaisa struggles against Dead Bloom because really the only thing that can then take it out is going to be a Darius Cleave. If not, you're going to be paying for that because if you have something like the Falling Star or things of that nature, it then is going to be able to attack the Dead Bloom, sure, but then you have to pay the deflect cost, and that can cost you. And so, again, though, a lot of Kaisa players are also main decking the Time Warps. So if you are able to go ahead and even get to 6 points, you can go to 7 and then just really reinforce the battlefield and then try to go and get that 8th point from the Aurora MF. The thing that a lot of people forget, though, about MF is that her legend ability allows you to then go ahead and add ganking, meaning that you can go from one battlefield to another. So game 2, we might very well see Viomaz Lair and then just immediately being able to move over like that. So very interesting to see how this is going to be playing out. So, but again, the Dead Bloom Predator is going to be immediately moving in and sacking a rune on the Conquer, going up to 1 point. Now, the interesting part is they are not keeping score of the dice, but the second Aurora is coming out onto the battlefield again. So that is going to be double activation to get things moving here. Oh, no. If another Dead Bloom is hit, this is going to be GG, and it looks like the commentators have told them, hey, oh, slight miss on that point, and you saw Michael get happy about that. You do not want that to hit a Dead Bloom Predator because it can immediately fish that right back out and play to the field. Not only that, that is a 5 might unit that is going to be hit, and there is the second Dead Bloom being played out to base there. Did he only play 8 for the year? No, he had one floating. He floated before the Conquer. Because on Conquer, you have to sacrifice a rune. So he's like, hey, I'm just going to float one. So that's usually how you go about that. Usually. So, though this is not looking good for Michael whatsoever in this case, this is going to be almost a GG. It is near impossible to come back when you are going against double Aurora in this case. There's going to be very little that you can actually do to get into this game. You know, even with a Darius Cleave, you might be able to go ahead and take it, but, you know, they're just going to immediately be able to move right back in and say, hey, sorry, you're going to feel the pressure now. So we'll see how this actually ends up going here. Now, with that, of course, there is still a lot of game left, so you can't necessarily count Michael out, at least for Game 2 and Game 3. Game 1, it's pretty much over. You know, I hate saying that. And if I was legit, if I was actually casting the actual event, that would be something that I would stay away from saying in this case, just because generally you do want to keep that, those kinds of comments to yourself. A lot can still happen, but it doesn't necessarily feel like anything is going to be able to really get, you know, Michael over that hill in this case. And especially without a retreat in hand, that's going to be the tough thing. Because if you had the Darius and you could go ahead and retreat, then you could keep bombarding and keep getting that additional point time and time again. But unfortunately, that's not going to be something that you're able to do at this point. And so that's going to hurt. And we'll see if this is going to be something he might be able to bounce back in, but I don't think so. Again, though, the Cleave is going to be coming out, changing his might up to 10, so a battlefield is going to be his for the taking. Now, unfortunately, I gotta say, I would be personally taking Sigil of the Storm. Otherwise, you are just going to be pushing back the Dead Bloom. Now, here's the scary part. That deflect for the card draw is going to be costing him. Anytime that you target the Dead Bloom, you are going to have to recycle here. And with 2 runes at the ready, that is also scary. So that is going to be 10-7 at that point. Going to be going into the battlefield first. And see if there is any responses if he wants to back out. So he will back out from Reaver's Row. So a combat will not be started there. And with 2 runes at the ready, he has a Ride the Wind in hand. So that could be very interesting to see how this is going to end up going. Because, I mean, you could go ahead and just Dead Bloom the next 2. Now, of course, Darius will push back to base. The Dead Bloom, though, is currently at 7, but it looks like a judge is going to be potentially called at this point because he might have committed, and it is 5-7. So, and he is tapped out, so he might have very well committed to that battlefield at that point, and maybe not realizing what that would entail. Well, here's the thing. The damage from the Falling Star clear. Oh, yeah. He forgot about that. I think you're right about that. He went, when he goes into the battlefield, all damage is cleared out. Thanks, Vexy. Really appreciate it. But yeah, that's the thing. You got to be so careful. He needed to go into the other battlefield first after playing all that damage and even the -1. Yeah, heal happens because even though you go ahead, a combat still happens. A showdown, it doesn't clear since no combat occurred. Well, combat, though, starts on Reaver's Row when 2 units come together. You're able to draw off of this with the Draven Legend ability. And so because of that, a combat was resolved after Reaver's Row was activated and the Dead Bloom went back to base. And because the combat was in fact resolved, that's what happened. So everything was healed. Now, a showdown did not start, and that's different to my knowledge. But I use Reaver's Row in my Draven deck because a combat is able to then resolve, and I am able to use my Legend ability to draw a card. So that's the thing. The rules are very fine in that case, in the sense that there are some very nitpicked rules that you might have there. For example, being able to play the Gust on the move trigger of a traveling merchant to stop even the showdown from occurring is something that you can do as an Annie player, something really interesting there as well. And so there's some really interesting interactions that you can be able to utilize to your advantage. I'm not sure if showdown specifically happens. I believe, what does Reaver's Row? If there is a combat, there is a showdown. So we'll double check on that and see what we end up getting there as well. So, because I believe Reaver's Row does start. Yeah, because when you defend here, boom, you are defending. The showdown has started. Yes. So you are officially defending. And then you are able to choose, do I want to back out? So, yep, that is a showdown entirely. So, and yeah, that's the thing too. Is Michael could very well just go ahead and concede, especially after the Mind Splitter coming down onto the battlefield. That is a card to be discarded. The Darius was selected, and that's why Mind Splitter can be such a powerful option, and why Misfortune in a lot of ways can be better than what you are seeing here otherwise. Because, I mean, when you go against the Yi Aurora, you're not going to be hitting things nearly as powerful. Dead Bloom is going to be the most powerful one that you are able to hit. But man, when you hit that Mind Splitter, that can take out a lot of the momentum. He could pick the Acathian Rain. He could pick the Darius. He can pick whatever he wants, and that can be a big difference maker. And now you see the wall that is built up here. This is insane. I mean, you're seeing on one side here 15 and on the other side 18. And then when Misfortune also moves at this point, you are able to then ready something that is out on the board, which is actually really interesting. So you can even choose to ready a rune if you really want to. So let's see how does she specifically word here? So the first time I move each turn, you may ready something else. I was actually really close. I thought they were going to have more official wording on that than what I'm initially thinking there. But still, great job there on being able to get this moving. And a volley bear then coming out after the fact as well. Such a powerful card. Having shield 3, tank, and then whenever your opponent moves to another battlefield, and then another mind splitter coming in at that point. Go ahead and get rid of that retreat, but going in and saying, nope, you're not getting the card draw here. And then another mind splitter. Oh my gosh, this game is officially over. There is nothing that he is going to be able to do to get back at this. Even with everything out, he might be able to barely take a battlefield. And then you also have 12 that will be able to swing in on the next turn. This is a GG. Being able to remove 3 cards from hand at that point. Now he is going to be going ahead and I guess just playing the Darius right back out at this point too. So again, he's still playing it out. Good for him on doing that. But again, just like what we're seeing in the comments, that is time gone. So if game 2 ends up being a grind and you end up spending, 30 minutes on that, and game 3 ends up going, that might be something to cost you as well, when game 1 could be as good as gone. So very difficult here, but Darius is still going to be going up to 10 might at this point. But again, if you move any other unit over to a different battlefield, Volley Bear draws a card for every single unit that goes somewhere else. That's the difficult part. That's a very difficult part. But then you also have to go against a 13. Because Darius has shield 3. Oh, he is going to be giving him all the cards. And that's the thing. The Volley Bear is such a different effect to forget about. That is going to be 5 cards drawn off the top of the deck for the Aurora player. And again, he says that's fine. Probably sees that coming in that case, but there's very little that you are going to be able to do at that point. And with that, the Darius, the Kaisa, and, the Ravenbloom student at least got pumped up in that case. And that is going to be, is it an even trade? Ooh. The Darius is going to stay in that case. Now, of course, the Darius is only going to be at 5. Going up to 7 for Ali. Sorry. And that is going to be immediately going into game number 2. So really great to be able to see that game 1 there. Double Aurora is dang near impossible to try to combat there. And I mean, rightfully so. What do you do against that? What are you going to be able to do? Because when you're able to go ahead and play out 2 units, that is so difficult to try to answer to. Now, again, that's sometimes why I do run 2 of the gear destruction and 1 unchecked power in my deck just for this matchup specifically. Because when they build up that big of a field and I'm able to just go ahead and deal 12 damage straight across, that could be the big difference maker to go ahead and make sure that I am able to at least clear out the board. That was 8 units, or that was 6 units out, 6 or 7, something like that, out into the battlefield. 1 unchecked power changes all that, because Misfortune more often than not runs 8 to 10 units on average. So he very well had all 8 units out onto the board entirely. So you got to be careful about that. But we're going to wait and see what we might be able to have here as we prepare for the side decking and going into turn number 2. Again, if Aurora is hit, there is that chance that the gear destruction from Kaisa's side, if he even side decked it, is going to become an issue. But if not, I mean, it's going to be something to really keep an eye on here. Because if Aurora is hit that early on, or we get another double Aurora, Kaisa is as good as dead, and Misfortune is going to be moving on undefeated into round number 4. So, with that being said, is Kaisa going to be taking game number 2? I mean, let's see. Okay, here we go. And then with that, it looks like they are officially going to be starting game number 2 here, doing the cuts and the shuffles in order to start. And again, having that gust early on also to slow down the Kaisa deck was just a really good option to get things moving and slow down the Aurora. Now, at least we get to see the mulligan, which is really cool. Absolutely love this. Now, you do have the Darius. You do not want to put that down at the bottom. I would, in this case, though, say no go on the Falling Star. You hit the Dead Bloom, fine. That really sucks. You hit the Void Seeker, it's at 7. You're going to have to go ahead and utilize a Stupefy and a Falling Star in order to literally just go ahead and get that going. And it's like, oh gosh, Falling Star is dead at this point. There's not necessarily a whole lot that you're going to be able to do. It can help you get over that hump, and deal that damage, but then it usually will just go ahead and end up in a trade. So again, you just got to be so careful here on how you go about that. Yordle's going to be coming down and drawing a card. And again, this time we do also have Obelisk of Power. So, you're going to be getting an additional rune on each side here in this case. And so that's going to be something to really make a big impact here as well. Yes, it's great that, Kaisa's able to go ahead and start at 4, but at what cost? I mean, you're looking here and you can, if you happen to hit your ramp on here, that's going to be all it possibly takes. Now, with 6 also coming down, he might be forcing out the unit. Yep, he's going to be going with an accelerated Misfortune to then also ready 2 runes at the end of the turn. So, but that's also a big tell, because right now you're telling Michael, I don't have any ramp necessarily, and I don't have any Auroras in my hand. So that is a huge setback and definitely one that you'll want to watch for. And also then if he also decides to go ahead and, potentially use the Falling Star at this point to take out the Misfortune, that could be a big finisher right there. Now at that point, the tempting thing also could be an accelerated Kaisa. You still do not have, though, the runes in hand to be able to do, or the card in hand to do the retreat. But is going to be doing, the smoke screen for -4 in this case, saving the Falling Star for a later day. That is scary, though, because there are things that you are going to be able to do here at this point to get around it, and is going to just go ahead and gust. Now, of course, that is going to be slowing down. You might just play it out again, but this could very well be forcing out the Falling Star to get a couple of points. And again, even if he didn't gust, or if he did go ahead and he needed to Falling Star it, because even if you go ahead and gust out the Yordle, that doesn't feel horrible. What feels horrible is when you're giving your Misfortune that loves to run 2 points early on in the game. Now, not only that, the Aurora or the Misfortune Legend ability allows ganking, so she can just move from battlefield to battlefield over and over again and continue to score 2 points here each and every time. So, I mean, gosh, this is just something absolutely scary here. Hey, Seawell, good to see you, man. Glad you're here. So this is going to be interesting. But yeah, interesting that he's also opting instead to go ahead and fight or flight instead of the Aurora ability, or instead of the Legend ability. Now, of course, in this case, he is going to go ahead and get the ramp back, going to go up to 7. So if he ended up drawing the Aurora at this point, potentially, that might be a good option for him to be able to continue to move forward. So this is something that you got to watch out for. But still, even pulling the Misfortune back, he might want to still try to keep presence on the board. But pulling it back instead of going for the point, this is also interesting. Because he went for the smoke screen instead of the Falling Star, Ali's possibly thinking now he does not have the Falling Star in hand, which is why he was a little bit more fearful of that. and just chose to move back. He doesn't have answers to be able to protect things either, so you got to be mindful of that on moving over to the other battlefield. Could just go Noxus and Student in one side, and then go with an accelerated Kaisa on the other, so playing to go ahead and just slow down. And he's up in points as well, so he already has a good advantage point value-wise here on getting things moving. And then even has a Darius potentially to accelerate, but again, I would save that for a rainy day. Because if you do start going against the big might units, Deadbloom could even be coming out this next turn as well. Because if he does end up having a Deadbloom in hand, he will be able to play that and have one rune left up in the open here. And another Falling Star in hand. Now, of course, again, if he doesn't play the Aurora at this point and does end up going ahead and playing like a Deadbloom or something like that, I would almost want to sacrifice the recycle in order to do that. And there we go with a wow. So you're going to be able to discard your entire hand, and then each player draws 4 cards. And again, this is a little bit of a desperation move, but also a great find there. Being able to then go ahead and have a retreat in hand so you can save Kaisa at this point. Now, you can also play it at reaction speed. So in this case, if you did actually want to go ahead and do so, you could call back the Kaisa, but again, that would be a lot of runes for not necessarily a lot of benefit. The Thousand Tail Watcher also now being in hand is really interesting here. And he is just going to go ahead and pull back, maybe build up some things in the defense, going up to 5 or 4 in this case. He added 1. He didn't add 2 for some reason. And we'll be moving up in this case as well. So a lot of interesting plays here to go. Again, the Hextech Raid does feel a little bit dead in this option. Again, that can be the things to help get that little extra damage on top so that you can at least clear the battlefields. It's like at this point, curious on what they might be discussing here. Counting the runes just in case. And double checking like, hey, did you go ahead and recycle 1 for that with legend ability? And just double counting runes at this point. But also, that is sometimes so difficult to try to keep track of. And so definitely something to keep people in mind on that. But still, it looks like, yeah, hard casting out a Noxus Hopeful in that case. And leaving 4 runes at the ready is very interesting. It's like, dude, leave your runes fanned, please. So yeah, they're just really trying to get that firm rune count in this case, talking about it amongst each other. They didn't call a judge in this case to double check the runes. Not that that would necessarily do anything, but some people might be able to do that. So yeah, and good on Ahri for being able to point out the missing point, but still a Mind Splitter is going to be coming in. That's going to be probably a sayonara to the Thousand Tail Watcher at this point. That's going to be a tough choice, though. Do you go for the retreat or the Thousand Tail? Bane, yeah, it sucks, and you're probably going to just be slinging that in. But it looks like, yeah, going to be picking, oh, the Thousand Tail. Yeah, okay, good choice there. Yeah, even the Vayne might be viable as well. Now, at the same time, Ahri can completely write every card down that he just saw and even cross out when your opponent plays it to keep track of what's still in hand. So you're more than able to do so. That's a great play to be able to make for you as a competitor at this point. But still, a great job there and being able to do so. Again, this is going to be a difficult situation here, trying to find his ways around the outs. Again, he is, at this point, the Deadbloom can come down, but it's getting too late in the game for the Aurora here, where it is going to be slowing you down, but even still, he's not finding it. Now, the interesting part is on his next turn, he can also potentially do a Ride the Wind to clear out both battlefields, but that might even be a little bit wasted effort at that point, as Michael is at 6 with a Darius in hand. Not only that, also has a ton of runes going to be going up, I think, to 11. Yeah, I think, or 12. It might be even all 12. I think there's 2 cards in the side deck there. So is going to be going in at this point, going to be doing the retreat. Gets the thumbs up on that. Channels a rune Exhausted. And then we'll be able to get another response here down the line, and we'll pass, or, the rest of the turn can still go ahead and play out. Ride the Wind is then going to be utilized here to go ahead and take over the other battlefield. But again, there still is a lot of options. You have the Vayne and the Darius that can be played out in this case. Now, we do also have the Hextech Ray that's going to be coming out, dealing 3 damage. Ravenbloom Student is then going to be going up to 4 at that point, which is going to be interesting. Now, you can go ahead and ride the wind back over to the other battlefield, or back to base, actually, even, as well. And then just immediately attack in, because the showdown will be happening, and heal and then take out the Ravenbloom Student, if you so choose. Now, even still, having to save that, too, is a great play, especially if a Darius is coming in, or a Vayne. A Vayne and a Student could just go ahead and move in and try to take it. That's going to be the hard part. Now, of course, he is going to be channeling and drawing, and leaving 4 runes up is going to be scary. 3 runes up with a stacked deck, and there is finally the Dead Bloom. So just an absolute complete miss in this game for Ellie here. So, and Ali, just like what we said, he was able to make it into the top 64 with Misfortune as well. Lost it in the first round, according to what a couple of people in the chat has been saying, and is a very skilled player, one who has played this deck a lot. This is a little bit of a setback, and, I mean, heck, even if you do go ahead and end up, missing game 2, you can go ahead and win it in game 3. You just need to hit that early Aurora. You're defying the odds here by not seeing it at this point. And here we go with a Darius and a Vayne. That is a big wall that is put up, and this is going to basically be game number 2 at this point. And the tough part with that as well is going to be that the Obelisk was used in game 2, but the Aurora was missed on. And so game number 3 is going to be interesting here. Now, still going to be able to ride the wind over to the other side. Still going to be losing it, but gaining a point as well on that Conquer after everything has resolved. Michael playing a little bit fast here. We got a couple of triggers and things that need to actually end up going through at this point. The point needs to be scored, and then the 5th point. But then, yeah, that is going to be it for game number 2. And looks like we are going to be going into the final match. So Aurora was missed. That's going to be a big thing here. And guys, who is going to be taking game number 3? Now, of course, they do say that the Aurora decks are Kaisa killers, but again, you got to actually hit that Aurora to make it an impact. So, it'll be interesting to see if the Aurora can get hit. That's going to be challenging. Even if Aurora is hit against Kaisa mid to late game, and the big thing is, too, we didn't necessarily see any gear destruction here. So, I mean, if he is citing in the gear destruction, that's a great way. At least you missed it where it didn't matter. But at the same time, this could be a big difference. Now, of course, they're going in and doing their final shuffles. And then we are going to be seeing 17 minutes still left in this game. And a long day this could be. Now, yeah, Soleil has been a very skilled competitor for a long time. Looks like that is also going to be the battlefield that comes in the Worlds bundle. So an alt art that is utilized there. So really cool to be able to see that. Okay, who the crap is doing that? Usually that means I have like a scammer. but I don't in this case. Okay, good. It stopped. Okay, nice. I hate that beep. Need to turn it down. Anyway, guys, so here we go into game number 3. This is going to be a difficult matchup for Kaisa. Was able to skate away with a big win right there. But even still, there is a lot of game to be seen next. And I'm going to be curious to see what might be happening here to be able to get things moving. And looks like Jibs is 3-0 so far with Kaisa there. Super exciting to be able to see that. Sorry, that's the guy I'm really going for today. I'm biased. And prismaticism. I appreciate both of them. We have a really good online community. A lot of the people who enter the same tournaments and things of that nature are seen. Holy crap. Okay, that's it. Quit Discord. But MF needs to be able to hit the Aurora. If you do not hit this Aurora, it is going to be a complete whiff in this case. And that is a big battlefield. Looks really good. I love the foiling. They did such a good job on the foiling. Now, yes, I know what we're going to be seeing is that, I wish the cards were cut better. Yes, definitely. But again, not seeing any Dead Bloom, not seeing any Aurora, that was absolutely devastating. And that is not something that you want to have early on. So here we go. We are going to be ending the poll right there. Everyone's saying that Aurora is going to be able to take it, and rightfully so. That is going to be some good ramp. That is going to be early on. So, and usually the prize wall does have like the worlds that are able to be purchased. And if he was at Houston, so he probably did the prize wall and got his world bundle at that point. Oh, he unsleeved it. A naked giant battlefield. Uh-oh. Someone got mad at me at a Nexus night for playing an unsleeved deck entirely. They're like, what are you doing? But yeah, that's going to be tough, though. Going up now, that's going to be 8 runes at the count. So you're still the one short with that. You are going to be able to get that final little bit of ramp, but that is going to be going up to 4 points. But then after that, you can play the Aurora, then go Dead Bloom or things of that nature, and really start bringing it to your opponent. Sucks, though, because, yeah, if the Obelisk was there as well, and to be able to give you that would have been so much better. But that's the hard part. But I mean, MF has hit everything. One final turn or one more round is still not anything to bat an eye at here, because Michael is going to be going up to 4. But again, if he's missing on card draw, or if anything else is going to be moving in, it's going to be tough. It's going to be something that you got to watch out for. But looks like 2 recycled there potentially. Interesting choice. Going for the accelerated MF to go right back into the battlefield, and that is going to also ready the rune on the move, and then you can still get the ramp. Nice. I love that sequencing. Such good sequencing right there. Because, yeah, you're still going to be able to hit the Aurora, so way to get the point on the board, slow down your opponent, build up your pressure, and then next turn, you are going to be able to still get up the Aurora. So, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what you could be asking for. Such a great line of play right there. And this is why he is such a formidable opponent. Those kinds of lines are things that you can have a fun matchup with. Hey, I likes. Good to have you here, and great to see you in Sandy. Yep. So, that's not too far from me. Not too far at all. Have I played against you yet? I know we've played at locals together. I don't think we've played against each other yet. So this is going to be a big tell here on what is going to be able to get hit with the Aurora. That is going to be a huge deciding factor. You're happily recycling those 2 runes because, man, if you can go ahead and hit here and hit big, it's going to be deciding. And there's the Dead Bloom. That's going to be something to watch out for in this case. And, I mean, on the plus side, the going ahead and playing the smoke screen is going to be really good. The retreat is going to get you a channeled rune as well, which is going to really help you out in the long haul of this. But even still, this is scary. You got to be watching out for this and seeing how any of this is going to be able to play out. Fija Gamer, we've played against each other? Nice. Love to see it. So here we go. Let me go ahead and see how everything else is going. Checking the leaderboard as well at this point. But right now, this is a very difficult situation. Watch him draw the second Aurora again. That'd be absolute jank. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Good to see you, man. But still, you at least have the smoke screen. That is going to still be a channeled rune at that point, but the trade is going to be absolutely vital here. Again, another point for Michael, and still has enough to be able to accelerate something else, and if he does have that in hand. The Yordle, though, will still come in, and 1,000 Tail is going to be big. But $5 says the Void Seeker is coming in. I'm not a gambling man, but if I was, I would be saying the Void Seeker is going to be coming in this turn. He might have missed the deflect cost again. I'm not sure if he did or didn't, though. They fixed it? Okay, good. Nice. Good. Glad they fixed it. And yeah, it can be something easy to forget or overlook, but glad he was able to catch it. And again, it is just as much your responsibility as it is theirs to catch the costs. And, you know, that's the big thing. But still, bringing back the Dead Bloom, going in with that as well. We might have another smoke screen that is going to be coming in. That will be another deflect cost. So 2 runes going to the bottom. There it is being paid. Yeah, the promo is big. And that is going to be a big hit there as well. Though that is still a trade. And at this point, you're seeing not a lot of cards in hand for the Kai'Sa. Double Auroras, though, have just been revealed, are going to be shuffled and put onto the bottom of the deck, and another Dead Bloom summoned to the battlefield. I don't actually know what that battlefield is, though. What his other... Aspirant's Climb? It shouldn't... Is that Aspirant's Climb? That's really weird art for an Aspirant's Climb. Love it. Weird art. So this is still a really good turn here. And Ahri still has the momentum. A great turn right here. It is 4-2. If you do want to really try to go ahead and do a Darius accelerated, that almost feels a little bit dead because you're not taking anything with you. That's the tough part. You don't want to be that guy. Don't be that guy, you know? But in this case, it's like, I got to keep getting points. I got to keep searching for those points, and he's going to be tapped out. So he's telling his opponent, you know, potentially I don't have any retreats or anything like that, or I'm just desperate for points. But at this point, he is also going to be passing with 5 runes at the ready and not taking a single battlefield. That's telling. That's very telling. Again, going to be going up to 3 at that point, and then going up to 4. Might not be able to play anything in particular, but also leaving the runes up and being able to play things like Fight or Flight, or even more importantly, really crazy to play Ride the Wind, because you just go ahead and move over to the other battlefield. Misfortune's Legend ability is then going to be able to move you right back in, and there is the Mind Splitter. And, I mean, still a tough choice, but still, you're definitely taking the one that's going to be giving you 7 might and -3 to all your units. Digging deep. It's going to be another Mind Splitter. Yep, there it is. Another Mind Splitter, and the Darius is going to be gone. Easy choice at that point. 1 card in hand, and this game is as good as dead. Again, this is why I do say also that Misfortune is the better of the Aurora decks. You're rolling the dice a lot more. Don't get me wrong. You're definitely rolling the dice a lot more. But MF Aurora is such a good deck and not one that needs to be slept on. You got to take it seriously here because, man, when you hit, you can devastate your opponent time and time again with the strength of units that you are able to utilize here. Great play there. And yeah, it looks like -3 again, going to have to pay the deflect cost of the Dead Bloom here. That hurts. But when you only have one card in hand, what can you do? So both cards have now been played from his hand, the one that he drew. And yeah, that's the thing, though. It's so easy to get tilted at this point, too. I mean, it's a tough matchup. You definitely don't want to go into being 2-1 early in the game. You want to go 3-0 for sure. And that's going to be the biggest thing. Michael, after this, if he is a little bit tilted or whatever it might be, needs to have that mental reset to be able to get back into the game and continue to play out. He is not out of top cut just yet, if I'm correct. He might be. 5-1 or 9-1 might still be able to make it to 9-1 or 8-1 could still make it to top cut. But again, you definitely don't want to be starting out so early at at 2-1. And so MF is going to all of a sudden go ahead and give that to go ahead and bait out the if there was any retreat, or there's no cards in hand, so he's able to just go ahead and trade and rightfully trade, and then be able to get an Aurora activation again, and this is going to be digging through the deck ever more at that point too. Now, more than happy to do so. There's a lot there, and another Mind Splitter, which does have no target at this point, but still another 7 might unit that is going to be put into the backfield to be able to utilize if there happens to be any answers. I mean, at this point, a Cathian Rain is completely dead. There's nothing else that you can really do. Darius, Kai'Sa's dead. Most people run only one Kai'Sa in the deck anyway. There's not much you can do at this point. This game is pretty much as good as gone. And yeah, that's just going to be minusing 2 at that point to 8 units. So that's going to be going up to 8 at that point, or 7. Okay, so a little miscount on the score then from the commentators above. So that's okay. That happens sometimes, going up to 7 at that point. And very well could just go for a full rebuild, stack everything even, and then you still have Ride the Wind and things of that nature. But still, even on top of that, a Mountain Drake is going to be played to the battlefield. And a Volley Bear also being found. Pretty much a GG on both sides, 1 card in hand, and that is going to be it, as Michael has little to no options, going with a cleave. Good game there, and glad we were able to finish that out strong. And it looks like, we have the ability to then take down a Kai'Sa with a Misfortune Aurora as Ahri moves up 3-0. That is a GG and a well played from both competitors. Very well done there. Love to see it. Love to see it. So, I mean, this again is definitely, you cannot count out the Aurora decks. And MF Aurora is more of a Kai'Sa killer than even Yi. Yi, though, does definitely have, his advantages, especially with the Defies. I would say the Defies and the Wind Walls are the big deciding factor of that. And why you would opt to play the Aurora Yi over the Misfortune Yi. Even still, Misfortune, man, she has the better units to hit, and you can even hit the unit to go ahead and get like a Dead Bloom back to grave for literally free. A lot of fun stuff to be able to see. Great game there. Guys, that was round number 3. I am going to be taking a quick 3-minute break and then coming back and talking to you guys at that point. We are going to go ahead and show you the 10K standings and leaderboards right now for round 3. 3 minutes left in this game, so it shouldn't really be all that long. But anyway, we're going to be putting on some music for you guys, and I am going to go check on the wife and make sure that she still loves me. No, she does, but there's always... It's been a long day. I've already been gone for 4 hours, so we'll see. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Here we go. So yeah, let's see. We are officially 9 minutes past time. Mo is still playing, so that could be a draw at that point too, which could be interesting to see. That's one guy that we actually know from the online community too. That should be emotional online. Luna, okay, that's fine. Randy is still playing too. That's interesting. Now, of course, Randy is also just a really good guy in general. Love what he was able to do. Able to get a good top cut yesterday in top 8. So really cool to be able to see. So looks like we still have probably 5 or 6 that are going to be finishing here. Not necessarily a whole lot to see, unfortunately, but we are going to be going into round number 4. So nearly done with half of the tournament. 10:50 a.m. so far here. 12:50 currently over on the flip side. So after this next round, I am going to take a quick lunch break and whatnot so that we are able to still stay energized and here for you guys. We've been going for 4 hours so far. Whoa. With that being said, though, this has been a really exciting tournament. A lot of Aurora decks, though, which is really interesting. Let's actually take a look on TCG Player, see if Aurora has ended up going up in price at all. So, okay, actually, since you asked, there's an anime guy on Facebook I follow that says that. Let's go ahead and go to Piltover. I actually have an Annie deck that I built out a budget build for that I can go ahead and send to you and go over with you right now. Or let's go Annie. If I just pick Annie, there we go. That'll bring it up. I've played a lot of Annie. So we have 2 budget Annie decks. We have super budget and budget Annie. So with that, the big thing that we did here in super budget Annie was that we did Shakedown instead of Falling Star. Now, the big reason why we also did Shakedown instead is because the biggest thing that we're lacking with Kaisa in this case is going to be card draw. That sucks. We want card draw. Shakedown is a great way to do that, and there's still a lot of ways to deal with those units that are going to be at that 6 might. Then, of course, we got 3 Vayne instead. We also have the Cane to try to get around that, though I would probably take out the Cane and go for the for a 3rd Rasha. And potentially another Noxus. That would be a good option there. Really cheap cards all around in that case. And then on the budget, we still, of course, this is anticipating that you do have the Proving Grounds. So we are going to be running 2 flashes. I would take out the Falling Stars at this point. Play 1 at the minimum. But yeah, I would take out one of the Falling Stars and side deck the second one at that point. And again, then I would also take out the Canes. It would also be interesting instead of the Falling Star to actually play 1 Falling Star and 1 Shakedown. But yeah, it is way, way worse. You do have to recycle 1 power to be able to attack in. But one of the nice things that you also can do if you're going into also, she's pretty good into the mirror match. So if you do see an Annie mirror match, you have ways to then be able to go ahead because yeah, Kaisa expensive. I have Annie built right here, and yeah, that hurt. Also, definitely play with the scrap heaps. I just think the scrap heap for game 1 gives you such an advantage being able to draw 2 cards. And whatnot. But yeah, I would take out even probably the Canes and add scrap heaps at that point. And what else would I take out potentially? Maybe a Vayne. That doesn't necessarily feel great either, though, taking out a Vayne. But that way you could get the scrap heaps in instead. Rasha is actually a really good substitute as well. That's going to be 6 might that you can then send around with Ride the Wind and things of that nature. Great way to surprise your opponent too, because you just recycle the rune. And so you're going to be able to get some really good answers there as well. So let's actually see how much Aurora, or Dazzling Aurora is what it's called. So Dazzling Aurora has gone up about $8 so far. So not actually really all that big of an increase there. So interesting to be able to see that. But we did see a bit of a climb. It did fall down to about $50. Yeah, 57. And then is climbing back up to 69. And I mean, if there's another good showing, we did see that big increase over Houston as well for the second place deck. We've already seen Yees that have made the switch. We're seeing MF Aurora being a very prevalent deck that can really surprise your opponents here. And that might be something that we really got to watch for. Okay, let's go ahead and see. It's looking good. Oh, come on, Mo. Stop taking so long. Gonna send you a mean text. Okay, cool. So far, this is the standings. They have not been updated for round 3 just yet. But again, we are getting ever thinner at this point with how this is going. Now, 4-0s are going to be ending up going against each other, and the field continues to get thinner and thinner as we go into this. Now, will we see another Aurora deck? Is it going to be another Yi Aurora? Is it going to be an MF Aurora? Is it just going to be a Garen Aurora? Doubt it, but there is always that chance. So again, thank you guys so much for being here. It means the world to me to have so many people watching this stream. Great to have you all here. Let's have a great time. We have been here for 4 hours so far. They're actually keeping a decent time going, all things considered. They did start about 20 minutes late due to the player meeting at the beginning that started at 9 a.m. sharp. And then on top of that, it was really interesting too. Yeah, if it's Mo, we will. Yeah, you're exactly right. We did have about a 30-minute break from the cast to this just because one game did finish with about 20 minutes to spare. And of course, they're not doing the double stream going. They do have 2 tables. They have 2 tables that are being at least recorded, but only one that is getting streamed on. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. And whatnot, because yeah, I was talking to Randy yesterday, and he said, yeah, he was on one of the casting tables, but he was not the one being casted. So 16 minutes. Last time the game did take about 20 minutes going. So let's see. So if Kaisa isn't necessarily like the best. Is Kaisa still the best deck? I'll ask that, guys. Yeah, is Kaisa still the best deck in your guys' opinion? Or has it been dethroned? Do you think another deck is at the top? Honestly, I really think that this meta still is a lot wider. I keep wanting to... It would be so interesting, impossible to pull off, but so interesting to see that if everything had the same amount of representation with the same skill level, what deck then would be coming out on top? Would we get surprised with Victor in the top 8 kind of thing? Would we be amazed with Set being there kind of thing, you know? Tough to say. Tough to say. But still something really interesting to consider as we continue to go into this. But right now, Misfortune is looking incredibly good. I mean, Ahri was able to go ahead and make the top 64 in Houston, able to already start 3-0 in this event as well. And I think even in the 5K yesterday. Let me actually pull up the 5K from him. Okay, let's see. I know I got the... Yeah, here's the 5K. And then let's see Ahri, if he was in it. Okay, so Ahri ended up getting 48th overall with his MF. This is the list that he was running yesterday, so something to keep in mind with that. You know, it's a cheap deck, you know, probably $480 all in all, but went 5-4. So had kind of a rough going yesterday and was able to get taken down here. Also, 2 possessions, really interesting to consider. That could very well be for the Yi match, or for the Yi matchup. Sorry, guys, words are hard. Really interesting to see there. Love the inverted timelines, though. That is now a $40 card, if I remember correctly. So we'll see how that ends up going here as well. But looks like commercial break in progress. Uh-oh, I clicked on something wrong.
Span of 12 months. Even looking at his face, it looks different. Like you're getting.
It looks different, guys. Looks different. So let's go ahead and refresh this. Make sure that we are caught up to full time at this point. That's going to be a 27-second break, but that is perfectly fine. Your match actually goes hard. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is it's going to be an absolute grind at that point. You're going to be going back and forth on this one. Yeah, Mo 3-0. There we go. So yeah, great showing from those in the online community. Also, if you guys want more practice, there is multiple tournaments that are going to be going on. We have the cash cups that are ending up happening online, getting a lot of stuff from the Runes and Rift guys. We have a lot of other things that are going around here as well. Rift Labs might be doing something soon. We have Thursday night fights that happen every Thursday. It's 4 rounds played. Every 2 weeks, they do set 2, which is also really interesting to see. Even still, though, guys, it looks like Max is back on the screen with Keegan, and we are going to be going into round 4 here momentarily. So definitely look forward to that. Thank you guys again for being here. It's going to be a thrill of a time. And after this, Jacob should be just about joining us. He's also from Rift Labs and has joined me in the casting deck here a few times over the last couple of days. Great to see. I joined him for Houston. So we'll see what happens. It looks like, yeah, they actually are going back to a starting soon. So pairing should be up any time now. Let's go ahead and see and do a quick refresh to see if pairings at least have been up. Nope, they're still counting down on the clock. So, oh, Diego. I don't know who that is, but come on, Diego. Diego and Alejandro are still playing. They are, yep, they're the very last one. Come on, man. So yeah, we'll see how that ends up going. Let me actually go ahead also and get you the Annie link as well so that you have that for the person who asked for the Annie budget. There it is. Okay. So here's the Annie budget, for those of you who are wondering. So yeah, here we go. So they also have a couple of players who are in the tournament that have bounties on them. So if you do beat them, you get something. So something interesting to see. Oh, yeah, I should probably just end the poll. That would help. So we'll see how that ends up going. Annie is probably one of the decks I enjoy playing most. Yasuo is still probably my favorite deck just because people don't expect it. So we'll see how that ends up going there. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup, something to definitely watch out for as we go into the next one. I hope we don't see another Aurora. We've seen a lot of them so far in this tournament, so if we do end up seeing another one, I casted 4 yesterday. We're at 2 today. Are we at? No, we're at 3. Right? What was round 1? Victor Kaisa was round 1. No, so it wasn't Aurora. And then a Aurora Yi versus Kaisa in that case, game 2. And then MF Aurora versus versus Kaisa in round number 3. So a lot of fun stuff so far to behold, and can't wait to see what the next round brings. Things are going. We are able to get things moving. We will see how it all goes, and we will be joining you here momentarily. Now, what do you guys think is going to be one of the top decks of set number 2 outside of Draven? Okay, I really do already feel like that Draven is going to be up there. But what do you think? Who is going to be up there at that point as well? Outside of Draven, is Aurelia going to be maybe able to break into the meta? Is Ornn going to be better than what people assume? Or is Rek'Sai Hook going to be something to definitely surprise the opponents? Time will tell, and there is a lot to be seen especially as we're going to be starting to get the first deck lists probably by tomorrow to see what Set 2 has in store. So really exciting to see. Now, the interesting thing here is that we haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of Set. It would be really cool if in this next match we did end up having Set be able to join us here. That would be really cool to be able to see, and I would be absolutely blown away by, you know, we haven't necessarily seen any of them. So to be able to then go in and see what we are able to do about that, you know, has a lot left to see. We didn't even see a Set be casted yesterday either, which is really surprising because we did have the Atlanta winner that was actually in the event and managing their top 8 finish. I believe he was 4th when they decided to split the prize pool. So definitely something to keep an eye on there. But it would be really nice to see what Set is able to do. Now, with that, he could be a very good Aurora answer because as long as you're able to continue to sling in and defeat the 1 units that keep going out every single turn, it can be something to really stop the Aurora decks from being able to continue to stay in the game. Set is such a powerful card. The might can go up to 12 like that, and then before you know it, there is, you know, you're just able to overwhelm your opponent fairly quickly, all things considered. So great to be able to see there. So we'll see. It should be any time now. I think pairings did just get posted if I'm looking at the leaderboard right now. So it should be any moment now. Pairings are going to be here. So all right, we just got the pairings going on for round number 4. Randy versus Jaden is going to be really interesting to see. Hopefully we get that on stream. And let's go ahead and actually take a look at the new standings as they, well, stand. So my predictions for top 8 are 2 MF, 2 Annie, 3 Kaisa, and 1 Yi. Interesting. Well, we'll see if you're right about that. There's a chance. So far we have Freedom, Hicksroy, Alexander Harrison, nice. Andrew Duval is doing really well as there. Nice. I mean, again, this is tough because we're only 3 rounds in. So the fact that, you know, there's this many people who are still at the top, it definitely makes sense. Everyone is still completely, or those who are undefeated. Cynthia was also a top competitor as well. She did really good yesterday. So to now see her go 2-1, 2-0, and 2-1 is pretty solid as well. Hey, there's that chance that you might be right this time. So there is a chance. So definitely going to be something to keep an eye on. Now 400 entries. Who was the one that joined? Mo, there he is as well. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Yeah. Cutting it close, my dude. So far, looking really good. Can't wait to see what ends up happening and coming about that. A lot of games left to be playing. A lot of players still hopeful to be able to make it into the top cut. Starting 4-0 is not anything to bat an eye at. So to be able to then go in and see what you're able to do, I mean, that says a lot. Again, though, 2 losses will take you out of the running, so you got to be careful. Last time also, round 9, top 8 intentionally drew. That might be something that we very well see come round 9, and that will be something to really keep an eye on, because if they don't necessarily expect, you know, 7th and 8th might very well be booted out potentially. But the rest that intentionally draw might very well be safe at that point. And we had the top 4 tables all intentionally draw their round in round 9 yesterday at the 5K. So a lot of things to see there. Gonna be interesting to see how all of that is going to continue to respond because, yeah, it is gonna be something interesting to see. A lot of game left. Cannot stress that enough. It would be really interesting if a Victor was able to crack into the top 8. Do I think that's necessarily going to be something possible? No. But it would still be something really interesting to see. So Ahri right now with MF is currently in 3rd. So that's already just a good run there in that case. And again, you get paired up equally in that point. There's going to be some people who get down paired or things of that nature. But all in all, you know, you might be finding yourself going against the same field over and over again. So that's something that you definitely got to keep an eye on there. So let's see. Still waiting for the stream to start. So let's see. I'm really hoping that we do get to see a different deck. I'm glad that they are playing and picking the victors and things of that nature. That's really great to see. But yeah, that's going to be the big thing. Are we going to then be able to then utilize and see a new deck, because we want to see this, all the different techs. I want to see a set. I think set would just be a really cool game to see. You have to be very calculated and strategic with it. We still have you know, some very great competitors that are probably running set that are 4-0. So we'll see if we are able to bring that game to you guys. Again, we are at the whims of those who are running the pro play. Ahri would be really cool there. And if there's an Ahri deck, it will give me hope for tomorrow. Yeah. Well, and Ahri can be really good. It just feels like Ahri is missing that little bit more power climb. You know, it is just barely under the mark. And that can be something really difficult to try to start. We're about to start round 4, my guys, not round 5. Sorry about that. But imagine we're starting round 4. That was for next round. I already updated it, thinking that we were going to be starting earlier. But no, seriously, it's going to be really interesting. Ahri, unfortunately, didn't necessarily get a lot of boost and power either. And it can be really hard because Ahri's climbed to even just 6-7 points. And then trying to do a time warp for the win can be something very difficult. So we'll see how that ends up going. Showstopper has fallen in price too, though. Luckily, it went up to $100 on TCG Arena, or TCG Player. Wow, TCG Arena is where I play online. But yeah, TCG Player, it went up to near $100. It was like 99 something. And now it is back down to around 70. So, again, more people might be selling it, because the hard part with Set is that he is a very different style of deck. Oh, you got the win with Ahri last night at Nexus. Went 6-0. Way to go. Yeah, that's something impressive. Definitely something awesome to see there. So, no, that's a big thing. Don't count anyone out yet on that. It's definitely something to watch for. So, and again, appreciate all of you here. Super great to have you guys. Means the world to me. It makes doing this so much more fun. And love to be able to interact with you guys as we watch a game that we both enjoy together. Definitely fun. And yeah, we call out the misplays as we see them. So, we'll see how that goes. Oh, you dodged the Annie and Kaisa. You know, hey, if they're able to take out each other, you're like, cool. I'm okay with that. I'll go in the end and then see what I'm able to do then. Do you play Time Warp in your Ahri deck? Yes. I, in particular, play 1, but I would play 2 if I had it. The thing is, for those of you who don't know, I play a different deck every single week at my Nexus nights. This week is going to be Yasuo. Last week was Kaisa because I was preparing for a skirmish with Kaisa. And then the week before that was Darius Hook. So I try to play a different deck every time. I would build Set. I don't want to spend so much on 3 Showstoppers. Set could also be really good in Set 2. He could be something to definitely watch out for in this case. Because he's scary. Hicksroy going undefeated. Yep. I mean, it's looking good so far. Again, the field is incredibly competitive. There's no one that you can no one is safe. In a couple of matches, everything can flip and turn upside down. Those who have definitely done the testing and know the matchups, the grind, and have found their optimal lines are able to do so much better. Not only that, the biggest thing is if you do get in your own head, how quick are you able to go ahead and mentally reset yourself? If you don't have, I mean, card games are a mental game. If you get in your own head, you are going to be struggling as a whole and falling for behind. Hey, Milan, thank you, man. No, I really appreciate that. Glad that the streams and videos have really helped. If you ever, here's the thing too. I do read all of your comments. I try to respond to all of them as well. So if any videos you say in particular, hey, I really want you to do a video about this, I 100% will. Someone has already suggested that I go ahead and do another budget build video. And see where we're at this point in the meta as well with that. So we're going to be doing that, and you should see that video on Monday. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Love listening to the community. I mean, if you don't get the views, what's the point, you know, at that point? So whatever you guys tell me, it's normally if you want it, it's more so what others want as well. So I will go out of my way to definitely do that for you guys. Love making content for you. But yeah, with that, let's see. What Aurelia cards from Origins would you buy now before the inevitable hype price? That's actually a good question. It's also really weird. We're still on this screen. I mean, they've already been paired. I'm going to refresh just because it's like... Still waiting? We'll look at an Aurelia build. I was just like... kind of surprised here that we're still waiting. Now, I do have an Aurelia build that I am running, or testing at least. And it is, I'll go ahead and post it so you can see for yourself too. It feels pretty dang good. It just needs to definitely be refined some. But the Defiant Dance is just such a good card. And then not only that, let me make sure you guys can actually, yep, you can. Okay, cool. Then also with that, the other MVP, I gotta say, is one Fizz, but also Stellacorn Herder when I move draw one. Yeah, and Fiora and Draven are definitely going to be buys if you are playing those colors. Fizz is going to be expensive. He is going to be a pull because he is basically a better Annie in this case. Annie's specifically says that you are able to get a spell card out of your trash and back into your hand. I'm testing Ezreal right now because when you play me discard 1 and draw 2, that's really the only thing. So, and then we have a few cards that are like optional additional costs, like, you know, Feral Strength and things of that nature. So things to keep in mind there as we go about that. But yeah, there's the deck list for you to be able to use, and we'll see how that ends up going. So we should be seeing games anytime now. I'm hoping that we are going. It looks like it is still starting soon. Something is holding them up at this point. Let me see. So, Blooms, so I play the bird for 7 cost, and it does 3 damage on attack. Ooh. Yeah, and Defiant Dance is going to be a very difficult one to pool with it being a signature card. Now, the nice part about that is if you are wanting to play ones that have signature cards, Rumble and Fiora are going to be the structure decks, and each structure deck ends up actually coming with 1 signature spell. So if you do need to go ahead and you're going to Vegas for the regional, and it is going to be set to, well, you might end up running Fiora and buying 3 structure decks to guarantee that you get the spells needed. Was your friend still undefeated? Yes, Jibs is undefeated still. I'm getting updates on the regular from Jacob, who is going to be joining us anytime now. He is 3-0. He won each 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So, I mean, also, looks like Jacob is competing currently in the TFT tournament as well. I don't know if he's competing or just casting it as well. I know he does production stuff for Riot. He's like a director. He directed Worlds and stuff for that. Here we go, finally. Oh my gosh, that took a second. But here we go. Welcome, guys, and it's great to have you here as we move into this next game. It's going to be interesting to see what is going to be here as we go into a Kai'Sa v. Kai'Sa. Wow, okay, so we finally get the mirror match going into game number 3. Both of them having the alt art overnumbered as their legends. So great to be able to see here. And George! Woo! We are here with a treat. Now, of course, this is George who won the regionals over in China. So this is going to be something really cool to be able to see. And just so you guys know, I do have 2 monitors, so I always keep the stream up on one side. So I do keep an eye on that. But yeah, money on George on this point. The mirror match is probably the #1 game that you play test. And even just knowing the lines that you need to anticipate here are so important. And already we are seeing the answers that are being out here. So he opted not to go ahead and back out with Reaver's Row and stayed there for the fight and had the Hextech Ray in hand. Not only that, on the other side, we do have a Void Seeker being able to be used here. Now, with Ravenbloom Student coming down, you are going to also be playing a Noxus Hopeful out for 4 Might. And that is going to be another point going in already for George as the Kai'Sa player. Now, Falling Star... Oh, does he have a Stupefy? He has a Stupefy as well, so he can Stupefy and Falling Star to be able... And I mean, already, you know, Freedom knows what is coming here. But still, a Falling Star is going to be something to really clear up the board, especially if you are able to stop him from being able to draw certain cards. Kai'Sa could still come in and challenge into the battlefields here. And start to refill that hand, but even still, this is something that might be a little bit difficult to start responding to, especially with another Stupefy in hand. So, going to be interesting to see how this is going to continue to unravel. And yeah, he was a top 8 at Houston as well. So George has the record. He knows the game probably better than 90% of the field, if not more. It's an estimation, a statistic that I am making up on the spots. But man, the guy is just so knowledgeable about this game. Even flew over to China to enter every single regionals, and he was in the lottery. He didn't know if he was able to get in, and luckily he was able to get in every single time. But the Kai'Sa now is able to move in. Now, interesting that the Sentry is backing out here. So again, though, this is the hard part. Is that while, yes, you do have a Kai'Sa that is in a safe space, nothing is safe when you have the removal. Going ahead and playing 3 and going to immediately go ahead and Void Seeker. If there is not a retreat in hand, the Kai'Sa is dead, and it is going to be going into the trash. Another setback for Freedom here. And another Falling Star. George is just getting the decks drawn. And again, a Hextech being used does not feel good in this case and is going to be passing it over. Now, of course, at this point, you do have possibly the Darius Cleave that you could utilize here at this point for Freedom, though that doesn't necessarily feel great. It at least gets you a point and keeps the game at 2-2. That's going to be a big deciding factor here. A lot of gameplay left, a lot of choices to be able to make here. But again, another Falling Star, whatever he puts out, even if it's a Darius, you're going to think that he's safe in Reaver's Row, but that is not going to be the case at all. And also we see that George has a Darius in hand. At the same time, Freedom very well could have forgotten to recycle a room, potentially. We see a comment about that. And again, it's such an easy thing. That's been probably the #1 mistake we've seen, not just at this tournament in particular, but everywhere. We've seen people just missing the recycles of the rune. And you got to be so careful about how you go about that. Now, also in top of that, finding a 1000 flame. I mean, he just continues to get the answers as needed. And it's going to be interesting. One thing that I absolutely love about watching someone who is so skilled is that the lines that you might think you would take in this circumstance, well, when you're watching someone with the resume that George has, you got to imagine what this could particularly mean. And what you might think is the most optimal line, George might find one that you don't necessarily think about here. And watching these pro players be able to make these kinds of impacts on the game and the lines that they make, the decisions that they make, it's interesting. So right there, we already see the 3 being targeted. Now, of course, with the falling star, you will go ahead and minus the 1 to add 1 to the Ravenbloom student. And, of course, the Ravenbloom student will be taking out 3 damage on Darius as well. Then it looks like the Thousand Tail Watcher will come in, not accelerated. Darius will then get the 3 damage on him as well. That's going to be enough to kill him because the damage counters are going to stay on the Darius. And then after that, the Watchful Sentry is going to be moving in. Also, it should be noted that George is playing a full Chinese deck. It's, again, the deck that he used while in China at his regionals and has not switched over to English yet. No need to necessarily. Cards are cheaper anyway. So this is going to be a big turn for Freedom. He needs to be able to start making his impact on the board state. Right now, George is just doing everything in his power to get things moving. He's at least tapped out. So you know with the Kaisa that you're still able to at least take this. Though the Sentry is going to be backed away. George not opting for the free card, but would rather the unit at this point. And still also has a Void Seeker, which will then go ahead and be able to take out the Kaisa. Or, at the minimum, be able to move the Kaisa back to hand, which would be another 5 used to be able to replay the Kaisa accelerated. Doesn't necessarily feel great. Still, though, a very close game. And this is the thing. Kaisa just feels like it's going to be a spell-slinging type deck where you just go boom, 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 and you keep getting and trading points back and forth. When you get into it and you do play the Kaisa mirror match and you see these kinds of lines that these competitors are playing, you realize that the Kaisa v Kaisa mirror match can be one of the biggest grinds and calculations that you need to make in this meta. I'll stand by that. I 100% believe that there. And I say that because you got to be so careful and calculated and balance what you have for removal and also what you're able to add in as pressure. So to see George, where I in particular would be like, I really want the 1 card here. But now we see that George is going to be going in and saying, hey, let me go ahead and move into the Void. I'm okay if you use removal for that. I'm going to draw a card off of that. And then Void Seeker is going to be going in to take out the Kaisa. And I don't think Freedom has the retreat in hand. Yep, that's going to be another dead Kaisa and another card drawn, with it being a Darius for the competitor as the Thousand Tail moves in. And again, that's another 2 points that you are then able to score. And why sometimes, taking back even something for a card draw, taking out a Watchful Sentry and drawing a card is a very valuable asset to be able to utilize. But still, this is going to be interesting to see what will happen. Do Riftbound pros have access to the Magic Pro take back move? Not necessarily sure. I haven't seen that. We did see one guy that allowed one, but neither were necessarily pros. My voice is going to be gone tomorrow. I can already feel it. And that's when I film my Market Watch videos. So here we go with a trade in at this point, which is going to be interesting to see. Both competitors are going to be able to draw a card. So we'll see if that's going to be able to make an impact here. Very long day. And they're also not doing Top Cut today, so we are just going to be doing 9 rounds. Now we see again the Falling Star that is going to be utilized. Now, is that going to be necessarily used to take down the Kaisa? Now, of course, you wait to see if there's necessarily any responses. Then you can also play reactions in between, if I recall correctly, because they are reflexive triggers. So there we go. It looks like, yeah, that is going to be adding some damage each way here. So it's going to be interesting. Again, might be a Thousand Tail of his own at this point to be able to take out one of them. The Thousand Tail will then need to have to go into the... Oh, that's dangerous, though. Yeah, because... Yeah, there we go with the Void to be able to finish it off. Not going to be going on the Thousand Tail watch, because the Thousand Tail would then just be able to retreat, and so the Falling Star that you ended up using at that point would not be great. So we're going to probably go Yordle and try to get a Stupefy at this point. But if the Kai'Sa's not killed here, that's going to be a misplay at that point, and a pass that is. So unfortunately, the Falling Star was not enough to go ahead and take it out. He was going to go the Thousand Tail, but then realizing that Reaver's Row was going to be able to then just back out. A little bit of a misplay from Freedom. You got to learn to reset from that as well, and hopefully he's able to clear his head and keep that focus. Yeah, a lot of misses on the recycles here. It's like, wow, how are you able to get to Time Warp so fast? This game doesn't have a draft. They're releasing the drafting and stuff for set 2. So they pretty much have drafting. You can draft if you want, but they are going to be releasing even a drafting kit for 4 players, where each player gets 6 packs to be able to draft, and then like it comes with like 190 runes as well. So kind of cool. But yeah, the hardest part right now about drafting is no product is out there. We probably won't have enough product for drafting outside of the kits that they've made until set 4. That's usually when games catch back up. So here we go with an Acathian Rain coming down. Look at those 2 recycled runes. Way to go, my dude. And a retreat coming in for a Channel of a rune and moving back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he missed the recycle on Falling Star, but at least got the 2 for the Acathian Rain. And so Cube would also be really fun to do once we get like 3 or 4 sets of Riftbound 2. Cube play is so fun. And Riftbound would be really good for that. Now, here we go with Darius coming in. He is going to go ahead and be accelerated after the Acathian Rain. This is high risk, though. High risk, high reward, but this is almost a desperation play. Not also moving him into a battlefield, because if there is a Darius that will be coming out, and yes, he's showing the 2 Dariuses, and that's going to be the end of game 1 with all of that, and showing you exactly why George is someone to keep an eye on. This is going to be so cool to be able to see what he was able to do there, because, man, that's tough. And you can only feel going against George. I mean, there is that pressure. You're both 3-0 at this point in the tournament. And then you sit down, and the person in front of you is George, the guy who ended up winning the Chinese regionals and has an absolutely banger of a track record so far in the game of Riftbound. And so, again, you can't let that bother you. The game is not yet written. You don't know if you've lost or won yet. Yes, you are going against a very skilled player, and that should not, lessen or deter you from the actual match itself. But again, you have just as much of a chance to win. You know, you're 3-0 as well. You've played this game. You might not have play tested as extensively or things of that nature, but you still have that chance. And so we'll see how game 2 ends up going. So the biggest thing is Freedom going to then be able to take game number 2. So with that, we are going to be taking a look at the side decking here. Now, of course, the big thing here on our stream, we do color correct and brighten up the stream. So if you go ahead and check out the Twitch stream and you're like, whoa, why is the PPG stream dull? Well, that's because we color correct on our end. So, going to be really interesting to see how we end up playing. Also, how do you guys feel about those playmats that they're playing on right there? Personally, I don't like those playmats. I like playmats with thickness, you know, personally. I prefer, you know, also, you know, just all the stitched edging and things of that nature. It's like, I don't want a glorified washcloth as my playmat personally. But that's just me. I've never actually loved that style of playmat. That's just my own personal preference. My local game store has one-piece drafts where the pool of legends is assigned before you show up. Oh. That's cool. That sounds like a really cool idea. So yeah, this is a tablecloth, but they are also selling it on their website for $55, and which comes to about $70 with shipping. So the early double, the double falling star for George just absolutely changed the momentum. And again, in the Kai'Sa matchup, here's a good question for you guys. In the Kai'Sa mirror match, does going first give you so much more of an advantage? And I'm talking like, you know, where it's like this, you know, kind of thing. Do you think it gives you so much more of an advantage? Oh, I'll have to check out those videos. Batsu is currently working. He should be joining us towards the end of the tournament, but Jacob from yesterday as well is going to be joining us here in the next hour or so, hopefully. He's playing TFT, so he's doing good, though, with TFT, so I get it. Yeah, that's the thing. I've never liked these playmats. Well, and also, like, they always come in this size as well. And it's always annoying. There was a guy that was playing with this playmat, and of course, they played it folded in half, but then he set his battlefield on top of the fold of the playmat, so... So this is going to be interesting to see how game number 2 is going to be able to go. And the one thing that's really cool, too, is we have the ability to go ahead. We already have the League of Legends art from the video game. And then there's a lot of print shops that will print them onto playmats and everything for you because you're paying for the print, not for the image and everything like that. So it's going to be really interesting to see, but we have a lot of really cool playmats that can come out. And so, yeah, here we go already, starting with a deflective Poro and then going in with the Yordle to draw a card. And, I mean, that's going to be some good options there in hand. But, again, I love the deflect Poro because you don't want to necessarily go right off the bat down a rune. Mind you, you are at least going second. Now, we do see a singularity in George's hand, so that could be a very big difference here. So, Battlefield, yeah, this works, but again, this is going to be interesting because especially with the turn 1 advantage, both using Dreaming Tree, so that's going to mean if you target a unit there, you're going to draw a card, and there is a lot of ways to be able to draw cards. One of the biggest plays that a lot of people like to do is going to be stupefying your own unit so that you can then go ahead and draw 2 cards. And so here we go in with the trade Yordle versus Poro, and it looks like it is just going to be a straight across trade. So that is also very telling. You know he doesn't have any Hextech Rays in hand at that point. We also know that George doesn't necessarily have any Hextech Rays, or if so, he didn't opt to use it. Still, though, the Falling Star is going to be incredibly good at this point, but not only that, the 2 Void Seekers, I mean, that's a great way to then go ahead and take down the Noxus Hopeful. And again, this is the thing. With Kaisa, you got to be a little bit careful because you got to balance out the give and take of saving your spells, but also going wide. And that can be a very difficult play to try to get, and why Kaisa can sometimes be a very difficult deck to pilot. A lot of people do buy this deck because, oh, it's the best. And then when you start getting into the matchups and the grind of it, you're like, oh, shoot, like this is actually, what do I do here? You know, and that can be a big difference maker here. Yeah, so it's when you choose. Let me actually pull up the exact wording of Dreaming Tree. So Dreaming Tree specifically says when a player chooses a friendly unit here with a spell for the first time each turn, they draw one. So, and then Raven Blue only triggers as spells are resolved. So you will not get the +1 at that point. So again, this is going to be a slugfest here. Still, even with that, the Darius that is then going to be able to get Falling Start here is going to be, could be a big difference maker as well. We've already seen the Singularity coming out on this last turn, but there is still a lot of removal. And it's crazy because we're seeing a lot of people that are in fact running just an ample amount of removal, where you are running even like 3 Acathian Reigns and a Singularity in your deck. So just absolutely insane on that kind of removal. But if you can remove the units here, that's a great answer. And again, I think that big change is due because of Annie making her impact in the meta. Now we got to definitely hit a bunch of removal that just targets anywhere. And if we are able to do so, well, then what is Annie going to be able to do about that? And this is the thing. George is just super calculated. He's played this game. He knows the Kaisa mirror match incredibly well. So you're going to see optimal play after optimal play for him. And the misplays that are going to be coming from him are going to be minimal. So we'll see. So we'll see how that's going to end up starting to edge out the games here. We'll see how this goes. Again, going in for freedom, going into the Dreaming Tree, going up to 3 points at that point. So we'll see how this ends up going here. But again, 2 Watchful Sentries is not something you generally want to go ahead and have. It is nice to go ahead and potentially get the point and draw off, but when you really need to start taking it to your opponent, this can be something that really slows you down. So, again, need to be able to find... So we'll see how that's going to end up going as well here. Another Falling Star coming down, though not necessarily a great target at using both triggers for the Noxus Hopeful. Again, you see George doing the rune count. That's going to be something pretty interesting to see here. So this is going to be a big turn, though, for George here. He's got to continue the momentum, trying to get some points. If he's able to also take both battlefields, we already saw the Time Warp in hand, so can really be getting an extra turn at any point here, and is going to be moving a Kaisa maybe into the battlefield here, trying to count and see if he does indeed have the ability to do so. So is going to be going up to 3 at that point, getting a card draw off of that. Having 2 retreats in hand is going to be incredibly helpful as well. So if there isn't a Catherine Rain or anything that might be coming back, the Kaisa is going to be safe at this point. But even still, the scary part is Freedom can go ahead and potentially utilize a Time Warp if he does have one as well. The rune count is there at 11, and there is a lot to be able to do. Now, you can't necessarily or hope to not get too antsy. But this is going to be a big moment for George. He needs to be able to figure out ways around whatever is going to be responded to. Again, we're talking about the Kaisa matchup being an absolute grind. Even after all this time right now, we are at 3-3. George was able to take and run the game because of the double falling star in game 1. But now, the fact that he and Kaisa are almost on even footing with the draws that they have had so far, it is making the sling back and forth so much more valuable here. Not only that, George was able to also utilize the stupefies with the falling stars, which just made them go so much further. And so I'm going to be curious to see what we could potentially do to keep this response. The runes are there. The cards are in hand for Freedom. But he needs to get there. That's going to be the hardest part. And sometimes finding that line is one of the hardest things to be able to do. And he is going to be going in and doing a smoke screen on the Kaisa. This is going to be forcing out probably the retreat at this point, or even potentially the Void Seeker as well. But you almost want to be saving that for the Kaisa. And so this could be an interesting turn of events. You got to be, again, very calculated on how you go about that. So still has the 4 up. The Kaisa is going to be going in, asking if he's passing priority. Great job there. Because sometimes you do need to ask any response. And if he passes priority, he is not going to be playing any actions at that point. So that is a great sequencing. Because sometimes when they just move in, oh, I have the response. No, don't do that. You got to make sure your opponent passes priority first. Or they could even respond with, hey, sorry, I didn't pass priority yet. I'm playing a cleave. You know, for example. So there's some ways that you can kind of watch out for that in this case. So really good play right there. Having all the answers so far for George. Love how he is moving around and playing this game. It's been a great treat to be able to see him playing at such a high level here. And again, I take notes 100% because I learned so much from watching these Kaisa players and then can apply that to my own gameplay. So here we go, going up to 4 at this point as well. We're at 4-4 already, and with a Darius out on board, this can be a little bit tricky. Now, if you do want to spend some time potentially getting another Time Warp to go to 5, there's a little bit of a risk with doing that. But it can help give you the answers that you need. But still another Falling Star in hand, but when your opponent also has 4 runes up, you know, you're calculating, you're thinking at this point, what do they have in hand? And at this point, he is going to be going with the Falling Star. That can still be reacted to, but it cannot be actioned on. Yep, exactly. You always ask if you can pass focus. You always, always, always ask. That way you just can't, even so you just don't get rule sharked kind of thing like, dude, I never said pass priority. And you're like, you haven't said it for this entire time. And he's like, still, you didn't ask if I pass priority. You know, you can get rule sharked with that. It's stupid, but it's possible. That's the hard part. So here we go in this case. And going on with the Falling Star, committing to that. That is going to be a double target at that point, going into the Darius here. So yeah, it looks like double Darius. And again, it's like, hey, Falling Star is played. Do you have a response? No? Okay, cool. Then, you know, there's some really weird interactions, especially with reflexive triggers. And a lot of people don't necessarily understand reflexive triggers necessarily. It can be a very confusing aspect of this game. So now here we go with the second turn. The time warp has been removed from the game, and then we see a pullback at that point and just building up the backfield with still maintaining 4 runes at the ready for whatever they are going to throw. George is at 5, though. That awkward number, you are hoping to get to 6 so that you can just make that big explosive play. At 5, though, you have to be able to hold both battlefields, and if you're not able to, then you are still susceptible to losing this game. Especially with how fast Kaisa can swing here. So another Darius is going to be coming down. We see 7 runes that have been utilized so far this turn. We're going into Dreaming Tree. Is there any response? No at this point, and that can be a very big tell for George, or for Freedom, sorry, as George goes into his turn. Now that cleave top deck, that is something that you can surprise your opponent with. You can also even go ahead and move in with like a Poro and go cleave. Then if they even have any response at that point, if they go ahead and play a removal spell, they have to also pay the deflect cost because they do not want to trade with a Poro, a cleaved Poro. Especially when you can go ahead and right after that play Darius and he's at 7 and you can go in. Still, though, if you Darius cleave, you're at 10. So there isn't necessarily, there would have to be like a Stupefy and a Smokescreen, or a Smokescreen and a Hex Tech Ray. Both are very possible. So we are going to be going into the other battlefield first to see, do you have any reactions? George is going up to 6 at this point. Going to go ahead and Stupefy his own unit to go ahead and activate Dreaming Tree to draw 2 off of that. And a lot of Hex Tech Rays are drawn off the top at that point. So can go ahead and play the Darius. He is going to be going ahead and doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and recycling the 1. There we go with that as well. And then also still has the ability to activate his Kaisa ability with 5 runes. It's already felt like he's done so much, but he's had the time warp turn 1 and now all of this in game number 2. So this is pretty intimidating to watch, and it is, the world is his oyster, as the kids say these days. And before passing priority, gonna activate a cleave, taking the Darius up to 10. And it's like, even with 6 runes, what do you have in response to my 10 might unit? Especially with what he's already told George information-wise by his answers and responses. You can have 5 runes up all you want. That's fine. But your mannerisms, your reactions, and your things of that nature can give away a lot when it comes to your gameplay, you know? So you got to be very careful, because you can give away a lot of what you do or don't have by what you say and do in card games. Super cool to be able to see. So here we go. Now George is at 7. Both battlefields need Sanguine Quest. That's an auto ban for dropping a 6-7 in chat. We don't talk like that here. Anyway, but with that though, this is going to be a really interesting turn of events here. This is going to be both that need to be taken. Now, of course, the student is going to be able to go into the 1 battlefield. Now, still going ahead and cleaving to go ahead and trade in. That is not going to be a trade anymore, because the Raven Bloom is going to be going up to 6. It is a +4 with that. So that is going to be putting Raven Bloom at 6. The Falling Star is going to be coming in. Or not Falling Star. The Hex Tech is going to be coming in. He can also add another Hex Tech, but he needs to be able to pass priority back, allow that to fully resolve, and then can go ahead and, because Freedom can still react to this chain that has begun. So again, this is going to be interesting. Another Hextech Ray coming out in response to that. So now that has fully resolved. Priority again passes over to George to play another one if he decides to get another Hextech Ray. Now keep in mind, Ravenbloom Student has also gotten a +1 because of the Hextech and is now at 7. So this trade is still happening, each with 3 damage. Is there really necessarily a point of adding another Hextech Ray to the mix? Not with how many runes Freedom has up. That's what I'm worried about. Now, of course, calculating, do I just go ahead and give him the battlefield? He's only going to be at 7-2. And then the smoke screen. Now, of course, the smoke screen can still get a reaction added to in this case as well. So the retreat could very well be coming out. But even with that, now another for 6 damage being added. And this very well can now result in the trade that it was always meant to be with a lot of utility. Oh, no. Yeah, I think they're discussing on whether or not the trade actually happens. They're recalculating the damage. Now, with the -4, keep in mind, multiple spells have already been played, so now Darius goes up to 7. Oh, did that happen? So here's what might have happened, too. He went ahead and played the reaction of Smokescreen to -4. Then the second spell of Hextech Ray was played. Darius gets +2 because of that. And that very well could have been a big difference maker to give George the advantage there. And even still had the ability to potentially to add the retreat to that as well, but the trade is still very optimal, and especially with holding down one battlefield, you are going to add another card in hand, and is almost forcing out potentially the Void Seeker to be used on the Watchful Sentry to at least stop the point, but that doesn't necessarily feel all that great. You'd want to stop that for against the Noxus Hopeful or potentially a Kaisa that very well could be hiding in hand. Oh, Andrew, just so you know, Infinity Amplified is Tanner, my brother. Tanner, that's Andrew from high school. Just so you know. You guys are talking to each other, but you probably don't know who's who. Anyway, so yeah, that looks like that is going to be the game at that point. And it looks like they're scooping. So is that going to just be a full-on pass and saying, like, do you have it at that point? And so it's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, it looks like George is given the win at that point with 13 minutes left in the game. And so really interesting to see how that game ended up unraveling there. And man, you got to just be so careful when going against George. The man knows his lines and knows what he needs to do to be able to take down his opponent, especially in the Kaisa mirror match. It's probably the #1 match he has practiced. Again, you were able to see how optimally he was able to move throughout all of that. Now, of course, we still have 13 minutes left on the clock before we go to time, but still a great win for George as he moves up 4-0, and I can't wait to see what is going to be coming here next. A lot of games still to be had. We are going to be bringing it to you guys in real time. Looks like actually the clock as a whole still has 2 minutes left, so it's not going to be as long of a break, hopefully, as we are hoping. Now, with that, I am going to be taking a quick break. I'm going to be going ahead and eating some lunch real quick, about 5 minutes, 7 minutes for a break, and we'll see how all of that ends up unraveling for us. But with that being said, guys, thank you so much for being here. A lot of exciting stuff coming your way as we get ever closer to figuring out who's going to make the top cut and be able to play in day 2. So go ahead and stay tuned, and we will see you soon. about 2 minutes and we're going to start. Excuse me. All right. Okay. So it looks like we are going to be starting soon. So with that being said, looks like everything will be going hunky-dory at that point. So let's see what we actually have on the leaderboard here. And so let's see if we can go ahead and... Oh, I should probably turn down music. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can go ahead and pull up the leaderboard standings so far. Oh, yay, that was an easy find. Good. So, first and foremost, guys, here we go. This is going to be how things are looking. Randy took the next round again, 2-0, so looking really good. We are 14 minutes past the timer in this case as well, so a little bit longer of a break. Sorry about that, guys. Then we still have Nick and Emil going ahead and fighting, James and Ricky as well. So it looks like only 2 matches. Prismaticism was able to go against Ryan Lawrence 2-0 right there. So great job there. And otherwise, it looks like we have probably 5 that are still Diego again. That's twice now. He's been slow playing. So the thing is, with Victor not playing Call of the Week, you can definitely have advantages to playing Call of the Week, but disadvantages because sometimes you're not necessarily always able to get the capitalization from it as you could if you didn't play it. Sometimes that might be just a dead card in hand, and the hard part with Victor is that you're going to be finding yourself very draw dependent. You don't have a lot of card draw. You hit and blade your own unit to try to get some more card draw. You play Stupefy, but other than that, you don't necessarily have a lot going for you. So sometimes when Call of the Week is going to be that dead card in hand, it can end up actually hurting you more than helping you, and that can set you back some. So that's a big reason why I would be curious about seeing both in comparison, because especially it can be matchup dependent. But that's the thing. It's like, well, I might be down 1 game necessarily in the matchup, and then I have a really easy side out to be able to utilize it. So I am more often than not for going against Call of the Week, playing Call of the Week. The main reason being is, especially when you are going to see a lot of Kaisas and a lot of Yis, there's a lot of different ways actually to bait out Defies and things of that nature, and then do Call of the Week and really punish them for that misplay. So especially Victor already has a really good matchup against Aurora as it is, though, so you might not necessarily need to. But Call of the Week also really shuts down Aurora decks even more, so it's really tough. So how's Ali doing? Well, Ali is doing decent, actually. I think he might be 3-0 right now, so let's actually look and see if he's reported. He was 3-0 originally. Yep, looks like he went 2-1 again in round number 4, so could be very well 4-0, so something definitely to look forward to there as well. We're following Randy and a few others here to see how they are doing. Looking to see how Jibs is doing here. Yep, there he is. Okay. Oh, Jibs lost. Dang it. That's too bad. Let's see how... or Mo. Sorry, his name's Mo on here. Looks like Mo got another win, though, so he is currently undefeated as well. So a lot of really good competition. We should have a few more games finishing up here anytime now. Weird song. No. So, again, Mo currently, and looking like he could actually be here at the top. And already looking good. Ali's also still in second. This isn't updated for round 4 just yet, so we'll take a look at the leaderboard once round 4 is updated. So we'll see how that is able to go ahead and do here. Still a lot of gameplay to be had and some fun stuff to be able to see. We'll see what we're able to bring you as we move into the stream. Still, we are going into round 5, so stay tuned for that. Going to be a really thrilling time to be able to have you guys, here for all of that. And again, we should be starting... oh, here, let me actually paste the link. You just asked for that, too. So, whoops. So... we'll go ahead and get that for you. So thank you guys so much for being here. It's been an absolute thrill being able to bring you guys the footage. Again, the original gameplay and footage is being streamed currently on Twitch. You can find them under the Riftbound tab, which is really helpful there. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a ton of variations that you can play with the Victor deck. That's what makes it so versatile, and that's also something that can be an advantage to you. When you do play Victor, your opponent doesn't know what you are necessarily doing. They can anticipate, sure, the Thousand Tail and things of that nature, but then even when you play something like Imperial Decree, they might not necessarily be able to respond to the power that you are going to be able to drop. I mean, you go ahead and you sacrifice 3 units, and you take out their board. Okay, cool. Good luck coming back from that. And that's going to be the big thing there. Hello, Mr. Silent Knight. Said I'd be here at 10 a.m., but I had to sleep in today. Oops. Well, at least one of us got some sleep. Good to see you, though. Big Zomega. Yeah, it's been good. I got up at about 6:30 this morning, and did not want to get up. It would have been easier to just go back to bed, but I'm like, I committed. I think we're gonna do it. So here we are. We've been doing 5 rounds so far. It's been an absolute thrill of a game. A lot of Aurora decks that have been playing. We've seen some great rounds of competition from all of those competitors. The biggest thing, though, is it looks like a lot of people have been misplaying on forgetting to recycle their runes. And I think that's going to be one of the biggest misplays here that we're going to continue to see for the duration of this tournament. You have to watch that. Have to. And the fact that so many people are missing that is staggering to me. It is a very easy thing to miss if you are playing super fast. But it is something that you need to be mindful of and not just being like, oh, wait, did I do that? No, it needs to be a certainty. That's going to be the big thing. Oh, thank you, Keldor. Definitely appreciate that, man. Great to have you here. And again, you guys really do make it such a big difference. So Seriously, you guys make it so much easier to endure. You know, I've done this for years when I've had like only a couple of people here. And you know, one of them was probably my mom. So, but seriously, to have you guys here is going to be a big deal. And you guys really do make my day and make content creation worth it. You know, the grind, the hours that I put in, it's absolutely amazing to see you guys and to have that support. So thank you. Definitely mean that. So, but yeah, that's the big thing though. Yeah, deflect has been something that's been really setting a lot of people back. Because yeah, but the big thing about deflect is it's up also to the competitor who's playing the card, and it's like, well, why are you missing the deflect as well? Come on, man, you know? And so both competitors are missing deflects in this case, and it's like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and -4 from, you know, the whatchamacallit, the you know, Dead Bloom Predator kind of thing, and then still be able to come back and, you know, be able to do a time warp. And it's like, wait, you don't have enough runes for that. And so again, that can be something. Deflect is different than ward. Deflect is when I target you, or when I target your unit, I have to recycle a land and put it on the bottom of my rune deck, my land deck. You know, essentially, in Magic terms. And so, and that's the thing too. And again, what we need to say, watch your opponent. You know, you don't want to give your opponent a rune advantage and kind of thing, especially when they have to pay the cost. You know, we had that discrepancy in Vegas and everything was really what put a lot of this on people's radars, was what ended up happening in Vegas. But the problem is, you know, it wasn't just like a one-person case. I was calling people out time and time again because of what they were doing with missing the deflex and everything. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the rest of this is going to continue to unravel, because this is a really big, probably the biggest issue in Riftbound, at least gameplay-wise, is that people keep forgetting their recycle costs. You need to go ahead and when you pay the cost, play a little slower. But also, if you are an opponent, you need to be able to catch your opponent in that. Nice, Batsu. Good win there. I've been here all morning. Nice. So Darius baited Hook ends up taking a skirmish. Batsu fails to mention that no one actually ended up showing up. He was the only competitor at the game store and was gifted the play mat. So, you know, that's how it is sometimes. No, Batsu knows I always give him a hard time with things. So, great win, though, Batsu. Great to see that. So we should be starting round number 5 any time now. The commentators are commentating as competitors are starting to sit down and be prepared for the rest of the matches. Again, could be playing very well for another 4 to 5 hours. That's a long time to play. Now, they aren't doing Top Cut today. That's going to be the biggest thing here. But they could, again, be playing for up to 5 hours. That is a lot of time there for these competitors to think and be in the tank and trying to calculate a lot of these plays. You got to be so careful about how you go about that, because one little misplay can be the difference from making Top Cut and being in the prize pool for the $10,000 and ultimately walking away with nothing. So you got to be so careful about how you go about that. So here we go, Brian and Ryan. That's not going to be a tongue twister that I end up having to say for the entire time. But guys, we got a victor, 4-0 versus a Master Yi. Woo! This is why we are here. This is just a good time. Love to be able to see this kind of mirror match. And it seems like every time they come back from break, they lag in the beginning. Is that anyone else's case? Imagine me at round 9 commentating for 9 hours straight while talking to myself. That's a great time. We're all going to see that together. Nope, we still got the caffeine. I have Dune as my cup of choice. And we'll see how it ends up going. But this is going to be a big gameplay here. And again, with the Trifarian War Camp, that can be something to make you have a couple of units that are better for you, harder to be able to take down, but at the same time, going against Master Yi, This could be a very difficult situation. The clock has not started yet. Things should be noted there. So, yeah, this is going to be a big turn. At least Victor is able to go first. Now, of course, going to be relying here on being able to have his 2-drop, but will not in this case. Actually, really like how he put his legend on top of his tokens. Kind of like that. Now, a charm already in hand for that Victor isn't going to necessarily be anything to really set them back in this case, in my opinion at least, because a lot of times you're going to have some tokens, and then sometimes you take out like a 3 might unit. Oh no, you know, that, I mean, yes, that is definitely a loss, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to have the same impact as charming over a Kaisa, charming over, you know, a Yi and the Mirror kind of thing. And here we go with 2 more units coming out on the board and how wide Victor can go. The biggest thing that he's going to need to have to watch out for is being able to maintain points, but not only that, this is going to be probably Aurora Yi that is going to be coming in here. So you got to be so calculated and careful here on that. But if anyone's able to go ahead and counter the Aurora decks, it is Victor. And that is why this is going to be such an interesting matchup here. Now, again, with Aspirant's Climb, you have to get to 9 points. So Ryan currently being at 2 is going to be a big difference maker. I'm sure the commentators are going to say, put it on top of your legend. Yeah, it looks like they did say that. Okay, so that is going to be 3 instead. Yep, for the point for hold as well. So, again, to those who were talking about Victor with me today, there's been 2 people still. This is going to be here the big thing. Victor can be favored here. Needs to be able to maintain card draw and pressure. If he also main decks Imperial Decree, that is going to be a very big help here in this case. Even Grand Stratagem, but more importantly, Imperial Decree, I think, is paramount here. Even more so than Grand Stratagem. Grand Stratagem just adds 5 to every single unit, and while that is amazing, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to talk down on that card, but when you have 4 units that are all stacked into a battlefield, there's the Aurora, and you play an Imperial Decree, you trade 4 of your 1 might units into 4 of the Aurora units, and that will devastate. He was 3 away from 2 more Auroras! Oh my gosh, he was so close to double Auroring right there, guys. That is just something that I love to see, and I'm sure Ryan as well is thankful that Brian has put both of those onto the bottom of the deck. That means he's probably not going to be seeing them. And this is also the big dangerous part about the Aurora decks. You see everything that is in the Yi deck, because Aurora will tell you every single card that you are going to see. That's dangerous. You're saying, hey, here's my deck list. You know, I could, you know, you see, hey, he has a Primal, Discipline, this, and you can get and know everything here that your opponent is going to be, and Victor is doing everything right here. Look at this kind of board state. He could organize it better, not gonna lie. He definitely could be organizing better. Everything's kind of jumbled up. I mean, I've seen tornadoes with less chaos than this. But with that being said, this is going to be interesting to see. This is a lot on the board. And again, here's one of the nicest parts. Brian can come in, and yeah, he'll still be able to go ahead and try to get like a Deadbloom Predator or something out onto the battlefield. Again, we're seeing what Cole of the Week was able to do there. But we also now know he doesn't have a Defy. That's huge. Tasty Faithfolk's going to come in accelerated. But here's the thing. Anytime Master Yi goes ahead and takes over a battlefield, you lose a 1 might unit. Who cares? That's great. I don't care about losing a 1 might unit. And then on the following turn, a lot of times you're able to go ahead and find ways to take out your opponent's units time and time again. The reason why Victor has a hard time going against Kaisa is because of the removal. When there isn't that said removal, it is a big difference maker. So again, that charm doesn't feel good. You know, you're taking out a 3 might unit. Okay. So here we go again. And another protector. Something that you don't necessarily want to see. And again, Brian's got to be very careful here, because at this point, going up to 6. Oh gosh, going up to 6. If the Imperial is in hand. He has now the yellow runes to be able to play it. And he could go to 8, taking both battlefields with only losing 2 units. And then say good luck. Because he would have to play something out accelerated and then hope to hit a Dead Bloom. Now, even still, here we go with a Singularity to go ahead and take out 1. That is going to take out the whatchamacallit, and then add 2 runes there. Now, at the same time, the Dead Bloom, the Protector is completely gone here with 6 damage on it. And the Yi is completely tapped out. There is nothing that he is going to be able to do then to take this on. Little bit maybe of an overkill here. That's going to be a complete trade. There was nothing to be able to play. I mean, yes, there was nothing to be able to play there, so that might have been a little bit of an overkill, but still, being at 7, both battlefields in hand, you are going to be hoping that he doesn't have something he can accelerate out, which the only thing he could... Oh, he can go Yi. So he can go Yi and take a battlefield, and then if he hits a Dead Bloom, that might be the very thing to save him in this game. But he has to play the Yi to take a battlefield. And even still, there's 4 units in the backfield to be able to go ahead and get this. Oh, Yi +2. Yep, you're correct, guys. Yeah, so I did miscount there. Yi had the ability on the attack, so he did do the right thing there. Sorry, that was my mistake there. So yeah, the Yi ability, legend ability of adding +2, so he did need to have to go into 4 for the trade. So great job on being able to do so. My units would have been dead. I would have lost that game. So, yep, thank you for that. Now, again, here comes the Dead Bloom. Oh, so we could go ahead and even get a double Dead Bloom at this point. Now, a response could be had here where he might go ahead and just stupefy his own unit to just try to get a card, but doesn't look like any type of response is going to be had there. It's great to see a Victor at 4-0, guys. Again, I feel like people sleep on Victor way too much. He can take it to the best decks. I keep saying this. Victor doesn't have a great matchup into anything, but he has a good matchup into everything. He is one of the most consistent decks that you will ever go against. And you can mark me on that. That's how it is, in my opinion. I've played him, and it feels good going into pretty much every single matchup here. I've loved being able to see what Victor can do. You can struggle if you miss out on the card draw a little bit, but there's the other Dead Bloom that is going to be going down. And again, that makes a lot of sense there. And then, of course, the Hourglass that is going to be holding here. So you got to be careful. Now, we do have to be worried about a wind wall here. That could be something to be fearful of. At this point, though, it might be better to just try to go as wide as you can. We don't know necessarily what Ryan has in hand. He's been keeping his cards close to himself, and we'll see what that's going to be able to have in hand. I wish we had a little bit better of a window in this case. Even a White Flame Protector, though, might be a good... Yeah, and that's the thing, too. You always are available and happy to go ahead and, you know... The thing with Dead Blooms is they can only go into a battlefield when they are ready, or, you know, when it is occupied. So, again, if that unit might have been pulled out at that point, would have been really interesting to then... Dead Bloom would be back into base, and you would immediately be able to go up to 8 instead of starting to encounter this battlefield block, where it is just going to be super hard to get back into this with 2 Dead Blooms that each have 10 might, essentially with the Yi ability. And so Imperial Decree is pretty much going to be the big saving grace here, but again, that's something that needs to be in hand. Even a Grand Stratagem, if he's going to be able to go wide, could be an absolutely great answer, but still, I don't like if he's only going to be playing this out, and if he leaves 4 floating here, I would almost want to play the Victor out at this point. But again, the big worry about that is, of course, the Victor getting charmed over. We've still already seen 1 being used, so the fact that we might not see a second one could be pretty telling. Yeah, Yi could have Wind Wall. That's going to be the biggest thing. And we've been seeing a lot of the Aurora decks for Yi recently carrying one wind wall. And we haven't seen that yet revealed in the Aurora deck. So again, and here's the interesting part too. You can go ahead and start flipping through the deck's tops, and as Ryan, you can write down every single card that you see. Yes, that takes a lot of time, but if you have some shorthand stuff for things, it can really make a big difference. I'm also wondering if at the morning player meeting, because that was about a 20-minute meeting, and they specifically said that, I'm wondering if they specifically said to fan your runes out, because it's been a lot better today than it has been yesterday. So this is definitely something interesting to be able to see here. I'm going to be curious to see what Ryan is going to be able to do to respond. Now, again, 3 Dead Blooms are out onto the battlefield. We have 1 Zonia's Hourglass. So an Imperial Decree can still do it. It is 5-7. I really do think at that point we should have just gone straight for the Victor to at least have another unit on board. Because at that point, the Imperial Decree would be up there. So this is going to be a big play. So everything gets +5. So each of the 1 might units are going to be at 6. That is still a lot to have to deal with things. And if one of these units are going to be saved, of course. But with 3 Dead Blooms that are going to be there, there's going to be a Yi that can then go ahead and be accelerated in. So really, Ryan, even after all of this exchange, is going to have to rebuild his board state. And again, he could very well have attacked in last with like the Yi, for example, or with the Victor, for example, to at least add those little bit more of units here. But still, the Imperial or the Grand Stratagem doesn't necessarily feel great here. It did go through, no wind wall, and it looks like a judge is going to be called here in this case. So yeah, it looks like there is going to be a judge call here. We'll see and wait to hear back on what is maybe going to be said here.
I see someone in chat asking what about Royal or Imperial Decree instead of Stratagem. I think it's more just to each their own. I don't like Imperial Decree because that's normally like trades a lot easier. Because what is it? It's when a unit takes damage, kill it. I like Grand Stratagem because you can make it so that your units are so big that when you do the damage calc, a lot more of your units will live as opposed to Imperial Decree.
I'm inclined to agree. I think giving +5 to everything is way better than just like a lightning vortex. Like
because you're gonna kill him anyway.
Yeah.
You might as well like maintain the battlefield that you're fighting for in a hold.
Okay, so we'll see what the judge call is going to be and what clarification we could get from that. I don't necessarily agree with Max and Keegan here on their play. Yes, Grand Stratagem as a card can be better. +5 is always going to feel a little bit better than trading into units. At the same time, we're looking at the current board state. What would be the big deciding factor here? I'm sorry, but there's 16 out on the board. That means 3 of my 1 might units are going to have to go in, and only 1 of them is going to then survive. Whereas, I could go ahead and send 4 units in to both battlefields, completely clear it out, and then be able to score a point off of that. So, we'll see who ends up going here. Yeah, and here's the thing, too, though. Yeah, I agree with you, Batsu, there. If Victor pulled back the 2 tokens and not yet let Yi play the Dead Bloom, I think this would have been a GG at this point. Both battlefields would have been taken at that point. Still, though, having... That's dangerous, though. But yeah, going ahead and having to pay the deflect cost, this is going to be basically the Yi's final stand. So we'll see what this is going to entail here. Yeah, well, and you can technically target the other battlefield. It's not, if it was played as a hidden card, you wouldn't be able to. But it wasn't. It was played from the hand in this case. So, but when you play it from the hidden zone, then your hidden blade is tied to that specific battlefield for the duration of the activation. So, yep, because he activated it from hand, he can say, oh, by the way, that's gone. All the way over there, see ya. So, and that's the hard part too, though, is after all of this, Brian's still feeling good. He has a Yi that can come in accelerated. It automatically enters in ready at that point. So cool. I'm fine with that, you know? And then I'm going to be able to get another Aurora and just lock down this deck. So really we're looking at basically, this is the hard part. Needed to, again, like what Batsu said, needs those final 2 units here. He has to take both here, and if he can't, the game is pretty much over because he's not going to have the units. The big thing, though, is 2 up. What could that be? Discipline? 2 on guards? Whatever it might be, you got to be so careful about what that might entail here. Because if you're not careful, you can overextend and just lose the game. And losing game 1 can be very damaging. Now, at the same time, the Trifarian War Camp can be really good as well here, because you're going to be adding +1 for each unit that you send in. So each of your 1 might tokens are going to be at 7, which is going to be really good there as well. So you got to keep that in mind as we go into this. And he has committed. The hand is off. And so Trifarian is getting calculated here. So that is 7 plus 8. For a total of 15. That should be good to get over there in that case. And again, are you okay with losing it to that battlefield? Yep, and he can only unguard the single dead bloom. That's not going to necessarily be anything great, because if you unguard, you're only going to be getting +1 in the Aspirant's Climb. The reason being because you have 2 units there. In this case. So you would only be paying 1 to get a +1 might. And so it looks like the Yordle is going to be dead. Going up to 8 points. And then moving in with everything else. That's going to be a total of 18 to 18. That's going to be a straight trade. Or is it? Am I doing the math wrong? Was there a stupefier or something that I missed in this case? But looks like either way, no response for Brian. So if the math has mathed, we are going to be going into game number 2 as Ryan, as the victor player, was able to go ahead and take game 1 against a Master Yi Aurora. That's scary, you know, and a lot of times you're like, well, how's a 1 might going to be able to, you know, a lot of 1 might units be able to take down all of that? 18 to 14, no? Yeah, because let's see, what was that? Because no +2 from the legend ability. 6 plus 8 is going to be 14. Yeah, that would do it. And so with no response, yeah, that's correct. Yep. So yeah, that was still ahead. I was doing math wrong. It's been a long day. So yeah, that was a big move there. Still being able to etch out the win. But again, that's going to be the big deciding factor there. Just like what Batsu was able to point out in the comments, if he would have pulled back those 2 units in the Trifarian, that would have been guaranteed game. But because of that little bit of a misplay, the Dead Bloom not only was able to get a point, but was able to take out 2 vital units. Now, on the side deck for the Master Yi side, do you go ahead and switch into the regular non-Aurora deck? Try to get some points early on, contest against the Yi, or contest against the Victor, and really bring the pressure back to him? Or do you still commit to the Aurora? Either way, though, this deck runs 2 wind walls, 1 in the side deck, 1 in the mid deck. Of course, estimating. We don't know his deck list for certain, but that's going to be pretty telling, because if you are able to then go ahead and really get that wind wall out on an Imperial Decree or during a Grand Stratagem, that can be enough to go ahead and stop you as well. So you got to be careful. It is a very calculated game. And the big thing is the risk and reward, especially when you are going against an Aurora deck as a Victor, can be extremely high. But still, great play there by Ryan. Love to be able to see that and can't wait to see what else is going to be had here. Again, this is going to be intense. I'm very hesitant to see what is going to be here in the following games. It's going to be intense to see what might be happening here. Gosh. Again, we don't know what he cited out. Vilemaw's Lair, that's not going to be anything to necessarily stop the Victor, but now Victor is bringing down the pressure as Arena's Greatest is going to be coming out for this game. Now, I think, again, at the same time, Ryan is anticipating that Brian is going to be citing out the Aurora side. So it's like, cool, go ahead and start with 1 point. I'm going to be able to go wider than you, I think, and then immediately be able to start getting points back. And so 1 point to start, that's not going to be a whole lot of help here. The mulligans are going to be here, and it's going to be interesting to see if Yi ended up citing out the Aurora. And this, excuse me, this might be a big thing too, because this is the hard part. Oh gosh, that's not what you want to see at the start. You do not want to play. But Ryan is anticipating and playing the grand stratagem, thinking that the Aurora was going to be kept in. And it looks like Brian, that might have been a correct call in that assumption there, especially with the ramp and the 2-drop being the hourglass at this point. So already being up to 1, each have already gotten 1 point. Then not only that, Ryan is going to be able to go. And the biggest thing here, as the Victor player, he was able to win the game with Aspirant's Climb out on the table. That is a big difference maker there and something that we absolutely love to see. So the big thing here, though, that's going to be difficult is, can I continue to build up this board state? Can I continue to make sure that I apply the pressure? Because when push comes to shove, and if Brian is able to then go ahead and find his Aurora, that could be a difference maker to really start to bring down the pressure. And it's all on Ryan if he is then going to be able to get the answers needed to secure this game too. If Victor can 2-0 an Aurora Yi, that is going to be something to behold there. And right now, he's looking good, forcing out also the Victor to go into a base, or Master Yi to go into a base. Now, this is big too. And also, Master Yi can kind of punish the Vilemaw's Lair because he has ganking. So he can go from one battlefield to another with ease. And it looks like already some good answers are going to be coming in. You're going to be taking out the Vanguard Captain, which had created 2 units here. But even still, again, now Ryan's up to 4 and could have a response here. Now, again, this could be a desperation move from Brian, playing out the Master Yi. I would estimate at this point that he does not have the Aurora in hand, which is why let's get it taken care of with the Cola of the Week. Yep, there we go. And then go ahead and move my 1 token unit in. Go up to 5. And let's see, we're at 6 runes right now for Yi, if I'm counting correctly. And that means a Dead Bloom Predator could be back here. But still, with 3 runes at the ready for Ryan, it makes me wonder what he could possibly have here. Again, Yi is going to be readying up and ready to go, and a Dead Bloom Predator could also just begin to swing in. I saw a Protector. That's not going to be doing much here for this initial matchup, and that could be a big difference maker here for these competitors. Again, Yi is going to be going in, taking out a 1-might unit. It's like, cool, that's fine. I'm happy for you to do so. I welcome it. And then the Tasty Feyfolk is going to be coming out accelerated. Again, this is already looking pretty good. But again, here's the struggle, though. Ryan is not necessarily rebuilding his board state. He had the Vanguard Captain. Great for him. Good. That's awesome. But he's starting to struggle a little bit. He needs to be able to maintain the board state while also finding the answers here. Oh, here comes the Singularity. Yep, you already know. Now that could be a game changer. We only know that he has a White Flame Protector in hand, so going up to 6 is going to be a big difference maker here. Or is he at 7? I thought he was at 6. And then, of course, creating a token with the final unit as well. So, and we know that he does not have a Dead Bloom in hand. It could be over right here. And if so, that is going to be an intense difference maker. So, going to try to dig to get that answer. He has the ability. All the runes are out. If he finds the Dead Bloom, he might be able to. But this could very well be it. Again, going in for another one. Digging, hoping. And there is nothing. He's checking the rest of his lines. Anything that he can do to go ahead and try to clear both battlefields. But this very well sounds like it could be it. Tapping some runes, playing it out, though. It's not over till it's over. Oh, he did find the Dead Bloom, and he does have one left over for the charm as well. So that's going to be intense. I mean, that was the answer that you needed. You did have to dig for it, but you were able to find it. And the game is still alive. Now, the big thing here, though, Ryan can still go ahead and go into Vile Maws. Could even play an Imperial at this point, but again, can continue to put down pressure. That was a luck pool at that point. And so it's like you're hoping here. So again, one in recycling. A Call of the Week is probably going to be coming out. Oh, nope, a Hidden Blade. Now, of course, you are still giving your opponent 2 cards and then going into Arena's Greatest, drawing a card for the 7th point because you cannot get that 8th point with only conquering 1. And then a Sprite Mother is going to be coming in to get the +3 Sprite to move into the other battlefield and get the victory. That's what I'm talking about. And right there, an Aurora Yi just got taken down from Victor. Don't sleep on it, guys. Victor is one to keep an eye on, and I will stand by that every point of the day. Great job there from being able to get that win. Also even had the salvage to be able to destroy the Aurora as well. I mean, Ryan, great job, great gameplay right there on being able to get that win. Here's the thing. If we would have asked people in the beginning, you know, who would win an Aurora Yi or a Victor, how many people would have actually said Victor? More importantly, who would have said 2-0? I wouldn't have said 2-0. You know, I would have thought, you know, a 2-1 maybe. I do think Victor does have a very good matchup into Aurora Yi, but there is still a lot of things that need to go right for Victor in order to be able to maintain this. Now, that was a game and something that we just absolutely love to see. And yeah, the Victor deck list is pretty budget. I mean, we don't necessarily know if he's even running the Thousand Tails. That's the big thing. You don't necessarily need to run the Thousand Tail Watchers in order to be competitive. You can if you want, but if that's going to be saving you $120 for 3 cards, you don't need to. And then at that point, the deck is maybe $30. That's it. And that's high. You know, that's on the high end. You know, so Yasuo and Victor are probably the 2 number 1 card or lists that we are going to be watching for, but still an absolutely great gameplay. Do not sleep on Victor. He does sometimes struggle in the Kai'Sa matchup, but if Kai'Sa even just misses a little bit on the removal, you're able to take the game and run with it, and you are able to take back the battlefields, more importantly, with extreme ease. Not only that, you can bombard the Annies as well and be able to give a lot of things to be able to take it to your opponent. Great job from this competitor, and love that we were able to go ahead and get things moving. Uh-oh, is that a Batsu or a Jacob?
It's a Batsu.
What is up, my dude?
I watched you have the time of your life seeing Victor winning.
Oh my god. I am a huge Victor proponent. I love Victor. So I still don't know if I would have the balls enough to go ahead and take that to a tournament, personally. I'll take it to a skirmish, and I have, and whatnot, but I don't know if I would ever necessarily take it to, you know, a 10K or a regional. because there
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
that one little misdraw or whatever can really set you back, especially if you're seeing a lot of Kaisas. But it's going to be interesting. And so, hey, and you got your skirmish win.
Finally.
Darius Hook.
Today, I missed 0 Arena's greatest triggers. 0.
There we go. That'll secure you. So you could have had 2 play mats. And it was your own arena's greatest, right?
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
you chose to play it and then on accident missed it. We've all been there though. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
good to have you here. It's a little bit earlier in the night for you, so that's good at least.
True. I was wondering how insane would you go if you had to solo cast 9 games, like 10 hours of Riftbound?
Oh, been there, done that. After round 6, usually the voices in my head carry me forward. So that's the nice part. But outside of that, yeah, no, it gets dead. So, but yeah, no, I mean, what were your thoughts there? I mean, you saw what the Victor was able to do against an Aurora Yi, and that was pretty telling.
Yeah, I mean, today I knew I was going into my skirmish with the thought in mind that I kind of knew the players there, so I knew there was some
Player, but this
Yi,
one a little
some
special.
Bolivar
Mr.
actually, and some
Victor,
Ahri.
4-0.
And I put in
at
a
the
Cold
moment we
Week,
have
I had Hidden
Ro-
Blaze, etc. And those kill 1 unit cards, they just like kind of carried me the whole day.
Oh,
Like even the one of
and you
Cold
come in, you're
Week, kind of solo won me 2 games entirely.
Oh,
So
wow.
Those yellow
Doing pretty
kill
good.
1 cards are
Luckily, I
so
haven't
good
played
into
any
Aurora.
Annies. Gotten
Here,
one
I'm gonna cut
Kai'Sa,
you off
but
real
yeah, like
quick,
you
too.
said, there's
There's an
a lot of
interview
decks
going.
right now that are trying to do the dazzling play,
I'll see.
and Victor has that tempo to where I can just kind of get in there and start getting those points before they even set up that board. So luckily for me, I've had a good amount of favorable matchups for me.
Nice, man. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it off camera, but I'm also a Victor player, so respect. I love to see a fellow Victor player,
Yep.
especially one doing well. And I was explaining that it seems to be the bane of my existence when the Cathian rain comes falling from the sky, right? So talk to me a little bit about your Kaisa match earlier, how it played out. Was it a 2-0, a 2-1? How did it play out?
The Kai'Sa match, it was a 2-1.
Okay.
Honestly, all my matches besides that match have been 2-1.
Okay.
That was my first 2-0. But
What's your strategy approaching that kind of matchup, knowing what kind of bombs they can play on you?
Honestly, I just have to play around knowing that the Darius is going to come in ready.
Of course.
I have to play around, what the score is, whether or not they may or may not have a time warp.
Sure.
It's just mainly knowing what you could be going up against. Don't really have too much of a sideboard for them, except for the
Okay.
Evil Angels.
Sure.
Try to force them to use resources and still get bodies back on the field.
Of course.
But all in all, just try to play around and think 2 turns ahead. But I feel like that's every card game.
Absolutely. And then approaching this tournament, is Victor something that was always like no matter what you're running it, or did you was it a little bit of a meta decision you made, or talk to me a little bit about your decision?
Honestly, big fan of Leona.
Okay.
Normally at my local card shop, I'm trying to play Leona.
Leona players out there. Love that.
But Victor's, I won the skirmish 2 weeks ago with
Congratulations.
Victor. So I felt comfortable bringing Victor into the play.
Right.
A lot of good sideboard cards like Imperial Decree,
Of course.
things like that. Just pushing a Dead Plume or a Death Predator off with a 1/1 recruit. Just a lot of value out of that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Really, really good value. Well, sounds like you know what you're doing and you're on a great run so far. You haven't dropped a set yet. I want to jinx you, but hopefully we'll be able to see you later on at the top 8 table. So I'm wishing you lots
I
of
hope
luck.
so too.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure hanging out
You
with
too.
you.
Thank
And
you.
thanks for your time today. And back to you guys.
All right. So yeah, really interesting to be able to see that. And yeah, he did say like the sideboard was definitely important in these kinds of matchups. Great win right there. Love to be able to see that. I mean, Batsu, you're basically the gambler Victor of the meta playing Darius Hook. And you know the matchup pretty well with all of that. And so what makes yellow such a dangerous color for this meta?
Honestly, I have slowly started to fall in love with the Imperial Decree, like the Victor player just mentioned. And I do have to disagree with Max. They did say that they don't value Imperial Decree as much as they do value the Grand Stratagem. And I think both of them have their strengths. And right now, with how aggressive and either you're running into aggressive decks or you are running into very tall decks.
Mm-hmm.
And against both of those, I would still say the decree is better because in the aggressive decks, decree is a little bit cheaper, and in the taller decks, killing a unit with 1 damage is very powerful. So I do have to disagree with Max on this one.
Yeah, and that's about the same that I was feeling as well. I personally, in my Victor deck list, run 2 Imperial Decrees and 1
Mm.
Grand Stratagem, because more often than not, it is going to be more important, even if I have a ton of units out. And yes, they might have
Yeah.
a better chance of surviving. I don't care about survival. My units are expendable. I create one
Yeah.
night units for breakfast. Okay, no, but but with that, it's like I can pop them out a dime a dozen kind of thing. And,
Yeah.
but if you're going ahead and spending 8 to be able to get out a Dead Bloom for a point, and then you have
Yeah.
0 response, it doesn't matter how many disciplines you have going in your hand. 1 damage is 1 damage, and that is enough to kill them.
Yeah, and I have run into situations against, just like I ran into against Prismatism in the last Cash Cup.
Mm.
I did have Grand Stratagem in hand for the most of the game 1, but I was always missing that third yellow seal.
Mhm.
And because I was drawn into a situation where I did have to defend because I was 1 point behind, if I had 1 more yellow seal, and if I had Decree instead of the Grand Stratagem, I could have still been in the game. So the 1 cost, 1 power, it's more important than you think. It's very impactful.
Well, and especially because so much of your deck as Victor utilizes yellow. And that's tough because you're going to be finding yourself more often than not being like, okay, here's a Vanguard captain, sack a yellow.
Yeah.
Here's a Cull of the Week, sack a yellow. And it's like, holy crap, I'm already sacking what I've already just put in. And then on top of that, one of those runes that I channeled were blue at the beginning of the turn. And you can you can almost like landlock yourself essentially because you just don't have the yellow to be able to then utilize. One of my biggest problems too, I keep calling yellow Valor because of Pokemon Go, and I'm like, nope, it's not Valor, it's not Valor. But then I can never remember what the actual yellow is called.
Yeah. I mean,
It's my fault.
when you can find those seals more consistently, that's when the Grand Stratagem is gonna be better than Decree. But as of right now, there's not a lot of draw, especially in yellow.
Mhm.
So you can't rely on finding that seal. If you do have even a single seal, that 1 seal makes Grand Stratagem so much stronger, but it's something that you can't really rely on yet.
Mhm. Yep. And that's going to be the hard part here. So, I mean, love that we get to see a Victor 5-0 at this
Yeah.
point. That is very telling. Again, I think Victor could very well just be a slept on deck in general. Kind of like the same thing with Darius Hook. Darius Hook does have a lot more risk and reward, but we still don't necessarily see Hook being utilized, even for how broken of a card it really is.
Yeah, I think there's some misconceptions with Hook. Actually, today in my skirmish, I didn't play Hook a single time in the whole day. And I think in 70% of the games I did find Hook, but I chose not to play it. So, it's not an instant you win a game card. It really depends on your early game.
Mhm.
Do you find enough units to actually get that Hook rolling, or do you have better units in your hand? So there's no reason to play your Hook when you have 2 Dariuses, you have seal on board, a Vanguard captain in hand, etc., etc. And having insanely aggressive acceleration cards, they're just, honestly, in my opinion, they're just stronger than Hook. Hook is something that creates infinite value, and it will outvalue your opponent. But when you do have those explosive hands, the Hook will actually set you back even 1
Oh.
turn.
Yeah, and I mean, you've ran so many games with this kind of deck in mind, and so it's really interesting to hear you even talk about that, and even say so much so. I had the grand answer. A lot of people when they see the hook in hand. They're like, that's it. That's
Yeah.
the end all be all. I got this, and they'll play it out without necessarily thinking about the implications. But it's like, no.
Mm.
We already have the aggression. And to now
Yeah.
go ahead and then say, I'm sacking my Vanguard captain for potentially a 4 or less unit that might pay off.
Yeah.
Instead of just maybe attacking in.
Yeah, and playing that hook and using it, it's basically the same as you would just play a Vayne from hand. And sometimes playing a Vayne from hand can kill an enemy unit, score a point for you. If it's a zone warrants, it will even discard and draw for you. So you really have to make these value choices. And when you run into, especially Annie, I ran into Annie today. I ran into an opposing Victor, and especially I don't know if you want to hear this because you're a Victor player yourself. Especially against Victor, like Vayne is the game winner. Victor has a very low to ground units, and Vayne can basically solo any of them. So, finding a single Vayne can just be even stronger than finding a single hook into Victor. And you as a Victor player yourself, you know how strong Victor can be in the late game, especially if your deck is running even Watcher, Singularity, those grand stratagems, etc., etc. So I always take out my grand stratagems and decrease, because I do know that in the long game, in the late game, I will lose to Victor eventually. So it's better to go aggressive.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you there. And this is going to be an interesting thing. Can Victor go ahead and finally break into that top 8? We haven't necessarily seen that in any of these major tournaments. So to be able to do so is going to be incredibly telling. Time will tell.
Do you believe it? Do you believe it in yourself?
Yeah.
Do you,
I think
you did say.
Yeah.
Let me say this quickly. You did say you yourself didn't believe that Victor would go 2-0.
No, I didn't necessarily believe Victor would go 2-0, because you do especially at least need to rely on your matchups going well, where you're able to go ahead and create the tokens so that when your stuff is getting destroyed in battlefield, you have answers. Because it doesn't matter if you don't have if you have Imperial Decree, if you don't create tokens, it doesn't matter. And that's the hardest part. Yeah. And so Victor needs that balance. He can find that balance easier than other decks necessarily, but it can be something to really have to have a lot of things go right. He did in that case, though. So really good job there on being able to go ahead and get those answers. And we're going to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool to see a Victor in 10K going 9-0.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing, too. The one thing that I'm also very curious about is if Victor was better represented, how much more would he be in the top?
True.
Because we've seen in Houston, he got, I think 12th was his best? Was it? No. Was it 14th? Something like that. It was up there. And we had some really good finishes there. Vegas, we had 25th place was a Victor out of 400. And that was a weird Victor too. That was a blue Victor champion that was running 5 runes and things like that. So just a lot of really interesting stuff there as well. But things that we just gotta keep in mind. So I'm curious, but it is an uphill battle for Victor for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Today, actually, there were 2 skirmishes near me. One of them chose to go best of ones, which I obviously didn't go to, because best of ones does feel a little bit coin flippy, especially when you're playing an aggressive deck like Darius. But try to guess. I just got the information. Try to guess which 2 legends were against each other in the best of ones skirmish.
Kaisa?
There were 37 players, and the 2 legends that were against each other was Yasuo against Yasuo.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, I believe it, though. They do get a very good game 1.
Yeah, and that's a problem with best of ones. I mean,
Yep.
or is it a problem or is it a, a feature?
Well, it's a problem if you're not necessarily prepared for the matchup. You're bringing a completely
Yeah.
different deck list in best of ones compared to best of threes.
True.
But Yasuo can be that step above the rest when it comes to at least a best of one, especially just for the legend pay to move ability. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that ends up happening here. I'm going to be curious to see what might end up going on. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out the leaderboards and see who is going to be here. And then I will cut it back to you for a second as well while I take a quick 2-minute break. Unless you just don't want to talk
Yep.
either, that's fine.
I'm good at yapping.
Yeah, so that's good. That's good. That's why we have you here. So let's go ahead and see what we have going out on the board. So thus far, of course, the leaderboards aren't going to be up to date, at least for this round, but still really interesting to consider who is going to be here and first. Now, with that, it looks like actually a lot of the games have already Wow. Am I on round 4? That's a lot of games. Yeah, I am. Oh, maybe if I refresh. That would be smart. There we go. I was looking at round 4. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it looks like we only have a couple of games that are still waiting to be finished here. We are going to be going to time. 2 minutes until the clock is done running. Wow, 2 people decided to intentionally draw on table 292.
Wow.
Interesting to see there. Jibs is still playing on table 294 against Jared Fuller. So we'll see if he's able to etch out a win. He is currently 3-1, trying to go up to 4-1 at that point. And then likewise, yeah, still a lot of games to go. So again, this is probably going to be another 20-minute wait until we start the next round as the clock counts down to 0. So I'm going to take another quick 3-minute break.
Can you send me the standings link?
Depends. Yeah, let me see. Let's see. There it is. Okay, that was an easy find. I was actually surprised. Okay. Now I gotta find your name. Oh, wait. Let me just go to your chat. You're in the chat room with me.
Yeah.
I'm making it way more complicated with lack of sleep. There you go. All right, I'm gonna be right
Okay,
back then. Stage is yours. Say nice things. It's my YouTube
Thank
channel. Don't get me banned.
Okay. Go take a break. You deserve it. So finally, now that Silent Night is gone, we can start bashing Victor. And honestly, I'm just kidding. I was watching the streams on the bus as I was coming back from the skirmishes, and I didn't see much of Annie, which is very surprising. Either there's a lack of Annie representation suddenly, or they just chose not to stream the Annie. Maybe people are kinda tired of watching Annie. Like maybe Annie is getting the same treatment as Kaisa. People were kinda hating on Kaisa, so the hate might have been shifted to Annie for a little while. And actually, we did have an Annie winning our skirmish yesterday, but it was a bloody battle because that Annie made the top 4 last for 4.5 hours alone. So the top 4 started at 9 p.m. and ended at 1:30 a.m. So we're gonna have to hope and see that maybe Riot enforces some of the tournament rules, especially with the time and overtime, how overtime works. Because what I have heard from other card games, I can't exactly remember what it was. I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh! You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think they get 0 points if they draw. Which, honestly, at first it may sound bad and scary that if you draw, you get 0 points. But at the end of the day, if both of the players know that if they play too slow, if the games go on for too long, if they think too much, and the game draws, then it's gonna be a lose-lose situation no matter what. So I think that would really counter slow play by a lot. But obviously there are also the pros and cons. Maybe some people would find a way to abuse that system too. But yeah, 4.5 hours for 2 best of 3s is a little bit too long in my opinion. At least the bigger tournaments like the tournament we're watching right now, Orlando, have been pretty on time with their schedule. It hasn't been that bad. We saw some tournaments, especially in the early stages of Riftbound in China, that those tournaments were like 2 hours behind. But I think they have slowly been chipping away and fixing and kind of tracking down those problems that led to the tournaments getting so behind in schedule. So that's a very good thing to see, especially if you're Silent Knight that always has to watch these tournaments and broadcast them for you and co-stream them. So it's a win-win for everybody when we finally get the tournaments to keep in schedule and counter slow play. I think Silent Knight woke up at like 6 a.m. today. So he's pretty tired. It was very funny to see the match with, what was it, like Ryan and Brian. I mean, I'm pretty surprised. Silent Knight only mispronounced their names like 2 times, which I'm proud about, Ryan and Brian, those are a pretty funny duo to match into each other. Yeah, thank you, Jack Wilds. You can easily see that my English is not my first language, okay? So please forgive me. But yeah, thank you, Jack Wilds. I am probably gonna release my own Top Cut run tomorrow. I mean the POV of my own Top Cut. So pretty hyped about it. I did get stomped by Prismatism in the finals pretty hard. But there were still close games, Even sometimes you lose, but you learn, you learn. Today I ran into an Annie in my skirmish that didn't know that you can use Ride the Wind to move a unit from battlefield to battlefield. We're still having these kind of misinformations going on, which is a little bit funny, weird, and maybe a little bit sad because they had been playing Annie for a long time, for like weeks. And I was the first one to tell him that. I mean, I thought, because I'm a nice guy, obviously. I'm just kidding. Would a nice guy say that they're a nice guy? But yeah,
not necessarily.
I did tell the Annie. I did tell the Annie that yeah, you can move a unit from a battlefield to a battlefield with your Ride the Wind, and they were mind blown. They had been playing Annie for weeks and they didn't know that.
That's a big detail to forget. In that case.
Yeah, I think that's the most powerful part of the Ride the Wind card anyways.
And it's like, how many wins did you have before that, my dude? But no.
And he was a pretty good player, like from Magic the Gathering, and I would have actually lost that game if they knew how to play Ride the Wind previously. When I saw them playing Ride the Wind, I did tell them that you can do that, but it was too late to fix that certain Ride the Wind that they had played previously. But then he did beat me game 2
Okay.
and went to game 3. So I mean, if he did know how to play right to win, I would have probably lost that the best of 3 there.
Mm-hmm. Dang. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Annie can be just a such fast-moving, powerful deck, and you match aggression with aggression, and that can be such a difficult thing to try to play around at that point, and who's going to get the answers better. And the 2 runes at the ready of every turn with Annie's legend ability is insane. Also, wanted to give a quick shout-out. Welcome, Challenger TCG. Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're having a great day. I know you have a couple of teammates who are at the 10K themselves. And yeah, hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you here.
I was also wondering, has there been a lot of, Annie on the stream?
No! That's the worst part.
Yeah.
I want to see Annie, and we haven't seen any Annie or Set. We've seen 2 Victors before we've seen Annie or Set.
So is that like it's either 2 things. Either there's a surprisingly low representation of Annie suddenly, or the second thing is that there's just some Annie hate now because everybody saw a lot of Annie in Houston, so maybe they're thinking that maybe people don't want to watch Annie again. So which one do you think it is?
Oh gosh, I mean, I'm hoping that it's not they think that people just don't want to watch Annie. I'm wondering if they're worried that the Annie gameplay is going to be way too quick. And it's like, well, now we have the rest of the time here. And that can be a scary part where it's like, if we don't want to lose our viewers for a bunch of dead air and force Max to talk for 2 hours, kind of thing. But yeah, so it looks like Colin is 4-1 and Atten, is that how you say? I'm probably saying, I'm so bad with names, is 5-0. So dang, great showings from both competitors. We have a couple of friends there as well. Emotional is there. Jibs is there. And a couple of others as well. Jibs is 5-1 right now. Mo, I think, is 5-0 there. George is still looking 5-0 as well. Let's go ahead. Randy as well, I think, is still 5-0. He just took a 2-0 there against Robert Kenny.
Okay.
So it's looking good. It's looking good.
I mean, but Jibs must be sweating because can he now lose a single game anymore?
He cannot.
I mean, single match. Yeah.
And intentionally drawing in the 9th round could knock him out of top 8.
Oh no. Well, hats to Jibs, and let's hope the pressure doesn't get to him.
Yeah. Well, and he. It was really awesome because Randy found a Kaisa deck for him to borrow instead of playing MF Aurora. And so that is just a lot more of Jibs's comfort zone there, something that he prefers. And again, just a great move from the community. It's top 16 potentially. Okay. So this top cut could be top 16. Let me double check because I think Jacob actually sent me from Rift Labs. For those of you who don't know, I think he sent me the 10K information. This could be wrong, so we'll see. Because it does look like day 1 Saturday is 9 rounds of Swift, best of 3. Day 2 is Sunday, top 8. But again, this is also the same post that specifically said that it was $10,000 of prizing and prize wall tickets. And I don't think that's even the case, too. So it very well could be tomorrow is top 16. That'd be really interesting to see, and I hope that it is. I prefer, especially with 400 competitors, it just makes a lot more sense to do top 16.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even 10-player tournaments technically have a top cut of 8. So having 400 players with a top cut of 8 would make no sense.
Yeah, if that's what the stream guy said, I hope that they're right. I would much rather see a top 16.
Yeah, for sure.
100%. And so I trust them. I trust them on the stream more than I trust a Discord post personally.
Especially if it's Challenger TCG,
Yeah. No, that's going to be the big thing. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens. We're 12 minutes past due of the next round. So a lot of stuff to still be had. I'm kind of bummed that I'm glad, but disappointed also that we're not doing it all in one day. The 5K not being all in one day was an interesting choice.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense in my opinion.
So, and it forced everyone to pretty much be like, hey, are we just going to intentionally draw? Yes. Okay, we each get $650. You know.
Yeah. I mean, but I mean, I guess $650 is enough. Because what could you even use $3,000 on the price wall,
Yeah,
anyways?
you're basically gonna just buy a booster box at this point, you know, or I mean,
Yeah,
like, you know, get a case,
yeah,
you know, and they're at market rates, so you're like, oh great, I can buy 2 cases, if that at 1,800, yay.
yeah,
If they
yeah,
do market rates, I
yeah.
doubt they would, but it wouldn't surprise me. But that's the sad
Also,
part
yeah.
with the prize wall.
Also,
Yes.
the game store I played today had like a reward of the winner gets to. I mean, there was a pack for each player, and
Mhm.
then we open all of those packs, and then the winner gets to, choose the first card out of those packs to take home,
Whoa.
and then the second, and I did get a overnumbered Victor, so I mean,
Whoa. Okay, nice. But also,
so I didn't come back empty-handed.
no, not at all. Nice find there. So, yeah, and so it'll be interesting to see. And I'm curious on how many people will play the 5K. That is going to be an all-in-one day 5K tomorrow, which is probably how it should have been. But it'll be good to see.
So was it changed, or or was the like intentional previously to be all in one day?
I originally thought that they were going to do everything all in one day, but it looks like because it's like a lot of people have to get back on flights or get back to work on that Monday anyway, so it'll be interesting to see.
I mean, then it just makes even less sense that yesterday was not all in one day.
Yeah, well, and they kind of screwed people over because in top 8 they were like, oh, by the way, we'll probably give you a round 1 buy if this is all hearsay, or what I've heard, not hearsay, that's different, that's less vibe, but anyway, this is what I heard at least, is that they said, hey, we'll give you a round 1 buy, but even if you go ahead and say yes to that, that's fine, kind of thing. That still kind of sucks because you can get screwed over if you happen to get into top 4 or the top prize at that point, and you just no longer can make the 10K, and it's like, well, that's really why I came. So we'll see.
For sure.
But a lot of fun stuff going on, guys. We should be having pairings coming up anytime now for round number 6. So a total of 3 rounds left.
Yeah. What do you think the matchup is that is taking so long right now?
Oh, I mean, it's probably emo. No, I'm kidding. It looks like actually everything is done here. I'm taking a look at the standings, and everything is either a tie or reported.
Yeah.
So it should just be really any time now, and sometimes it does take a minute to do so. So we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just having some PTSD from the Houston Annie versus Annie's. Those matches took a long time.
It's a grind. It really is. And the biggest thing that what was the one that when I was in Vegas, there was a ruling question in round 1, and there was a Darius out on the board, and they played a Mystic Reversal to take over the spell, and then went in and said, and it was like a cleave or something like that. And the judge said that the cleave still counts as being played, so the Darius is readied up. And the players were like, no, that's not how that works, and whatnot. And even the players around them, and they went to the head judge, and the head judge said, yes, actually, it does still count as being activated, so the Darius still readies. And that was the deciding factor of the game. Yeah, actually said that. And then even more people were speaking up around the head judge because this was the last match of round 1. They were already at time. And they made more of an uproar about it. And the judges ended up spending 30 minutes to look up the ruling on if the spell counts as being activated for the player before it's getting taken over. Kind of thing.
And what did they end up with?
They finally made the right call. But then they gave the players, they're like, oh, by the way, you're still on turns, so just keep playing it out, kind of thing. But we were waiting for, it was about 2 hours to get from round 1 to round 2, just with how long it took.
Yeah. But that's the thing with, anything new. There's going to be these edge cases, and they're going to be tough.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, too. A lot of the judges, I don't want to make it sound like they were doing necessarily a bad job. But the hard part about them judging was they were coming from multiple different games. They had just done
True,
a
true.
1,000-player regional for Magic the Gathering the previous day, a big tournament for Lorcana, and other Flesh and Blood even had one on the day prior. And now they came together and were volunteering to go ahead and do the Riftbound tournament. And so, you know,
Okay.
props to them. That was a huge sacrifice. I can only imagine how tired they were.
Yeah, but that kind of be also a double-edged sword because every time usually when I'm playing in these skirmishes, I'm not judging, but every time something very edge case happens, the host slash judge of the skirmish comes to me and they just say ask from Batsu because they're also somebody who has played, because they're the owner of the game store, so they have played all the TCGs obviously. And then it's the double-edged sword where they say that, I mean, it works like this in the other TCGs, so I guess this would make sense in Riftbound, but it doesn't work like that
Yeah.
in reality. But sometimes they like do kind of put the rules of other TCGs together and kind of make assumptions.
And that's the hard part. When I went to my skirmish as well, it was one of the store managers that was like, I'm gonna do my best on judging, but just so you guys know, I don't know. And
Yeah.
the nice part was too, though, he would go ahead and do the research instead of asking other players, just to make sure that everything stayed unbiased.
Yeah.
Just to be safe. And of course, there still is that game integrity, but of course, it is a trading card game. It takes one person to ruin it for everyone else in that case if they choose to take advantage. But even still, it was really cool to be able to see. And the judge made a wrong call, but he did come back and apologize. He's like, hey, sorry, I did the research and everything. I was actually wrong about this.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you guys at least let me uphold the ruling. I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to do better and make it right. And it's like, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah. Well, the positive here is that I do play an aggro deck, so my games did end so fast that I could do some judging on the side.
You either win in 5 minutes or you lose in 40. No, with that. Yeah, and here's the thing too. With the judges in Vegas, some of them, again, because it was volunteer based, there was a judge right before round 1 that was like joking with another judge friend before the game started, and he's like, I'm learning as I go. He's like, I'm Googling everything. And I'm like, don't say that out loud, dude. Like, and me and Prismat just kind of look over at him and we're like, all right.
Well,
and so
I wouldn't trust that judge with my my decisions.
Yeah, well, and I went up to that judge in particular because I wanted to see how they were going to rule if I did a falling star after smoke screening a set, if that would kill it completely. You and I know it will. But
Yeah,
I wanted to
obviously,
make I wanted to make sure it would, and that the judges would rule before I extend all of that information to my opponent to find out, oh, it actually doesn't work according to these judges. And he even was, at least he said, you know what? I actually don't know. And I even explained how the ruling should work and everything. I don't know which part of the rules to quote, but he's like, that makes a lot of sense. And he even went to the head judge, though, and the head judge said, nope, it would not kill the set because recall heals. And so in that case, all hindrances and everything like that would be erased, including the -4, and the second damage would then be hit, and it would allow it to live. And I was like, no.
So I guess everybody can be a head judge nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, it was a volunteer base, and hopefully the judging has gone better.
Yeah.
But here we go. We are back again with another round to be thrilling here as Matthew is playing Annie versus Ryan, who we saw last round playing a Victor. Again, I do apologize for the lag here. That is coming from PPG's end, but this is going to be exciting, Batsu.
I mean, it's your favorite guy, so it's going to be very exciting.
My man, it's going to be over in 5 minutes. This is going to be probably a really fast round, all things considering. I'm glad we do get to see some more gameplay, though, of Victor.
I mean, yeah, and Annie chose to play I was just about to say the Victor is probably gonna do the Call the Week
Mhm.
here because then they can tap Victor Legend to get the token after the Call the Week, which is very strong. And Annie did choose to play the Vi on their first turn, going down to only one rune. So
Yeah, that's a
that is
huge
very, very
tell.
aggressive.
Huge tell. Because normally when they
Yeah.
do go ahead and play a Vi out, it's like that is your only 2-drop. Okay, cool. I can run with this. Now, still was able to go ahead and have a good response with the sneaky deckhand. That is going to be a good point. But also,
And
yeah, go for it.
if I'm not seeing wrong, I think the Annie does have their all Vi's in their hand. So, I mean, if the Annie makes a misplay here and plays all of their Vi's and they die, then I mean Victor is in a good position because there's no more Vi's.
Now, of course, this is going to be the big turn for Ryan. He's going to need to have to go ahead and really start to get some things. Faithful Manufactor would be a really good option to have here. We're going to see what the battlefield is going to have in store. If Matthew is going to go ahead, he's going to gonna do a stacked deck. Could have done a Fight or Flight, but might be picking a Darius at this point potentially for the following turn, but we'll see what he puts on the bottom.
I actually think that fighter flighting wouldn't work there because it's the Vile Moss layer, which doesn't allow you
that is true.
move units back to your home.
Yep, that's true. So that is a dead card, actually, so good call on that. And again, we're already seeing now the Victor being able to score a point being sacrificed for the Cruel Patron, which is a 4 cost, but it comes out with 6 might. The caveat being that you do have to hit a unit and kill it in order to win, or in order to bring it in.
But that's a pretty big unit, and Annie does struggle to, deal with a big board presence early on. So we're gonna have to see what the Annie kind of does here. They do have a Darius in hand, so it's gonna be very tough. If Victor does run smoke screen, they're in a very good position here.
And I do have to say, having Cruel Patron in the main deck is an interesting play to consider here. The fact that you are, I mean, yes, the 6 might can make a really big impact that can come out as early as as round 2, which can be very helpful. But also, even depending on the matchup, it's something very easy to side out if you're like, you know what, it might not necessarily be making as big of an impact.
Yeah. And I mean, I was actually thinking about putting a Cruel Patron into my side deck in Darius just against Kaisa. It's a very big unit early on, and it's something that Kaisa can basically only kill with a Falling Star.
Yep. And I mean, right there, we saw on the last turn, Ryan coming in clutch, being able to bring in Singularity. That removal in and of itself is going to be one of the biggest things. This is why I think we've seen the meta adjust, where Kaisas are starting to run even 3 Acathian Reigns and a Singularity. That's become very standard now. And you get to see why, because that can be the counter here against Annie decks. And so we do see the Cruel Patron falling to a 7 Darius, but still, now the scary part, Ryan has 0 units in the base.
Yeah, but I mean, Annie isn't that explosive right now. They're only at 3 points, and if the Victor can get rid of this Darius, I mean, the game state is gonna up, and he did get rid of the Darius instantly. So, as I was about to say, as the Victor got rid of the Darius, the game state will be stabilized pretty quickly.
Well, and that's the interesting aspect of this as well. The fact that, the 2 Call of the Weeks have come in, killing the Darius, killing a big unit in the beginning of the game. But it's like, also, what kind of responses do we have here? We need to be able to make sure that we're able to put down some units to get some points going. And if Ryan's not able to do that, it's like we might really start to get into this grind of a state where Annie doesn't play a lot of units. You play 3 Victor or 3 Kaisas, 3 Dariuses, and like 6 2-drops.
But there's still the Zone Warrants, which could really save Victor here. It does look like their hand is rather weak. At least it doesn't look like they're happy with their hand. And they did pass. So
Yeah, but it doesn't
we're
look like
seeing
the
a
Annie
very
is liking their hand too much either
yeah,
at this point. But
yeah.
at least he has more cards in hand than what the Victor is having. And Akaisa is going to be a good answer here. Going to try to move into the
Wow.
Zon Warrens. But with 3 up, this is going to be telling. And it looks like immediately a Hidden Blade is going to be coming down now. Adding 2 cards to Annie's hand. How do you feel about that?
I mean, technically, you know, adding only 1 card because the Kaiser would have drawn a card anyways.
Mhm.
So, I mean, using it on Kaiser is very strong, and they also didn't get the zone triggers. So I think that Hidden Blade is actually what could have saved Victor's game here, honestly.
That's an interesting take there too. And then also having the flash to then be utilized.
Ooh.
That's going to be pretty helpful. But still, that at least doesn't give the +2 draw.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Annie themselves also thought that the +2 draw isn't as important as the Kaiser unit themselves.
Yeah, well, and one thing that's interesting too, now that the showdown has started, we have the Ride the Wind that is in the deck. It looks like he is
Yep.
going to allow the point to go through. That is scary with 6 runes at the ready for Ryan, but even still, I mean, this is going to be a big turn. Ryan needs to start doing something with his board state.
Yeah. I mean, Victor would have actually had the Facebreaker in hand. So
Oh yeah,
I don't think the Ride the Wind would have done much there.
yeah.
And I mean, Victor is running at least 1 Facebreaker and probably 3 Hidden Blades, which are all very bad for Vi.
Mhm.
So it's gonna be interesting to see how tough it will be for the Annie themselves. And they're gonna get another point from the Sprite Mother. So suddenly Victor is leading actually with points at least.
Yeah, and I mean, the Sprite Mother was a great response here to be able to deal with this. Now, 2 runes still up at the ready, so we could even see, just like what you said, the Facebreaker coming in is going to be huge because you might just go ahead and bounce right back into it, and especially with Annie. Annie's exchanges are more often than not going to be one-on-one. And so the Facebreaker
Yeah.
is going to shut that down because unless you're able to then go ahead and get over the might, you're just doomed.
Yeah, but let's hope Victor still has answers for future Ride the Winds. Now that they used Facebreaker, they won't have really many ways to stop the future Ride the Winds from kind of conquering both battlefields.
Mm-hmm.
But at least Victor does have the 1-point lead, so they shouldn't be too scared of Annie exploding in their face.
Yeah.
You know.
No.
That's another Kaiser though. Ooh.
And I mean, that's the thing too. You take out one, there's usually 2 more right behind them. That's the hard part. You take out a Darius, you feel like you got to win. And yes, a win that very well was, but you might have to take out another one. You can also even use Annie as the champion to then go ahead and find a card that you might need. If you need a stacked deck to find those answers, cool, I can do so. And these kinds of answers are tough against Victor.
I was just about to say, like, Annie champion is, I think it's the coolest champion, at least from the Proving Grounds champions, in my opinion. It's very cool.
No, and it feels really good. And this is why I'm also worried. Like, if we've seen in set 1, where now in set 2, some legends are getting to become or some champions are able to become legends, like Draven, for example. And in set 2, we got Fizz. And Purple Fizz is insane. And if we could also get a champion or a legend ability with that in set 3 or something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We did see the difference between Facebreaker and Hidden Blade here. I mean, Facebreaker is pretty cool, but it didn't get rid of the Kaiser. There's still the Kaiser at home. It just, delayed the inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's unfortunate to see here. But, that's sometimes how it is. And again, the Annie is starting to really go wide. But at the same time, if you start to overextend, it can become very easy for Ryan to try to bounce back. But it seems like Ryan, more often, though, has been just moving really slow, where he's been able to find the initial answers, but not necessarily anything to continue to really build up his backfield. He's getting one-trick ponies here time and time again that are holding him in this game, but without much answers otherwise.
I think the biggest problem here is that Victor never really, got a board rolling in this game. They were kind of just delaying the Annie's game plan with spells,
Mm-hmm.
while they kind of slowed themselves down also. So they're really lacking units. Is the only thing right now.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, though. If they did just have those couple of units, that could be a big difference maker here.
Yeah.
And so on the pass, we're going to be going up 5-5 at this point. And I mean, gosh, we're seeing 2 ride the winds. And how many cards does Annie have in hand?
But if you're Annie right now, I mean, Victor leaving, what is 6 runes
Yep,
up?
you know what's
Yeah.
coming. You know what's coming. I know what's coming. Now, of course, it might not matter if you can go ahead and even fight or flight things here. So
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
move, the Traveling Merchant will trigger first. So for a discard and a draw, that is going to be 5. That is going to be 8. Whoa! Didn't see that coming to destroy the Kaisa. And again, no responses. All those runes readied
Yeah.
and no reactions to save your unit.
I mean, but Victor is basically tapped out here, so Annie could go for example, fight or flighting the Kaisa to the other
Mhm.
battlefield, or just playing the Darius. I think they still have the Darius in their hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they have half their deck in their hand at this point.
Oh, another one. Another Kaisa.
And again, that is... Oh, and then a Darius coming in after that for 7 to go ahead and take care of that. Great answer to be able to still clear the board state and get things moving. So he has so many runes that he was at 9 runes.
Yeah.
So played out a Kaisa for 4 and then a Darius for 5. Darius saw himself readied up and immediately moved in for 7 might.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I do think like accelerated units are probably the strongest units of set 1,
Mm-hmm.
just because of how either your opponent plays around them and slows themselves down, playing around your accelerations,
Mhm.
or they don't play around them and just swing for it. They just hope you don't have them.
Yeah.
If you do have them, then you turn the game around instantly. So we do see a scoop here.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
unfortunately for you, Victor did lose this time.
Yeah, well, that's the hard part. I love both Annie and Victor. I mean, I've been shuffling throughout the day a Annie deck. That doesn't actually prove it's Annie, sorry. My Annie deck, I've been shuffling the entire time throughout this the duration of this tournament. And I that's the hard part. I play every deck. I think the deck that
Yeah.
I least like to play... Oh, that's tough. I would probably say Kaisa is probably the least fun deck
Yeah,
I have.
yeah.
Most fun would probably be Annie or Yasuo. I just love the movement.
If you had said the most unfun deck is Darius, we would have had to throw some hands.
So I haven't had as much luck with you with the Darius. I need to do more reps because Darius, while it feels like, oh, you just play baited hook and win, has a lot more lines that you need to be mindful of, and you really need to be thinking about your matchups in that. And so it's a complicated deck.
Yeah, and just like I said previously about not playing hook every time, we saw Annie there just do nothing else than slam down accelerated units after accelerated units, and just slowly win the game like basically doing nothing almost. So
Oh yeah.
sometimes you have those accelerated hands which you don't even need your game plan, honestly. You just need those accelerated units and they handle the rest.
No, completely right about that. And this is going to be a big turn now for Victor. Now you see the Dreaming Tree and Annie can utilize the Dreaming Tree so much better than what Victor can. And that card utilization alone is going to be an absolutely big difference maker. Trifarian War Camp, that might necessarily help your Victor units in particular, but still, this is Annie's game to take, and I'm really worried about what maybe Ryan might be able to do to respond to such a brutal board state.
Yeah, I mean, Dreaming Tree is a battlefield that just enhances already good cards like Flash,
Mhm.
even fight or flighting your own unit, or with Kaisa the retreat. So Dreaming Tree is possibly like at least in the top 3 best battlefields of set 1.
Yeah, no, seriously, and it's like the hard part is that is also one to be just so sought after as well. And
Yeah.
when you are going against a Kaisa deck too, they can utilize it maybe not as efficiently as Annie, but at least a decent enough amount of the time to where Kaisa can still keep up with what Annie might be able to do. So really interesting to see how this is going to end up going. We do see a sneaky deckhand. Annie does also struggle going second sometimes. And so it's interesting to see what might end up happening here as this turn 1 begins to start.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to hope that Victor can deal with the sneaky deckhand on their next turn. Yep, there's the sneaky deckhand. What if you were Annie right now and you would get your 2 runes up on the enemy's turn? Would you gust your own sneaky deckhand to get the draw from Dreaming Tree?
It depends. What else is in hand? It's kind of hard to see, but doesn't look like has a whole ton of units, but still does have the sneaky deckhand. So yeah, I would go ahead and target the other unit to just slow him down in this case, and then use the stacked deck. But I would use the stacked deck first because Gust is a reaction, and you can only play it here in a showdown at that point.
Well, the game is back at the start, basically, except Annie got 1 point.
So, and I think I just saw a Kaisa that was drawn here. 2 stacked decks in hand, and again, that was definitely a rune that was not necessarily completely utilized. So an accelerated Kaisa is going to be going into Dreaming Tree. That is a little bit of a lost opportunity. You can get a couple of cards back to the bottom of your deck. If he necessarily didn't want to draw that card right there, it could have very well been put at the bottom by stacked deck. So we'll see what that impact might have. It might seem very little, but it could be a big difference.
Yeah, especially in these top games, we're getting into 6th round already. Both of these players are on 0 losses, so even a small thing like missing 1 rune, you're not utilizing 1 rune, can really make the difference. Believe it or not, it's hard to believe, but sometimes the difference between winning or losing is just 1 might, basically.
Yeah. And especially when going against a Victor to Annie, that 1 or 2 might can make all the difference in that. But yeah, this is going to be intense to try to see what these answers are going to be able to be, because right now it looks like Annie's finding all the answers and Victor is just like, I don't know, man, I have 5 runes up on your turn.
The Victor is just hoping the Annie doesn't find more.
Well, and you are with a stack deck, yeah. So that's going to be tough, and especially getting another point. We're going to be seeing this deficit get ever wider as it's going to be 3-1 here pretty soon.
We have to soon report Annie for stacking their deck.
Yeah. So he went ahead. Now, for those of you who might think that's a little bit confusing, he went ahead and made a 1 might unit and then played the Cruel Patron, but there's no point in necessarily getting out the token and putting it on the board. So he's just reinforcing the Trifarian War Camp, going up to 2 points on that. But he's still going to have to get back into this game and figure out how to take care of the Dreaming Tree. Whereas, if Annie so chooses, can continue to utilize the ability there.
Yeah. And I mean, Victor is just right now hoping that the Annie can't deal with their war camp. If the Annie can find a line where they kind of empty the Victor's war camp, I think it's gonna be a very, very rough game to come back from. So we're just gonna have to see how Annie plays this turn.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big deciding factor. Yes, you go ahead and you have currently 7, 8, 9 might on the war camp. So still a Darius and a Hook can go ahead and get over that. Looks like we are going to go ahead and play a Kaisa, and then we are going to also be going out with a Vi. So kind of interesting to see. And then the 2 runes are going to ready up with the Annie and pass over to Victor.
Yeah. I mean, the Annie always having 2 runes up is it's pretty annoying. It's very annoying when they just vomit out everything and then they get back to 2 runes.
Yep, and so and that's scary because it's like, he's playing with 5 runes, but all in all, it really is that he has 7.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
you
basically.
don't get to use 7 runes on your turn entirely, yes. But the fact that you get to always guarantee that you have 2 runes that you can utilize and your deck is teched to be able to capitalize on that incredibly well makes Annie such a formidable opponent.
Yeah. I mean, but Victor still does have the hidden blades, etc., which are pretty tough for like Annie in general because of the Annie's game plan with right to wins.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna have to see maybe Victor get a little more units so they can finally, try to even
Mm-hmm.
threaten something. Right now, their start is pretty slow once more.
Yeah, and that's also the
Um,
downside with Victor. If you can't make the tokens, you just kind of struggle.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess the Yordle does have tank, so maybe that's something.
Yeah, but I mean, you're also seeing just all of these small units coming out. Now, of course, you're not necessarily recycling runes, so that's good. But there's again been multiple turns where we've seen that Ryan just has all of his runes up when passing over to his opponent. And we know with Victor that's very few options at that point that you might be able to have. I mean, if it was Kaisa with 8 up, cool. I might be a
Yeah.
little worried. But with Victor, it's like, okay, what are you really going to do?
I guess they're like trying to threaten a hidden blade or face breaker maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
But
it's
even then,
yeah.
doesn't even matter for the Annie. I mean, they're 2 points ahead, and if the Victor does have the hidden blade, you just have to kind of accept it as
Mhm.
the Annie player. You just have to get the hidden blade out and continue with your game. You don't have any defy to really stop the hidden blade anyways.
Mm-hmm. So and again, like these competitors have been playing for, going on 7 hours now. And that
Okay.
alone can take a big toll. But the Gus coming in is going to be a pretty big call. But putting the Yordle back in, that's a little scary just because that's another card draw that Victor can go ahead and utilize. Now he's counting
Yeah.
the cards at the side of the deck, could utilize Vi at that point with the ability. And looks like we'll put all the cards at the bottom.
I mean, but aren't you like even a little bit scared of the Victor's hidden blade?
Yeah, but it's like even if we go ahead and get that figured out, we still have 5, 6 runes that are able to be used
Yeah.
by Annie for the rest of the turn with a Kaisa. Like if we would have had that ability on a Kaisa, I would have been definitely more fearful. But now Kaisa's just going to be able to maybe get a cleave going, or you can Void Seeker at this point
You can
as
even
well.
Darius.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And also can go ahead and you can go ahead and flash. And
True,
then
true.
even if you really need to, ride the wind back in. And you're going to be drawing a card for targeting the Kaisa with Dreaming Tree.
Yeah.
Gosh, there's a reason why that card is $38 currently. Such a good card. No. Too soon.
I mean, at this point, I'm just hoping that we're gonna see, flashes in the future Nexus Knight packs.
Yeah, they've claimed that that's going to be the case, and now sending both
Yeah.
Kaisas to go into this battlefield, kind of interesting there.
So that's like 10 against 9 right now, if I'm
Yeah.
not wrong, or 10 against 8 or
Mhm.
9. Yeah, 9.
Yep, and channeling the rune could be very helpful. That's enough now to accelerate out well, it was before anyway, but he could be accelerating out a Watcher. But even still, you spend all your runes to accelerate a Watcher, and you're just like, yeah, fight or flight, you're back. And
Yeah.
that can hurt.
Yeah, I guess Kaisa does punish those big expensive units.
And I mean, yeah,
And
just walking the park here right now, going against the Victor deck. And I'm wondering if it's because of misplays or just because Ryan might not have necessarily played this kind of matchup. But, he did sound pretty versed in this deck originally. So this is surprising.
yeah, I mean, I don't see like anything that Ryan could have done better. I just think that especially like 2 gusts for the Annie is just so devastating, especially if you're Victor.
Yeah.
There is the singularity, but will that save the game? We're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think so, because even when moving in, you can still go ahead and even Void Seeker this. And you already
Yeah.
know that Victor is struggling as it is, but he's going to allow the point to go through. And so now with the final 3, going to be playing. Okay, so not necessarily a horrible find. That definitely is one that you want earlier in the game. But still, something in the backfield to continue to put pressure in is better than nothing.
Well, the dangerous thing about this game state is that Kaisa is gonna get to 6 points. So we're just gonna have to hope that Victor has a hidden blade for next turn or a face breaker for the eventual right to win.
Yep.
Another Kaisa.
Gosh, how many Kaisas he's running 4 in the deck? It has to be. No.
Yeah.
But I mean, no, these have been great answers. And again, this Annie has been able to draw, whereas the Victor isn't. And so the pressure and the answers that are needing to be found in this particular matchup have been able to be done so with ease for the Annie. And it's currently 6-3, and he's still finding ways to go ahead and build up his board state. Has a Darius in hand with a cleave, 4 runes at the ready. So it's like, heck, even if you do happen to have, the Vanguard captain, I can go ahead and Void Seeker that and potentially then just go right back in for the win after.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy that the Annie did get 3 Kaisas in back-to-back games. That is a lot of draw. That's a lot of draw.
Yeah. So, and yeah, go for it.
And it is fairly easy to build your board when you're gonna get those 2 runes up anyways when you're about to defend. So Annie is good for a reason.
Yep. So it looks like both are going to be going over. That's going to be a total of 5 at that point. And so some calculation needing to be done, but still, even with the Trifarian War Camp, the Void Seeker is going to be enough to kill the captain. That might be the nail in the coffin to finish off this match. Yep, it is. That's going to be a handshake and a win for Annie versus Victor.
Wow, I mean, the Annie was... they made it look easy. I didn't see any lines the Victor could have maybe done better. I think the double gust in the early game was like the neck breaker straight from the get go, and after that, when you find the Kaisa especially, I mean the Kaisa can just
after Kaisa, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
and that's the big thing here, and something that I think was making such a big difference. Ryan just felt like as a Victor player, he was really missing on a lot of draws, unfortunately. Really sad to be able to see, but that's how card games sometimes are. And Victor, if you really miss out on the early units, you can really struggle to be able to maintain that pressure. And it's like, it doesn't matter if you have an Imperial Decree in your hand. You can't necessarily utilize that because, well, what can you do? And so it's just really sad to be able to see that the Victor just wasn't necessarily able to find any answers in game 1 or game 2, but there's still a lot of game left to be had.
And don't count the Victor out yet. They can still, get the top cut.
Yep, exactly. So, and we still have word that it does look like it is going to be top 16. So going 9-1, going 9-2, depending on your tiebreakers and things of that nature, could very well be that little cusp to make it all the way to the top.
Yeah. What's your opinion on the little bird, 2-cost bird on Victor?
Oh, it's almost the necessary evil, where it's not great. But it's a 2-cost. And it's like, I just need to be able to have a turn 1, turn 2 play kind of thing, because I can go either, if I'm going second, I'm going to be able to play out a 2-cost and a token. I need to guarantee that. I need to guarantee at least a 2-cost on turn 1. And so it's like, well, we only have so many options with how many cards are out here. And I would not be surprised if Victor is meta relevant in set 2, that the bird is given the bird and tossed away.
Yeah, I mean, some of the blue cards do look pretty pretty good in set 2.
Mhm.
But my opinion with the bird is that the problem is the deck doesn't have a lot of draw in itself.
Mhm.
So playing the one might bird can be a little can feel a little bad, especially if you can't find that draw. So I think these victors should be running consult the past more.
Mm.
If they're running the birds, I do think they should be running at least one or even two consult the pasts, because as we saw in these previous games, I do feel the victor was lacking a little bit of draw.
Oh yeah, and a consult of the past, especially early on. I mean, again, I think you're exactly right about that, and I've been seeing some good deck lists here. Now let's see. You think in Victor it's better to play 4, 6, or 8 2-drops? I would say 8. At that point, 8 or 9. Because what you got 3 watchful sentries, 3 of the bird. What else do we do? I got my list. Let me go ahead and pull it up in Piltover.
I do also think there's a difference. If you know you're gonna be going second, I do think you can maybe cut back on the 2-drops, because if you find what's it called? Faithful Manufacturer, you can still play it on your turn 1 if you're going second. So when you're going second, I do think you can cut back 1 or 2 2-drops.
Yeah, and that's the thing, especially when I'm going. Well, the problem is I just love the turn 1, turn 2, being able to go Victor or a token and a 2-drop. That can feel so good. And if it's going second, if you end up being able to then after that find like something of a Faithful Manufacturer on the next turn as well, can really help you in this case. So this is my deck list for Victor. I would not play 3 seals anymore personally. I don't think it's necessarily utilized. It was just something I was testing for the skirmish. But I run 2 consults of the past. I go 3 singularities, 1 Riptide Rex, 2 Imperial Decrees, 2 Grand Stratagem, Jeweled Colossus, just mainly because it doesn't have a power cost and it has Vision and Shield, which also can be really helpful. And 3 Sprite Mothers are going to be kind of the big differences that you see here.
What do you think about the blue Victor champion?
It's interesting. I need to play test it. I haven't play tested it yet because of what it just looks weird, So let's go ahead and pull that up, because that was the Vegas. So if I look up Turnham Sideways, because what do you think of it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I do think there's some hidden potential there, because with the blue Victor, all of your hidden cards will basically be a summon 1 token, if you think about it like that. So, then you could get some crazy value out of, running those seals and then running 3 consult the pasts, etc., etc. Consult the pasts would become draw 2 and summon 1 token. So I do think there's some hidden potential with the blue Victor. It needs to be refined, though. I don't think there has been like a fully well-refined blue Victor deck yet that I have seen. So maybe you could find something there if you really dig into it.
Well, and I really think, because like the list that I have pulled up that was able to go ahead and get 25th, 25th at Vegas. It was a really interesting deck. We were trying to get it onto stream. Casanova was trying to do so, but, was picking different matches instead. But we were all watching it because it was at the top table for the entire duration of the tournament, which is really interesting to consider. Now, the Echo is one of the more interesting things. I still don't know how meta relevant, at least Echo is in Victor. That can sometimes feel like a little bit of a dead draw. But I mean, it could be a big difference maker. Likewise, I still don't know how I feel about the 2 time warps in the deck either.
Yeah, I think the time warps could be, swapped with maybe Watchers, honestly.
Yeah, either going with Watchers, or I would even do like a Faithful Manufacturer as well, because you don't necessarily you're running the Vanguard Captain, but that's about it.
Yeah, and how much hidden cards does the list have?
3 with Hidden Blade and 3 with Consult of the Past.
So I do think there should be at least 1 or 2 phase breakers. It's basically a stun plus 1 token.
Yeah.
So I do think the hidden cards are like the core of this deck.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's going to be really your bread and butter there. And if you can really, well, and that's the thing too, if you can throw off your opponent, and you start playing the blue Victor, it can be really interesting on what you might be able to do, because if your opponent starts second guessing their deck list,
Yeah.
that can be a big difference maker. I remember when I went against Prismaticism when he was playing MF Aggro. And I had never seen MF Aggro before. And I was like, okay then, I don't know. And I was second guessing myself every single time, because I'm like, I don't even know what cards to even be preparing for coming in this next turn.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see some of that in the Italy regionals, especially because the set 2 will be so fresh that there's gonna be some weird cooking, and there's also gonna be some misplays, because
yeah, the
that's
jank is
also
real.
the problem. Yeah, that's also the problem with such a fresh set, is that people really don't know what all the cards even do. So it's gonna be,
gosh, it could be such a
it's
long
gonna be
day.
interesting.
Well, and that could be a really long day too, where everyone is slow playing just because they don't know.
Yeah.
And there's going to be those, like our online community, like we've talked about a couple of times, is really good, and we help each other out and play test with each other a lot, or enter tournaments together. But even then, it's like, what do we do? Because I mean, you remember when the game first came out, I don't know if you went into any release events, but they quickly went to best of ones because round 1 took an hour and a half, even after they went to time.
Yeah. And I mean, even if we do, play online, etc., just like we saw with China, there were still a way different meta, different decks, different cooking in the West. So even if we do play online, there's probably still gonna be some very low key and surprising decks in the Italy, which people aren't really ready for. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
It's going to be really interesting, but I'm excited to see what that is going to have in store for us. So let's go ahead and take a look at how much is left on the timer here. And then I might take a quick break real quick, because it looks like, we still have a 10 minutes. So I think I'm going to end up taking about a 10-minute break at this point, and then I will come back. Batsu, you are welcome to continue to talk to the audience or take a break of your own.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom at least.
Okay, sounds good. So, I will go ahead and put some music on for you guys, and then I will be back in 10 minutes. Actually, let's go ahead. One thing that we could do for you guys, that if you didn't see, then good. Because, if you didn't actually see anything, here we go. We can go back to day 1, actually, and full screen that for you. That way you guys can actually see some footage. To be taking it out instead. What do you think? So that alone can already be thinking pretty crazy. Renata's looking really interesting. I played a lot of games against a Renata yesterday. They were able to go ahead and cheat out their the gear. That was the interesting play. Is really good. Strike. Also, one of the best parts here in this case is we will see what they are going to be able to do to take back this battlefield. I've played the baited hook build of Darius, really explosive, really good, but you need to also rely on being able to find that hook, and if you don't, you might not be able to find that aggression that you need, especially to take someone down as formidable as a Master Yi. And so I'm going to be curious to see what we are able to do here. I am a Yi believer 100%. The biggest thing with Yi that is such a game changer is the consistency that you are going to be able to find here. Now, here we go, of course, with the cleave. Does not have the defy, so the Darius is immediately going to go up to 10. And even with an unguard, that could be a trade, but looks like the Hourglass is going to be taking it out instead. So, really good idea right there. Going in now for 4. Unfortunately, though, that Darius is susceptible, sorry, words are hard sometimes, on being overtaken back by the Yi. So this could be really interesting. You got to be prepared properly for that. But again, that still is going to be a good point taken as we go now up. Should be 4-1 if I recall correctly. I don't think they've updated that point value just yet. Now, I'm actually really surprised that Darius hasn't been more popular in this meta. Darius Hook is high risk, high reward, which is probably why. Baited Hook is also a $40 card currently, so that can also be another reason. Love how he's pulling it back. You're fearful about a Dead Plume Predator just immediately taking the battlefield here. But even still, this is something that you are looking forward to. And with that, also a hidden card. Usually a hidden blade in that case, but it can be a number of other things, which can be a little scary to try to anticipate. Not only that, Yi also having ganking is incredibly good. So we'll see how this is able to play out. Looks like they're lagging a little bit, but looks like 2 is going to be recycled on the Yi side. And yes, a Aurora is going to be coming out, especially with Aspirant's Climb. We are playing to 9 points, and the Darius Hook needs to have the answers. Now, the big thing here, I think, is going to be the fact that we need to we're hopefully running Imperial Decree. If you run Imperial Decree, that basically says, well, if I damage you, we die. You know, and that can be something to be a really big difference maker in this matchup. And it's also really interesting. We've already seen a Yi Aurora deck already. So are a lot of people really making the switch over to the Aurora Yi switcheroo deck, essentially, where you play both versions with what we saw in the second place tournament here? That's going to be something interesting to see. And an Aspirant's Climb Game 1 is going to be a pretty good option, in my opinion, just because you are prolonging the game. You are giving, yes, Darius that chance to find that hook a little bit more, but it looks like we are going to be double pinging, and another Hourglass is going to be activating and taking it out. You are going to then be able to go in and get another point at that point, going to 6. But again, here's the biggest thing. Aspirant's Climb makes it to where getting that 9th point can be extremely difficult. I've played against this deck a lot, and you can get to 8 points, and you get to 8 points pretty handily. But then when it comes to that end game, and you need to get a double conquer or you need to hold, it can be so incredibly difficult, especially if there is a Master Yi holding on one battlefield. And you can just go ahead and build something out back in base and then just have the ganking and go over to the other battlefield. It can just be an insane combo to get a lot of things going your way. So making the game that much longer is incredibly impressive. But again, both these players currently are 4-1, with both being at that rank right now. That is not counting them out of top cut. But again, it depends on how big of top cut they are doing at this 5K. That's going to be the amount of prize money that they will be going with. So here we go. Again, a tough decision on which do I bait or which one do I go ahead and use the Hidden Blade with. Now, here's the thing, too. Also, Justin, seeing probably that, yeah, it looks like we are going to Hidden Blade that. Does he have the Defy? He didn't a turn ago. Yeah, he didn't a turn ago. Yeah, looks like that is going to be it. Now, of course, the death knell of that is going to be channeling 2 runes and drawing a card, which again is just giving so much more in the arsenal. And holy, all those cards just drawn as well. That is absolutely insane. And the Dead Bloom has been found, though you normally want Aurora to find that in that case. But even still, and then going in and saying, do I want the Protector to be found off of the Aurora? Looks like no. And that's why Candlelit Sanctum can be such a powerful card. We don't know who played what as the battlefields. But, man, it's just going to be an incredibly long day. And also finding the charm at this point, too, to charm the Darius over. Now, of course, with 1 at the ready, you could very well go ahead and potentially cleave, though with the defense, that's going to be going up to 8 to 7, so no point in doing so. But yeah, this is going to be a big hit. If another Aurora can be hit with Dead Bloom, and there it is, that is going to be a big difference maker. And again, this is where Aspirant's Climb can be such a vital battlefield in this game 1, because when you finally start hitting those Dead Blooms, when you start hitting all of those cards, it can really start to devastate your opponent. Justin is at 6 points. If he was able to somehow pull off the double conquer here, you know, then that would only put him at 8, and he can really rebuild. We already see a Dead Bloom in his hand, so he would be able to take back 1, if not both battlefields on the following turn, and that would stop Justin from being able to get to those 8 points. And so, again, here we go with the 3 cards in hand. It looks like we have... Ooh, that's going to be creating another token when moving into a battlefield, but even still, not necessarily something great. More tokens are going to be out, but the Sabotage in Timothy's hand, this turn even, could be something to shut this deck down. Just saying, hey, I know what you're probably trying to build to. If Justin ends up having the Imperial Decree in hand or a Grand Stratagem, sniped with Sabotage. So, gosh, you got to be so careful about that here. Yeah, come on, Keldon. Why are you speaking too soon, man? I mean, so many cards in hand. This is a scary situation for Justin here. Not something that you definitely want to see. I mean, all the runes at the ready for Timothy here. He's going to be recycling 2, building up the backfield, going in with another Dead Bloom Predator with Master Yi's ability that is going to be 2 in the base and then double stacking. So at least Yi's ability is no longer going to be utilized here, but you're trading that for a lot of might. A lot of might. And so this is going to be a very interesting thing. And yeah, I gotta agree with you there, Vega. Stacking the runes is one of the worst habits that you guys can possibly have. Do not do that. When you have the runes, be sure that you go ahead and fluff them out like this. You can tap them just fine. It's not a big deal. But for some reason, everyone's like, oh, by the way, here, these are the runes I've used so far. Well, that's great. How many do you even have? You know, it's such a bad habit. And it's like, look, there they go. He spreads it out, but then when he pays for it, oh, I'm going to stack it. Thank you. Don't worry, that's a rant I could go on for a while about as well. and I intentionally will ask my opponent every single round, how many runes do you have? How many runes do you have? Because if you stack it, I'm asking. Because I hate that habit. Here we go again with another Dead Bloom coming down on another Aurora being able to hit. I mean, this is a wall, and it looks like that is going to be a scoop at that point going into game 2 as Timothy, with the Aspirant's Climb and Aurora, is able to take game number 1. So, I mean, that right there was also really impressive to be able to have, and again, this is something that you got to be so scary about. If you hit the Aurora, well, here we go running, and a Dead Bloom Predator can get you into this game so incredibly fast. You have to be careful. If you end up missing a couple of times, if you play the Mountain Drakes or anything like that, they do end up going to base, and that alone can also slow you down. Game 1 with Aspirant's Climb can give you such an advantage, but if you go into game number 2 without that, and your opponent just needs to go ahead and score 8 points, well, that can be enough to speed up the game to make it to where you are going to be able to have an uphill battle. Not only that, if you end up losing as well on not finding Aurora early in the game, that can be enough to shut you down as an Aurora Yi deck. So again, you got to be a little bit careful about that. There is that weight and reward, or that risk and reward there, so we'll see, but still, really impressive deck. Now, Darius needs to get going, needs to find that hook, and needs to take it to them. We very well might be seeing Arena's Greatest, which will be adding 1 point. And if Darius is able to go first and get that explosive start, that might be the thing to tick into Darius's favor and give him this win in game number 2. So go ahead and let me know what you guys think about that. Is Darius going to be able to make it in this next game and still go into this best of 3? Let me know down in the comments right now. And this is going to be the scary part. Do you go ahead and, again, you're guessing now at this point. This is the greatness of Yi Aurora playing the regular deck. We don't know if they are. We don't know if he's going to be subbing out 6 cards, taking out Auroras and the big stuff to be able to switch then in the regular Yi deck. That's a risk. At the same time, though, I do think Aurora Yi does have a better matchup into Darius, just because of the explosiveness. You do have to worry about some of the destruction, gear destruction that Darius could utilize here. And so, is that worth it? But with 35 minutes left, even if you go into a game 3 and then switch back into Aurora, that could be something that Timothy could then utilize. Then again, he might be using Obelisk as the battlefield this turn. And if we see Obelisk and Arena's Greatest, this could be a very fast game that Darius just takes. So, I'm serious, though. If Timothy picked Obelisk, this is going to be interesting.
All right.
So,
that actually looks like a good point to stop at anyway. Okay. Just in time. All right. Here we go, guys. Good to have you back. Okay. Well, a lot of good gameplay so far. We will see when Batsu gets back here. 7.5 hours so far. That's a long day. Longest stream that I've ever done so far. But we are not done yet. We still have a couple of more games that are needing to be finished here. Now, with that, again, Mo is doing incredibly well, getting another 2-0. We're still waiting for Annie. We have, it looks like, an intentional draw happening at table 1 here, so kind of interesting. Able to get some dinner at that point. We are looking at 428, sorry, words are hard. And this is going to be interesting. I think Annie from last game still draws off the Hidden Blade that targeted Vi, even though he saved it with Flash. I didn't see him draw 2 from it. Yeah, and that's the interesting part. Let's actually pull up the wording for Hidden Blade.
I can see Hidden Blade says kill a unit, and the killed. It doesn't exactly say it, but kill a unit, and then basically the killed unit's controller draws 2 cards. But because there's no killed unit, there's no controller anymore, and there's no draw 2.
Yep. Correct. So usually when there is a period, in Riftbound especially, that is a hard stop, and then the second part of it is continued on. So with Void Seeker, you deal 4 damage to a unit, draw a card. So even if you don't deal 4 damage to a unit, you still will draw a card. And so in this case, though, this has the caveat of you need to be able to kill that unit and then its controller, and that's the continuation. If it just said, have that player draws 2 or something, it does. But yeah, in this case, yeah, with the ruling, I'm confusing myself now. But with that wording, it does work out that way.
Yeah, it's a little weird. So I think I've been through this like every week, because I mean you could argue it both ways, that there's a dot in between them and it says each controller draws 2, but for some reason I don't know the exact rule. It has been also errated, like a way back, that if the unit doesn't die, no controller, no draw 2. But it did need to be specifically like errated by Riot because there were some mixed opinions about it. But for now, the controller doesn't draw if the unit doesn't die.
Okay. No, interesting then. And then I got a question. If I can't run Sprite Mother in Victor, would you rather have 2 copies of Cruel Patron or Sprite Call? Good question. Personally, for me, I would rather have Sprite Call just by the ability to either play out an accelerated unit and get a quick point, or even being able to hide it. And then say you're going against a Kaisa and they decide to go ahead and Hextech Ray your unit in the battlefield. You flip over Sprite Call and you're still able to at least hold the battlefield, which can also stop your opponent from being able to attack in. So there's a couple of instances where that can be, just a better answer. But more importantly, the accelerated unit can be the big difference maker on getting you those points to get to 6 so that you can win.
What's your what's your opinion on the one Kaisa having a blue Ahri in their deck? I think it was like maybe yesterday or in the Houston. I don't know if you remember that specifically.
Yeah.
But there was a Kaisa that was running a blue Ahri champion.
Yeah, and that's weird. The problem with that is Kaisa has just way too much removal. You have Falling Star and all of that jazz, and that makes it that makes it so difficult to take it out, because if you see a Falling Star, well, you just spent, what is it, 4 and 1 power, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And the 3 might, and it's just gone. That really sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a hot cooking, it's a hot cook.
Yeah. So it says, wait, but if you have Hourglass on board, you're saying you still don't draw off of the Hidden Blade. So that is also another thing. You would still draw because it is killing it, but then the Zhonya's Hourglass is saving. So the trigger still happens, if I remember correctly, in order. So the unit does get killed. Then Zhonya's Hourglass activates on the kill and saves it instead, and Zhonya's then goes ahead and goes into the trash.
Yeah, I do know for a fact that if the unit gets saved by Zhonya's, the controller does draw 2. The problem with the Hidden Blade previously was that it's actually, now that I recall it correctly finally, it's actually because of the target a unit at a battlefield, and the Vi got recalled back. So there wasn't a unit at a battlefield anymore. So there wasn't any unit that could be targeted legally. So there wasn't also a controller anymore because the unit wasn't at a legal place anymore. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, no kidding.
So I did say it wrong previously. It's not about if the unit has died or anything. It's about if there's a legal target for the Hidden Blade, and in this scenario, there's no legal target for the Hidden Blade.
Okay, so that. Yeah, continue.
And they called out, for example, Gust. If you do, yeah, like Primal said, it's the same scenario here. If the unit gets gusted before the Hidden Blade resolves, there's no more legal targets for the Hidden Blade, so there's no more legal player to even draw 2 cards anymore.
Okay. Yeah, so it can be a little confusing there sometimes.
Yeah, it's the battlefield part. If the unit gets moved back, it's not on a battlefield anymore, so no legal target. If the unit gets recalled back to hand, it's not a battlefield anymore, and etc.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, and that's the hard part. There is a lot of interesting interactions in this game. That's why I also feel really bad for the people who went to like the pre-release events. I don't know if you guys ever went to like the store to test out the decks. And especially if you didn't know how to play, they gave you a page and a half of rules, and half of that was even pictures. So,
I sent you the exact
okay. Ooh, let's read.
screenshot.
Okay. Let's see what the Batsu sent. Okay. Okay. So, if the spell check information about the target is no longer legal or a card permanent whose location, zone, or status has changed, such that the information is no longer available, the check returns null and all calculations based on it are ignored. Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So it's same as baited hook. You use baited hook on a unit, it gets gusted, and the unit is no more. It's the same with Hidden Blade. It needs to be on a battlefield. If the unit is not on a battlefield anymore, the unit is basically no more, because Hidden Blade can only see battlefields.
So, yeah, interesting interactions there. I'm glad we were finally able to see an Annie, though. That was good. Now, will we actually see a set? We have the winner of the Atlanta that is still on the board. Not sure. What was his name again? Last name was with a C. I almost remember names. I almost remember names. Randy is doing really good, still in third. We'll see if he ends up winning his next game. I think Randy did. No, Randy lost 1-2 versus Luna. Oh, no.
I'm very bad with names, so don't even try to ask me for any names.
I know Sean Dhaliwal won his. He was the one that won the Houston Regionals. He's probably playing Annie still, wouldn't surprise me.
Yep.
So let's actually click on him and see. Oh, nope, can't. Dang it. I'm going to have to go to standings. DH, I think should only... Wow, there's... No. Okay, so... his one loss was actually in round 3 so far. So really interesting to see how that's going to be playing out, but a lot of 2-1s wins.
Yeah. Also, to the person who was asking about the Hidden Blade, it's actually very good that people do ask the rules questions, because usually when somebody asks about it, there's also someone else who maybe also had the wrong idea for the interaction. So
yeah, it's a very confusing game for that.
Yeah.
So, and the hard part with the game, real quick, is that you can debate both sides well. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So anyway,
continue. And I was just about to say the same thing, that it's maybe a little bit because of Riot's wording choices sometimes.
That's the hard part. You can argue for both sides, and even like when I was at Vegas, that was the hardest part, because they're like, yeah, well, both make sense. This card is still technically played, but Mystic Reversal takes it over. Well, how does it take it over? Well, it's in play. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's like, it can just continue to cascade into bigger and bigger issues as you go about that. So really funny to be able to see how all of that unravels. Yeah.
At least Riot has, seen some of the problems with their wording, and, done the erratas, which have been very important.
The only problem is, I think they're trying to compete to get a bigger rule book than Magic the Gathering. They're like, we got to one-up them in every way, not just with competitors and gameplay, and but also we got to beat them with the rule book.
Yeah.
We got to
We're gonna get a separate book for only the erratas.
Oh my gosh, no! Don't even joke about that. Let's see, how long is the Magic the Gathering rule book? Okay. The Magic the Gathering rule book, comprehensive rules, is currently a 292-page PDF as of June 2014.
Wow, that's
that's all. That's all.
It's probably, at this point, it's easier to be a lawyer than to know all the Magic rules.
Yeah, gosh, no kidding. This is why sometimes playing on Magic Online is just easier. So... But yeah, looks like we are just waiting for one more table to finish up. Michael versus Michael in this case. That's a good thing we aren't casting that one. That would have been just a confusing one. Watch it be a mirror match too. I guarantee you that's a
Yeah.
Kaisa mirror match that's going on. But yeah, no, it looks good, and yeah, thank you for dropping the name, Muffin. It's Muffin. Good to have that. So it's Colin who is playing the set currently, and he is 5-1. Lost a game also in round 3. So lot on there. Prismaticism, awesome. Let's actually see how Prismaticism is doing all around. He just won his last round. He's still on Teemo, yeah. He lost round 2, but otherwise he's been, holy crap, he's been 2-0ing everyone. That's strong.
I mean, the strong part about Teemo is that, I mean, there's literally nobody that's, even considering of siding against a Teemo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and that's the hard part. What do you do to side? I mean, you're hoping for removal, but the biggest thing is with Teemo and things of that nature, it can get really difficult. So let's see. Here's a question for you from Primal. If you have a temporary unit on a battlefield with a hidden blade hidden, can you activate it when the trigger for temporary hits at the start of your beginning phase?
I do know the right answer, but do you know the right answer?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you can react to the you can react to temporary. Temporary is an effect, and hiding a hidden blade is at a reaction speed. So yes, you can kill that unit before it dies to temporary.
So, and it's the same thing as like if a traveling merchant moves into a battlefield, the traveling effect activates, saying that you get to discard and draw a card, and you can gust at the activation of the traveling merchant.
Yeah, and similar to temporary, for example, Jinx legend kind of passive. You can still react to the ability.
Yes.
For example, if enemy Jinx legend draws another card for the enemy, you can react to that, and then, for example, gust a unit.
Mm-hmm. So that can sometimes be a little bit confusing, but reaction luckily says play at any time. What's the exact wording? I have an Annie deck here.
Before abilities and spells.
Yes.
And
play at any time, even before spells and abilities resolve. So
yeah,
that is pretty much the end all win all kind of thing of that.
I'm just glad the units don't work the same way as in Magic, where units can be kind of defied.
Yeah, well, and that's the nice part. They're like, no, you're literally putting units into your base, but a unit is a unit. Your whole deck is not your spell book. Sorry, but
Yeah.
So good. Gosh, could you imagine like defying out a Kaisa kind of thing? And it's like, oh yeah, that because that's the interesting part because. And this was a really interesting interaction. I was going against a Fiora deck, and it was really interesting because Fiora's ability says that when your unit becomes mighty, you can tap the legend and channel a rune exhausted. Well, Set came in, and when Set comes in, he gets a buff added to him. So he comes in at 4. Then he gets the buff because he meets the parameter of that rule set and goes up to 5. So you immediately get to channel a rune with the Fiora. And it was like, whoa, like, you don't think a lot of the times we just immediately think, yeah, Set's at 5. Cool. But no, it actually adds the buff when it comes into play. So it goes from 4 to 5 and just was a really cool interaction that I didn't necessarily realize was the case.
Yeah. I wonder, I guess you can react to the Set getting the buff, or can you?
Yeah, let's see.
It does say when you play me.
Yeah, so that isn't activated, but again, the wording is a little weird on that. But it wouldn't surprise me because it's before spells and abilities resolve.
Yeah.
So a reaction could come in and say, yeah, I'm taking care of this.
Yeah.
So it is, yeah. I would say so.
Yeah, it can be reacted. Yeah, it can be reacted to. Yeah.
So
it does go on a chain, but I guess if you are a Set player, you yeah, I wouldn't blame them for assuming that it goes through.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, well, and it's a great question. And here's the thing too. These little tidbits of interactions and knowing how these rules work can really help take your game to the next level. Because especially when you go against an opponent who doesn't maybe know these kinds of interactions, and then you're like, oh, by the way, boom, here's what's happening, and you change the tide of the game by that much, it can be a really big game changer.
Yeah, but what's your opinion? Would you want your opponent, for example, to ask you every time, for example, like it's Muffin said with Citria, every time you play Citria, every time you play a new unit, Citria gets a buff. Would you want your opponent to ask you every time, do you want to react to this buff?
I mean, technically they could, but it's like that's when I would, that's usually the caveat of interrupt me at that point,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's
I
like,
also
sorry,
think so.
if you have a reaction, interrupt me if it's at an unusual point. If I pass priority and you play a
Yeah.
reaction, that's fine, whatever. But
Yeah, I would almost call it slow play if somebody
yeah.
said
If you want to get
literally
under
every
someone's
little.
skin, you can
Yeah.
definitely do
arrived.
so.
I
Jacob,
have good
Hello,
news.
hello.
Jibs has only lost one game so far, so he's 5-1.
get him on stream.
Hey.
I mean,
I mean,
PPG said they'll put him on stream. Max said they'll put him on stream, but he also said he went to ask to be on stream, and they just won't put him on stream probably.
And they laughed at him.
damn.
They said he
Yeah.
looks funny, loves barbecue
do-
too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Do we want to curse Jibs? Getting on stream
Oh, the
and
streamer
everything.
curse.
Sometimes
Well,
it does feel
There's
like a
one
curse.
thing I'd like to say though.
Yes.
Shout out to Randy TCG because
Oh.
he went out of his way with him and Prismat to get Jibs a Kaiser deck that he can play with, and he's currently owning with it. So it's
Yeah.
amazing. So shout out to Randy and Prismat and their entire group that came over for helping Jibs get a deck because they heard what happened and that he was playing on Aurora on a deck that he doesn't play, and they kindly went out of their way to give him a deck to play with. So that's insane, and we're
Wow.
super thankful for that.
That's awesome, and that's the cool part. People coming together in the community to help people out like that. I didn't know that Prismaticism was involved in that as well. So great on those two for being able to help out.
Yeah. And
And
I
guess what
do
might
think-
happen?
Yeah.
It could be Randy versus Alex.
That'd be
Could be
funny.
Randy versus Jibs because they're both 5-1 right now.
Yep. Oh, that would
Um,
be a match to see.
Yeah. And there's also a little funny story about two friends in Finland. They both went into a tournament, and they both decided to mark their cards in a way that couldn't be really seen.
Mhm.
But they both knew that each other's decks were marked, and they ended up meeting at the finals.
Mhm.
And the other guy swapped their sleeves and then sold the other guy out at the finals
Oh.
for having marked cards.
Oh my god. That's insane.
Oh gosh, that's messed up. But especially since
Ooh.
you were caught just the same.
Yeah.
Do you know why Jibs lost his game, by the way? Because he went in with a Darius
Uh-huh.
and he was going to cleave it, right?
Yep.
After he goes into the battlefield. But because he didn't do that, he got get excited thrown onto him and he just
Ooh.
died.
No.
And
Yeah,
he lost the
yeah.
game. He lost the series because of that, because he didn't expect the Kaiser player to run that.
No. I mean, yeah. Totally get that there. That's a big difference maker. Ooh.
Didn't
yeah.
we see that Kaiser yesterday actually? With the I get excited.
Yes.
In stream.
Yeah, I think that was their friend that was actually using it as well.
Hmm.
I mean,
Dang.
I do think that people are sleeping on the potential of get excited.
Mm-hmm. I mean, well,
Mhm.
especially with the card draw that Kaisa is able to maintain.
Yeah.
That is a high cost. Don't get me wrong. Being able to discard like a Thousand Tail or a Time Warp or something, that can be a pretty big cost. But also, if you're able to take out a big threat, I mean, you're going against Yi Aurora and you play that card and then you just go ahead and are able to take out a Volley Bear.
Yeah.
So could be
And-
interesting.
And Falling Star is also a pretty big cost, but sometimes paying the power and discarding a card
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's just worth it. You know, it can instantly turn the game around, stop your enemy's game plan, and yeah, I think it's, I say 1 off, 2 off, but I think a 3 off get excited is a little bit too much.
Yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening. And also, thank you guys for being here so far. I am joined here with Jacob from Rift Labs. You might know their YouTube content. Really great guy, and also just loves the game as a whole. Does a lot of in-person tournaments now, but started with a lot of online tournaments before the game was out. And then I am also joined with Batsu, who you might know as the greatest Darius Hook player in the world. So, bar none. I mean, he touts that himself. He sends me message after message saying he's the best in the world. So if anyone wants to challenge him on that, please feel free.
And in Bologna, we're going to see.
That's true. Yeah, you got to...
I mean, it doesn't count anymore because it's set to, you know. And,
yeah.
Oh.
So he's going to go like 0-3 and be like, yeah, guys, sorry, it wasn't set 1. That's...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my Riftbound career is over after set 1, guys.
So we'll get some good playtesting together, and I'm curious on how things are gonna go and where this meta is gonna shape up.
Yeah.
You know what you guys got to do? Make like a team, get jerseys, and then go to the the 2v2 event on the side events at the regional.
That would be really cool.
Because they have a 2v2 competitive mode.
Yeah. I'd be down.
Actually, our local game stores just let us get, I think there's a 10 people group coming from Finland, and we all got like a cool t-shirt with the, I mean, not actually a hoodie with the Riftbound Finland logo, so we're gonna be rocking that.
So basically what he's saying, Jacob, is he doesn't want a 2v2 with me. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, you could wear the Riftbound Finland hoodie.
I mean, Trump would take away my citizenship if I got caught with a picture of that.
By the way, number 1 player right now on the standings is officially George.
Ooh.
George G. He's number 1 with 6 wins. Then Mo is also 3rd, who's also 6-0. And then Matthew is 2nd, he's 6-0. And I think Matthew is the Challenger TCG guy, right? Or am I wrong?
No, Challenger TCG was in the chat earlier. He has 2 of his teammates there.
Yeah.
And one of them was 5-0, and so that might be who it was.
Prismat, though, is 7th right now. He is 5-1.
Okay. So does if you lose 2 best of 3, does it mean you're out?
I have no clue. I don't know what the top cut is.
Yeah, because we heard from Challenger TCG in the chat earlier that top 16 is going to be what this is. If that's the case, that's awesome.
Because Alex is 18th right now, Jibs.
Yep, and so he could keep 18th. It going.
So if he technically wins, like, yeah.
So, and Prismaticism's, have you seen Prismaticism's individual game score?
Oh, yeah, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Yes! I mean, that's insane. And then losing 1-2.
Jibs was like that until he lost.
So, it's going to be interesting, and we should be having the matchups and pairings coming at you guys at any time before we go into round number 7. So stay tuned for that.
Oh, we might have a Mo versus George, potentially.
Ooh, that would be a match. That would be, what, a Kaisamir, if I recall correctly?
I've got something really funny for you, by the way.
Yes.
This is the most hilarious... So Mo actually made a tweet recently, which I thought was hilarious. Let me find what it says. He said, I have literally never gone to time in Riftbound tournament. This weekend, I had to ask 2 opponents to pick up the pace so we didn't go to time, and that's really all it takes. Card gamers just need to be more comfortable asking their opponent to pick up the pace. I don't know. And then I look at the pairings, 18 minutes overtime, the only player left is Mo.
That's happened like twice, too. We keep checking those, and I keep seeing Mo. I think I've seen him there twice so far. I mean, that's Mo for you. If you know his online presence, you know that's how it is a lot of the time.
Does anyone know who Maurice Brantley is? Maurice Brantley. Okay.
No idea.
That's who
I
Jibs is
mean, but
against.
Jacob, is it luck or is it on purpose that when George might be coming to stream, you instantly spawned out of nowhere?
I mean, he was on stream
George's biggest fan.
It was basically the bad signal at that point for Jacob, and he answers the call.
Yeah, Jacob is George's Robin.
Yep.
I was at work literally all day, just like on the side, just checking the like standings and like having the Costream open on the side.
Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, no, it's been a great time so far. Glad I actually have people to talk to at this point too.
Oh yeah.
You know how it is. You did Houston regionals by yourself for the majority of it.
Oh yeah, I was literally falling asleep because I had no sleep.
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually running with like 5 hours of sleep right now, but you know, winning the skirmish gave me some energy, and we're going strong.
Hell yeah.
No, that's a big deal.
I-
Glad you finally got the play, Matt.
Yeah, my favorite part about watching the Orlando Twitch stream is looking at Max's 1,000-yard stare when
Oh.
when it is gone for 8 hours, and then they
Uh-huh.
still have to yap for 40 minutes while they're waiting for the next game.
Yeah. Oh, it was really funny, Jacob. You might appreciate this.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started the stream, there was two people who were asking me to please color correct the PPG stream, and so I went in and I did a little bit of I worked a little bit of magic, and so we added contrast to all the cameras and everything.
Hell yeah.
And so that was pretty funny. But no, it's been a good showing so far. I'm really hoping that
I mean,
we
you
don't
did invest in some serious equipment. So
Yeah.
you got the Black Magic camera as well, the microphone and everything.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I know my webcam currently is a $12,000 camera. My lens that you guys are seeing me through is a Zine lens. For those of you who don't know, it was about $3,800. So
It's nuts.
I have my 4 years old phone.
Ooh, next level, Batsu.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, it is. And it's funny too because you say like when people hear your voice and think of what you look like, it's completely different from how you actually look.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see at Italy at least.
Yeah,
Maybe we just won't know who you are, so we'll never see you.
yeah.
Someone's pairing in his
True,
battery, like,
true,
who's
true.
this guy?
I'm gonna wear a hood on and a mask on, and I'm gonna be the mysterious man in the finals.
Pog had headphones on during the regional, so I'm wondering if you can have headphones.
Yeah.
I mean, how's the like? Is it legal?
I don't know, but he was on stream with headphones.
Interesting.
That's, huh?
Yeah,
I wonder if if they're like to, for example, cancel out the noise in the area so maybe he has to specifically ask for the headphones from the organizers, because would be pretty crazy to be able to bring your own headphones.
Mm-hmm. Well, and especially
I
because
mean, his opponent didn't have any, right? So
Mm-mm. And that's the interesting part too, because it might even be, we don't know how big of a delay this stream technically has on Twitch. And even if it's a 2-minute delay, that can still have a lot of applicable cards and things of that nature too, if this were the case. So you got to be careful.
And we are not saying that any of this happened. We're
No.
just
But it's definitely that speculation.
yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
I'm just wondering like if you can bring some noise cancellation stuff, does it have to go like through some checks, or how does it go in general? Because we actually, I don't know if you noticed, the Victor just pulled out their phone in the middle of the game. I think he texted something in the middle of the game and put it on the table. So I wonder how like strict they are with these things there.
Yeah. So we'll see. But no, this is
Oh,
gonna
you own a small production company? Hell yeah.
Yeah, me and my dad own it together. So a lot of
And let me guess, a lot of your gigs are
Oh.
definitely in churches, I bet. Because church production is insane.
I completely yes, but I avoid weddings. I will not do a wedding. I'm not a wedding person. No.
Hell
But
yeah.
it's mainly like documentary and stuff. So we interviewed the offensive coordinator for the Super Bowl run of the Seahawks when they did the double run. And so that was really cool. So, because he lives in Utah, surprisingly, and whatnot. And yeah, there's a lot of just famous people around here. Haven't worked with Post Malone yet. Dang it.
Hell yeah.
That'd be cool.
I'm as an European, I'm just hearing like these hawk sounds, this American talk.
Gosh, read a book, Batsu. Come on.
I mean, I basically do your job, but live.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I love the live aspect of it, and I wish I could get into the live scene more. But it is such a difficult market to break into. That's the hardest part.
Yeah, most like directors are like 80 years old, and then they
Yep.
pass it on to their son to do,
Mhm.
and it's just a career you just keep for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I would love to get into directing. That just sounded like it sounds so fun. Like I'm always envious of watching your posts and everything because of that, because it's such a cool feeling. I've done it at like the college
is very fun.
level, degree wise, not necessarily college level like ESPN, but
I
just
think those are harder than actual like proper broadcasts.
yeah. So no, it's a lot of fun though. But
And-
what? And you
and
worked Houston
me-
too for directing, correct?
No, so Houston, I didn't do anything on it.
Well, I mean, Anu
oh.
did.
Oh yes,
Was he the
Anu. I
director
thought you said
there?
and you. I thought you said and you.
Blame him for that name at that point.
So I think it was plenty of the Turn 'em Sideways guys.
Mhm.
On my production Discord, someone put a behind the scenes of the whole Houston setup, which is pretty cool.
Mm.
So yeah, it was Anu, it was Sam, and I can't remember who else.
Yeah, Sam's been in a lot of that too, and
Mhm.
Sam's also Utah as well. So me
Mhm.
and Casanova and Sam go to or like run into each other a lot on the local scene here, which is really funny. It's a small world.
The one thing I will say though is that some of these like TCG setups are so expensive,
Mhm.
and they require like a huge truck to go and drive somewhere. I don't think it requires that much. All you need is a nice top down to watch,
Mhm.
a player cam that's like
yeah,
visible,
yeah.
and then as long as you can watch the game from top down uninterrupted,
Mhm.
people aren't really going to care too much. So I think to make it more like viable for like money for creators, just build something small,
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the way to go. But their setup
it.
that they did at Vegas was so sick. It was awesome.
It looked
It was
really
incredible.
good.
But I feel like it's just so expensive to do. It's just not going to be viable in the long term,
No, not at all. And especially if how long is it going to take you to get your return on investment? That's going to be the biggest thing.
Mhm.
And especially in TCGs, it's going to be hard to get that turnaround when everyone already has their options made, and it's
Yeah.
like PPG already had their
And-
stuff.
And I think it's the same with, for example, artists will see a lot of mistakes in their own art, but
Mhm.
then everybody else
Mhm.
won't see those same mistakes. So I do think like when you get past a certain price point, the normal viewers, me included, because I don't know any about this stuff,
Mhm.
So to me, it doesn't matter if the lighting is perfect, if everything is perfect. As long as there's good gameplay, it's easy to watch, then that's all that matters to me.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, well, and
Yep.
it's Muffin. In regards to your comment, real quick, I use my iPhone to actually record in-game footage as well when I'm just going to
Mhm.
my local Nexus game nights, and I use this tripod right here just when a webcam isn't attached to it, of course.
How do you record, by the way? Do you just record straight up from your camera app?
Yeah, I just go straight from the camera. I make sure that
I have
it's
something that will change your
1080p.
life.
Uh-oh, don't tell me.
You can download the Black Magic app, and
Uh-oh.
you can customize every single setting and just record it in RAW from your phone, and then it looks beautiful afterwards when you edit it.
Ooh,
It's
don't-
literally perfect.
Okay, downloading now.
Mhm.
I should have talked
And
to
it's
you a
free.
long time ago. So also,
And it
Muffin,
is
there's a
free.
great app for
So-
that, the Black Magic app.
Mhm.
also, I think the game started.
No, I'm still
Oh.
watching. And Max and Keegan are still talking.
Oh, it did. No, it did. They're just like 15 minutes into it.
What? Because on my stream, they're still talking.
They just went into it now. It's 47, 27, 26,
So they were
25,
talking?
24. I
Yeah.
think the production just maybe wasn't ready to go in. Maybe some issue happened and they went in
Yeah.
a bit late.
Interesting. Oh, no. So, yeah,
But
I'm
this is
at...
Ali versus Matthew. Which table is this? That's table 1.
Wow. So, and I'm at 47:45.
Yeah. Also, the stream delay is 6 minutes.
Okay.
Well, no, 5 minutes. No, 6.
And
Yeah, 6.
also, the elephant in the room is that Misfortune has 10 runes.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting way to go about this here. Going to be a difficult situation, but Annie has a great Aurora matchup. Just being able to push things back and stopping them from scoring, especially when you only are going to be playing 1 unit a turn.
Well,
Yeah,
what I
this-
find crazy, sorry to interrupt, but the fact, as an Annie, you only have 2 points by the time
Yeah.
a Deadloom came out is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
are
I
gonna
think the Annie
refresh
start
them.
might have been very slow, or the Misfortune start was just like the dream nuts hand, you know?
Mm. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. And the hard part is, too, losing a Vi so early in the game. I mean, we've already seen Matthew play in the previous round, and he had to play the Vi a little bit early there as well. So now that a Deadbloom Predator is going to be going in, and you're potentially losing one of your win cons, that can be devastating, especially going against an MF Aurora. You don't have to worry about the defies or things like that like you would with Yi.
But a Sabotage and a Mind Splitter might be coming in.
Yeah.
Yep, but there's a hop, skip, and a jump of a Deadbloom Predator moving into another battlefield.
Wow.
I mean, I thought Annie was the aggro deck here.
I mean, if we look at the trash, right? There's a Zorn Warrens and a Traveling Merchant that probably moved in to score a point. It discarded the scrap heap, drew a card extra. Then maybe it moved again because we see 2 Traveling Merchants. It discarded a Flash. Maybe a Flash was used in response to something potentially to move it again to maybe draw more cards. I don't know, and the runes don't really seem to be that big. I don't know. It's kind of hard to read what actually happened in this game so far.
Yeah. I wish I had seen the early
Sigil
game
of the
start
Storm,
here.
right? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Sigil of the
Yeah,
Storm makes
true.
sense.
Yeah, and I mean, already we had a great sequence right there. So a little weird on how Matthew went about going there, but Annie is able to go ahead and grab a spell from the trash. So after Kaisa went ahead and, was activated with the cleave, then Annie was played, cleave was grabbed again and activated again to go ahead and add 6 to Kaisa to get over the Deadbloom.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think Zorn Warrens was triggered as well.
No, I don't.
Unless I am wrong.
It depends on what's under the cleave because he played that so incredibly weird.
Yeah, that was a very, very weird sequence of plays. I also didn't see any units in Misfortune's hand.
Yeah, and so he's forced to accelerate here. He's missing on the Aurora so far. This is something that Annie can really punish. And we see the rebukes in hand at this point. I mean, if you go ahead and rebuke it back, that can really move it. But we're going to be going to Ride the Wind instead to move it over to the adjacent battlefield.
Yep.
That is nice.
So finally the Annie is picking up the pace, but they are going to have to recycle a rune once more. So it's going to be a little risky. If the Misfortune can now, stabilize the game until later turns, it's going to be very tough for Annie to come back with a rune disadvantage in the later on.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the difficult part here. I don't know if they're still talking. I haven't seen the point value change either for the Kaisa scoring on the move. And if not, then there also hasn't been a recycle yet to my knowledge. And it looks like the game is... Okay, he's discarding now for the Misfortune and drawing 1. Now he's calling out, okay, that's going in.
Oh, he's just going to ride the wind.
And he's going to
And
ride
then when
the
you
wind
move
over.
Misfortune, you can ready something else. So potentially ready another rune.
Yep.
Damn.
Wow.
And he also gets to score that too.
Misfortune says the first time I move.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're very right.
Yeah. But yes, for the people that don't know, because Kaisa moved because Annie moved the Kaisa during the showdown to another battlefield, we first go through the first showdown, which when finally the showdown fully resolves, Misfortune gets the conquer point, does the conquer triggers, and then we start the second showdown that was started with the Ride the Wind from Annie, and then Misfortune can during the second showdown use their Ride the Wind and also conquer the other battlefield that the Kai'Sa was trying to conquer.
Wow.
But this is tricky here, and I don't know. Did they count the point for the Kai'Sa moving over to the other battlefield?
That showdown didn't resolve yet, so that's why they didn't get the point.
Oh,
It's very weird. It's very
Yeah.
weird.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
so the first showdown has to fully resolve.
And
then
he rode
we
the
start
wind during that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
No, he rode the wind after the first showdown had to resolve.
And then the second
then they
showdown
rode the wind.
started.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So that's interesting. Again, some interactions that can really change the game here.
Yeah. But I do see a lot of oh, that's a trash. I was about to say that I do see a lot of good cards in the Annie's hand, but it's a trash.
I would like to say though that if this Misfortune is already playing the way they're playing, they're definitely a good Misfortune player. Because at one point you have to realize that that Dazzling Aurora might not come in, and you can't rely
Yeah.
on getting a random draw of a Dazzling Aurora from like the rest 30 of the cards in your deck. So you already start playing other cards. You start recycling runes, which we see Ali is doing. So I think that's a very, very good play. And now we just got to see what the Annie responds with.
And what is the hidden card? My favorite game
Fight or
to play.
flight.
Yeah. Now, of
But
course.
then do you want to move your Misfortune back, right? Because
Yeah.
Vi can just still walk in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Annie once
so-
again has to recycle a rune when they conquer also.
Mhm. And I mean, already though, on both sides, Ali especially, he has sacrificed so many of his runes, and all of his units are huge. You know, I think I saw a Primal Strength in Ali's hand, so that can help out here. But still, this is a tough situation.
Yeah. But
3
I mean,
runes, 3.
we saw Ali in the top cut of Houston, so he has really drawn out the full potential of Misfortune for sure.
Yep, and he's broken out the glasses as well. We didn't see that a couple rounds ago, and so he's really going to be taking a closer look at these cards.
He's locked in now. I mean, they did draw the they did draw a unit finally. Yeah, but no, not enough runes. So
Yep.
wait, actually,
No, but so they could have floated, moved
Did
Misfortune.
they actually float?
I think they did.
Oh, they
yeah,
did. They're
I
going to be
did,
playing
yeah.
Mind Splitter
Yeah.
from hand. That's huge.
Yep. They clearly know what they're doing.
Annie's getting gusted, which is terrible.
I mean, going
Yeah.
back in and potentially getting another Vi, right? The wind combo possibly, or even just getting another cleave for that matter could be a big difference maker in this matchup.
I don't think you play Mind Splitter anymore here. You keep the Primal Strength to have a high might Misfortune that's going to get attacked with Vi next turn. I think it's too dangerous to play Mind Splitter because Ride the Wind can come out from the grave. 100% that's what he was going for, but now you don't want to do that, I don't think.
But also, they could play the Mind Splitters straight to the battlefield where Misfortune is at.
Oh yeah, kill the Annie, right?
And Annie is at 5 points. Annie is at 5 points, so if you were Annie, would you go for the neck breaker here? Would you go for the Vi right to win next turn if you were Annie? That would be a little risky when you're at 5.
That would still
also
be
we
too
saw
risky.
the Primal Strength get discarded as well.
Yeah.
That's a
I
huge
do
tell.
think the line is with the Mind Splitter to the Misfortune battlefield. I guess. I don't know.
One thing. So we see he has a Gust in hand. You can most likely just Gust the Vi, which takes up an extra few runes that you have to play next turn, which is pretty big to be fair, because considering Annie's only going to be on 5 next turn.
Yeah. Oh, so if you're Annie right now, you see the Misfortune with 6 runes up. I don't think you go for the Ride the Wind combo. I would be pretty scared of the 6 runes of Misfortune.
Yeah, well, and already know the deck list in particular, so you're anticipating this, but it looks like he's gonna go ahead and try to just apply pressure with a Ride the Wind combo right here anyway.
One thing as well, right? If you discard a Primal Strength, then you tell your opponent, my hand is good. Because you're getting rid of a Primal
Yeah.
Strength, which is a pretty crucial card, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And when your opponent sees that, like, what? Why would you discard that? So,
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting sequencing of events, and this choice to, if he does decide to go the fight or flight here with the Vi, could determine the winning or loss of this game one.
and we see in hand, I think that's a Scrap Heap that I see. We definitely see a Rebuke in
It's
there, which
probably
is pretty
sneaky
good.
deckhand. It's a
Oh,
sneaky deck.
yeah.
Most
Oh, it
likely.
is.
Yep.
Okay, and I mean, at this point, then,
Yeah.
if the Mind Splitter comes out, you're going to be either picking the Ride the Wind or the Annie. But I mean, really, at that point, it's like, what do you pick at that point? Both are answers to get you the answers.
And he's also
Yeah.
keeping a Rebuke in his hand as well, probably for his action.
Misfortune. Yeah. I think Misfortune was thinking about using the bullet time on on the sneaky deckhand, but that would have been a little interesting. But what do you do about the Vi here? I don't see any stuns or like rebukes, etc. on the Misfortune's hand.
No, it feels kind of landlocked, and I feel like he's forced to almost play the Mind Splitter here. So backing it up at least is going to be a little bit of help, but any and all answers can be easily dealt with. And
You have to remove the Rebuke now.
Yeah, the hand is
Yeah.
tough.
I think the Rebuke is going to be the best option here. But if we
That's sort of how much
also,
might.
if we play the Annie and grab the Cleave, would that be enough?
Oh, you can
with
just play
Vi?
Annie and bring back the Rebuke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you still have
No, but
Ride the
you
Wind.
only have 6 runes though, so you want to get rid of the Rebuke most likely.
I mean, I think the key difference here is that will Misfortune's bullet time be enough next turn when Annie goes for the attack with the Vi?
Because if you get rid of the Rebuke, right, then the Annie can go and be played, but she costs 4 to bring something back, but you don't really need to do that. I think you just use Ride the Wind and the Void Seeker. But yeah, we don't know how much there is in the trash.
Yeah. Gosh, if this
Do
was
you
on
also
Tabletop
gank
Simulator.
over? Do you also gank over potentially to kill the deckhand? That's also very risky, but I guess you just kind of want to stack against the Vi, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he just needs to count the graveyard.
Yeah, but then again, if they know that there's a rebuke, does the stacking really matter? Because they're gonna rebuke one of your units anyway.
Mm.
No, but if you get rid of the rebuke, he won't have enough to play.
Yeah.
Everything properly next turn. I mean, actually, technically he
Oh.
could, yeah.
Yeah, chose the Ride the Wind, readied a rune.
Oh wait, if he's on 2 battlefields, right? If he Ride the Winds himself in, then gets like fighted back, he can only take 1 battlefield now.
Yeah.
Or potentially, if he bullet times and trades 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards, that's 6 extra damage on top of whatever might there is, right?
Hmm. Yeah, that is true.
I mean,
I just don't know how much cards there is in the trash. He's counting right now.
I think it all comes down to, will the Vi respect the 2 runes Misfortune has left up? I mean they even can't respect the 2 runes because Misfortune is gonna win by holding next turn. So yeah, the Vi the Annie just has to go for the recycle everything with the Vi and pray next turn.
Mm-hmm. So again, this is a very technical game, and the calculations that both players need to make to be able to secure this is no easy feat. Not, I mean, especially for going into now near 7.5, 8 hours of competitive play alone. I mean, this is getting to be a very long day for both these competitors.
Yeah. I mean, what are we really thinking of here? Is there like a judge call?
I don't know actually.
I do think there's like some kind of a judge call because there's really nothing to think about on the Annie's side except using the rebuke here maybe.
It might have been checking on I just saw him point to the battlefield. I'm wondering, I don't know, has there been some missed recycles or things of that nature?
I'm trying to listen to the stream to see what they're saying.
I'm looking at he has 4 when it's just Vi, and then
Yeah.
he plays the
should've-
sneaky deck counter. Yeah, so he should be at 3 runes right now.
He should be
If
at
we're
3
if we're
runes.
looking at
Oh,
the VOD,
okay.
he should be at 3 runes.
So
Yeah,
Matthew
he
should be.
He should be at 3 runes. Yeah.
Uh,
For
yeah,
sure. I mean,
3
I
runes.
watched it happen. So.
As in
I
like
trust my
one
own
more
memory,
recycled, right?
Although I probably
Mhm.
shouldn't.
Yeah.
He and that's
They only-
been- Go for
Yeah.
it, Beth.
Yeah, they only recycled a rune for playing the Vi, but they didn't recycle for conquering the battlefield.
Yeah, Sigil of the Storm.
And the hard part is that's been the number one mistake here in this tournament is a lot of people missing the deflect recycle, battlefield recycle, or even just recycle in general, which is something, and that's tough because, I mean, it is something sometimes that can feel easy to forget. And here we are now, finally getting a judge call on it even though it's been happening a couple of times throughout the day.
Yeah. Yeah, there was also one missed zone warrants trigger before, but I guess the players didn't call it out, so a judge didn't come for that missed trigger. But I mean, they have been playing for 8 hours. I also made a ton of mistakes after playing in a very long tournament, so I do like understand the players making mistakes. And would the missed recycle made a difference this turn? Because obviously the Annie missed the recycle last turn, which technically would make it so Annie would still have the same amount of runes up right now, because they had the 2 runes up from the Annie legend ability, so technically I don't think the missed recycle changed anything that has happened thus far. But
it
are
could
they now
change
like
the
thinking
future.
about? Yeah. Are they now thinking about like if the trigger is missed, or if they still, and that's about it, or if they still have to recycle the rune? Because there's some weird things like if you miss the arena's greatest trigger, then you missed the arena's greatest trigger and cry about it basically.
Yeah.
But
You mean doing an Alan?
so
Yep.
yeah.
Jacob trying to make it a thing.
It is going to be a thing.
So that's we're gonna sell T-shirts at Italy and Vegas saying, saying pulled it out.
So,
with the
fun thing, by the way, I'm going to be doing a deck profile with Alan in a few days, and
cool.
for my deck profiles, I'm going to be doing like a full game show at the end of them. So most of the deck profiles are going to be like a few minutes talking about the deck, and the rest will be like a deck profile on their deck. And I'm wondering if I should add a question about Arena's Greatest in there. How many points do you get from Arena's Greatest? 0, 1, 2, 3. Choose the right answer. And then who wants to be a millionaire music?
Yeah. And he chose the rebuke.
Okay. So, and it looks like down to 1 rune at that point.
Yep.
that could be game changing there as well. So the rebuke is forced out. That is going to be 2 there. And man, that is going to be a tough choice here for Matthew, going up to 3 for the final turn.
And there's a bullet time.
Yeah, the real question is, will the bullet time be enough next turn?
Oh,
None of those
okay,
cards are
listen.
good.
Oh no,
Yes.
he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I was gonna say he could gamble.
Yep.
If he had enough for 9, he could have just gambled the Aurora. That would be so fun.
But looks like the bullet time is going to be coming down. That
Ooh.
is going to be a good response. And this is interesting because, again, I really respect Ali here for how he's been able to play, because he's been so held back by not hitting the Aurora and has been able to take it turn after turn against this Annie, and has had some really impressive plays and lines that he's been able to discover for the duration of this game.
Wait, I don't think that was the play. Because
I think
Annie
he's
would get...
I think he's yeah, he's betting on the Annie not having Ride the Wind right now in hand.
No, but you don't need to ride the wind. You can just literally recycle everything and then just walk in, and he doesn't have any units in hand.
Yeah,
I think he just threw the game.
maybe. Yeah.
Oh, it does not allow... Yeah. That's
Yep.
7th point, and what's he going to do next turn?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Was there an accelerated misfortune in hand? Is that what I'm seeing as his top card?
Okay, there is some misfortune, yeah.
Wait, he plays another Misfortune in
He-
deck? What? What? I don't think anybody would expect that.
No,
Oh my
no.
God.
Jacob's mind's blown. So, I mean, that's going to be,
No
if,
one.
if so, next level right there, being able to then go ahead and play
Oh my
Deadbloom in
God.
hand as well.
That
So
is a Misfortune.
Yep, so that's going to be 6, going to be accelerating.
Wow.
It has to at this point, but 3 runes
Yeah.
at the ready. I think a Void Seeker's in hand as well.
Wow. Still finding the answers. Ooh.
So that is going to
So
be a
that's a
trade.
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 Oh, did he rebuke the MF, right? Yeah, so it was back in hand anyway. He's not
Oh,
playing
okay,
two.
never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an
It's
idiot.
been a long day for you.
Still cool,
But
though.
how did this game get so close? Especially with the starting hand, the starting game. we
Look
had,
how much
like-
there is in the round left, and look at which game we're on.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Misfortune was at 10 runes when I think Annie was at like 5. Okay.
I don't
Oh,
necessarily.
this is a little bit risky.
This is very
Dazzling.
risky, but
Very
it's either you
Volleyball
have it or you
stack
don't.
deck. Bullet time!
Okay.
You can stack deck and bullet time.
Uh huh. Ooh.
There's a fight or flight.
There's a fight or flight and a bullet time.
So
Yeah.
2 more answers. We're still going. We are not at game 2 yet.
And next turn, so now you can just fight or flight the Kaiser back.
Mm-hmm.
And next turn, right? Actually, he doesn't need to right now, does he?
Well, you got to be still very
I think I-
careful about any responses with, because yeah, if you bullet time right now, it could just be wasted here. If you fight or
No,
flight,
because-
they could move back in.
You want to play Mind Splin next turn, so you need to wait for the 7.
So let's see. Do they let the Kaiser go through?
And then you draw 2 cards for that. That's rough.
Mm-hmm.
But if you save the fight or flight here, you still will play around Ride the Wind, or will actually you won't. You won't, because Ride the Wind does ready the unit. So even if you, I think you have to play it right now. Kaiser doesn't have ganking, so they can't
3,
conquer 3
4, 5.
battlefields with Ride the Wind anyways.
Is that another Kaiser in hand? Oh my
Oh
god. Yeah,
my
it is.
gosh.
And this is what you fight or flight.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
at
then
least
you pray for a Deadbloom top deck now.
Yeah. But at least it's a fight or flight. They didn't have to use the bullet time, That's
Oh, no,
something.
wait.
No,
It
he's
doesn't
one
matter 'cause he's on
short.
7 runes.
Yeah.
You have to just
Oh,
bullet...
2 2 auroras.
Oh,
I think he's just gonna scoop at that point.
Yeah.
yeah.
Scoop. I mean,
That was just
So
a
drawing 2 auras.
grind.
Wow.
And it's like sometimes that's how Aurora decks end up going, but it also feels like the Annie. I mean, for the answers that Ali was giving out here, that was a struggle for Annie. And that was completely without Aurora. That was a very much earned game one that ended up going for over 30 minutes at that point.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
And I do think Annie has an advantage on overtime. So this is gonna be very tough for Misfortune. They have to kind of win game 2 very fast, and hope they can get to game 3 with still some time left, because Annie's gonna get to those 5 to 6 points so quickly that it's gonna be very hard to crawl those points back in overtime when you have only 2 to 3 turns left anymore.
Yeah.
And I've just also Googled who Jibs is playing against. Maurice Brantley is a Yu-Gi-Oh player, and I checked that their Yu-Gi-Oh Wikipedia, 2008 top 32, 2008 top 16, 2008 top 16, 2008 top 16, 2009 top 16, 2010 top 16, 2011 top 32, 2022 top 16, 2024 top 64. He's playing against like a 20+ year veteran.
Yeah, he's an old man. You know,
Oh my god.
spent. Jibs has this easy 2-0. No, but that's going to be a challenge here. And especially when you are on the cusp of making top cut, definitely going to be earned. And we'll see how Jibs is able to hold out. But here we go into game number 2. It's going to be interesting. Annie seems to have the advantage, but if Aurora can be found early enough, going to be interesting to see. But still, there is also the fear looming of possibilities of Arena's greatest coming in.
And the fear of running out of time.
Yeah. And Annie can capitalize on that way better than MF Aurora can.
Yeah, for sure. Ah, man. The biggest problem of Annie is possibly the time, because when you're gonna be going to overtime, sometimes it just feels so unwinnable when the Annie gets those points with right to win, and suddenly they're at 4 points when you're at 0. It's tough.
It can be. And while we're watching the commentators talk amongst themselves, we're gonna realize that they're already halfway through game 2, and they're gonna quickly cut to So
we're actually game 3.
Yeah. We completely missed game 2.
We're gonna cut to like the final right to win of the Annie, which wins the game.
So we'll see how that ends up going for us. But guys, let's go ahead. Are we going to end up going to time, or is Annie going to be able to take game number 2? Let's go ahead and see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we are in. Oh, that's the big battlefield in play.
Yeah,
The
he's
world's
been playing
battlefield.
that. This is his second time using it here.
That is legal though, so
Yeah.
Bragging rights.
And it's also cool.
Ooh. I also learned something very fun today, by the way, that I'll tell you after the game because it's not really game relevant right now.
Well, thank you for keeping me
you're
on
just
the edge of my
edging
seat.
us.
Yeah.
I can tell you if you want. It is Riftbound relevant, kind of.
Ooh. That is tempting.
And the Annie's hand does look very spell heavy, but they do have a traveling merchant, so that's the savior of Annie right now. And once again, Misfortune finding all the ramp they need really. If they now have an Aurora, they can play Aurora on turn 3.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big finish to get this game going, because if you can hurry and just play quick, get to the round, and I mean, if Aurora ends up coming out on next turn, I don't know if it necessarily will, but if so, you could potentially just hurry and play through, get to about 10 minutes on the clock, hopefully, and then be able to respond. But here we go with a Kaisa coming in to be able to go into the Dreaming Tree, a battlefield that Annie can just capitalize on time and time again.
Yeah, but I don't think Misfortune really minds it. I mean, getting an Aurora down when Annie only has 2 points should feel pretty good.
Yeah, has it been confirmed if he does have the Aurora in hand yet? I saw Dead Bloom for sure.
Ooh, no Aurora. Or yes, Aurora?
I don't
no
think
Aurora?
So. He is going to be recycling, so no Aurora just yet, but he is at least going to be able to sabotage the Annie.
Yeah.
Sabotage, see
they're
what the Annie has, and then just Misfortune in, right? Ooh.
or maybe even Dead Bloom in. They do have a Dead Bloom in hand. Or
Yeah, but the Dead Bloom's dead to the
that
Darius
hand
Cleave.
is that hand
Yeah.
is like, yeah, Darius Cleave, you got Flash to take everything back, you've got Fight or Flight. It's all answers against the Dead Bloom.
I would almost take the Cleave at that point.
Okay, thinking about the Darius. Wait, you
He
can't
can't go
take back the Darius. What do you
Darius. That's
mean?
the Mind
Yeah.
Splitter.
the Mind Splitter has split my mind.
Yeah, no kidding. So, and it's an easy thing to mix up, and Sabotage at least will get you the hand knowledge as well, so you're going to be able to prepare for things properly. He does have a Rebuke in hand too, so
Wait, what's happening now? Did he take the Darius? Oh no, he didn't.
no, he passed it away. He passed it back to Matthew, and I think he is. Yep, going to select the Cleave. Yeah, I think that's a good choice there.
And the worst part about this is that they even have the stacked deck. So even if you do take something important away from the Annie, they can just play stacked deck and maybe find another one.
I think Catalyst is the way to go right now because you can't really do anything this turn because your opponent has answers for literally everything. So you must sacrifice one more turn. And I guess you can get a Dead Bloom in next turn, right? Because you have way more runes.
Yeah.
Then if it gets Fight or Flighted back, then you just ride the wind yourself. Or you can play Misfortune.
Yeah. I mean, very unfortunate that the Misfortune didn't find an Aurora. I think this would have been a very, very good Aurora turn. So we're gonna have to see if they never play it. If they now find it, will they even play it? Is it too late already after this turn?
Yeah. Every turn you get Aurora is a good turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to be a
true.
great activation of Flash right there, being able to capitalize off of the Dreaming Tree and the Traveling Merchant. So getting rid of something you don't necessarily need, such as discarding the Traveling Merchant, and then you get to pass turn and everything comes ready. So even Kaisa can go ahead and move into the other battlefield to utilize that point and card draw that she is able to do. And man, this is intense. You got to be able to find your answers, and if not, Annie is just going to take this game.
Do you think Misfortune would use Rebuke on the Kaisa?
That's a
or
tough call.
Darius, of course, or Darius.
I would almost save it for the Darius, but it still really sucks to be giving Kaisa so much card draw.
This Rebuke will make it so you can maybe never play your Dead Bloom ever again.
Well, not only that, and watch him top deck the Aurora on the pass of his turn.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to top deck that and be 2 turns away at that point.
3 runes, next turn, 5. Oh, I guess you have the Catalyst? Okay, so next turn, he's going to have 5 runes, right? You use Catalyst, you move Misfortune back, and then you also use... is it called Triumph, that card? I can't remember the name.
They're going to have 6 runes next turn.
Are they 1, 2? Okay, I can't count. I cannot count.
So that is going
I
to
was
be...
just going to say they can just ramp themselves up because they have Catalyst and also the other card that ramps you up. I forgot the name of it, the Triumph or whatever it's called, the Trumpet.
Yeah. So that's...
Trumpet.
Yeah, Trumpet.
So he is going to be floating 1 and then moving Misfortune. He does have a choice on if he wants to go ahead and go for the other battlefield. But again, Annie always having 2 runes up is going to be a difficult situation to try to work through. And we also see a Rebuke in Annie's hand as well.
Yeah.
That is Mobilize. Is that it? No, Mobilize is the
Yes,
paid...
Mobilize.
Yeah.
No, that is
Mobilize.
Mobilize.
That is right. Yep,
Yeah.
Mobilize.
Trumpet, Mobilize, same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I think Trumpet is cooler, you know?
Yeah.
Jacob trying to get recruited to name cards for Riftbound.
Trumpet. Oh, there's a massive axe. Axe.
Yeah. Cleave has been renamed.
Yeah. It's like
So he's got 2 up right now.
Yep.
Misfortune has been renamed to a pirate.
Sylveon's down to call it Trumpet. Okay, it's happening. It's happening.
And he's just called Child.
Yeah. Spoiled child.
the Dark Child, which is what she is called.
I'm calling
literally,
Riptide
yeah,
Rex
yeah.
Big Daddy Baja.
I mean, you can have your own fantasies.
So we'll see what
That's a
ends
lot
up.
of runes.
Yeah. And still another sneaky that is able to come in at this point. Going up to 5. The 5-2 deficit is already getting away from Ali, and he is missing on this Aurora, while Annie is going to be able to continue to build up their board state. This is incredibly dangerous here.
So, right now we see that Annie has a Rebuke. They have a Fight or Flight. If he Dead Blooms in, he can ride the wind himself back in if he gets Fight or Flighted.
Yeah.
But if
yeah.
he gets Rebuked, he's kind of screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Would you pay the 3 power to rebuke the Dead Bloom there?
I don't know because the player's stacking their runes, so I can't read.
I do think they have like 4 runes.
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I-
One's hidden under. Maybe 2 is hidden.
Yeah,
under. 2. Whoa!
Okay, but what?
They multiply. Wow.
Don't give your opponent any
yeah,
time to think.
Yeah, I do hate the rune stacking.
Yeah, and I think they did have a player meeting because I did see a big difference from yesterday to today on that, but still it can be an issue here on the tournaments, and it's a very easy mistake. But again, trying to do something with this Misfortune deck that is missing on the Aurora just feels impossible.
And also, they're just missing cards, honestly. They have only 2 cards in hand, which is a little bit tough.
Yep, and so here finally comes in the Dead Bloom, so a little bit of breathing room. You're also just hoping that your opponent doesn't have a cleave with Darius to be able to utilize here. Could have the rune. No, it doesn't have enough runes to do Annie to get it back. So luckily that's at least something, but still also the Rebuke could be a really good target with a lot to sacrifice. Instead, the Fight or Flight to send the Dead Bloom back to base.
Yeah, I don't.
As well.
I mean, right now, I think Misfortune is just betting on that when Annie finally goes in for the game-winning play on their not next turn, they're gonna be they can't win next turn, but the turn after that. I think Misfortune is just betting on the Annie not playing around bullet time, honestly.
And I just realized it is Aspirant's Climb, so the game goes to 9.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
I forgot that the artwork on
That-
Aspirant's Climb is weird on the
See, do you know what's weird?
Well,
It's supposed to be Teemo Battlefields. It's like Bandle Tree, it's like something else, and then Aspirant's Climb.
yeah, that does change a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, why isn't Prismaticist playing Aspirant's Climb? Come on, man.
True.
Get
true.
there.
Y-
The tech is
he-
right
he
there in
say-
front of you.
And also 9 minutes
Is
on the round, by the way.
Yeah.
This is not looking good.
Not finding. I mean, the Misfortune did find like the basically the best hands to stack runes early on, but they just couldn't find the Auroras.
Good news, Prismat won his game. So Prismat is 6-1 right now.
That's awesome.
Sad news, Randy lost, so he is currently 5-2.
No. So so 2 losses is like out of the top cut, right?
I don't
Potentially.
actually know because 16th player right now is 5-1, but that's kind of going to half. I think some
5 and
7-2s
2
can make it.
Yeah, exactly. I think some will be able to.
Yeah.
But there's also 2 minutes left on the round as well. On the actual non-delayed round.
So this is going to be a tough situation here. Some tough trades to have to come out of this. Looks like Misfortune is going to be going into the Kaisa here.
Is that a Primal Strength that's going to come out?
even with the aspirations climb, it does look like the misfortune is lacking a lot of draw,
Mm.
and they just haven't found any stacked decks. Honestly, I don't think they have played like maybe only one stacked deck in these 2 games in total.
Yeah, and gosh, even
Is
with
that a
the
fight or flight?
think so, and also
It's hard to say.
this isn't a great time to use bullet time either, because I mean, bullet time
Oh,
almost
no.
feels dead in this situation. Any flash is not going to be able to get you much answers. Rebukes in hand also for the Annie player. I think this game is as good as gone.
Yeah, you just go
Yeah,
in there,
yeah.
you get rebuked, you get fight or flight, you get anything, you just lose.
Yeah, but think about how much draw Annie got from the traveling merchants and the Kai's champions in this game.
Insane.
So, and this is without Aurora. So, unfortunately, Ali might be going down to 6-1, which is still going to be a really good record, and still has a good chance of being able to make it into the top cut. But you don't want that pressure of potentially being pushed out. But it looks like that's going to be a scoop, as Annie is going to still be able to take it with some time left in the match.
Is this our first Annie game today? No, it isn't. Is it?
Yeah. Let's see. So, I mean, again, this is the second time we've been joined with Matthew here, be able to see what his deck is able to do. And yeah,
Oh yeah.
he joined us because that Magikarp shirt is really hard to forget, unfortunately. But it's great to be able to see that the deck was able to do so well. Now, of course, the Annie has a really good matchup into the Aurora, just because you are able to play around, and especially into MF Aurora, because it can be so difficult to try to deal with Annie where you don't have the defies and other utilities to be able to take it back to Annie.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we have seen 2 back-to-back best of 3s from Matthew, and he has been crushing both. He has made them both look easy, and we'll just have to wait and see how well Matthew does. I mean, I don't think either of these best of 3s were even honestly close.
No, and that's the surprising part, and that's also the risk of playing MF Aurora. You end up missing.
Yeah.
It's a very uphill battle for you, and you have to play incredibly close, and also just hope for the dumb luck at that point. But when your luck's already out because you've missed Aurora, what else can you draw? I mean, Jacob, you saw yesterday with Jibs playing MF Aurora, and he was struggling as well.
Because it's literally just a casino deck. You just gamble.
Yep.
That's why I love playing it at locals, because you can either ruin someone's day or not have a fun day.
Yep.
Also news, Jibs drew.
Oh. Interesting. I mean, that could be a smart play definitely there on trying to get ahead. So
what he said, they didn't have time for round 3. He said
Yeah,
mental
yeah.
game 2.
wow.
Took ages, haha.
That is tough, but I mean, good job on at least drawing that out. That could actually be
He said
the difference.
he almost decked out.
What?
Yeah.
As a Kaisa player?
I can imagine that could be like a double Dreaming Tree game potentially.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would do it. So that's hilarious. Well, and if you deck out, for those of you who don't know, if you deck out in this game, it is completely different than other games. Because if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, you take your trash, shuffle it, and make that become your deck, and you give your opponent 1 point.
Yeah.
So pretty different.
You can't mill your opponent and make them lose instantly in Riftbound.
Who did we see play, by the way, just now? That was Matthew versus...
No,
that wasn't Matthew.
Ali.
Matthew versus Ali.
Yeah.
Ah, that was Matthew versus Ali.
But I mean, we have seen the Misfortune also do surprisingly well. I mean, some people would consider the Misfortune deck to be inconsistent, just because, you know, any deck that runs Aurora is gonna get called out as being inconsistent instantly. But I mean, they have proven many people wrong, going 6-0 right now, and they went 6-0 in Houston. So we're gonna have to wait and see how well they're gonna do, especially tomorrow in the top cut when the games are gonna be even closer. If he makes it to the top cut, do you guys think we're gonna see Misfortune in the top cut of the 10K?
It depends who he's going to play against. That also just depends on luck.
Yep.
Really, because going against Annie is probably one of the worst matchups for a Misfortune because of all those like workarounds you have for like fighting back, rebuking, stuff like that. But if you play against something like a Kai'Sa, for example, Kai'Sa doesn't play as fast as Annie does. She doesn't have those sneaker deck hands, so it's a little bit easier. So I think there's a quite good chance, honestly. I think there's quite a good chance.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we'll see. I mean, and he's proven already that he has what it takes to get to the top. And so, I mean, it very well could be. Now, big question. It looks like Mo went to time again.
Mo's been going to time every single round.
It's just kind of disappointing. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. You know, I expected more from him and his gameplay, and the guy just plays slow. Let's be real.
That's what your parents say when they're definitely mad. I'm not
Yeah.
mad. I'm just disappointed.
Clip that and send it to him. I'll call him out. No, but yeah, that's just really funny. And so we'll see. We have a couple of rounds that are still finishing. Of course, we are going to time. There is a lot that still hasn't ended up finishing here. A lot. Wow. This is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. for me, so I'm gonna have to go take a little break so I don't fall asleep right now.
Well, if you go to nap, you will fall asleep.
I won't go for a nap. I'm not that crazy.
Famous last
Oh,
word.
I'm
also,
just
by the
gonna,
way,
move around a little.
What's the
and,
cool
I'll
thing
be
you
right
wanted
back.
to tell us, Jacob?
Oh, so I was actually looking. You know, Lucian,
Uh-huh.
how there's like a gear or a, whatever his like weapons, like
Yeah,
his
Weapon
signature or whatever.
Master.
So according to law, I heard this from Necrit today on the TFT show, is that Lucian was actually taught how to shoot his guns by Senna, which is his wife, I believe. However, the guns don't shoot bullets. So his guns are actually like magical guns, and all he has to do is think about shooting them with like his entire like body in order to shoot. So they're not actual bullets. There's no trigger. He just has to think, and then it shoots out of his arms, like out of his gun.
Interesting. That's pretty cool.
So Lucian actually doesn't have any bullets. It's just like magical spells. It's
Huh.
just a magic gun.
Wow, that's interesting. Also, big
Yep.
news: Mo lost against George 2-1.
Huge. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
So that's a big deciding factor right there. And Top Cut is gonna be tight, and it is.
It could be a Jibs versus Mo, by the way.
Oh, Randy lost.
Yeah, that's very unlucky.
Dang it. So Prismaticism taking another 2-0. So even though Prismaticism has gone ahead and lost one so far, he has 2-0'd every opponent after. Which, I mean, that could really help him in the standings.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I guess with the new standings as well, getting the draw as well for Alex has also helped solidify him a bit higher up in the point pool as well, which is nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's big. That's big. He's looking good there. So hopefully he can make that top cut. That'd be awesome to see. Easiest deck tech video for you, Jacob.
Oh yeah, so easy. And Sean as well, by the way, he's currently 5-2. That's the winner from Houston.
Oh wow, yeah. So and we also have the winner from Atlanta that is still in the tournament as well. So I mean, we'll see if that's going to be something here, but I think he still is playing set. But we haven't. Yeah, Colin Kaiser ended up winning 2-0 there. So let's go ahead and look up Colin and see. Okay, if I can type, I promise. Yeah, so he's had a really impressive record. He did lose 0-2 to Jason, whoever that is. But otherwise has had some pretty good. He's split between 2-0s and 2-1 wins. So it'll be interesting to see what going to end up happening here on any of that.
I'm looking through. I wish there were like usernames on this instead of
We know the usernames by heart.
solid. Yeah,
This is a lot harder.
I do love the George full clean record. Shout out George. And also Jibs is playing with a Chinese deck by the way as
Oh
well.
gosh.
So, yeah,
That can be pretty difficult sometimes.
yeah. Sometimes you want to read the card to see what it does, but you can't.
Yep. So, and one little word that you get wrong can change the entire meaning of the card. So we'll see how that ends up going, but this is going to be exciting, guys. We are going to be going into round number 8, so 2 more rounds, and then we'll see where the top cut is. Currently, right now, we are right near 5 p.m. if you are situated in Orlando, but neither me nor Jacob are in Orlando.
11 p.m. here for me.
Yeah, I'm at currently 3:56, so we're getting
Nice.
there.
Not bad. Not
No,
bad.
not
Yeah.
bad at all. It did suck getting up at 6 a.m. for this, though. That was rough.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put my laundry out after this and then go to sleep. And then I am in for 8 a.m.
Ooh. Yeah, the things we
So
do.
that will be fun.
Yep. Feel that, and I'm still debating on whether or not I go to my locals tonight.
You should.
I'm probably going to. I might regret it, but I'm going to. And I might have to bring Annie. I have Annie built right here. Might have to bring
By the
her.
way, Alan's Q released a 2-hour 15-minute video reviewing his entire games.
Whoa.
His round 6 game, his top 16 game, then his top 8 game.
Dang. That's pretty I mean, that's huge amounts of information to have there.
Yeah. I'm skipping to the part where he misses the trigger.
Yeah.
I want to see what happens.
Okay, I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break.
Have fun.
Mics will still be hot.
Hello, chat. You're stuck with me now. Temporarily. Temporarily, you're stuck with me. But yeah, chat, if you have any locals in your area, make sure you go to your locals. 100% go there, visit, attend, play, get some Nexus Night packs, get some booster packs, enjoy your time, go meet the community, make friends with people, trade, maybe split a pack and then get annoyed at the other person for like getting better cards than you. All those cool things you can do at the locals. So I would really recommend, honestly. 100%, 100%. I know I would love to go to some locals, so but I can't right now because I'm working, sadly. So sometime January after, I will 100% go. And someone from my local actually did put in the chat that they're selling all their decks. Turns out they're swapping to Chinese because it's a lot cheaper. Are proxies allowed while a product is so difficult to find? So it depends. Proxies sometimes are allowed in shops. However, if there is a official Riftbound event happening that is done through Riot System, proxies are sadly not allowed. It's because just card games, if everyone uses proxies, then the game doesn't make money, then it doesn't get printed. You know what I mean? So proxies usually aren't allowed. However, if you go to a local, go to the bulk pile, you'll definitely get a bunch of bulk. So you can make a deck from that. You can get a starter deck. The other players will help you. They have stuff for trade and stuff to buy. Then you attend in the event, maybe get a pack, open it. Maybe you pull a really sick card that can pay for your entire deck. Who knows? Just go to the bulk pile and make something rather than using proxies. Is it worth going Chinese? Like most people will be buying English products around. Well, it really depends. So on stuff like card market, TCG Player, whatever, Chinese cards are very cheap compared to English version of cards. Especially that French is going to be releasing as a language. The prices of English cards will go up even more because that's a whole region that's going to be printing just in French, if you know what I mean. So people will want to keep everything, English or whatever. So Chinese cards will definitely be so cheap compared to everything else because China's such a big region. They're getting access to cards a bit earlier. They're opening so much. They don't have problems with stock as much as we do because they're printing everything. So that's why the Chinese cards are cheap. It's worth going if you don't want to spend the big bucks and you want to play more budget. But also, if you're not playing at like the highest competitive level, I don't really see a point because if it's in Chinese, then you won't really know what every card does. You know what I mean? But the cards do look cooler in Chinese, though, I must say. Like, the foiling they have is a lot nicer. A lot nicer. Yes, this is Silent Night number 2. Silent Night is super silent right now, which, fits in the name. It fits in the name.
I have returned, team.
Welcome back.
Is Silent
trying to
Night
see
number
if,
2? I don't know.
I think all the games ended.
Yeah, it looks like it. We'll see if round 8 is paired up. So, okay, chat, you decide tonight. Do I take the second place Annie deck from Houston or Gale wins Yasuo?
Annie, so you can win.
But no one's ready for Gale win. Okay, looks like leaderboards have been updated as well. Just refresh. Mo's still being in 5th place, if that's... Yep, that's updated. So Mo is still in 5th place, all things considered.
Shout out to place number 20. I hope we get a win there.
Yeah, that's luckily not too bad of a fall there for Jibs. That's great.
So there's 2 more rounds. If he gets like 2 more wins, it should be good, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, he should be able to secure it.
I wonder who he's going to play against.
Prismaticism. That would suck, but that'd be funny. Round 8 is paired, so we do have round 8 here, guys. Let's go ahead and see Colin Kaiser versus
It's Alex versus Ricky. Who's Ricky?
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure. Prismaticism versus Jonathan Rodriguez. Mo versus Jaden Ray.
Oh.
So,
are we gonna get a George game?
I hope so. George or Jibs, either way. Both treats. So going to be curious to see what they actually end up doing. So we should be starting the next round at any time. So we will see how this actually ends up
think Ricky might be a set player because I just Googled Ricky's name. And it says Ricky, the exact name spelling, plays at Superheroes Card Comic and Games. And they also played in the CCS Riftbound Sunday, the 1K, and they're playing set.
Okay. So that could be interesting then to have. And we haven't seen, in 2 days of gameplay, we haven't seen a single set match. Like, come on. Give me a set. And I mean, we have Colin here that is going to be playing as well. He's on table 4 going against Aiton. That's Challenger TCG's teammate as well, who has been absolutely killing it in this tournament. So, I mean, if we got a Colin versus Aiton, I'm down for that.
Let's see. I think it's going to be a while till we get into the game.
I think so too.
I think 10 minutes minimum.
Oh yeah, because we are also at a 6-minute delay too. So
yeah,
even though the timer is going, we'll see. Nope, timer hasn't even started yet. So yeah, it might be a second there, guys. How do you even beat set as Victor? That's that's tough. What? I thought you guys liked counting all the missed all the missed power costs. You don't want to see set?
I don't want to see Annie anymore. I'd rather see Kai'Sa.
I'm done with Yi Aurora. I am done with Yi Aurora.
I'm done with you, Aurora. I'm done with Annie. Just give me Kai'Sa at this point.
Mhm.
Give me a Kai'Sa mirror match, or give me a mid-range Yi versus Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's how I feel. So we'll see how it ends up going. But it's been still a really good tournament, but it's also interesting how much this meta has seemed to have shifted even after Annie has taken the the Houston regionals. I didn't necessarily see that coming. We've seen Kai'Sa go ahead and start playing more removal. So like going up to even like 2 or 3 Acathian Reigns and a Singularity has seemed a lot more standard now, which is interesting. And then after that, Yi has all gone to the Aurora Yi flip-flop right now. So going to be interesting.
I'm trying to see. Looking for more of the pairings, seeing what's happening. Oh, there was an ID. George and Matthew ID'd table 1. That's probably what happened. They're like, oh, we're going to get a future match. They come in. Sorry, we're IDing.
Like, can you just play for fun for the cameras? The fans need it. So, no, that's a smart choice, I think. And again, even though it is not necessarily going to be top cut tonight, but it is still really nice to get that hour of rest to then go into your final match fresh, when that is going to matter much more. And I mean, heck, they could even possibly get 2 intentional draws to end it, and still be able to make the top cut, especially if it is top 16.
Yeah, I'm looking for everything now. Who would benefit from the IDs? That's 1 point you get, right?
Yeah, and so I think at this point, if you're outside of top 4, it's not worth the risk.
So George is 22 points with the ID, and then there's one more round afterwards, right? So you could go 23 maximum.
Mm-hmm.
Still kind of dangerous.
It is dangerous.
Actually, wait, what is the 16th place? 16th place is on 18. So all it requires is 1 win. Actually, wait, the 16... Oh, no, it doesn't matter because... Yeah, so outside the top 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only other people who could go in are people with 16 points.
Gotcha.
And if they win both games, that's an extra 6, so they go to 22. George is on 22 now. So if he IDs again, he's on 23. I think it pretty much...
Wow, so he could just
near
intentional draw
guarantees.
twice.
Near guarantees. But I think it's still risky, because it's not
It
100%
is.
guaranteed.
Yeah.
Because right now there's 18 players
Mm-hmm.
who are 18 points and above.
Oh, gosh.
So if he IDs twice... Actually, no, that wouldn't work because other players will drop out for losing. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, I mean, it's gonna get close though. I think I would still play 9th round.
Yeah.
Just in case. Take the hour rest and play 9th round.
Yeah.
So, gosh, that's a tough choice though.
Come on, game, start already.
I know, seriously. But 'tis the game we play here. And that's one thing that I really did appreciate that they did at regionals and Vegas as well, the pre-record and just hopping back and forth between the games. Such a game changer. Much more entertaining for everyone watching, and made it just so much easier. So also, especially if you're co-streaming. So.
Oh, the screen froze. I'm like, oh, they're going to something else.
No, the stream is just laggy. They're on dial-up still. Their AOL disc expired with their 10 hours of free internet. If that doesn't age me right now, I don't know necessarily what does.
Oh.
So I don't look it. I'm 33 though, so I'm a 92 baby. So
I'm 2000 baby.
Oh gosh, yeah. All right. But you've walked the Great Wall and I haven't, so I mean, who's really winning at life?
True. And it was really weird being on the Great Wall.
Oh, I can imagine.
It was more of a thing of like, I was there and I was just looking out into the distance and I'm like, that's just Mongolia.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how the hell Then the Mongolians go to China through all these hills.
Mhm.
That's like near impossible. There is no way they invaded ever. And then I saw the wall, and I'm like, there is no way you would go to the wall, put a ladder up or whatever, and through that terrain, not be spotted,
Mhm.
and then go up the wall, go through, and then walk and charge into the cities. That is insane. How would you ever do that?
Yeah, they were determined. I think that's it.
And
Just-
and it's just the terrain is so rough, you
Mm-hmm.
just die.
Yeah, well, and it's a hike. Like you were even just walking the Great Wall, and it's already so up and down and everything that
Yeah.
you know. And so,
I'm
couldn't
googling
imagine.
right now how people attack the Great Wall.
Sounds good. No, it's going to be interesting. So yeah, the stream should be starting anytime now, my friends. Thank you all for your patience. The clock is already down to 44 minutes. And with the 6-minute delay, of course, there might be another minute or two additional because if they did go to George and they did the intentional draw, that is going to set a few more minutes behind. But even still, we should be ever closer to seeing.
So apparently the Great Wall wasn't just a wall. There was a lot of castles everywhere, so even if you did make it through the wall, then your messengers or anybody would be blocked. Your supply chain would be screwed because you couldn't walk through again, because there would be like patrols of like the Chinese army just going through all the time. So like
Holy.
you were kind of just screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you would go to attack, and if you were to send like resources back, you just couldn't, you know?
Hmm.
And if you were to like run away and retreat, you could get circled, enemies behind you. It was just like so risky.
And they did it. That's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
History. So that's really cool to be able to see, though. Could not imagine, though. That's just... foil sleeves. So yeah, we'll
I'm just
see.
reading
Yeah, this is...
facts about China Wall.
So we do have the stream going. I am going to quickly refresh to make sure we are completely caught up with no delay there, just to be safe and to also get the ad out of the way. And then we should be able to jump right into this game. So it's going to be exciting. We are so close to the top cut being here. We're going to be
it's
here.
not today, is it?
Well, it's not today, but it's going to be really cool to just see who actually made it.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be the big deal for me. So,
Jibs. We need Top Cut jibs.
yeah, that would be cool. Hashtag top cut jibs.
Oh, I also got a friend who's in Paris to get the French battlefield for me.
Oh, cool. Dang, you have connections everywhere, though.
Yeah. He was like, I went to fix their Wi-Fi and they gave me a card. I'm like, sick.
Wow. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, because he's like working on the IT and infrastructure and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So when their IT is down, he goes there to fix it.
Hey, it's who you know. That's cool, though. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Prismaticism coming in with
Ooh.
his name not able to fit on screen. So
I
that's...
know. I was going to DQ plays and trials, by the way, if their name was too long. Prismat was one of those players.
Or like Noah, who also loves to
Yeah.
extend his name in game.
Yeah, the 7-1 Teemo versus the 7-1 Kaiser. Incredible.
So this is going to be a mirror match, but again, this is one that Prismaticism is very used to in this case, and also going to be going second. But Kaisa does not have the 2-drop.
No 2-drop. First turn for Prismat, lecturing Yordle. Draw an extra card. Very nice. So nice.
The biggest thing, though, I think the Hextech Gray was just drawn off of the Yordle, and that can be one of the biggest difficulties is if you can go ahead and get on the battlefield, half of your work is already done with Teemo when going against Kaisa. But it's that first effort that can be so difficult there. So the Ember Monk is going to be coming out. Teemo's going to be added to hand, and then there is going to be a pass here. So this could be very interesting to either force out the Hextech or we'll see.
That is very smart because you know there's one up. if you go there to conquer it, next turn you're pretty much going to die because there could be like an accelerated Kai'Sa, right?
Mhm.
So your unit would just be doomed to die for what, a point?
Mhm.
Instead, you could get that point the turn after and then play for the point parity of having 2 points and being on an even amount, which is nice.
Mhm.
But here comes a falling star. Kai'Sa gameplay.
Yep, and again, that can already start setting you back some. And I mean, the Ember Monk is the biggest bane of your existence when you are playing against a Teemo deck in this case, because it can
Plus
go
2,
from
yeah.
0 to 100 so fast.
Yeah, plus 2 from every card that's revealed from hidden that turn. If you have especially Bandle Tree, you
Mhm.
could technically reveal up to 3 hidden cards a turn, which is nuts.
Yep.
And here we see Hextech Ray coming in.
Well, and that's the scary part too, because you got to be careful here, um, just because Prismaticism has another Ember Monk and a Tide Turner, so
Ooh.
getting units out to basically say, how long can you have the answers? Now, of course, if this Ember Monk falls, this will be such a setback here for Prismaticism.
Yeah, and Prismat's going to go to 9 runes
Hello?
next turn.
Hi.
And, oh, what up, Batsu? Welcome back.
Great for
That's you being
interrupting us.
summoned by Prismat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't fall asleep, so I still get to watch Prismatism play.
Imagine playing against him. Gosh.
All right, now tell
Oh
us
yeah, that would be tough.
the exact results of the game, of the series. Is it going to be 2-0 Prismat?
Kai'Sa is very tough for
I'm
Prismat, so
gonna
yeah, you can guess first.
I'm gonna be guessing 2-1. Prismat should still take it.
2-0 Prismat.
Nah, I'm willing to bet that it's gonna go to game 3 at least.
What are you willing to bet?
French battlefield.
French Battlefield? Yeah, 2-1.
I do have a stacked deck next to me. Aren't those like couple $1 million at
Okay, how
this
about
point?
if you lose, you have to rip it on camera.
Ooh, the camera
No,
reveal.
you have to rip your Darius overnumbered on camera.
Oh,
You wouldn't go that far. Wow. Okay.
it's Jacob. He knows no limits.
No,
So
I'm just kidding.
yeah, this is going to be big though, because again, if Prismaticism can get onto the battlefield, I also love that he has gone ahead and opted to not go with his best battlefield when going first. So when you do finally go ahead and get Bondle Tree coming in, this is going to be big. And not only that, Singularity is going to be big here as well, though only one is going to be taken with the retreat coming in from Jonathan.
And
Yeah,
also
but
now
the thing here,
the runes are pretty much the same now, right?
Pretty much,
yeah. And the thing here is that Prismat is gonna, get like 2 hidden cards on board, and suddenly that Ember Monk is an 8-might unit.
Mm.
That Ember Monk is now a Ember Bloom.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you got to be careful with
You
that.
suddenly have like 2 hidden Teemos on board, which is 8-might, and one dead bloom basically, which is the Ember Monk being an 8-might.
Yeah.
But look how many runes are up, and I think I see a Void Seeker in hand and a Hextech Ray.
Ooh, that would be so
So
tough for
Hextech just came
Prismat.
in, and now Ember goes in. That's going to be a Void Seeker, 100%.
Yep.
I mean, if you're the Kai'Sa, I do think you should go for the Void Seeker if you do have it.
Yeah, and then he'll have to fight or flight himself. No, he can't because that's an action speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
True.
So this is so
Yeah,
difficult.
Oh, that's a Void Seek. Oh.
Is the streaming curse going to be real here?
You know, it's bad when the
Yeah.
Teemo's played from hand.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Now give me a Falling
Yeah.
Star instead of 1-might Teemo.
I mean, I low-key do want Prismat to go far because then I, lost against somebody who made the top cut, so.
That's how I felt in Vegas.
Yeah. So the Kai'Sa is accelerated.
Yep.
Once again, the Kaisas and the Annies always fighting the Kai'Sa. Wait, it was accelerated for the champion, so I'm I...
Wait, apparently Colin Kaiser has already won 2-1.
What?
How?
Yeah. It was reported as a 2-1 win.
Yeah. Is Challenger
Did
TCG
they,
in chat? How did that happen?
Did they both kind of concede one game, so they would just basically play a best of one. You know.
Maybe. So very interesting, especially being so close to the top cut there. So might be able to get some clarification on that. Stay tuned for that. We will see, but still really interesting.
Yeah, just like Yaddle said on the chat, you can never underestimate the power of the Scouts code. The one my Teemo is gonna do wonders here and get some hidden cards on board, possibly for Prismet finally.
Yeah, so we'll see if, again, this is going to pay off, but Prismaticism is quickly falling behind. The acceleration of Kaisa is just so hard to be able to match. And I mean, we've already seen the power that, she is able to command as a legend in this game. And Prismaticism, I mean, this is probably the matchup he knows the best. This is the one that he's played, and through it all, he picked Teemo. So is this going to be just a very difficult matchup to go against here?
That's the smallest Mondo I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a total of Mondo's 4, right? Base plus 6, making it a 10. Next turn, 3 going to get recycled, so it is going to dwindle down pretty fast. But it's technically a fake watcher right now.
Yeah, and obviously with the hidden card on board, there's gonna. I do think Prismet is gonna get like at least 3 cards played each turn, so the Mondo is gonna like stay at the might it's at, most likely.
So interesting idea there, though. Going to be, I mean, Prismat at least has done half the battle. That is to get a unit onto the the battlefield. Once you start to do that, I mean, this could start turning things around depending on the walls that he is able to pull up. Now we are seeing a singularity in hand from Jonathan, and again, that's going to be the deck tech here that we are seeing different from what we saw even a week ago. So
and even in the main deck, which is very interesting. Not even a side card.
Yep, I think that's again to play against the Annie. You need to be able to target outside of the battlefield, and so that is going to be one of your best options.
Yeah. Even I have started to run 2 Falling Star in my main deck once again, just because of the Annie matchup, and that is a Icathian Rain.
Yeah, so again,
how many of those targets need to be put on the Mondo?
6.
Yeah.
Basically all of it.
Yep.
Yeah, the Mondo is gone. I do think the Kaisa is kind of reading the Teemo's hand and betting that the Teemo's hand is just very awkward. I mean, why else would they play a Mondo down?
Yeah, and so, but again, the rune count is at 9 here. Prismaticism has, had to encounter a lot of removal, which is nothing new going against Kaisa, but it is definitely a little above average than what you would normally see here. But still, not a single Falling Star even utilized yet as well. So here we go again, another Monk in hand. So the Yordle is going to go ahead and get the card draw. Could very well be playing a Monk into the battlefield. That is one of the biggest strong points here for a Teemo deck. There it is. And I'm going to be curious to see if he takes the Teemo back to hand even at this point to go ahead and utilize down the line if he takes the battlefield next turn.
And I mean, the Monk could very well like slowly try to I take back what I was gonna say. I was gonna say the Monk could very well, stabilize the game back, but that's the singularity tech, and I mean,
and is that the second singularity?
No, they played the Icathian Rain
that's
first.
Right. Okay, so we did see both. Okay, cool.
But honestly, every time I have seen the singularity, it has been like great value. So I don't think it has ever been a dead card in the hands of Kaisas or Victors to this point.
That's just so rough right now. There's just so little he can do.
Yeah. And I don't... But Did Kaisa go first, or did the Teemo go first? here?
Kaiser went first, missed the 2-drop.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And so
And still, Prismet didn't get a battlefield to
2
control.
Hextech Rays, 2
yeah.
Void Seekers, a Singularity, and then a Caffeine Rain.
Okay, well,
And again,
well, yeah.
that's the hardest part because I've played Teemo a couple of weeks in tournaments, and that was my biggest struggle. I went against 2 Kaisas in 3 rounds, and they
Yeah.
found the Hextech Rays, and there's just not nothing. There's nothing you can do there about that. And looks like that is going to be a. Oh, it looks like he is just grabbing a
Spur right,
token,
mother.
so no scoop just yet.
I think he's trying to see if he can, get a control of a battlefield finally, and try to hide some cards there.
So especially with Reaver's Row, though, he's going to choose to not back out at that point. So going to be going down 3-3 and another card draw.
Yep.
So one more reaction could go ahead and change things. But again, and a falling star in hand with
That's a
Darius.
double Darius and Falling Star.
No.
Wow.
I mean, that's just God draws. Let's go game 2,
Yeah. I mean, even if you're Kaisa here, I think you take the trade. Yeah. I think, or is he taking trade? Because wait, what's happening?
As an action response, he is going to be drawing 2.
Oh yeah.
So
Full stack deck.
everything resolved, and then he went ahead and did the consult.
Yeah.
And he still has 1 floating. And it looks like there's
And
going to be the scoop for game number 2.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
this
Kai-
is Prismat Stream luck.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He's had that kind of record there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very good read from the Kaisa to actually trade with the sprite, because if Prismat got the sprite to the battlefield, then he could have started hiding cards again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And yeah, that was a very good read from the Kaisa.
Yeah,
And
that's
they
the
kind of
thing.
knew that. Yeah.
Well, and that's the biggest thing. If you are going against Kaisa, or if you're going against Teemo, sorry, you are prioritizing getting a Hex Tech in your hand. If you do, you can just incredibly slow down the Teemo in that case. And so, and then that's ended up what happening. Not only did they have the Hex Tech Ray, but they also had the count to be able to build up the units in base and then use the Void Seeker and just continue to cascade into more and more trouble for Teemo here to build into. And that is so difficult.
At this point, I'm actually gonna put 1 Hexacray into my side deck. I mean, it's even good against Annie, honestly.
Yeah. So it's gonna be tough. So here we go, guys. Good question in the chat, but just to be all the way sure, if a Poro and a Dead Bloom are in a showdown and a Face Breaker is played, does Fake Breaker owner have to pay the deflect?
Depends who played the card, right?
Well, yeah, the Poro had the Face Breaker.
Oh.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
so,
it
'cause you
does
target,
target
right?
that.
Yeah.
It does
Yeah, it
target.
does.
That is correct. It's kind of weirdly worded.
Even Leona stun from the Leona champion when you attack and when you stun a unit, even that has to pay for deflect costs.
Oh,
Also, Colin played against his teammate, so I assume that was just like an
intentional boost.
loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you get in trouble for that at
I
events?
don't know, actually.
Because it's like also just
mean,
a 2-1 like that 10 minutes into a game. That's interesting. I think it's, if anything, it's definitely frowned upon, but not necessarily against the rules.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think there are any rulings on you that you can't forfeit if you want to. There's some rules on you can't forfeit if you're being bribed or paid to do so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the thing. And, definitely the hard part about running into teammates like that is sometimes you do play it out, or sometimes you're just like, let's just rest and go ahead and I'll give you the win. I might make it, I might not, but I'd rather you, whatever it might be at that point.
Yeah.
Again, kind of tough to be able to speculate on what might be happening there. But again, just great to be able to see how that is going there. And thank you, Psycho. If I say that wrong, I do apologize for that clarification. But here we go into game 2, Prismaticism versus Jonathan. Teemo is going to be able to go first this time. Jacob, I mean, do you think that is going to be the difference maker here to get Prismaticism that game win right there?
I mean, even if Prismat wins, Kaiser gets to go first the next game, which is going to be still so good. And depending on what this Kaiser plays, it could be an Arena's greatest. That's personally what I play. So that could go very bad for Prismat. But the Bandle Tree is here going first. If he can get a 2-drop in, he's pretty much got it sorted, in my opinion.
And Prismat also doesn't mind the Targon's Peak. I mean, they're running some, combat tricks, so...
Yep. So,
Which, Jacob, I have a question for you. If Prismat and George went against each other, who would you want to win?
Getting ready to
Probably
clip.
Prismat.
Nice.
Probably Prismat, I would say.
Okay. No, that's cool. So, I mean...
a very, very, very basic start for both players. I mean, Prismat is just hoping that Kaiser doesn't have the Hextech Ray at this point.
Well, and he is preemptively going ahead and playing out the Ember Monk, not even going to necessarily try to make it in there. So, and there is the Hextex. Oh, no.
If I lose game 1, by the way, I stop cutting my opponent's deck.
Well, that's a very good read from Prismat. He's just saying that, I mean, either they have the Hextech Ray and I die, or maybe he doesn't even want to, discard anything from the move from Traveling Merchant, so they just chose to sacrifice the potential point.
You know what else I saw in that hand? I get excited.
Ooh, that's actually
I feel like every Kaiser is playing that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do think it's powerful.
Is there a secret Discord that we don't know about all the future deck tech for big tournaments? Because
I think it's just a lot of the PPG players who know each other just went with it. Or maybe they saw it yesterday and they were like, "Oh, that's actually really cool. I'm going to do that." Because in a Kaiser mirror, get excited is insane because you can just kill a Darius straight up.
Yep.
And it's just one of those one-off cards that when you draw it, it's good. You don't want to draw 2 potentially because that could, ruin your game. But when you draw one of them, it's usually a very powerful card. And Prismatism chose to discard the Singularity.
So that's interesting.
What do you think about that?
I'm thinking he's trying to bait. But again, Prismaticism has already taken this battlefield here and immediately plays down 2 cards. So it could also even be that he just realizes that this card's dead now. I need to get rid of it now that Prismat has held a battlefield. And you also see even just the mannerism of Prismat's movements after Monk is in the battlefield. I got it now. Okay, let's run. And this could be a very difficult wall to come against.
Small question.
Yes.
Do you think it would be better to pick the Teemo into your hand, considering you have that many runes up, and then afterwards play the 2 hidden cards? So then your opponent doesn't know what it is. And considering he played 2 from hand, he could have acted like he played the Teemo.
Yeah, well, and I know also he might be sneaking it in where he doesn't want his opponent to assume that there is a second Teemo in his deck, because I know Prismaticism does like to run 2. And so by not putting it back into your hand, you could be surprising your opponent with +4 might just like that. So this is going to be interesting then to see what kind of impact this will have on the game, especially if like a Darius attacks in with a Yordle at this point.
The problem here is that Prismat can't, win the game by holding. So they do have to try to,
Interesting. I love that play.
Oh, that's so well played. Yeah.
Because just so you guys know, chat, when you go ahead and play a Tide Turner, it switches places with the unit. if the unit is already ready, it stays readied when it switches with the tide turner, so you are able to then move it again, essentially. And so he's going to go and do a switcheroo and then potentially play out another one. And if any responses come out from removal, he can activate his already hidden cards to boost it. So right there we see the 4 that is going to be triggered onto the unit.
Is that
there.
tide turner reaction?
Yeah.
To swap him back? Oh, no, consult the past.
Yep. And so 2 more cards that are going to be getting drawn. The Ember Monk is going to be going up at that point. And I mean, this is a dangerous situation now and quickly escalating against Kai'Sa.
Yep. I mean, the Monk is just like the soul of Prismat's deck. I mean, if you get this Monk down, you get at least 2 hidden cards on the board. It's just very tough to try to kill that Monk.
Yeah.
Now a hidden card, and then Teemo from Champion Zone.
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Oh,
That's
I mean,
that's a 2 10-might monks on both battlefields.
Yep. In the words of Kronk, there's a wall there. Trust me. So, I mean, what are you going to be able to do about that? And this is why Teemo can be such a devastating deck. So right there, here we go with Thundersong coming in, a great card.
oh,
But
that's so.
all
so
hidden
crazy.
cards are at reaction speed, meaning that you can still activate all of your cards before Thundersong actually comes onto the board state, or at least activates his no cards to be played.
Yeah.
Does it count as playing? Oh yeah, it does when you reveal. Yeah, it does.
Yep. And so you can still activate your hidden cards at reaction speed. So a very, I mean, that is Thundersong. I talked to Prismat about playing Thundersong and Teemo when I went against him in Vegas, and he's like, it doesn't matter because I am still going to be able to activate all of my hidden cards. You will still know then at that point what to expect, but that makes very little difference at that point.
That's like 30 might on the battlefields from
and-
Prismatism.
Well, and here's the thing, double Teemo. So the next
Just
turn,
return it,
you
right?
call both Teemos back, you play them right back face down, you have 4 more might, 8 more might with both, 12 more might with both monks as well when you activate those Teemos. This is why Teemo can't be slept on. He is a deck you have to take serious, and sometimes if you go in with Kai'Sa thinking, this is a win, Prismaticism will teach you otherwise.
I mean, I did say this match will go to game 3, and
So
I'm
I
right.
was right.
So no
So
ripping
Jacob,
up your
you owe me.
signed, Darius?
I said 2-1 as well.
I did too. I think we all said 2-1 and tried to make it a bet, even though we were all in agreement.
I did say 2-0 at the beginning, but
Yeah.
that's because I'm a believer, unlike you guys.
I'm a realist.
I mean,
I'm an optimistic realist.
as a European team once said, where there's a delusion, there's hope.
Unless you're in
There was actually a really
government.
funny interview that happened at the TFT tournament that I'm going to grab right now and send you a clip
Oh,
because it really fit what happened in this game.
That's hilarious. Okay, I'll play it after the match then, while we're in between.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's one card. If Kai'Sa has it, then Prismat would be in trouble, and that's the 7 cost deal 12 damage to everything in battlefields.
Yep.
But I don't think Kai'Sa will be running that card.
Well, and it has already extended so much of their utility. I think at this point, he's just going to go ahead and pass. Because, I mean, it looked like Prismaticism was trying to put out a bunch of dice to let everyone know, yep, and that is going to be the pass there. So double Teemo again could be coming down. Even more hidden cards in hand. I mean, we've already seen how much Prismaticism has drawn at this point. There's the 1,000 tail. So even if a battlefield does happen to be taken, it will matter very little. And a Mundo in hand. Not again a big discard, but still, this is going to be an interesting turn.
Yeah, I do think Prismat has like all the tools, all the lines here to win the game. He just now has to play the game right, has to kind of
Hold
maybe
the line.
maybe take a step back, maybe, I think they're technically 1 point ahead. Okay, so finally, yeah, I was thinking they should be at 5 points.
Mm-hmm.
So they're technically like, even if Kaisa conquers both battlefields or something crazy happens, they're still 1 point ahead at all times. And with the Watcher in hand, they're not in a hurry. So we'll have to see how aggressive Prismat stays here.
Double sprite
Chooses
call.
chooses to still keep the Ember Monks on the battlefields.
I mean, look at this. And then also sprite calls are spells, so student is going to be buffed every single one that you end up playing, and he's pulling 2 units back because you're adding 6 might, and then on top of that, +4 for the Ember Monk in 1 battlefield alone. So, gosh.
There's going to be like 40 might at the battlefields at reaction speed.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you can react. So if he does end up going ahead and saying, hey, okay, so going with the retreat to immediately play out the Thunder Song again to get all the information out on the board, that is going to leave 4 runes at the ready after the fact. And so right here, though, you still, I mean, it's forcing you to activate. So good play on him to be able to do so. A lot of might, again, 12 added at that point to each of the, or for the Ember Monks.
That's crazy.
And again, this is the tough part. He just had to pass. That's it. You know, he's just gonna pass.
Wow.
And then
I'm getting some PTSD myself right now.
Is this a Watcher angle?
Gosh, imagine how I felt. Yeah, me and Batsu both have prismaticism PTSD.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be interesting to see what kind of line he ends up taking. Now, of course, both Teemos can be called back. Stack Deck is going to be coming in to get some good answers. I'm curious to see what he would add into hand at this point. I also love, we see the Mushroom in hand, so he is going to be able to potentially fish out 2 hidden cards from the grave and then play them for free back into the back into the field face down. So, I mean, this game is definitely looking in Prismaticism's favor.
Yeah. We're most likely going to go to game 3. I don't exactly remember what the Kaisa's last battlefield was, if we have ever seen this Kaisa play.
I don't remember, but if it's Arena's greatest, then we're cooked.
Yep, so there the Shroom is coming out, so 2 are going to be gathered. Now, of course, that is going to be public knowledge. So if he does decide to go the sprites or whatever he ends up wanting to do, looks like it is going to be the sprites. At least Jonathan is going to know that and probably be able to prepare. But here's the scary part, too, because if Thousand Tail Watcher adds the -3 from Jonathan's hand, that's still not going to be enough because, okay, cool, here's 6. And then the monks get boosted even after the fact of Thousand Tail coming into play.
Yeah, and even if it's public knowledge, if you can't do anything with the knowledge, then it doesn't matter.
No. And it's interesting also keeping the Mundo back in base too.
Yeah. Also, the Prismat's deck is a little bit, high rolly. It does rely on getting certain cards at the beginning of the game, and him getting the double consult the past on like turn 2 or turn 3 really made the game kind of unplayable for the Kaisa, honestly. And there's the scoop.
Yep, and I mean, just a great answer to be able to get that going. So, I mean, that's the power of Teemo right there, and Prismaticism is probably one of the best, if not the best Teemo, I would argue. It is still an uphill battle sometimes with Kaisa, just because of the removal there, but Prismaticism was able to show this is how you play around it, this is how you get onto base, and then I can just run.
Yeah, I mean, he did have his like the battlefield, So in the moment that Prismat got to conquer the one battlefield, the game did look like pretty unplayable for the Kaisa for the most part.
All right, game number 3, my friends. We are going to be starting a poll. Who is going to take game number 3, Teemo or Kaisa?
And this is going to be an interesting game because now Prismat doesn't even have the hiding battlefield anymore. So their Ember Monks are basically going to be at maximum gonna get, you know, +4 might. They can't get +6 might anymore. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be a little bit more rough. The Ember Monks are a little bit more weak now.
Mhm.
And if the Kai'Sa has Arena's greatest, will Prismat kind of predict that somehow? Maybe you know, lower your curve, maybe take Mundo out, for example. If Prismat knows that the Kai'Sa is gonna run the Arena's greatest, you know, then they could, you know, take the Mundos out, put something more aggressive in, and there's all of these kinds of small things you have to consider, especially when you're, you know, getting to the top cut players.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like one loss here could knock one of them out of
Mm.
that top cut. So this is a must win. And I mean, Prismaticism has been able to 2-0 every opponent except for his loss. And now he is going in 1-1 into game 3. I don't know the record of the other guy. So that's the tough part there. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if Kai'Sa, I mean, when Kai'Sa is going first, it's not even an if. It's a when Kai'Sa is going first. When Kai'Sa is going first, if they do have the falling star, it's gonna be like, how do you think Teemo can recover from that? Because then Kai'Sa will just play a unit turn 1, and when Prismat goes to, you know, develop their board on their turn 1, if the Kai'Sa then just hits their base and they don't have any units left, I mean, I think that's just gonna be like very, very tough for Teemo to come back from.
Yeah, it can be, but again, we're gonna see if it so happens that Jonathan ends up missing a little bit, and this is gonna be interesting. We got the Trifarian War Camp from Prismaticism, and then again, Jonathan, he picked the star-tipped peaks. So again, if you end up holding, you are going to be able to channel a rune, and then the Trifarian War Camp is add +1 might to all units there.
I wonder if this war camp is, you know, made against Kai'Sa specifically.
I would say so at that point,
yeah. Very weird to see is that the when you hold get one rune?
Kind of interesting from Jonathan, yeah. Pretty surprised by that, but even still, it's worked out for him so far, being 6-1. So will that continue to be able to help him in this final game, especially as he goes first? So it's going to be interesting to get a peek into his hand to see. But there goes the deflect Poro coming in to get some things going.
Yeah. We did see the burn here, or how do you say it, in Jonathan's hand again.
Oh, burn?
Yeah. So they decided to still keep the card in their deck, even though they didn't really get much value out of it last game, because, you know, it doesn't really counter hidden cards technically. So we're just gonna have to wait and see, and if he gets any value out of it.
So, and here's the thing, Prismaticism has found his line, but we are 2 games deep at this point. So Jonathan has gotten a good taste of the play style of what Prismaticism might be able to do. There are still probably some tricks there that he can utilize, but Kai'Sa being able to go first, just like what Jacob said previously, is such a big advantage. But on the plus side, at least both these competitors still have 15 minutes left on the clock. You got some breathing room. You're able to take some time and figure out some lines. But this is going to be a challenge for Prismaticism.
Yeah, I do wonder what's going on in Prismat's mind right now, because Kai'Sa leaving 4 up on turn 2, I mean, that's a little scary. You know, Kai'Sa could have played the Kai'Sa champion if they wanted to, but they chose not to. So, I mean, you would be thinking about, you know, Hextech race, and that's why Prismat plays around them by playing the Sprite Mother.
Yeah, and a Sprite Mother going in with the Sprite at 3-2 is going to be a good way to bait out some answers. And here's the scary part, though. If Jonathan ends up having even a little bit of a bluff here, that's going to be huge. Stopping the and causing. I mean, that doesn't necessarily feel bad. You clear out the hand. The draw one kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But that's just how the card is.
And some updates as well. Mo just lost their game.
Oh.
As we speak, a lot of tables are currently putting their results in. Randy sadly also lost, so Randy is currently 5-3.
Dang it.
Oh,
Mo lost. Yeah, Mo lost. Randy lost. And Jibs' game is still going on.
yeah. Do you think Prismat goes for the trade on the Poro here? Ravenbloom is at 3 right now. Do you think Prismat will risk it and hope that the Kai'Sa doesn't have a Hextech Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you almost have to at this point because either you have it and you get the answer, but oh, there's gonna be though the stupefy the other white
Okay.
mate here to be able to cause the
Yeah.
trade to happen anyway. And again, that card refill is going to happen.
And I mean, this looks like an easy accelerate Kai'Sa, get a free draw.
Yeah, especially when you're at
And,
6.
yeah.
Might as well.
We just saw a Hextech Ray also getting drawn, so
And a falling
2
star.
watches in hand.
And a falling star.
yeah.
Oh.
I
2
mean,
watches
now,
in hand is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's the Kai'Sa accelerate. With the Hextech Ray in hand, it does look like a pretty free point, and maybe even a hold. If Kai'Sa gets the hold here and gets the +1 rune, I mean, that's gonna be such a huge tempo swing. I mean, is it even a swing if Kai'Sa has been in the lead for the early game anyways?
I mean, after the
Yeah, you're very right.
domination of game 2, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
true. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's certainly looking like a different game from game 2. That was something. getting like plus 20 might out of 3 hidden cards.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that every day. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, that's true too. And I mean, this is going to be a big move for Prismaticism. He's got to start trying to get some things going.
Mm.
The Shroom card in his hand is a dead card. Unfortunately, he
yeah.
only runs a 1 of that, but still, to have that in your hand at this point, you would almost be hoping and wishing for any other card. And
Yeah.
6 runes, it's tough.
Would you use a singularity here if you had it? If you were Prismat?
No, because 1 retreat just backfires.
Yeah, true.
That's the hardest part. If he has a retreat, then he gets even more ahead. Whereas if he
Yeah.
had like a Darius or 2 Kaisas or even like, you know, a Noxus Hopeful, whatever it might be, you're still able to at least take out 1, and that can be a win in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, Sprite Call could do something here for Prismat or another Sprite Mother, but Kai'Sa did top deck the Hextech Ray, which is just gonna ruin Prismat's day if they do go for something like a Sprite here.
Yep. So, I mean, just a very difficult situation. Prismaticism is checking his lines, checking the ability, and I mean, it's really interesting to see how this is going to be going because, you know, the line is going to be difficult.
This is gonna be like one of the deciding turns in this game for sure. Does Prismat want to give Kai'Sa the hold? And there's the other Sprite Mother. Now, does Prismat have a Stupefy here? Is the real question.
And it looks like no, going to immediately pull those away.
That's...
And there is not going to be a trade anymore in that case. So again, rebuilding, that is going to give the point, the channeled rune. And I mean, at this point, 3-0, and Prismaticism might be missing.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, doesn't the... Yeah, there's the falling star. That's what I was just about to say. Doesn't the Kai'Sa have a falling star?
Yep. And then also just has the momentum afterwards to be able to keep getting things going on top of that. And one of the hardest things that you are going to be seeing with Teemo as a whole is going to be the fact that you do not have the ability to necessarily accelerate out units like so many of the other decks are able to utilize. So when you have your base taken out, you know, he is going ahead and forcing in the Sprite here, which is going to be good. But I mean, that's so tough.
But is that a misplay from Kai'Sa? Drawing back the Kai'Sa and now letting Prismat.
Yeah, but I mean, also when you've already seen 2 Sprite Mothers, it's also easy to forget about the Sprite Call. A lot of times that is played as a hidden and not as a spell. So that can be an easy thing to forget. Ooh, and there's the monk coming down and a card that is being recycled.
Yeah. It here we go again. Here we go
Yep.
again.
I mean, this could be a good shift. He's at least on the board, but again, if a Cathian Rain ends up coming out, that could be a deciding factor. But even still, I mean, a Thousand
Oh,
Tail
that's a
Watcher could be
fox.
just as bad.
Yeah. I mean, at least the monk is gonna be dead here. If the hidden card is a Teemo, oh, it's still not enough. It won't be enough to trade. Oh,
Well,
it will.
No, if
It
it's
will.
Teemo,
will.
it will be. Yeah,
It
because
will
it'll
be.
be 8
Yeah,
versus
yeah.
7. Yeah.
So
It's a Teemo, yeah.
So the monk gets the +2 after the fact and everything. So that is going to be a
Yeah.
straight trade. And then the Kais is going to have to move in.
Yeah.
So all that work is going to be going in. And Prismaticism is going to have to get a response after that. But the hard
Yeah.
part is, too, there's another Thousand Tails. So even if you might
Yeah.
not be able to, he's going to be able to flood
Yeah.
the board again and get more points.
That's just so sad.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Watcher is so expensive.
As a rare.
Yeah.
So
Kind of developing the board here. They do know that Kaisa is gonna only get to 5 like this, and the board is gone.
yep.
And Kaisa is just holding the rune battlefield, which does not feel great. I think they have gotten like 2 runes in this game from the battlefield. So that Icatian Rain was basically free, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, the big thing is you're slowing down your opponent. Prismaticism hasn't been able to draw a lot of cards. He hasn't been able to utilize a lot of his cards in his deck. Again, if he does end up going ahead and trying to get some utility here, he could go for the Sprite Call into the Teemo. Yep, there we go. And that at least can give you a little bit breathing room, maybe even another point on the following turn. But again, if another Icathian Rain or, I mean, even a Falling Star could again devastate the board and really slow down Prismaticism further.
Yeah, that's also the third free rune from the out.
Oh, and there's the Time Warp that just was
Oh,
flashed.
there was only 9 rooms. There was only 9
Oh,
rooms
yeah.
available.
Oh, that's another
But still,
Icathian
that's
Rain.
another Catherine Rain. And again, this might be where Teemo starts to fall a little bit out of the meta because it's like when you start putting in 3 Icathian Rains in your main Kaisa deck and 1 Singularity, which has become a little bit more of a standard, it can be so hard for you to even start to score points.
I mean,
but at the same time, Prismaticism still has gone 2-0 in so many matches, so maybe I take that back. Maybe.
It's a stream.
It's okay. Prismat is back. We're back.
Yeah, but then we're gonna, just like a Darius into Darius, we're gonna Thousand Tail into Thousand Tail.
Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy how, I mean, Kaisa had the Falling Star, double Icathian Rain, and I mean, what can you do against as a Teemo at that point? Honestly.
Yeah. Did he accelerate? Looks like he did. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so that is going to be a 7-4 at that point. So
7
that
to
is
4, 7-7. Oh.
And then a Hex Tech. I mean, he's just had all the answers this entire game.
Yeah. That's the second Hextech Ray, Falling Star, 2 Icathian Rains, like 2 Watchers maybe. So, I mean, Prismat did high roll somewhat in the last game, but I mean, Kaisa high rolled pretty well here, and that's a scoop.
Yep. There's not much else that you can really do at that point. Still a great game from both competitors as Prismaticism is taking it down and Kaisa is showing why she could still very well be the dominant deck of this meta. Still sad to see. We are both good friends, or we are all 3 pretty good friends with Prismaticism. So you hate to see that from a friend, but the streamer curse does live on, it seems.
Yeah.
You can still make it, though. You can still make it.
He's not out at all.
And
oh yeah, go for it, Batsu.
Yeah, and he has won like 2-0 all of his games
on everything. Yeah.
So that, yeah. So if he does go to 6 I mean, what is it, 7-2, and then they do the top cut by
Tiebreaker.
win percentage,
Yeah.
then Prismat could very well still get to the top cut.
Because I don't believe Prismaticism has lost 0-2 yet on anything. Let me double check.
Yeah.
But he's been always able to at least take one game from his opponents as well. So, yeah, his both his matches are 1 and 2. So this is a really good game win rate.
I am now gonna go to bed to watch the last game.
Okay,
I'm in match. So you guys can give us a good last game.
Sounds good. Are you gonna stick around, Jacob, or go to bed too?
I am just waiting for Alex's result, and then gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Purely because I need to be up in 6 hours for work for like a 15-hour day.
Okay, sounds good.
So good luck, Silent. Yeah, good luck soloing, and good night.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you.
You won't be solo just yet. I'm just waiting. Just waiting for the result.
Yep. So with that being said, guys, we have one more round before we determine. Now, of course, we will determine who is actually going to be in the top cut, and then that will be officially when we cut the stream. So do stay tuned for that if you so choose, but we are so close to getting to the very end here. A lot of really interesting games. Love that they were able to sport a Teemo. Now I think we've seen pretty much every single deck of the meta except for Set. So kind of
I think that Set is currently playing against Jibs.
Yeah, well, we have two, Colin Kaiser and
Ricky.
Ricky, yeah.
I think because when I googled Ricky, all I could see is his deck list.
Uh-oh. That's not something you want to have or pull up when you're Googled.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, by the way, here's the deck. So it looks like Cody has officially reported Cody versus Andrew 2-1 as well. So again, we are down into time, 7 minutes past. So we will see how that is going to be impacting this. Everyone is at turns at least. We are waiting for the Alexes to go against each other in table 278, and it looks like maybe 3 tables. So we could be getting into the final round here fairly quickly. Oh, watch. Table 326, like the third to last table, is going to be the one holding everyone up.
Well, Jibs is still holding everyone up. Table 268.
Yeah, but I like Jibs.
Yeah, true. So that table, who else is there? Just that table and Jibs, of course.
Oh, wow. So that's going to be the big thing. And Top Cut is looking like it is going to be tomorrow. So bright and early, they are going to be playing that, and it'll be interesting to see how that will shape up as well.
I'm refreshing like a madman.
I don't blame you. Jibs just needs to text you mid-game and just say, I'm going to get it. Give you that little bit of peace of mind. It's like, do you see Jacob sweating over here worrying about you, man? Come on. But no, it's been a really good series of events with these 2 days of competition. So far, chat, what has been your favorite match that you have seen today? Go ahead and let me know. So, and we are down. Oh, Ali actually ended up winning against Trinity John. So that's a good win right there. He could very well be in top cut at that point. He probably is. So it'll be really fun to see what the deck lists are. And the cool part is after all of this, this website also has the ability to show you the deck lists on the competitors. And so for the 5K, we already have all the deck lists uploaded. So if you click on it, you are able to then see what the top competitors have already played. So pretty cool there on being able to see that. And we'll see what we end up having. One more round. And Jibs is still refusing to report. He's been done for 15 minutes.
Come on. Let me sleep.
That's the thing. The Set, Kaisa, matchup is extremely grindy. Extremely.
And to be fair, he does like to think.
Oh no. And so, and I mean, that could definitely be to your benefit, but I mean, here we are at time. And again, pretty much whoever loses here could very well be losing out on the top cut. I think they are both 5-2 at this point. So this win is important.
Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm just refreshing nonstop.
Oh gosh, I'm watching too. I'm just hoping. So.
Oh, the last table tied.
What? That would
3-2-6 tied.
So we are waiting for Jibs, and that is literally it. That's hilarious. Also funny that the last table also tied as well. They're like, yeah, we're done. We're not making it. Let's just go eat. So come on, Jibs. You got this, man.
We'll make everyone wait.
Yep. It's like, Jibs, I lost half my viewers because of you.
Oh, wait, what? Table 266 just started playing
Yeah.
again.
Uh-huh.
What?
Interesting. Yeah, Challenger TCG told us earlier that it's looking like it is going to be top 16. Okay, there it is back. And so we'll see. We'll try to get that confirmed as soon as we can, but it's looking like top 16, even though some of the posts did say top 8. Also, the 10K did technically say on the Discord prize wall tickets of $10,000. But that's looking like
they
it's
said
not
on the
the
Discord?
case. On the picture that you sent me, it
Oh,
says...
no, the 5K was the prize wall tickets.
No, but the 10K picture that you sent me also said the prize wall tickets.
Yeah, so there's 3K in cash, I think, for first place.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. But then, like, top 16 is prize wall tickets.
Oh, gotcha. 142 prize wall tickets. I wonder if that's also the price that they have for a box. So it's like, okay, you can come and just trade in your tickets for a box.
Yeah, but they don't have any boxes for Rift. They have Chinese stuff and they have like One Piece.
Come on, don't get the Chinese. I get it, but
Yeah.
I mean, George and a few other people will be really happy to see that.
Oh yeah, they're like, yeah, give me the Chinese boxes.
But okay,
Come on.
we love table 266. Andrew Lopez, Magic the Gathering Online Grand Prix champion. So interesting. That's really cool, actually. The things you learn. So Japanese.
I've refreshed this page so hard.
Oh, I can imagine. The Japanese hasn't come out yet. It is just English. We are about to release the game, or not we. I'm not a part of Riftbound. Anyway, they're about to release the game in French coming up.
No.
So, okay. Come on, Jibs. Oh, it changed?
Wait,
It
let me
went
see.
dark. It went dark. It went bright, and then it went dark. Come on.
No, nothing happened yet.
It went light gray for a second.
That means it probably might be a draw.
That's the weird part, yeah. It went light gray, but there was no score, and then it went right back to being black. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
damn it.
What, did it refresh? Oh, no, you're just reacting because it's taking... Okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh, what? 1-0
what?
to Ricky?
No!
What?
And then that's round 9. What? Did game 2 just
What?
take so long that he decided to just give it to Ricky? Game 2 might have taken so long that he just conceded.
What?
Don't do this to me, Jibs. So now we have round 9 pairings. We got George going back a table, going against Taylor.
Oh, he says he won.
He won? What? That's not what that shows. Come on, get me. If Jibs.
I messaged him and says, "Did you lose?" And he says, "I won." And I said, "On pairings, you lost and went to 46."
Yeah, you got to make sure that gets confirmed at this point, because that could be a big difference maker there.
What? Maybe it was reported incorrectly?
It might have been reported incorrectly, but I mean, if it's showing as a win for Ricky at that point. You definitely want to get that fixed sooner rather than later there.
I'm messaging him.
Yeah, definitely. That's intense. That's intense. Did not see that coming. Still watching the scoreboard for you, but it is still saying Ricky 1-0. So we'll see. But we are going to be going into the final round while Jibs is figuring out what's going on and Jacob's at the edge
because there
of
might
the
be a big
seats.
delay if that's the case.
Yeah.
Because I would have to repad the entire round, no?
Mm-hmm. There might be.
What?
I, too, love sitting here for more than 10 hours to talk Riftbound. What's another?
Or maybe he's just trolling me. Oh, look, table 268.
Oh, whoa,
it's
whoa,
now,
whoa. It flipped
it's
back.
reset.
Yeah. Uh-oh. This is so weird.
Yes, he won. He won 2-1. Yes!
Yes! There we go,
Yes!
Jibs!
Yes!
Come on, man. Get it. So they did
He's
fix
currently
it.
13th. He's 13th.
Yes, come on, Jibs.
Who's he against?
Did he get paired down potentially too?
He's against Matthew Clark.
So
He
interesting.
did get paired down.
Yeah, he did get
He
paired
got paired down hard.
Yeah, but that could also be to his advantage too, potentially.
So this person he just played against lost to Maurice Brantley.
Mhm.
He's playing against that person now, and Jibs tied against Maurice.
Okay.
And this guy also lost to George, who's playing at Kaiser, and he lost 2-0. So I'm assuming this person's not playing at Kaiser and potentially playing something else.
Yep. So
Was George on for first round? No.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, here we go into the final round. Amazon, we had some really intense games, some Annie versus Victor going on that was incredibly fast and one-sided, unfortunately. And then last game was really intense of a Teemo versus Kaisa, where unfortunately, though, the Teemo, our dear friend Prismaticism, was overtaken there. But we are in the final round, 9 rounds over and done with. I don't even work this hard at my day job. So here we go to see what we are going to bring to you in the final round before figuring out who is going to be in Top Cut. Jibs, come on, man. You got to make it into Top Cut.
So he's saying they're redoing pairings.
Okay, so there is going to be a long
think.
delay. Yeah, because it's really weird, because it makes sense if he did lose that, why he would be paired so low. But even if he was
I
down
think he
paired-
got paired against a Darius.
Oh, gosh, and Batsu's going to be watching that, just having his fever dream fulfilled at that point. Jibs going against a Darius. I mean, well played on Jibs' part for even being able to make it this far. I mean, this is a makeshift Kaisa that was able to be brought together by 2 competitors as well. And he is ahead of the 2 competitors that helped build this deck for him. So well done, Jibs, on being able to get there. That is awesome. So we'll bring stuff to you guys the more that we find it, but it looks like round 9 is still solidified. We haven't seen a blip in the system since about 3 minutes ago, so we'll still see how that ends up unraveling here. But, if Jibs ends up getting paired down, 3 points is 3 points all the same.
Oh, yeah. Give me that. And listen, I am going to finish the rest in bed because I need to do my laundry still, and it's so late. But thank you for letting me hop in.
Yeah, definitely.
And I will see you later. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you.
All right, guys. It is me and you here once more as we go into... Oh, someone joined again.
I was told they are still sorting pairings, by the way, so it might take a while.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you. Night.
All right, see you in a bit.
So, yeah, it is going to be maybe a minute to go ahead and get things situated here before the final round. Oh, that really sucks, but at least it does give the competitors a minute to rest to go ahead and get things going. While they are resting, I'm going to fill up my drink. Try not to kill my voice. Drink some honey as well to get things moving. So here we go. I think what we will end up doing then is... putting on a little quick music to get things going while I will get some water. So I'll be right back. 3 minutes, if that. Here we go with everything. I think we just got back just in time as we are moving into the final round. Anthony versus Maurice. So the Ahri from earlier. Is that the Ahri from... That has to be the Ahri from earlier, right? No? Nope, it's not. Looked like it. That was Ibrahim. So interesting there. So we'll see an MF Aurora going 6-1-1 and Maurice as well as we go into this final round. 6-1-1 is very difficult too. That's going to be interesting to see how this will play out in the match. I still wish that we were getting a Jibs casted. That would be absolutely amazing to be able to see, but unfortunately that is not the way the cards fell here. So we at least got things figured out. People are playing, competitors are going. Now let's see, Anthony and Maurice. Let's see where they are at here. Okay, so they are on table 264. So they are 5 tables behind here. This is going to be the final round. Didn't hear Ahri? Yeah, so sorry. Maurice looked a lot like the competitor in round 1 where it was Ahri versus Master Yi. I thought we saw an Ahri that was able to go, but no, unfortunately, it still looks like an MF versus Kaisa here. But yeah, it's the tough part. There are so many different ways to go ahead and build Ahri. And so in this case, though, we are going to be seeing, and this is going to be the luck of the die roll as well. Misfortune being able to then have advantage is going to be a big difference maker. But it looks like the Kaisa is potentially going to be able to pick going first or second. Now, this is a tough choice, though, too, because if you end up going first, yes, you're able to get an initial point, but the hard part is going to be that you aren't normally able to accelerate out a Kaisa, which can be really nice when you go second to immediately get those 2 points and go to 4. It can definitely be something to slow down your turn, but your opponent does not get an additional rune. So still, though, after the mulligans, it looks like a Mind Splitter is going to be in hand. And then we have the 1-drop Watchful Sentry in Chinese. So really interesting to see. This is going to be a Chinese deck here that our competitor is playing as Kaisa. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, one that you definitely have to be mindful of. So we're going to immediately go in and fight and flight it back so that you do not get that point. Again, that little bit extra stall here because it looks like the Auroras is in hand with the ramp as well. But still, even with that little bit of a pushback, there are still 4 units that are coming out. But with this ramp going and that horrible rune pile, come on, dude, let's fix it. Thank you. With that horrible rune pile for the time being, this is going to be going up, and soon he is going to be at 9 to be able to play Dazzling Aurora, and it is going to be 2-0. And that is not what you want the score to be when a Dazzling Aurora is able to be summoned. That's going to be scary. And so again, with this being the final round, it's going to be really fun to see how this will end up playing out. We've seen a lot of Aurora decks today. That's been one of the more surprising things. And Aurora's been able to have that good showing. But not only that, having Prismaticism be able to then, or not Prismaticism, having MF Aurora being able to be played as well is really interesting to consider. So I can't wait to see how this is going to end up going, but ramping into Aurora is already going to be extremely powerful for this first game. You're going to be able to take it to Maurice, and if you also hit a Dead Bloom Predator, that is going to be the thing to really tip the scales in the favor of Maurice. Whoa, slow down, Maurice. Okay, anyway. It's been a long day. So here we go again. And at least the helpful thing here is going to be the fact that you are able to, oh, interesting. Opting not to go with the Aurora just yet. So really interesting to consider there. Now, of course, the Mountain Drake, just so you guys don't know, is not going to be in the battlefield. It looks like it is, but it's not. And so that's going to be another 2 points going up to 4 in this case. And again, going to be tapping 4 runes to be able to play out a Kaisa into base, not accelerated. And the rest of the game is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here. And it's like, gosh, if we keep going against Aurora decks, there might be a really high chance that we are going to be seeing Smokescreen start to appear back in the deck of Kaisa as well. So again, he is going to be pulling it back just to hope that the Dead Bloom Predator isn't going to be coming in. But the hard part is Mountain Drake can just go to the other battlefield in Dreaming Tree and then be able to do so all the same. And so that ramp was just a big difference maker right there. So Jibs drew this Kaisa. So, okay, that's going to be a intentional draw there from the... And it looks like the top 4 have also all drawn as well. And already Andrew Dew and Luke Fink have a 0-2 record right there as well reported. So really interesting to be able to see. And again, we will be here to show you who the top 16 are going to be in this competition. It is anyone's game. Except for the very bottom of the table. But we don't talk about that. I mean, oh, Jibs drew this Kaisa. I mean, okay. We'll see. Now, here we go. Another Aurora off the deck is missed here, but instead going to be playing the Dead Bloom Predator in base. So a really interesting idea there. Going up to 5 for Kaisa. Now, again, we do have to go up to 9 points with the Aspirant's Climb being out on the battlefield. And this is also what's been really interesting. We have not seen really anyone side out the deck as Aurora Yi ever. This tournament, at least. They have not done the switch. Whoa! Some sauce to minus the 1 from the Mountain Drake. Oh, he drew to the current Kaisa on stream. Okay, so this is who Jibs went against and drew. So that's really good to know. So, but man, this is going to be a difficult battle. There's a lot of runes to be able to utilize here. And right now, it's at 9 on top of that. But it looks like that is going to be enough to go ahead. Falling Star to take care of it. Maybe even move the Kaisa in potentially to try to get that just little extra card draw. And that looks like is exactly going to be what happens here. So just like that, able to get some card draw, get some more options in your hand. And then at that point, going to be passing to your opponent. But man, again, this is going to be a very back and forth battle here. And with Aurora already being out, it can be difficult. The biggest thing is, can I just deal with, if he doesn't hit a Dead Bloom, you're in a really good spot. If he does, though, it can be very difficult. He's going to be Maurice is going to be going up to 7 points here. So it's still a close game. It's not necessarily closed out for him, even though the Aurora is out on the field. But the hard part is he's still going to need to have to find a way to get these final points. But I mean, heck, he's almost near 10. And if you are able to even go ahead and double Darius, that is 14 that you can potentially swing in. So if you can take care of the initial 1 unit per turn type of plays, that can be very telling here. Now, the big thing is we can go ahead and lose the Watchful Sentry, and then you just go ahead and stack that battlefield like you have never seen. And then, of course, the MF champion will give ganking to a unit. So you can just go ahead and send the Dead Bloom Predator over to the other battlefield after reinforcing here. Now, of course, it'll be interesting to see what kind of lines Anthony plays and goes in with the Mind Splitter. Now, of course, you could still try to retreat something back if you wanted to at this point, but still, because you can activate the reaction card at that point and make it one less card to be chosen, but still. And the Void Seeker is potentially going to get chosen. And then one final memorizing of the card. This is why you bring a notepad, so you can write them down. So it all comes down to this. The Aurora is going to go ahead and hit another Mountain Drake. 18 is going to be on the field. Now, of course, having 8 on there is good, but the hard part is if you go ahead and give a unit ganking, well, at that point, you can just send both in at the same time to bombard your opponent with potentially 17. So it's like at this point, if you are able to go ahead and get over 10, oh gosh, and there is the Primal that is in hand as well. So even if you are able to take over the Mind Splitter here, the Primal Instinct in hand will still add +7, which is going to be absolutely devastating here and could really start to tip the scales into Anthony's favor, though it looks like he might be doing a judge call. So let's go ahead and take a listen.
Sentry anyway, because like we were speculating that he's maybe not gonna, he didn't want to Dead Bloom into the Sentry because he didn't want to give his opponent the draw, but he just moved the Dead Bloom in the next turn anyway. So not only did he give him a draw, but he gave him an extra point.
I think the most confusing thing to me is the Drake before the Dazzling Aurora. That just didn't.
Yeah, that was very odd.
That
Because like when he did that, I thought, oh, maybe we made a mistake and we didn't see the Aurora, but he just played in the following turn.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like, yeah, they are going to continue playing. So maybe that was just a stretch and not necessarily a judge call there. So that's good. We'll see how the rest of this continues to play out for our opponents. So Icathian Rain coming down. Now, of course, you can go ahead and, Primal is not going to be at reaction speed. So 12 damage is going to be determined here. And the 2 cards being recycled. So you could go ahead and take out the Mountain Drake, but still, you are going to be facing down a 14 or a 17 at that point. This is going to be a very difficult decision for Maurice to make with 3 big units out on the board. Nothing necessarily feels great to be able to pick. And so we'll see how this is going to continue to play out here as we get ever deeper into this game number 1. And again, I'm going to be excited to see how any of this is going to continue to unravel for our opponents here. But again, this is a very difficult situation for Kai'Sa to have to, work through here. We are going to be dealing 3 damage, going up to 4, but that is going to be gusting in response. So not only then are you going to be losing the deflect cost of the Dead Bloom, but before the student gets pumped up too far, it gets gusted back. And since you go up the chain and then resolve down the chain, it will disappear before too much has ended up going through. So that's a difficult situation right there. It was up to 3. It would be at 4, and it was silenced right then and there. So there we go with the final 2. A very wide board at that. So I mean, this is just going to be going back and forth from the looks of it here. And that is going to be a devastating blow. But still, Maurice is at 7. If he is able to even... Let's see. He's going to be at... Oh, gosh. Here's the hard part, though. Again, Primal is... There's the Sabotage as well. That was great on being able to take out a good option here. Going to be discarding and drawing... And then the Aurora is going to be coming down for the Reinforce. And another Mind Splitter to go ahead and discard either the Kai'Sa or the Raven Bloom. That's going to be a Kai'Sa. Do not want to get that acceleration going. And the reinforcements are real. And so even if you are potentially able to go ahead and get back one of the battlefields to go up to 8 points, that coveted 9th point to close out the game 1 with Aspern's Climb being one of the battlefields is going to be the challenge here. So again, this is a very difficult situation for competitors here. And going to be very hard to see what is going to be ending up happening here. So I'm curious, but again, it looks like that is going to be 7 there. Tapping and recycling for the Primal. That is going to add +7 at that point till the end of turn to go to 14. And that is 2 cards lost at that point. Now, still, luckily the Darius is in hand. And have all 3 of the Mind Splitters been played? I think only 2 in this case. So you could save the Raven Bloom at this point and just play a Darius and save it for another day and try to make that final push in. But even still, looks like both are going to be pulling out. So here we go. I think this is going to be the final push. We got 7, 11, 15. So yeah, this is going to be it. Yeah, and exactly right, Wygo. So that was the big thing, was it went ahead, and that's going to be a scoop. So here we go. But yeah, that's going to be the big thing. So Ravenbloom student does get buffed every spell that successfully gets to go through. The Cathian Rain went through successfully. Ravenbloom student's at 3. Then we go ahead and attack in, and we Hextech Ray the Deadbloom student. Before Hextech Ray resolves, then we go ahead and activate the reaction spell of Gust. The reaction spell resolves first. It goes ahead and bounces back, and before the 3 damage resolves, you then go back to, Ravenbloom is gone, so it does not get that increase. So again, that's really sad to be able to see. Unfortunately, the Kai'Sa was ever so close. And not only that, though, here's the thing. If Aspirin's climb wasn't necessarily there, well, then, I mean, that might have been enough to go ahead and allow the Kai'Sa to be able to win that game. But even still, the Primal Instinct was the final cut to be able to get that victory and causing his opponent to scoop. Mind Splitters, holy crap. Absolute game changer right there. You love to see it. Can shut down decks. You love. This is a powerful card. Straight up. One of the best cards in the game. I would argue here. Because it is just able to go ahead and not only see the opponent's hand upon just being played, but you are able to go ahead and look and say, no, you're losing that. So opponents can lose out on a Cathian Reigns, the answers that they probably want to have at that point, and it is not going to be viable for them. So with that, here we go into game number 2 with Maurice having a little bit of an uphill climb of his own as he is down a game, though able to potentially go first in this game number 2. So again, though, we have seen in the past, though, if Aurora is not hit for misfortune, it is a struggle. Plain and simple, it is a struggle. So again, this shuffle is going to be really important, but probably most importantly is the cut that Maurice is going to make on Anthony's deck, because depending on where you cut is going to seal your fate of this game, at least if there is an Aurora in hand. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. That much is certain. Gosh, this stream is really lagging out. We've had this issue all day, too. I mean, it's kind of disappointing, sadly, but that's okay. At least we're able to watch the 10K. That's still really cool. I like that they're at least putting on the production for us. That's good. So here we go. We are going to be drawing the first 4 cards and see which is put away. Looks like Bullet Time is definitely the easy go. And then even the card draw potential is going to be put to the bottom of the deck, as 2 are going to be found. And we will see what Anthony is going to be able to find. Now, of course, Kai'Sa has a lot of versatility. You have so many 2-drops that you're already going to be using here. So there's a lot to be able to consider. And with the Watchful Sentry, that's going to be a lot of help here on getting things moving. So going to be interested to see how the rest of this is going to be resolved. This is the final round of the day with Top Cut resolving tomorrow. So if it is round 9 of 9, there's the Gust again to slow down the opponent. Now, of course, he can just go ahead and play it straight out again, but that is going to be painful because it sucks. But instead of getting a point and being able to play out 2 units in the backfield with 1 in a battlefield, you are slowing down at that point. And that 1 point, like what we saw in game number 1, was the big difference maker there. So here we go, going into 4. That's going to be a fight or flight, pushing it back at this point. Again, stalling out the game, stopping your opponent from being able to get initial points. And it's like, well, what can you do? Again, if you do have the Sprite Mother, that is a great option here. But again, most people sometimes don't even side deck, especially with how wide this meta is. You got to pick and choose your battles here. But still, Kai'Sa is going to be coming in for 5, going to be accelerating to then move in to the Targon's Peak. A great play. 1's still up as well. So even though, yeah, it looked like, hey, I'm not going to be able to go ahead and get both points, Maurice was able to find a way and is now up by 2 points against Anthony. And it doesn't look like there might be any Aurora in sight. And that's going to be the big thing. When we've seen when MF misses Aurora, it incredibly struggles on being able to win as a deck. And again, still 30 minutes left, so we have so much time if we do happen to go into a game number 3. So that can be a big difference maker there as well. again, another great option here, playing out the Watchful Sentry into base, and then moving the Kai'Sa back. And then building up the backfield. This is a better start in this case. You haven't necessarily had to worry about anything. And Miss Fortune can really struggle to any game after Aspirant's Climb, even if you happen to hit the Aurora, just because of what you might be running into here. Kai'Sa is able to just accelerate. And then if you only are able at the end of the game when Maurice is probably going to be at 6 points and you're finally playing an Aurora, and it's like, cool, well, I have things in hand that I can then deal with that board state. I'm okay with that. I'm going to go ahead and Acathian Rain, whatever you might put out. I'm going to go ahead and do, have ways to get around with Cleave and Darius and things of that nature. You're only going to be playing a max of 2 big units a turn. I can deal with at least one of those and continue to get the points needed to score here. So this is going to be a difficult situation here, and Maurice just needs to continue to play on the luck that MF is not going to be able to find the answers. Oh, there's a Mind Splitter, though. That's going to be a little bit of a cut into Maurice's pool. Again, though, he could react to that and play the Retreat if he so chooses, but won't in this case. 5 cards in hand, not necessarily great cards. And it's like, well, what in this case would you pick? And I would probably say the Cleave. The 2 Stupefies really refill the hand too, but I still think the Cleave is going to be more valuable at this point. Because that +3, you're happy to trade a Noxus Hopeful into a Mind Splitter. That's a great situation for you. So here we go again. Going to be readying up. Going to 6 points. Maurice is probably sighing a little bit of relief here. Going up to 6. Bullet time is on the board, but as long as there's 2 Watchful Sentries, you're not going to use it. Oh, not by any means. And then we have the 2 Stupefies in hand. If we can even Stupefy and then hope to find a Falling Star, that wouldn't be a bad option either. Digging a little to try to get that final card needed. You have the runes up to be able to do so. And this is also why Time Warp can be such a powerful asset as well. Though while Maurice is only at, 9 runes in this case, he is 1 short. And yeah, at that point, it would be something very viable to then scoop in the next deck or in the next turn if an Aurora isn't necessarily found. Just to be able to save that little bit of time here. But still, there goes the student that is going to be coming in at that point. And that will be a pass. So either you have it or you don't. And even still being able to take over 1 battlefield won't necessarily mean much if you are just going to lose it on the next turn. Now, of course, there is still that chance of fight or flight. And did he find the Aurora? I mean, he's counting out his runes. Everything is out at this point. The Cleave, the only card in the discard. This is going to be a tough part because if Anthony doesn't have it, he's going to be trying to find any lines to help try to at least take down both battlefields, maybe even just reinforcing the final one. Ride the Wind is also a viable option. We've seen that happening a couple of times. So there goes the Mind Splitter. We'll see if priority is then going to pass, but no Aurora in hand. And so, yep, going to be able to draw a card off of that, adding another thing. There's the Acathian Rain. So immediately, this is going to be able to take down everything at that point. You're going to be going up to 7 Acathian Rain, and then Stupefies at that point to be able to really make sure that you get over your opponent. But with 2 runes up, that can be a little bit scary. Now, you do have the 2 students. So you are going to want to play out everything so that Gust cannot hurt you at that point, being at being so high. So you're going to have to go Acathian Rain and Stupefy before attacking. And that is a lesson that Maurice here has learned. Gosh, this match is really lagging. So this is a little bit of a risk, though. Oh, and he has it. He has the stop all damage. Yep. Oh, that is a setback with the runes that are paid. A little bit of relief here for Anthony, but still a huge point deficit. And again, now with only 2 cards in hand, that's scary. Now, of course, you don't have enough in base to be able to go to 17. At that point, it's like, do you just go ahead and pull back completely so that no Dead Bloom can potentially come in? They would have to go ahead and spread wide and then try to be able to hold. Don't make anything I say an innuendo, guys. Like Archer in my head. Phrasing. Anyway, but with that, this is going to be difficult. So instead, it's interesting. It's looking like he's going to go ahead and reinforce. Now, I do still think this is going to be a really smart play because with the 2 Stupefies in hand, the 2 Stupefies that Anthony also knows about could be the difference maker because Ravenbloom Student can go up and up. Now, if you gust first, you can still go ahead and in reaction to the gust on the Ravenbloom Student, have the ability to then activate your 2 Stupefies to make your Ravenbloom Student go to 4 and therefore not be affected by gust, and it would fizzle. So already that is going to be a little bit of a reversal from what we saw last game, at least. So there is going to be a channeled rune. Oh! Now, again, though, you can react to that. That is an effect that you can react to. So both the Stupefies could be in reaction to at this point. But still, you're not necessarily worried about that. You also have the Void Seeker, which could be very well be discarded. But still, I think that might be a little bit too little, too late. There are still a lot of runes out there. Now, ooh, actually, there's a Ride the Wind. That could be a little bit difficult. No, that wouldn't be difficult to deal with at this point. It would be the same thing. You can go ahead and give the Misfortune Gank, which is going to be happening. 10. Nope. 10. Now, here's the thing. Oh, this is tough. This is tough. He should have gone ahead and done the Stupefies first. Because if you do the Stupefies, you are still minusing. That's going to be really good. But you can still gust the Ravenbloom Student before it gets too big. So it should have been when the Sabotage came out at reaction speed, I go ahead and play Stupefy to immediately just get some of that going. Gosh, almost should have played the second student at that point in the battlefield to really mitigate that, especially with the cards in hand. Might be the misplay to turn the tables around. So yeah, it looks like that will be going through. Gonna try another one, going into Resolve. So now Ravenbloom's going to be going up to 4, but before that, again, that is going to be the stop to go ahead and allow Student to go back in. Now, of course, that still is going to be 5 to 8, which is not going to be enough in this situation. 2 cards to be drawn, so if he does top deck something, he could go ahead and draw off of the... If he drew a smoke screen off the Stupefy, that could be helpful, but it doesn't look like that is the case. So you still draw off of both of the Stupefies. I don't know if he did. So, or did he draw? I might have missed that. And still, here we go. This is going to still be an uphill battle for Anthony here. No Aurora in sight. Going to be accelerating out an Aurora that will allow him to ready up a rune in that case. Okay, he did. Thank you, Amazon. So it looks like they have a judge sitting next to them as well, which is who they are talking to throughout the duration of this match. At this point, though, this is so difficult. Could go ahead, and does he have enough for a time warp? If it was there, he would have to top deck it. A singularity could be a good answer there as well. Now, of course, we see a gust in hand, so singularity can still come down. And then I believe he still had... Did he have the cleave in hand still? That was a top deck. Or also the Thousand Tail. So both really good options. But again, you got to be so fearful of the fight or flight. But I believe 2 have already been played. And so that might be something a little less worrisome there. But it's hard because it's like, do I go the singularity and then try to push for that 8th point and hold? Because whatever I don't take out could very well be moving over. I do think in this case, if you do go the singularity route, you would have to then take out the Mountain Drake. Because you can take out 2 units at that point. Oh, he's going for both. So you're going to go ahead and... Oh, how are you going to get over the 7? Is there a Darius in hand by chance that I ended up missing here? Now, still, the singularity, that's going to be putting him at 4. This is going to end up being the trade. And maybe he's potentially... Interesting. His opponent just gets up and walks away. Mid-play? What?
Well, an interesting match to say the least. We haven't seen Aurora really...
Oh, it's just a judge. Okay, so we did get clarification. Maurice was under the impression that Ribbon Bloom was a passive, but Anthony was telling him it's a trigger, and they were just clearing it up. It wasn't angle shooting or anything. He was just explaining to Maurice that it is just something that is a trigger.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. That's understandable. You want to know how the cards work, right?
Chat's so funny. Where he going? Where he going? He dipped.
He saw the watcher in hand in reflection. He was like, I'm out.
He's like, you know what? He just quits. He's like, you know what? I don't want to play Riftbound anymore. Just gets up and goes over to another game.
Yeah, seriously. We're wondering what's going on there with that.
In real life.
Interesting. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what ends up happening, where he's going off to in this case. Literally just got up and walked away mid-match. So, and while his opponent, Maurice, was still playing cards. So, I don't know if he's necessarily going for an additional judge call. When I wake up, you know. He is probably asking the judge if he rides the splitter, does it refresh singularity damage? That's tough. Yeah. Okay, there we go. He is back. That's a tough question for sure. And it looks like that very well could have also been the case. So they are looking like they're going here to continue play. So he is going to try to hold down this battlefield. So when they were trying to taking, he just went ahead and went right over to the other battlefield. Interesting. That's tough. And now you got to watch out for the 10 that is going to be coming in. And a smoke screen in response, minusing 4 and adding +1 to the Ravenbloom student. That is going to be 7 at that point going down. Now, of course, the misfortune has been utilized here. And again, if this is Gus, nope, a primal is going to be coming in, adding +7. So for a net 3, essentially, at that point to go up to 13. I don't know if there is a response that Maurice is going to be able to have here. And yeah, it would start a new combat if there wasn't another unit in the battlefield already. But since there was a mountain drake there, it was just running away to avoid damage. But if there wasn't something there, it would start a new showdown. And the first one would need to resolve first. So here we go. We're going to be seeing what might be happening here. This could be the final moments of the game. Is it going to be enough to get things going for our opponent here? Maurice is feeling the pressure. He is so close to getting the win, but is he going to be able to do so? That is the question. So here we go. There's a lot of runes, 1 card in hand at least. There's a Thousand Tail Watcher that is able to come down, minusing 3. 1 card in hand for Anthony here. This is going to be the final stand of Maurice. And then we're going to go into game 3. And so the 1 card in hand, I mean, already with so many responses, and this is even without anything. Now, still the 1 card in hand. You got to wait and see if there is any reaction here. Is Anthony just going to get up and walk away again? Nah, fam, I'm out. This is a very difficult situation here. I want to see what we actually have in hand as well to be able to respond to this. And it looks like maybe getting some judge clarification on things as well, just to be safe. Even deciding if he wants to add an action to the top here. And double checking if he ended up paying the cost. He's like, oh yeah, fam, I did. One card in hand. That mystery is keeping everyone on the edge. Is there a response to be had? And it's like, at this point, dude, you either know that you have it or you don't. There's only 12 minutes left. Come on. We'll see what that has entail here, but even still, I mean, this is tough. You don't want to go ahead and see what might be holding you back here. And there's a bullet time at the start of the showdown. And got to figure out how many he is going to be recycling here. Yikes. Now, just to be safe, let's see. What does bullet time specifically say? Pay any amount of power to deal that much damage to all enemy units at battlefields. All enemy units. So, not just units, all enemy. So, his units are definitely going to be safe in the bullet time. There's no cannon fodder there in that case. And it seems like every which way that he turns, this is just getting more and more difficult to try to get that 8th point as Anthony climbs ever closer to securing victory here as well. This is tough. Plain and simple. No cards in hand, though, for Anthony. He is top decking. There is only... I mean, he could go ahead and take this. There's 2 that he could go ahead and do with the smoke screen here. And there is still the -3 as well from the Thousand Tail Watcher. That is something that we do not want to forget about. So going in with the smoke screen will then -7 at that point to make it a 3-4 matchup, which is going to be enough to go ahead and take that and then go ahead and draw a card off of the Conquer with the Kaisa ability. That is such an interesting choice of sequencing there, but it is paying off. I mean, that -3 from Thousand Tail is paying dividends for him to still be in this game. And then with that, a Noxus Hopeful for that final 4. This is scary, though. Nothing else necessarily to be there. He's going to be at 5 runes. Is there anything? Nope, that's going to be a scoop as we go into game number 3 of round 9 with 10 minutes left. It is all coming down to this, my friends, and we will see what ends up happening between these two contenders as they are fighting for their chance to be in the top 16. Now, again, we still saw that there is a chance to be, well, no, 7-2 actually would be trumping that. So it feels like anyone here is going to be outside of top cut if they lose here. The pressure is on. After 12 hours of gaming, we are now here. Oh, and he, shouldn't he draw for the not scoring and conquering? Yes. And I think he did draw 2 cards in that case. Yeah, he did. He did. So just that little extra reassurance. And again, that's going to be the big difference there. Anthony needs to be able to find his Aurora, or this game is as good as over. Now, we very well might be going to turns here. We haven't necessarily seen that on stream just yet, so it'll be cool to see how that is going to be playing out today. But this is where it comes down to the wire. Both competitors, 1-1. Will they be able to do so? Yeah, shuffle, man. Now, at the same time, there's a couple of times where people are like, really? You're going to be pile shuffling? Come on, dude. It's like, you're just wasting time. You're trying to null the clock. And it's like, well, no, not necessarily. You do have to go ahead and shuffle, I think, what was it, 6 times after pile shuffling? Something like that. But here we go. The decks are officially cut. The battlefields soon to be revealed, and we will see who is going to be taking this final round. I'm actually not sure how many times you are able to pile shuffle in the game. That's a good question. How many piles are you allowed to make in a pile shuffle in this game? So again, 5 cards in hand. And 2 are going to be put back for Anthony. That's also kind of reassuring for Anthony here, or for Maurice to be able to see that. So now here's the big thing. The slow play might be coming into effect. I doubt it would, but it is just something to keep in mind here. We do also have a judge on the side of the table, so that is going to be something to keep in mind here. And 2 to be able to draw a card. I don't see an Aurora. I see a Primal, but we do have a stacked deck. That's going to be 3 cards to look at. Put 1 in the hand, 2 on the bottom. That looked like a pretty easy choice at this point. But still, only being at 3 is going to be interesting because Obelisk of Power, you could go ahead and even start to play out like a 3-might Yordle kind of thing. But still, potentially no Aurora in the hand. And instead, looks like the Kaisa is going to be coming out for 4 straight across. And there's at least the ramp to get a little bit closer with the 4 count. Adding 2 more runes to the rune base here. And then 1 for a... Missed that. Oh, another stack deck. I think he did just find the Aurora, though. So that could be a big deciding factor here. This is going to be a big play, though. I think he did finally find the Aurora. Looks like Reaver's Row is going to be going in. Interesting that it was also saved for Game 3, but a smart choice to do so if I get put into a predicament. And so this is my favorite card game to play while watching Riftbound is What Is That Card? The fun game show where you get an obscure angle and you have to guess what card it is. But still, a Kaisa to Kaisa is going to be a good matchup here. Going up to 2, drawing an additional card. But again, the one thing you are crossing your fingers, no Dead Bloom. Don't hit a Dead Bloom. If you hit anything else, we are in an okay spot. Not a great spot, but an okay spot. And we already have seen how close the game was with Aspirant's Climb. There is no Aspirant's Climb. There's a Reaver's Row instead, which Kai'Sa can greatly use to be able to use to their advantage. So I'm going to be curious to see what might be happening here. Oh, and looks like going to be again opting for a Mountain Drake to be coming into the base. Again, he does kind of play it a little bit too close to the battlefield. Little annoying, but that's how it is. So... And I mean, that's going to be good board presence. And then if you happen to hit the mountain, or if you happen to hit the Dead Bloom Predator after the fact, so a really good line of sequencing there, and definitely something to keep you wondering. This is why I love watching top tables like this as well, because you start to consider, oh, wait, I didn't necessarily think about that line, but there's the Acathian Rain to go ahead and rain pain and devastation to the Mountain Drake. That is going to be a slowdown. Going up to 4, going ahead. Do you then go ahead and pull back both of the Kai'Sas to stop the Raven or the Dead Bloom from coming in? He is only going to pull one back. Now that is dangerous, because if you do so and the Aurora ends up coming in, he will be able to go to the Reaver's Row, which is going to be fine. But, oh, a Sabotage, Cleave, Smokescreen. Great answers in the hand for Maurice, as we are going to see, and looks like taking out the gear destruction is going to be big here. But is that going to be enough now that the Aurora is coming in? Odds are you normally sub 2 of that gear destruction in. So is that going to be enough to then go ahead and take it to the opponent? Or do they have enough out on the battlefield at this point? It all depends on what is hit with Aurora. So here we go. Another Void is able to at least be found here. So at least going to get able to get rid of the Void Seeker. But still, when you see something like the smoke screen and the cleaves and things of that nature, you feel those odds being stacked against you as Anthony here. Imagining so. I mean, you just saw him wipe his forehead, so I think that's safe to confirm at that point. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what is happening. The double Kai'Sas out are going to continue to refill the hand, continue to gain the points, and you're okay with this. You're going to have answers. It's like Will Smith and Hitch. This is your happy zone. This is where your comfort is, you know? This is it. Okay, so this is going to be a big finish here. We are going to see if Maurice is going to be able to get to these points. He's at 6, which means if he is able to then go ahead and get the final 2 points for Conquer, he is going to be moving on to the top cut. So here we go, going to be Stupefying to try to get some card draw, refill the hand. And again, if, I mean, gosh, could you imagine if the Falling Star was still in hand? Unchecked Power is also in hand for Maurice. He has multiple answers, so even if he does end up getting a little bit behind, he could very well go ahead and take it right back to Anthony, who is at 0 points currently in this matchup. This also can be just very devastating, where you're finally getting to the very end of the day, this close to greatness, and this close to top cut, and it just falls out of your fingers at that point. Aurora serves you faithfully all day, and then this is where you are met with your opponent 2 points away from taking top cut from you. So there we go, moving in. There is still a lot of things that could be utilized. You are worried about the primal that could be used here. He is moving in with full power. So is going to be minusing 4. That is going to be adding 1 to the student. Though the Kaisa is completely tapped out. Now there we go, grabbing 4. You only need to recycle 1. But still, the primal is going to be coming in. That is going to be interesting, especially with the tapped out Kaisa. That could very well be slowing him down some. So that is going to be still 7 at that point, but then going into 14. Double. So 14 going down to 10. So close on being able to take that battlefield here. But we are at the very end of this round, and man, is it going to be an interesting series of games here. And a hidden card. So that's probably a fight or flight if I had to predict. And a Mountain Drake to come in for reinforcements. I really wish that he would at least clean up his battlefield. We'll see if he does and fix that while we fixate on it. But that's going to be the hard part. There's a hidden card, a unit there. That also could count as a hidden card with how Mountain Drake was placed on top of it. And even a battlefield, if you didn't know there was a battlefield there. There we go. Thank you. The judge had to come in and intervene in that case. So we are officially out of time. So here we go. It could all come down to 5 turns at this point, though I feel like this game is over one way or the other at this point. And moving back to go for an unchecked power to absolutely deal 10 damage. Now, of course, you can still react to that and push a unit back. And also keep in mind, all your units also get tapped as well as the Kaisa player. So the Porho is not going to be able to then move into a battlefield. It will get tapped as well. Mountain Drake will go ahead and retreat back to the battlefield. So Anthony was turn 0 in this case, with Maurice now being turn number 1. So here we go. I mean, not as devastating as what you would hope with that, but still the fact that you're able to at least take out a big trigger. But again, this is setting you back for a turn 2. But again, when you're already at turns, this is now turn 3. And going to be going up to 3 points or 2 points. Okay, here we go. Lot of runes to be utilized here by Anthony. Oh, yeah. So Maurice might already win because he can't reach 7 points in 2 turns. You're right about that. And, oh, wait, no, that's not his hand. I'm like, another unchecked power. I'm not sure if they draw if the game doesn't resolve. I think it goes to whoever has the more points here, but still being able to then go ahead and play the Misfortune out is going to be a big deal here. Even still, though, this is going to be tough because Reaver's Row is going to be able to be taken at this point unless there is some miracle of a card draw in the hands of Anthony. And I mean, this is the hard part on both sides. This is just an absolute grind going on here. And another Aurora's has been drawn as well. But again, it's feeling like that's a little bit too little too late. Because even if both battlefields are taken, turn number 4 is here on the side of Maurice. If he can go ahead and end up taking, that'll be 5 and 7. So that could end up in a tie if the battlefield with the Mountain Drake is not taken. 5 runes up for Anthony here. Yeah, I feel the same way, my dude. Go ahead and get those stretches in. All this could have just been avoided if he just scooped. It's true. But again, sometimes, especially when it comes down to it, that one card can sometimes feel like, or, you know, hoping that you get that one card to find the answer can make the difference. So playing it out in this case, but still going to be at 7. If he goes ahead, that'll only be at 5. So I think he is good either way at this point. I'm not sure there is a whole lot that can be done here, and a Cathian Rain is going to be clearing things up. You can go ahead and even just move the sentry in at that point to get the card draw. But another great answer there for Maurice to be able to clear out the board. There's no way for Anthony to be able to catch up at this point. Now, I really hope what they didn't do was change the rules for the final round. I doubt they would, though. I don't think they would. But that's going to be 2 cards drawn again from Kaisa being able to conquer on the 7th point. So, a lot of cards. 3 up as well. So, if something ends up going on here, going ahead and just trying to move in and get another card draw at this point. And if you don't want to give it to him, you can go ahead and gust. Oh, but even necessarily trading in for the... And that is going to be getting an activation. Gust is such a powerful card here in this Kaisa matchup. And you're seeing how big of a difference this is making. And then here we go with Aporo. Another cleave in hand. Going up to 5. And it's like, hey, guess what? I'm sorry. It looks like Misfortune is going to be as good as dead here. But is that going to be another Primal potentially coming in at this point? And is that worth playing? Great job by Maurice to be able to continue the pressure up, and you get to see, I mean, what happens if you happen to hit the Aurora. It's not necessarily a guaranteed win here. It could be still something that might be able to help you out in the win, but if you don't hit the cards that you want to see, it can be such a difficult path for you to see victory here. So we will see what ends up happening as we get into the final turn, going up to 4 points, though I'm not sure what's going to be happening here. So there goes the Dead Blue moving over. Going to be pulling back with the Reavers. That's going to be going up to 5. Gosh, serious lag here. I apologize, my friends. A second Aurora to try to just go ahead and reinforce. I'm wondering if in last round, I don't think they should do this, but are they saying, hey, there is no time in the final round? Because this should be Anthony's final turn. If we went to time. Oh my gosh, so the full rebuild here. But still, we'll see if that's it at this point. I'm not necessarily sure if they're playing time or whatnot. But they're acting like as though they're going to continue to keep playing. So that's going to be interesting to see how the rest of that's going to end up playing out here, because I'm kind of shocked if that is the case. But he's playing out like they are playing to finish the game here. And he is taking his next turn on top of that. If they keep playing, that's going to be intense because it's like, why would you make the final round be different rules than the rest of the tournament? That's going to be the big thing. And it's like, that shouldn't be the case. So, or are we off potentially by a turn as well? Something to keep in mind there. And this is Maurice's final turn. He has to take a battlefield in order to be able to do so. So fight or flight in one and 18 at the other, which is going down by 6. So that is going to be a potential to attack. Oh, no. I am so worried about that, though. The fight or flight is there, so either this could very well be a trade. Now, of course, he still has 2 runes at the ready and a smoke screen, which, I mean, Anthony is probably extremely worried about. That could be a big difference maker there. But, I mean, anything else? So, yeah, it looks like a fight or flight is going to then be triggering here. Targeting the 1,000. Yeah, and here's the thing. It could end in a tie, too, because if this is Anthony's... Oh, yeah, he couldn't get points off of holding. You're right. I really hope we just have a miscount on turns here. But, I mean, he's playing it out like you don't. You're playing it out like you're finishing the game here. Yeah. Are they playing out the game with no turns?
Turn 4, then it's game over. It's draw, but they'd be talking about it. So I think it might be turn 3 right now.
If it is turn 3... Oh! They probably got extended time because they're on stream. And getting set up and started and everything, they probably had extended time off of the round clock instead. And so that might have been very well why we are off count on the turns. So, I mean, that's going to be interesting. We might have been a... Yeah, any judge calls might have been a time extension on top of that, and then even just being on stream. We've already seen today there's been a little bit of time added just for getting set up on stream, and especially with the draws that might have been happening, the repairing and all of that that's been going on. This could be the big defining factor that added that extra time. And so it looks like, yeah, then the Void is going to be coming in and discarding the final cards from hand. At this point, you just hit the Darius. You don't want anything else to be accelerated out at that point. Still, though, he does have the ability to go up to 10. He can go ahead and... Oh my gosh, you got to take the retreat at that point because you can just bounce right back on the 1,000 tail. But even then, it won't be enough to be able to get into this game. And I think Anthony might be able to squeak out the win here with MF Aurora. So, but yeah, I really think because of the judge calls and everything, even though there's a judge right next to them as well, they might have gotten the time extension. And with all the juggling that was going on with the repairing and things of that nature, there was a time extension. So, interesting. So here we go. There's only one card to play. He's drawing one on top of that. I don't know if there's necessarily anything that he might be able to do. Aurora or MF is going to also be able to allow ganking. So you can go ahead and activate that on the other Mind Splitter in the battlefield and immediately be able to move in for 14 to go ahead and get to that point. There's not a whole lot that can be done here, and Maurice might be losing here. Just an absolute shock. So, and also on the Void Seeker's activation, you can always play reactions. So before he does take a peek at the hand, you could play a reaction to the Void Seeker's activation, if I remember correctly. Meaning that you could play the retreat before it gets discarded. But still, I mean, double checking your angles, making sure that you potentially get some answers, finding out if you're definitely going to be out of this game. And I got to say, the Mind Splitters have been the deciding factor here of this match. And so it looks like that is going to be a scoop at that point with no lines seen to be able to get the win. And it looks like Miss Fortune is potentially now going to be able to make top cut at 7-1-1. That might very well be enough to be in the top 16. And we will see how all of that unfolds as Maurice ends up losing against the Aurora there. Very interesting to be able to see. Curious on how things are going to be shaping up. With that being said, guys, we're going to be taking a look at the scoreboard here pretty quick. Let's see what we end up having and how this is going to be going. A very hard loss there. And the double Aurora being the deciding factor there. So, or was that ending in a draw potentially? But I think, no, I think he had it. No, he had it. Or that might have actually, yeah, ended in a draw if that was Maurice's final turn. Like, I can't get it. Yeah, it's just a draw. So, yep, and there's Maurice and Anthony right there. It did end in a draw, actually. That's a really big deal. So, I mean, both get a point and near the top table. I mean, couldn't almost ask for anything better at that point. So both at that could then make it to top 16 potentially. We'll see how everything actually ends up going as the pairings or the standings are going to be updated. 22 points so far. So it looks like we still have a few that might be finishing up. Nope, everything's done. So let me go ahead and refresh. That might be our top 16 at that point. Pro Play Summit is specifically on Twitch. So if you go ahead and search up Riftbound, you will see it on the channel in particular. So, I mean, we have Colin Kaiser already being able to be at 22 points as well and getting there. Top 16 is going to be starting with Tristan Fitzgerald. And then, yeah, we got some really good stuff. Emotional is going to be making it as well, it looks like. I don't know if the standings have been officially updated for top 16. Let's actually see. Because if we go ahead and click on Matthew, round 9, yeah, looks like round 9. So everything is up to date. So this is our top 16 and what we currently have going in. So looks like, yeah, we end up having some really good competition. Ali, another MF, going in on 7th here. Challenger TCG and his teammates both. Well, not Challenger TCG, but his teammates, 2 of them, have been able to go into the top cut as well. Great job by both of them. Aiton and who was the other one? Cody? Nope, it wasn't. Was it Cody? I don't know. Or Colin. Yeah, it was Colin. So great job from both competitors there on being able to have such a strong showing. Matthew being able to also get first. Congrats there. Well played from everyone. That is going to be the end of the stream. 11.5 hours. We started at like 6:40 this morning, 6:50 this morning. A long day indeed, but man, was it worth it. We saw some really captivating games, and we were able to see you know, Aurora very well could be here to stay, as 2 decks are proving this is something to definitely watch. We made it to the end, my friends. Thank you so much for being here again. I could not do that without you. Such a big difference maker there. Thank you again. But that's going to be it. We are going to be doing some VODs again tomorrow and for the rest of the week. If you do like the content and you do like the casting and things of that nature, we are going to be continuing to do so as we go through. So go ahead and subscribe down below if you haven't. Would mean the absolute world to me. Thank you guys again so much for being here. And until next time, have a good one. Ooh, we did it. We did it.